In the 54th year of Konoha, in the ninja school, a group of 6-year-old kids were standing in the square, listening attentively to an old man on the stage in the front telling about the glorious history of Konoha. And the most important thing is the will of fire. Yes, this old man is the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this group of kids are the new students. Among these dozens of kids, there is one who is out of tune with the other kids around him, and is dozing off listlessly. The third Hokage standing in the front finally finished telling about the will of fire, and naturally noticed this kid who had been dozing off from the beginning. Suddenly, the sleepy little kid opened his eyes in confusion, and immediately found that the little kids around him were secretly looking at him. MMP, what's going on? Isn't it just a challenge of skydiving at an altitude of 7,000 meters? Why did my eyes suddenly go dark? When I opened my eyes again, I found that the scene around me had changed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traveling through time. The crazy death-seeking system is officially launched. As long as you seek death, you can get rewards. Different levels of rewards will be released according to different levels of death-seeking. The little carrot head was still confused, and a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Damn it, I have traveled through time. The little carrot head, who was still confused at first, suddenly had his eyes wide open, and there were 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping in his heart. Pass, little friend, do you have any different opinions on what I said? Just when the little carrot head was shocked, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on the stage, had already come to him and asked. Just now, the child looked sleepy, but then he lowered his head and pondered. Sarutobi Hiruzen-John couldn't help but become interested, so he came here. You are the kid, your whole family is kids. The little carrot head, who was looking down to figure out how he had traveled through time, retorted without even raising his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defying the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and seeking death. The genin will be rewarded with the amount of chakra, the fire release go fireball technique and the thunder release earthwalk. Holy shit, the third Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi? The little carrot head's eyes suddenly widened. Damn it, have I traveled to Naruto's world? The little carrot head suddenly raised his head and saw a stiff old face. The wrinkles on that face could kill mosquitoes and maybe flies. It was really that old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen. After taking a serious look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, little carrot said, "Tou finally confirmed that he traveled to the world of Naruto hiss." Suddenly, the little carrot head felt a pain in his head. Both parents died. Hyaga Hinata. Ninja school. And so on and so on. All the memories flooded into his mind at once. He finally knew that his name was Chiba Ryuyun, and what period of Naruto was in. After the memories were integrated, he raised his head in shock and looked at the people around him. Sure enough, the one-day second pillar who deserved a beating, the golden fox with an idiotic face, the fat man who only knew how to eat, the little girl with cataracts who secretly looked at him. He really was in the same grade as Konoha Xiaoqiang, and in the same class, monkey feces. Ding! Whether to receive rewards. While Kinyi Ryuyun was still deep in thought, the sound of system machinery came out. Receive it, why not receive it? Kinyi Ryuyun hurriedly said silently in his heart. As soon as Kinyi Ryuyun finished speaking, a trace of chakra was born from his body. Soon, with the continuous emergence of chakra, Kinyi Ryuyun possessed the chakra amount of a normal genin. Well, that is, the amount of a poor little genin who would be exhausted after performing 1 or 2 C-level ninjutsu at most. But if this amount of chakra is placed in a ninja school, then it would be a genius among geniuses. At the same time, a system panel appeared in Kinyi Ryuyun's eyes. Host, Kinyi Ryuyun Chakra, 1 mental power, 6 physical strength, 0.3 ninjutsu fire escape grade fireball technique, lightning escape earthwalk bloodline limit, none overall strength, the worst genin. God's worst genin, I'm only 6 years old, 6 years old, okay. Kinyi Ryuyun was very dissatisfied with the system's evaluation. It's just that this physical strength is only 0.3, which is indeed a bit miserable. But there is no way, who made him just an orphan. But with the system, he is confident that he can truly rise. Bastard Ryuyun, how can you be so powerless against the third Hokage? Everything that happened just now was just a moment, and at this time, a ninja teacher finally reacted and stepped forward to scold. It's okay, the little guy may not have slept well yesterday, so he is still in a hazy state. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and signaled the ninja teacher not to worry about it. I just woke up, sorry, I didn't notice your arrival, Grandpa Hokage. At this time, Kinyi Ryuyun finally reacted, scratching his head with an expression of I don't know anything. Well, I will definitely pretend to be stupid. Okay, my speech is over, you can go back to the class. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very busy and left after saying that. He still had a lot of documents to deal with. As Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the ninja teachers also announced that they would return to their respective classrooms. Inside the ninja school classroom, at this time everyone has found their seats. As for Chiba Ryuyun, as expected, he naturally ended up by Hinata's side. Through his memory just now, he knew the story he had to tell with the eldest daughter of the Hinata family. Well, the story about a scarf. Hello everyone, my name is Umino Irika, and I am your future ninja teacher. My favorite thing is Ichiraku ramen, I hate mixed rice, and my hobby is hot spring bathing. I hope that I can get along well with you in the next few years. Irika came to the podium and sat down to introduce himself. Teacher, why is there a mark on your nose? Was it beaten by someone? How can you be our teacher if you are so weak? After Irika's introduction, Kinyi Liuyun immediately began his journey to seek death. Since he was seeking death crazily, then just start a fight. Ding, congratulations to the host for provoking Umino Irika. The reward is that the physical strength is doubled. A pure power of chi and blood appeared in Kinyi Liuyun's body, constantly integrating into the blood, muscles, and bones. Kinyi Liuyun took a look and found that his body strength had reached 0.6. Bastard, I am a Chuyunin, I am more than enough to teach you brats who are not even genin. Hearing Kinyi Liuyun's questioning tone, Irika roared unhappily. Tisk, you said it was, but I didn't see it. Kinyi Liuyun muttered dissatisfiedly, but the voice was so loud that all the little kids present could hear it. Ding, congratulations to the host for questioning Umino Irika, the reward chakra amount increased by 0.5. Kinyi Liuyun was delighted again. He never thought that there would be a reward for questioning. Don't waste everyone's time. Since you are new students, you don't know your classmates' names yet, so start introducing yourselves now, one by one. Irika decided to ignore this troublemaker and talk about it later. Now let's introduce ourselves. I'll come. When he heard that he was about to introduce himself, the golden-furred fox Uzumaki Naruto was the first to rush forward. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like Ichiraku ramen. I hate waiting for a few minutes for ramen. My ideal is to become Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto introduced himself enthusiastically, but unfortunately no one else bought it. Damn it, a monster wants to be Hokage, just keep dreaming. I don't know where this monster got his confidence from. That is, as for the Hokage, he is probably just a loser. After Naruto introduced himself, some civilian students below started talking about it. Okay, you go down and wait for others to come up and introduce you. At this time, Irika also drove Naruto out with a look of disgust. At this moment, he didn't understand Naruto, so he naturally didn't approve of Naruto. Naruto left the podium with a depressed expression. Others saw as there was no trace of sympathy in their expressions. Soon everyone introduced themselves, the shy Hinata, the paralyzed Uchiha, the arrogant Inyazuka Kiba, etc. It was finally the turn of Chiba Ryuun. My name is Kinyi Liuyun. There is nothing I like or dislike. I have only one dream, to become stronger, keep getting stronger, and even become the first person in the ninja world. After introducing himself, Kinyi Liuyun returned to his seat and sat down. Everyone else looked at Kinyi Liuyun in disbelief, not expecting that he had such great ambitions. Of course, some people from big families were not very interested in Kinyi Liuyun's words. For example, Inyazuka Kiba, or a certain second pillar. After the introduction, Irika started to take the class seriously and told everyone about the chakra training method. In fact, it was mainly to tell the common people that those who came from the family had already learned it. It soon ended with Irika's introduction. After school, Chiba Liuyun was thinking about how to commit suicide. Although it was seeking death, Chiba Liuyun would not really seek death from those with bad character and strength. When the time comes, it's not about seeking death, but about actually dying, so now you can only find someone who is weak. No matter how weak the mosquito is, he still understands the principle of adding up little things and making a lot of money. Of course, if he meets someone with a better character, he can still do it. Try it, such as a certain watermelon peel, or a school teacher. Walking aimlessly on the streets of Konoha, looking at the targets that can be killed, Kinyi Liuyun's eyes lit up, and he saw a noodle shop. It was the noodle shop owned by the legendary Atsutsuki Ichiraku. He ran over without hesitation, sat down at a table, and ordered a bowl of miso ramen. He knew that many big shots in the Hokage like to eat there. He enjoys ramen, and some of them have pretty good personalities. Just when he thought about it, someone came and sat down next to him. Kinyi Liuyun was shocked and he didn't expect him to know who it was. She is here. Her red eyes are as beautiful as gems, and her black curly hair hangs naturally on her shoulders. Her delicate facial features make people unable to help but be fascinated by her. He is the future Jonin of Konoha and the teacher of Class 8, Kurane Ui. After seeing that it was Ui Kurane, Kinyi Liuyun's mind suddenly became active. This was one of the few characters he liked in his previous life, but it was a pity that the ending was a bit tragic, all because of that bearded monkey. Why did he cause trouble for no reason? Now that he has come to this world, let him save it. Just as Kinyi Liuyun was thinking, his ramen came. Kinyi Liuyun ate while thinking about how he could have an intersection with Ui Kurane. The ramen was soon finished. Looking at the ramen in front of him, Kinyi Liuyun's eyes lit up, and he had an idea. Uncle, I will leave my account to this sister. Kinyi Liuyun pushed the empty bowl towards Ui Hong, and then ran away quickly. He believed that Yui Hong would catch up, and then it would be the time to show off his acting skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eating the king's meal and doubling his physical strength. When Qinyi Liuyun was running, a warm current rushed out of his body, and then began to transform his whole body. And Qinyi Liuyun's body strength also increased from 0.6 to 1.2. This is incredible. You know when this number is the sign of becoming a genin. The amount of genin chakra awarded to Chiba Ryuun was 1. Although it was a minor level, it was already very good for a 6-year-old. Now his physical strength has exceeded 1. It is said that his physical strength is also very strong. Even the basic physical skills of fists and kicks are enough to compete with the genin. After Chiba Liuyun escaped, Yui Hong was obviously still in a state of confusion. He just completed the elite Chunin promotion today. It was a pity that Anko was not in Konoha on her job as a jonin, so she had to go out to celebrate alone, so she chose Ichiraku ramen. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen? But the blame was thrown on her. This was unbearable. He hurriedly finished the remaining ramen, finished 2 bowls of ramen, and ran after Chiba Ryuun. How could Chiba Ryuun, who was only a genin, outrun Yui Kurane? I was bet on a dead end. Kid, tell me why you do this. Zihi Hong frowned. Today's good mood was ruined by this brat. Sister, I am an orphan and I have no money to eat. I see that you are a Chunin and you should have enough money for a bowl of ramen, so I pushed it onto you. Qinyi Liuyun explained. Well, the reason is very good and powerful. I just have no money. What can you do to me? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving Yui Kurane into committing suicide. The reward is +2 mental power. As expected of Yui Kurane, she was actually rewarded +3 mental power. At this time, Qinyi Liuyun's mental power has reached 9 points. The General Genin's genjutsu is no longer effective against him. What effect does it have? Moreover, his mental power has increased. If he masters an illusion, it will be more powerful. Yui Hong was startled after hearing Qinyi Liuyun's explanation. She could not think of this reason. How did your parents die? Zihi Hong couldn't help but ask. Not long after I was born, I was killed by the 9-tailed fox. Qinyi Liuyun lowered his head and said pitifully. It turned out to be like this. So, she and I are in the same boat. Ziriong suddenly thought of her father, the man known as the Red Sunset, who also died at the hands of the 9-tailed fox. Forget it, go ahead, I don't blame you. In fact, so many people in Konoha died at the hands of Kuwabai, but no one mentioned it in these years. Yui Hong thought about it and didn't embarrass Qinyi Liuyun. After saying that, she turned around and left. Qinyi Liuyun seeing this, I was stunned. Damn it, it's over. I missed this village. I don't know when we will meet next time. Sister, you have a good heart. Will you marry me when I grow up? Qinyi Liuyun shouted at Yui Hong's back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully proposing to Kurane Yui and committing suicide, and will be rewarded with the illusion Naraka no Jutsu. In an instant, Qinyi Liuyun's mind appeared in the way and techniques of the Narakuja no Jutsu. You little kid only knows what it means to get married, and besides, I'm getting old waiting for you to grow up. Yui Hong only thought it was a kid's joke and didn't take it seriously at all, and continued to walk forward. When Qinyi Liuyun saw this, he was immediately shocked. He rushed over and hugged Yui Hong's thigh. Good sister, why don't you take me in? I'm so pitiful if I don't have enough to eat and don't have warm clothes every day. Qinyi Liuyun directly used his special move, crying, making trouble, and hanging himself. Yui Hong felt that her brain was hurting. Why did she meet such a little scoundrel? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully trying to commit suicide. The chakra reward will be doubled. Oh yeah, I didn't expect that you can commit suicide like this. Now the chakra is 3 times that of ordinary genin. You no longer need to worry about falling down from exhaustion or being weak due to exhaustion of chakra after releasing a C-level ninjutsu. Now I can put 3. Even though it's a C-level ninjutsu, it's still an improvement. You know, he was still a bastard who didn't know anything. Finally, under Qinyi Liuyun's persistence, Shiri Hong had no choice but to take him home. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your success in stalking Yui Hong to death. As a reward, Yuri Hong's favorability +30. After Qinyi Liuyun came to Yuri Hong's home, the sound of the system's machinery rang in his mind. Ha! Unexpectedly a good impression appeared. Chiba Liuyun quickly defeated him and Yui Kurane. Chakra, 29 mental power, 33 physical strength, 9 ninjutsu, no illusion, magic tree binding kill, Narakumi, jutsu, Sakura Naomi's jutsu, etc. Blood inheritance limit, none comprehensive strength, special jonin current favorability, 60 Chiba Liuyun specifically checked the role of favorability. Strangers are 20, familiarity is 40, friends are 60, best friends, confidants, are 80, and above 90. If you are a confidant, you can do shameful things and do whatever you want, and if you reach 100, you will die. Chung Ching. Well, Yuahi Korane and Chiba Ryuun were still between 30 and 30 between strangers in familiarity. Now they have suddenly increased by 30 and reached the level of friends. Kinyi Liuyun obviously found that after the favorability level increased to 60, Ui Hong's original reluctant attitude turned into a positive one. Yes, Ui Hong refused at first, but reluctantly let Kinyi Liuyun stay for one night, and then drove away towards Fang Fang. Now, the thought of driving away has completely disappeared. After all, the favorability level has reached 60. Liuyun, it's time to go to bed after taking a shower. This is the room prepared for you. Ziyi Hong had just taken a bath and was wearing a nightgown. Then he took Lu Yun to a room that he had just tidied up before. Thank you, Sister Hong, and good night. Kinyi Liuyun ran in happily, finally no longer having to sleep in that small shabby room. Of course, he didn't suggest sleeping with Yuri Hong, for fear that the goodwill he had finally increased would be lost if his hard-earned favorability dropped. He would do this slowly in the future. The next morning, Chiba Liuyun got up early. After washing, he found that Ui Hong hadn't gotten up yet, so he opened the refrigerator to see what there was to eat. There were some eggs, tomatoes, and vegetables. Chiba Liuyun suddenly had an idea. Washed the rice and started making porridge. Then he moved a small bench and started to take out the vegetables from the refrigerator and made a meal of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried vegetables. A simple and warm breakfast will definitely have a good effect. After the porridge and vegetables are ready, Ui Hong just comes out. Sister, I made breakfast, let's eat some together. Kinyi Liuyun said and put 2 bowls of porridge on the table. What kind of recipe is this? I have never eaten it. Seeing the tomatoes, scrambled eggs and stir-fried vegetables on the table, Ui Hong obviously had never seen the stir-fried dishes of Dacian dynasty. I usually figured it out by myself, don't dislike it. Kinyi Liuyun chuckled, handed the chopsticks to Yuri Hong, and then started eating. Ding, Yuri Hong's favorability has been increased by +5, and the current level is 65. Uyai, this morning's effort was not in vain. It actually increased the favorability by 5 points. It's so worth it. Kinyi Liuyun thought with joy. Well, it's quite delicious. I never thought you had such skills, Lu Yun. As soon as the entrance was made, Ui Hong's eyes lit up and she praised her. Kinyi Liuyun smiled and said proficient. After breakfast, Kinyi Liuyun was going to school, but Ui Hong was fine. He had just been promoted to especially Jonin, he had some time to rest. When he was approaching the school, Chiba Liuyun stopped and found 2 familiar figures at the door of the school. Well, he was familiar with it, Urju and his younger brother Uchiha. Ferret, hey, isn't this Suzuki? Yesterday, I saw you introducing yourself so coldly, with a paralyzed expression on your face while wearing clothes. I didn't expect that you need someone to send you to school. Sure enough, you are actually a boring slut, tisk 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 tisk. Arriving next to Suzuki, Chiba Liuyun mocked and entered the school with an expression that said, I understand. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully taunting Uchiha Suzuki to death, and the reward is improved chakra control. After entering the school, Kinyi Liuyun clearly felt that his control over chakra had improved a lot, which was probably equivalent to climbing a tree. But this is not bad, a mockery saved him a lot of time to practice. Bastard, stop, who are you calling a slut? Of course Kinyi Liuyun's words irritated Suzuki. Suzuki caught up with him angrily and wanted to question Kinyi Liuyun, but Kinyi Liuyun ignored him and continued to walk forward. When Suzuki saw this, he was immediately furious. How dare this bastard ignoring him? He immediately reached out and grabbed Kinyi Liuyun's clothes. Sensing an attack, Kinyi Liuyun subconsciously grabbed the person's arm and threw him over his shoulder without any resistance. On the ground, Ding, you beat his younger brother in front of his younger brother. If you successfully commit suicide, you will be rewarded with the fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. Suzuki was lying on the ground and looked at Chiba Ryuun in confusion. He was killed instantly? And Chiba Ryuun also looked at Suzuki in confusion. Are you so good? Fortunately, although Uchiha Itaki had joined Umbu at this time, he was not angry because Suzuki was beaten. Suzuki, please get along well with your classmates. Uchiha Itaki walked up to Suzuki and flicked Suzuki's forehead with his middle finger. Damn it, to be defeated like this, brother Itaki, if you teach me how to practice tonight, I must defeat him. After being defeated by Chiba Ryuun, Suzuki was very unhappy. He was the second young master of the Uchiha clan, how could he be defeated? Good, brother, I promise you. Uchiha Itaki showed a gentle smile. Chiba Liuyun trembled as he watched. The brother and brother could not afford to offend, and they hurried towards the classroom. Suzuki, this person's strength is by no means ordinary. With his taijutsu just now, he is already at the level of a genin, so you have to work hard. Looking at Kamba Liuyun's back, Uchiha Itaki's face was solemn. This child was obviously a commoner, but his strength was already so powerful. Uchiha Itaki asked himself, even when he was 6 years old, he did not have such a powerful taijutsu. So this person will be Suzuki's rival in the future. What? Suzuki stared at Kinyi Liuyun's back in shock, holding his hands tightly. He did not doubt Uchiha Itaka's words. In his heart, his brother's words were all right and he had blind worship. Suzuki, you have to work hard. If you don't work hard, you may be left far behind by this classmate. Itaki Uchiha smiled gently. In fact, he was actually happy for Suzuki. With such a goal, Suzuki also had the motivation to catch up. At least he would not lose himself because he had no opponent. Yes, Itake brother, Suzuki said solemnly. Chiba Liuyun, who walked into the classroom, had no idea that he had become a teaching material for Uchiha Itaki to encourage his younger brother. At this time, he sat down next to Hinata, staring at the shy little loli openly. Speaking of Hinata, we have to talk about the relationship between them. From memory, I learned that this shy little guy ran away at Hinata Hisashi's funeral. He didn't know to wear more in the winter. And I don't know if something went wrong. When Hinata was most helpless, Chiba Liuyun appeared. Yes, it was not Uzumaki Naruto who appeared. Because Uzumaki Naruto was beaten by a group of naughty children, he did not catch up with the scene of meeting Hinata. And Chiba Liuyun didn't know what he had pulled that day, and suddenly ran out to see the heavy snow. So naturally, he met Hinata little lowly. Then, the kind Chiba Liuyun asked Hinata to put his coat on him and sent him home. From then on, the two people formed an indissoluble bond. Hinata, why do you always like to look at me secretly? Looking at Hinata's red little face, Kinyi Liuyun showed a wicked smile. Flo, Liuyun-kun must have seen it wrong. Hearing Kinyi Liuyun's question, Hinata's heartbeat accelerated and her face became even redder. Hey, Hinata-chan actually lied. You must have fallen in love with me, right? Seeing Hinata's rosy face, Kinyi Liuyun couldn't help but get in front of him and observe carefully. Toot toot. Chiba Liuyun's close observation directly caused steam to rise from Hinata's head, and then her eyes fainted. Well, I rolled my eyes. This cool operation made Kinyi Liuyun stunned for a while. Ding, you teased Hinata and made her faint. You succeeded in committing suicide and were rewarded with the entry level of Taijutsu Bajiquan. After Hinata fainted, information about Bajiquan suddenly appeared in Kinyi Liuyun's mind. And there was also a set of Bajiquan moves, King Kong 8 styles. When he got the introduction to Bajiquan, Kinyi Liuyun felt his body has also been greatly strengthened. At least doubled. Kinyi Liuyun quickly checked his attribute panel. Host, Kinyi Liuyun. Chakra, 1.5. Mental strength, 9. Physical strength, 2.5. Ninjutsu fire release how fireball. Jutsu, thunder release earth walk, fire release, phoenix fire jutsu, genjutsu, narakumi no jutsu, taijutsu beginner Bajiquan 8 Vidra styles, blood succession boundary, none. Comprehensive strength, the average genin is no longer yours. Opponent. Chiba Liuyun nodded with satisfaction when he saw his overall strength evaluation. Kanba Liuyun was very excited to get the 8 Vidra styles. It turned out to be a physical technique from the great celestial dynasty, Bajiquan. Fortunately, it's not a big whirlwind of Konoha, a taijutsu like Konoha whirlwind that has no skills at all. That's all due to physical strength. In fact, the moves themselves are not much different. After getting the Bajiquan, Kinyi Liuyun smiled. This was all the benefits Xiao Hinata brought him. Under the watchful eye of Chiba Liuyun, little Hinata finally woke up before Irika came in. I didn't expect Hinata to be so shy and fainted so easily. Seeing Hinata wake up, Kinyi Liuyun said helplessly. Right, I'm sorry, Liuyun-kun, I'm so useless. Hinata said in a low voice in disappointment. If Kinyi Liuyun hadn't been sitting next to him and had good hearing, he really wouldn't have heard what Hinata said. Hinata is not useless, she is just too gentle. Seeing the lost Hinata, Kinyi Liuyun hurriedly comforted her. Thank you Mr. Liuyun, I will try my best. Hinata kept cheering herself up, looking directly at Chiba Ryuun to thank him. When Chiba Ryuun was chatting with Hinata here, a fiery gaze had been staring at him from just now. It was Suzuki. For him he has always been upset about being killed by Kinyi Liuyun, a commoner. However, he was not impulsive. He knew that Brother Itaki was right. Next, Brother Itaki would have a period of rest and let him teach him. He heard about it a month later. There is a casting test, and I will see you again then. Of course, Chiba Liuyun felt Suzuki's gaze, but he ignored it. The lesson Irika taught today was the theoretical knowledge of shuriken. Chiba Liuyun had no intention of listening. Shuriken, it is useless to learn it at the peak level. In the later stage, the battle at the super shadow level is not earth-shattering. Even the A-level ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique, cannot play a big role in the fourth time. In the Ninja World War, it was the world of taijutsu, senjutsu, and ijutsu. Soon, Kinyi Liuyun fell asleep on the table. Ding, congratulations to the host for sleeping in class, successfully committing suicide, and being rewarded with shuriken proficiency. When Kinyi Liu Yun was asleep, he vaguely heard the system prompts. And proficiency with shurikens can generally only be mastered by elite shinin. Of course, using shurikens like Uchiha Atake has already reaching the level of master, and what is above proficiency is proficiency, and what is above proficiency is master level. Kinyi Liu Yun, you stood up for me. You actually let me sleep on the second day of class and stood up outside the door. Soon, Kinyi Liu Yun was discovered by Irika while he was sleeping. At that moment, he roared without hesitation. Yes. Irika's roar woke up Kinyi Liu Yun, who was sleeping soundly. He walked to the door slowly. Then he stretched. Yesterday was the first time he went to Ui Kurane's house to sleep. He was excited all night. In the morning, he was very angry and made breakfast for Ui Kurane very early. He didn't sleep well at all. And he was too lazy to listen to Irika's shuriken tutorial, so he naturally climbed down to sleep. But this short sleep was worth it. He actually got shuriken proficiency in a daze. That was more powerful than Irika. Irika is now at most a small success, and there is still a distance from proficiency. Although he was woken up by Irika, Kinyi Liu Yun didn't plan to stand at the door of the classroom. He ran home and went to sleep. Well, his own little nest. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully skipping class and committing suicide, and will be rewarded with the substitution technique. When Chiba Liu Yun skipped class and left the ninja school, he unknowingly succeeded in committing suicide and obtained a substitute technique. When Irika saw that Chiba Liu Yun was not there after class, he immediately let out a shocking roar. He will definitely do it tomorrow. You look good. Kinyi Liu Yun sneezed, then turned over and continued to sleep. When Kinyi Liu Yun woke up, it was already noon and he woke up without hesitation. At Ui Kurane's house, I happened to find that Ui Kurane was going to have lunch, which was sushi. Liu Yun, you are back. I was still asking you if you would come back to eat at noon. I happened to make a little more. Seeing Kinyi Liu Yun, Ui Hong smiled slightly. He deliberately cooked more, just to be afraid that he would not have anything to eat if he came back. I have to say that this 65 favorability score was not given in vain. Ui Hong does not reject Qian at all now. Yeah, Liu Yanzu is in his home. And because there is another Kinyi Liu Yun in the house, she no longer has to feel lonely. For the past 6 years since Zhang Zao's death, he has been living in such a big house by himself. Hee, I want to try Sister Hong's cooking, too, mother. Kinyi Liu Yun said as he picked up the sushi and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow, Sister Hong's craftsmanship is pretty good. I have decided that when I grow up, I will marry Sister Hong as my wife. I want to be able to eat the sushi made by Sister Hong for the rest of my life. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully teasing Yuri Hong into death, and will be rewarded with the transformation skill. You, eat well and don't always talk about what you have and what you don't have. Hearing Kinyi Liu Yun's nonsense again, Ui Hong gave him a brain-destroying blow. Hey. Seeing that there was no improvement this time, Kinyi Liu Yun didn't dare to say anything anymore. If the favorability dropped, it wouldn't be worth it. However, after obtaining the transformation technique this time, it reminded him of the technique used by celebrities to become famous, the technique of seduction. If you use the art of seduction to commit suicide, you should be able to succeed easily. Especially against the lewd monkey of the third Hokage, it would definitely be a critical hit, and maybe even a good thing would come out. In the afternoon, Kinyi Liu Yun came to school in high spirits, but what faced him was Irika's angry face. Of course Kinyi Liu Yun didn't care at all. Irika's temper was still good, he just said a few more words. It's just that Kinyi Liu Yun is a civilian, so he should cherish his time in the ninja school and not miss opportunities. Kinyi Liu Yun naturally goes in the left ear and out the right ear. 1 month passed quickly. During this period, Irika taught theoretical knowledge and seal formation methods such as 3-body technique, shuriken and so on in the classroom. Of course, there were also many practical exercises outside of school. After all, shuriken cannot be advanced by relying on theoretical knowledge alone. This month, Kinyi Liu Yun did not show his strength. Among the whole class, Suzuki is probably the only one who knows the strength of Chiba Ryuan. Finally, it's time for the monthly practical training. Kinyi Liu Yun, under the guidance of Brother Itaka this month, I have made a lot of progress. Although they may not be able to compete with you in physical skills, ninjas do not rely on physical skills. Suzuki stared at Kinyi Liu Yun with expectation. Although he knew that he would definitely not be able to compete with Kinyi Liu Yun even now in the taijutsu competition, but he believed that with his hard training over the past month, he could definitely defeat Kinyi Liu Yun, because he had mastered it. A C-level ninjutsu, and he was also very good at using shurikens. For this reason, when his father, who kept a straight face every day, saw him using the powerful fireball technique, he finally said, "It is indeed mine, son." This makes Suzuki very excited. This is recognized by his father. Everyone, unknowingly it has been a month since you entered the school. This time it is a small entrance test to see your strength. Iruka walked into the classroom at this time and announced. In fact, every new student must take a test 1 month after enrolling. This can be said to see everyone's potential. If you have good potential, you will naturally focus on cultivating it in the future. If it's not good, it will naturally get no attention. And 1 month is just right. Those from big families are not included. This test is mainly for those from civilian families who can extract chakra within 1 month. They are relatively talented people. Of course, these people are the ones that Konoha should focus on cultivating. Of course, even if they have not refined chakra, they can still use actual combat to see how the other talents of those children are. He took the entire class of more than 20 students out of the classroom. The actual test was conducted recently. The first one was naturally the chakra test. In addition to the 7 powerful members of the family, Uzumaki Naruto. Apart from the power, only Kinyi Ryuyun has refined chakra. As for the other Xiaoqiang Harano Sakura, she is also a commoner. This has made Iruka look at Kinyi Ryuyun with admiration. But he skipped classes and slept, and unexpectedly he actually refined chakra. Generally speaking, people with poor talents take anywhere from 3 months to half a year to refine chakra from the time they enter school. This kind of person will be a mess all his life. A genin. Those with mediocre talent can refine chakra within 1 month to 3 months. These people will be a chinin for almost their whole life. If they are lucky, they may be able to reach the level of elite chinin. The typical representative is Iru Ka, as well as Konoha's 2 great masters Katetsu and Kamizuki Izumo. They were basically around 2 months old when they refined chakra for the first time. The next step is to be talented. People can basically refine chakra within a month. Orochimaru, who was born as a commoner, Namikaze Minato, and the others can refine chakra within a week, maybe 3 to 4 days. I don't know when Kinyi Ryuyun refined chakra. This guy didn't know how to refine chakra without telling him. What a mistake. Keeping this matter in mind, Iruka decided to take a look at Chiba Ryuun's performance in actual combat. If he is outstanding, he can report it to the 3rd Hokage. Okay, if you haven't refined chakra, don't be frustrated. You will work harder in the future. Next is the Shuriken test. After Iruka wrote down the list of extracted chakras, he announced the next test. There have been no less than 5 Shuriken contacts this month. Today is a good time to see everyone's level. If some civilians, those with good Shuriken skills, will also receive attention. Of course, refining chakra definitely doesn't attract as much attention. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt are civilians. It's a pity that none of the civilians in this class are outstanding. The 3 Shuriken throws are basically below 6 points, and some even have 3 0 points, which shows the difference in qualifications of this class's second-hand players. In the era dominated by the 12 little powers, other supporting actors basically didn't stand out. Why is it basically? Because a certain idiot has traveled through time. He's the only one who stands out. After the previous civilian test, it was naturally Kamba Ryuyun's turn. Ryuyun-jun, come on. On the Kinyi Ryuyun after that, only 2 people present paid attention to him. One is naturally Hinata. At this moment, he quickly licked the index fingers of his hands, cheering for Kinyi Ryuyun in his heart. The other one is Suzuki, who vows to defeat Chiba Ryuun in this actual battle. He also stared closely at Kinyi Ryuyun, wanting to see the strength of this opponent. Others haven't seen Kinyi Ryuyun's power, so naturally they won't pay much attention. But soon, Kinyi Ryuyun's sexy moves shocked everyone, including Iruka. In the meantime, Kinyi Ryuyun took out 3 shurikens issued by the school and caught him in his right hand at once. Then he turned around and threw it behind him, bang bang bang. The sound of 3 shurikens hitting the target was heard. The 3 targets were hit exactly at the bull's eye. That means Kinyi Ryuyun got 3 points. And he got 3 points at once. The students who took the test before threw shurikens one by one, not like Kinyi Ryuyun who threw 3 at once. The most important thing is that Kinyi Ryuyun, this coquettish guy, turned his back to the target, which directly blinded the titanium dog eyes of the students present, including Iruka. Ryuyun-jun, amazing. Hinata's face was slightly red. It was excitement. Seeing Kinyi Ryuyun so good, she didn't know why she felt happier than she had done it herself. Hateful, how is it possible that this guy's shurikens are so powerful? He's just a civilian. Suzuki clenched his fists tightly and looked at Kinyi Ryuyun's performance in disbelief. After this month of hard training, if he is lucky, he can also achieve 30 points. But his 30 points are not the same as Kinyi Ryuyun's. The gap of 30 points is too big. First, his 30 points are not throwing 3 shurikens at once, but one by one. Second, if he doesn't look at the target, he will follow Chiba Ryuyun's example. If it were, let alone 3, even if it was 1, it would be great to have more than 25 points. In this way, Suzuki naturally discovered that there was such a big gap between himself and this guy. It doesn't matter, the most powerful ninja is ninjutsu. I will let him know how powerful the Uchiha clan's fire escape will be in actual combat later. Sasuke kept comforting himself in his heart, but now he has no idea whether he can defeat Kinyi Ryuyun, because with his chakra capacity, the powerful fireball technique can only be used once before he will run out of chakra. Good, so hot. Ino Yamanaka's eyes were filled with red hearts as he stared blankly at the cool Chiba Ryuyun. What? Kinyi Ryuyun is definitely not as good as Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun is the most powerful and handsome one. Hearing that his best friend actually praised Chiba Ryuyun, Harano Sakura, who admired Sasuke extremely, was not happy. Humph, although Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, it doesn't mean that his shuriken can compare to Ryuyun-kun, and in terms of handsomeness, Ryuyun-kun is not inferior to Sasuke at all. Hearing her best friend Harano Sakura belittle the newly promoted male god in her mind, Yamanaka Ino didn't agree. No, Sasuke is the most powerful and handsome one. Humph, Kinyi Ryuyun is Inoi pig. Are you looking for trouble? You have a wide forehead, maybe you are looking for trouble. Well, the two people who were originally best friends had a fight over who was better, Sasuke or Chiba Ryuyun. They are indeed plastic sisters. Woman, what trouble? Hearing the constant quarrel between Ino and Harano Sakura, Shikamaru scratched his ears in disgust. It's all your fault, you lazy idiot. Hearing Shikamaru's disdain, the plastic sisters were instantly pieced together with 502 super strong glue, and they said in unison, Shikamaru, Np, I am looking for someone to provoke, and women are indeed the most troublesome. Thinking of his mother, Shikamaru strengthened his opinion after Kinyi Ryuyun finished the test. There were only 9 Xiaoqian left. Naruto was the first to go up. Result: well, you can compare it with some civilians. 30 points, the same score as one of the civilians. Irika shook his head and ignored him. Then Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, Harano Sakura, Hinata and several others appeared at once. As expected from a big family, they are basically 8 or 9 points. Occasionally, there is a 10-point score, and there is no score lower than 8 points at all. At this point, the gap between family background and civilian background can be seen. The gap is too big. But it's no wonder that civilians rarely have enough money to buy shurikens for practice, so they can only contact them at school. It's different for those who come from a family. Some of them have enough shurikens for them to practice. However, except for the idiot Kinyi Ryuyun, his shuriken skills were directly given by the system. Soon only Sasuke was left frowning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sasuke stepped forward and took out his shurikens, throwing them out one by one. He did not try to be brave and imitate Kinyi Ryuyun, but chose to play it safe. Normally, he wouldn't mind giving it a try, but now it's a test, and Sasuke naturally doesn't allow his ranking to be too low. 30 marks. Irika was slightly surprised, but it was just a little bit. At most, he was worthy of the Uchiha clan, because in the face of Chiba Ryuyun's cool moves, Sasuke's shuriken is just that. Ah, Sasuke-kun is so handsome. A group of little girls who were obsessed with Sasuke suddenly screamed, including Harano Sakura of course. Ino curled her lips in disdain. They were a group of mentally retarded people. Although Sasuke also had perfect scores, his skills were much worse than those of Ryuyun-kun. Sure enough, my Ryuyun-jun is the most powerful. Thinking of this, Ino looked at Kinyi Ryuyun with red eyes. Ah, no matter how you look at him, he looks so handsome. Okay, next is the actual combat practice. I will arrange opponents based on your shuriken performance. The first group, Uzumaki Naruto vs Meng Kitty. Well, Naruto's opponents are naturally the same 3 guys with 0 points. Haha, 2 crane tails are competing for the title of first crane tail. As soon as Naruto and the others came on the stage, the civilian students began to laugh. For them, ridiculing others vigorously can improve their own sense of superiority. This is also a common problem among some civilians. Soon, Naruto was KO'd by the other party. The long-term lack of nutrition has made Naruto much weaker than his peers. Just looking at each other, you can tell that he is a little shorter than others. Monster, the title of Crane Tail is given to you. Meng Kitty walked up to Naruto arrogantly and said disdainfully. It was as if defeating Naruto was such a great thing. Upon hearing this, Naruto stood up in despair and walked to the edge. Meng Kitty seemed to have one. Walk towards the classmates like a general trash. You are the second to last, so you are proud. Seeing the arrogant monk, Kinyi Ryuyun said without hesitation, ding. Congratulations to the host for insulting his classmate and successfully committing suicide. The amount of chakra reward increased by 0.1. It's really rubbish, even the rewards are so bad. You, what did you say? Being called trash by Kinyi Ryuyun, Meng Kitty's face suddenly turned as pale as pig liver and he pointed at him angrily. Boom! Kinyi Ryuyun was very fast. He was in front of Meng Kitty in an instant, and then kicked him in the stomach. Rubbish, don't point your finger at me, I'll break your hand next time. Kinyi Ryuyun looked at Monk expressionlessly. Ding, congratulations to the host for beating the student in front of Irika and successfully trying to kill him. The amount of chakra reward increased by 1. Kinyi Liu-yun, how can you beat up your classmates? At this time Irika finally reacted and immediately came over to question her. Teacher, didn't you take care of Meng-chi when he insulted his classmates? Why did you take care of me when I beat him? Do you have a problem with me? Kanba Liu-yun stared at Irika without showing any signs of weakness. He knew that Irika had not yet opened his heart to Naruto because his parents died of the Kyuubi. However, he just couldn't stand the arrogance of these idiot civilians. If he's upset, he doesn't care who you are. Let's beat him. Irika's expression changed after hearing Kinyi Liu-yun's words. His headquarters couldn't say that he hated Naruto, so he didn't care about Meng Kitty's insults. Don't do this next time. In the end, Irika just gave the order. Kinyi Liu-yun shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. This chapter is for reward. I am still short of flowers, please support me, and I will add another chapter in the evening. Naruto the Devil Seeking Death Chapter 10 MTL Books Logo MTL Books Report Settings Term Replacer Toggle Play / Pause TTS Add to Library Reading History Chapters Toggle Invert Mode Previous Next 10 Chapter 10 Next. The civilians looked at Kinyi Liu-yun with some fear. Unexpectedly, Kinyi Liu-yun was so bold that he would dare to beat his classmates in front of the teacher. Rounds of practical tests passed quickly. Soon, the battle Suzuki was looking forward to arrived. The last group, Uchiha Suzuki vs Chiba Ryuun. As Irika announced, Suzuki walked to the middle with excitement. Chiba Liu-yun also walked over, taking the time to take a look at Suzuki's attributes. Name: Uchiha Suzuki Chakra, 1.2 Mental Power, 0.9 Physical Strength, 0.5 Ninjutsu Go Fireball Jutsu Blood Succession Boundary, Sharingan, not opened, Overall Strength, sorry, I actually found a weak genin who was worse than the host at the beginning. When he saw the last one, Chiba Liu-yun's lips curled up. What do you mean by a genin who is weaker than me at the beginning? Can he speak? Indeed, except for the amount of chakra that a genin has, he is still lacking in mental strength. It has reached the level of genin. As expected of the Uchiha clan, even if the Sharingan is not turned on, the mental power is still higher than that of others of the same age. For example, Shikamaru and others are basically hovering at 0.6 or 0.7. The battle begins. After seeing that both people were ready, Irika announced the start. After Irika's announcement, Suzuki moved instantly. He took a preemptive strike. The shuriken in his hand was ready, and then he shot at Chiba Liu-yun. Swish swish swish. The 3 shurikens flew towards Kinyi Liu-yun quickly. Facing Suzuki's attack, Chiba Liu-yun calmly took out a shuriken and then shot it at a tricky angle. Ding ding ding. I saw Kanba Liu-yun's shuriken, in everyone's surprised eyes, knocking away all 3 of Suzuki's shurikens. At the same time, Kinyi Liu-yun's body also moved. His physical strength is 5 times that of Uchiha Suzuki. This gap cannot be bridged by just 1 month of practice. Whoosh! Quick! Too fast! Kinyi Liu-yun's speed was so fast that Suzuki's eyes couldn't detect it at all, and he arrived in front of Suzuki in the blink of an eye. Then he kicked Suzuki away with a horizontal kick. Liu-yun-kun is great, come on Liu-yun-kun. After Kinyi Liu-yun kicked Suzuki away, the female cheerleaders headed by Ino cheered. Unconsciously, Kinyi Liu-yun also attracted the attention of many little girls. But he didn't care about these mediocre girls couldn't attract her attention at all. Ino was the only one who could attract her a little. After all, she was still a lovely girl. After Suzuki was kicked away, he quickly stood up, his eyes fixed on Kinyi Liu-yun. It's useless. You don't have to stare at me like that. The gap between you and me is too obvious. So what if you can see it? Can your body react to keep up? Seeing Suzuki, who was facing a formidable enemy, Kinyi Liu-yun said lightly, not taking Suzuki seriously at all. Whoosh! Kinyi Liu-yun rushed towards Suzuki again. In an instant, he appeared on Suzuki's right side. I see it. Suzuki kept his eyes on Kinyi Liu-yun and finally managed to catch his figure. But unfortunately, just as Kinyi Liu-yun said, even if he could see it, his physical fitness could not keep up. So the ending was already doomed. Bang! Kinyi Liu-yun kicked Suzuki out again. His kick was quite powerful, so Suzuki rolled several times before stopping. Damn it, the honor of the Uchiha clan cannot be lost on me, I must defeat you. Suzuki trembled and climbed up again. The force of this kick was not low, he was already injured. Oh? I wonder what other tricks you have. Kinyi Liu-yun looked at Suzuki, who was 3 or 4 meters away, and asked curiously, Teacher, please pay your full attention. Next, I have to use all my strength. If you are not careful, you will die. Before using ninjutsu, Suzuki reminded Irika. He didn't want to hurt Kinyi Liu-yun's life yet. Ha! Irika was startled, but his face changed immediately, and he immediately became alert, because he saw Suzuki actually began to make hand seals. Need I say more? If he had made hand seals, he must be releasing a ninjutsu. So Irika stared at Kinyi Liuyun closely, and once he was sure that he couldn't dodge, he would immediately rescue him. But soon he was stunned. Because he was horrified to find that Kinyi Liuyun was also making hand seals, and the hand seals were the same as Suzuki's, but his speed was a little faster than Suzuki's. Now he dared not relax even more. Regardless of whether Kinyi Liuyun could release a ninjutsu, he had to be prepared, and this time he even paid attention to Suzuki. It's better to be safe than sorry. Art fire escape ho fireball, art fire escape ho fireball. Suzuki and Chiba Ryuun released the fireball technique almost at the same time, but it was obvious that Suzuki was the first to form the seal, so his speed of forming the seal was not as fast as Chiba Ryuun. Irika and all the students had stunned expressions. Next, the two fireballs finally hit each other. Boom! The two fireballs were evenly matched. After the collision, a blazing heat spread to the surroundings. This made Irika breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great fireball technique was evenly matched. A sea-level go fireball jutsu almost exhausted Suzuki's chakra. The weak chakra in the body is simply not enough to release any ninjutsu. Even the three-body technique is quite difficult. At this time, Suzuki looked at the calm Chiba Ryuun in complete confusion. He could not imagine how this commoner knew ninjutsu. Do you want to continue fighting? Kinyi Liuyun looked at Suzuki leisurely. For the sake of reminding Irika just now, he stopped going to touch up the damage. I surrender. Suzuki gasped and admitted defeat. Even if he was unwilling to do so, it was useless. The gap between the two sides was here. In terms of physical skills, he was completely crushed. Compared to ninjutsu? Although it won't be crushed, the amount of chakra is indeed a fatal flaw. Obviously Kinyi Liuyun has much more chakra than him. Otherwise, a sea-level ninjutsu would make him a little tired. Okay, the final rankings are out. In this test, Kianba Liuyun ranked first. Whether it was strength or shuriken assessment, he deserved the ranking. After Suzuki admitted defeat, Irika immediately announced, Liuyun-jun, you are so awesome, yes, and Mr. Liuyun is so handsome. After Irika finished his announcement, a group of little fans immediately surrounded Chiba Liuyun and started chattering. Facing these thousands of ducks, Chiba Liuyun had a headache. He dodged and left the surroundings, and then walked away with Hinata. The little fans were stunned when they saw this scene. Damn it, Hinata beat me to it. It's so foul. The one who gets closer to the water is the first to get the moon. Who makes Hinata and Liuyun-jun sit at the same table? Yes, I'm so envious of Hinata-san. Looking at Hinata being taken away by Kinyi Liuyun, a group of little fans were full of envy and jealousy. Hokage building, in the office. Irika, do you have anything to report? The third Hokage took a deep drag on the cigarette, and was very surprised that Irika would come over. Thinking again that today is the day of the monthly test, he couldn't help but think, maybe there is some extraordinary genius, so he came to report. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but get excited. Konoha is now in a state of decline, and the people who can take charge have either defected or wandered outside. Originally, Jiraiya or Tsunade were the best successors to the Hokage, but it's a pity. Both of them are unwilling to return. Obviously, Kakashi's generation is not particularly dazzling. Although they are powerful, they are at the level of elite Jonin, and at most they are quasi-kage. It's Kakashi, Metkai, and his son Asuma. Konoha urgently needs a kage level to take charge. He can feel that as time goes by, his strength is constantly declining. I report to the Hokage-sama that a very outstanding child has indeed been born, Irika said and handed the information he compiled to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It contained all the information about Chiba Ryuun from the entrance test to this month's test. I just want to see what kind of genius makes you go all the way. Sarutobi smiled and read the result information, and his heart was full of expectations. He knew that if he was not a particularly talented person, Irika would not come here to report it. At most, he would send some information and go through some procedures. Into his hands excellent shuriken throwing. It took only 1 month to extract the chakra. The amount of chakra is very large, and it can already release sea-level ninjutsu. During the entrance test, there was no chakra in the body at all. After using sea-level ninjutsu, I was still able to do it with ease. Sarutobi watched the days go by little, and the more he looked at them, the more frightened he became. Irika, are you sure that this child didn't have any chakra in his body during the entrance exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. This is a crucial question. To have extracted so much chakra in just 1 month, this talent is really amazing. I swear on my own behalf that he did not have chakra on his body during the entrance test. This was checked by me personally. Irika said solemnly. It was for this reason that he came to the Hokage's office to report in this way. This little guy not only refined a lot of chakra in a month, but also learned the sea-level fire escape how fireball technique. He is really a genius. Sarutobi suppressed the shock in his heart. Even his 3 apprentices only achieved this result when they were 6 years old. And you must know that at that time, they had his guidance as a quasi-kage level, so they could achieve such results so quickly. He graduated in time and reached the level of genin. As for where Chiba Liuyun's powerful fireball technique came from, he obviously didn't know either. Go and investigate all the information about Kinyi Liuyun and give it to me. Remember, this is an S-class secret. No one except me and Irika can leak it, including Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. He was not dazzled by happiness. He still had to investigate what should be investigated. If there is no problem with Kinyi Liuyun, then he would be ready to focus on training him. 2 hours later, all the details of Kinyi Liuyun from his birth to the present appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. His parents were natives of Konoha, and his husband and wife were both ninjas, but they were both genin. And my father is indeed good at the fireball technique. And they all died on the night of the Kyuubi. Come to think of it, this couple didn't expect the Nine Tails natural disaster to suddenly come, so they didn't deliberately leave such a crappy thing like the chakra refining technique behind. What should be left behind is the art of how fireball. I have to say that the third Hokage has a pretty good mind and rationalized everything. Irika, please continue to pay attention to Kinyi Liuyun. If there is any new progress, you can report it directly to me without passing it on to others. Remember, you can't reveal anything about him except to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was very serious. Once it leaks out, Shinura Danzo will know about it. At that time, another round of quarrels will be unavoidable. It will even lead to Chiba Liuyun falling into a dangerous situation. Yes, Hokage-sama, I understand. Although Irika doesn't understand why, but since it is the Hokage's order, he will definitely follow it. Also, Irika, Naruto is also a poor child. I hope you can try to understand him and not discriminate against him. You will find that this child is different if you get to know him more. When Irika was about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to him earnestly, "But, that guy is a..." Irika hesitated for a while and did not dare to say the next words. Irika, you have to remember that the demon fox is a demon fox, and the demon fox is not a celebrity. I know that you are biased against Naruto because of the death of your parents, but I hope you give Naruto a chance and give yourself a chance to get to know Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew the resentment in Irika's heart, so he slowly enlightened him. Yes, Lord Hokage, I will try to understand him. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not order him, Irika would respect the Hokage's opinion. This is the consciousness of the inheritor of the will of fire. Well, I believe you, Irika. Through understanding you will find that Naruto is actually a very pitiful child. Sarutobi could feel that Irika didn't deal with him, so he nodded happily. Irika resigned and walked out of the Hokage building. That is. Suddenly his expression changed and he spotted Naruto. Thinking about the Hokage's teaching just now in his mind, Irika decided to put aside his prejudices and see what was different about Naruto. So he slowly hung behind Naruto. After a day of observation, he discovered that Naruto always wanted to attract other people's attention. Even if he was naughty or scolded, he would always laugh it off and never complain. It was only when he was alone that he felt lost and had a wound in his stomach. This child, has this been the case all these years? Today's experience filled Irika's heart with inexplicable throbbing, but he still couldn't pass the hurdle in his heart. After thinking about it, he finally went home. In the Hokage's office, Irika was playing in the crystal ball. The picture of Ka tracking Naruto finally a good start. Irika, I hope you can be the second person to recognize Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought silently. As for the first person to recognize Naruto, he was naturally himself. Of course, even if he recognized it, the help he gave was still limited. First, he was too busy. Second, the forces in Konoha are complex, and he is quite helpless sometimes. It's a new day. It's the weekend, so there are no classes. Kinyi Liuyun made an appointment with Hinata to spend the weekend together. At about 9 o'clock, Kinyi Liuyun appeared at the gate of the ninja school. 9 o'clock was the best time they had yesterday. When Kinyi Liuyun arrived at the ninja school, he found that Hinata had been waiting for him. Hinata, morning. I didn't expect you to come so early. I'm sorry for making you wait. Kinyi Liuyun quickly ran to Hinata and said embarrassedly. Although he was not late, it was not a gentleman to make girls wait. It's okay, I just arrived. Hinata said in a low voice with a blushing face. God knows how much courage he mustered up to walk out of the house. Although the two of them didn't say anything clearly, this can be regarded as the first date for the two of them in the true sense. Haha, I didn't expect Hinata to bring a bento, and now I can take it orally. After Kinyi Liuyun saw the lunchbox in Hinata's hand, he quickly changed the topic and no longer struggled with whether to wait or not. This is what I learned. It's my first time trying it, so I don't know if it tastes good or not. I hope Liuyun-kun won't dislike it. Looking at the lunchbox in her hand, Hinata blushed and handed it over. Hey, as long as it's made by Hinata, it's definitely delicious. Well, Hinata has already prepared a lunch for me, so I'll show off too. After receiving Hinata's lunch, Chiba Ryuan motioned for Hinata to follow him. The two of them quickly arrived at the vegetable market. Chiba Ryuan picked 2 pheasants with their feathers and dirt removed, as well as some condiments and lotus leaves. Then they took Hinata to the stream. What the two of them didn't know was that behind them, a little loli with short yellow hair was following them. Yesterday, he vaguely heard that Chiba Ryuan had a date with Hina. Tien met at the ninja school at 9 o'clock, so she came early in the morning just to follow him, while Kinyi Ryuyun was obviously in the gentle land and did not notice Ino's existence. Hinata, just rest for a while and watch me next. After putting down the lunchbox, Kinyi Ryuyun started the prelude to the beggar's chicken. He cleaned the pheasant with the feathers and dirt removed, then marinated it with cooking wine, and finally wrapped it in lotus leaves. After that, he found some pieces of soil, sealed the pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves again, then dug a small hole, threw the 2 pieces of soil into it and buried it again, then piled it into a pile with a fireball technique. Fire Ryuyun-kun, what are you doing? Kinyi Ryuyun's series of actions obviously made Hinata a little confused. Hehe, if you make delicious food, you will definitely not want to come back. Kinyi Ryuyun chuckled and was full of expectations for the beggar's chicken. After setting off from school, he went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, plus a series of preparations. It was almost 11 o'clock. After the beggar's chicken was ready, it happened to be its lunchtime. Looking at the fire in front of him, when he feels that the heat is not enough, Kinyi Ryuyun adds a piece of firewood to it. What on earth is Mr. Ryuyun doing? How can he bury 2 chickens in the ground and wrap them in soil? How will he eat them later? They must be very dirty. Ino, who had been peeking, looked at Hinata and Chiba Ryuan in the distance in confusion, and then muttered subconsciously, "Who?" Although Ino's muttering was very soft, Kinyi Ryuyun heard it, so he turned his head and looked in Ino's direction warily. "That's me." After being discovered, Ino had no choice but to stand up. He thought to himself, "Really, why are you so careless?" "You actually muttered. Ino-san?" When they saw it was Yamanaka Ino, Hinata and Chiba Ryuan were startled. They thought it was some kind of enemy, but they didn't expect it to be their classmates. "What's wrong, Ino-san?" Kinyi Ryuyun asked. "Well, I saw you and Hinata together from the street, and I came over to take a look out of curiosity." Ino never mentioned that she had arrived a long time ago, she just said that they met by chance. "Is that so?" Kinyi Ryuyun also didn't doubt that he was there. Gyelyalu. At this time, Ino's stomach growled, making her want to find a hole to hide in shame, but there was nothing he could do. Who told her to run out early in the morning and come to the ninja school without even eating breakfast? Then she followed her to the vegetable market and then to the wild. Now it was almost time for lunch. It would be weird if she wasn't hungry. "It seems that Ino-san is hungry too, would you like to eat something together?" Seeing Ino's embarrassment, "Luckily I bought 2 pheasants, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to eat." Do you have enough to eat?" Ino twisted a little and asked weakly. It was really embarrassing. She didn't dare to look up at Kinyi Ryuyun and Hinata. "Don't worry, I have 2 pheasants here in Hinata's bento, which is enough." I didn't expect Ino to be so shy. This is not in line with her personality when she was a cheerleader. "Then thank you for the treat." Ino quickly put aside her shyness. She was someone who dared to love and hate. After putting aside her shyness, she walked to the fire and did it. "Will this pheasant taste good if it is roasted underground?" Ino asked nervously. She had never seen such a meal. "You'll find out how it tastes later." Kinyi Ryuyun didn't explain, and just kept adding firewood. After feeling that it was almost done, he slowly put out the fire. Smelling the fragrance in the air, Kinyi Ryuyun knew that the beggar's chicken was ready. After breaking open the mound of soil and breaking up the 2 hot mud lumps, a scent with the smell of lotus leaves suddenly came out. "Smell good." Ino sucked it hard, and her saliva almost flowed out. It was so fragrant. It was hard to refuse. "Well, it's time to eat. Hinata, please take out your lunchbox." Chiba Ryuan opened the lotus leaves as he spoke. As the lotus leaves opened, the fragrance became stronger, and Ino couldn't help but swallow. Hinata's lunchbox was rice balls, and the staple food was also available. "Tear off 3 chicken wings. Each person got 1. It's very yummy." Ino was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as the chicken wings were finished, she didn't care whether they were boiled or not, so she started to gnaw on them, exclaiming as she ate them. "I didn't expect Ryuyun-kun's cooking skills are so good, he is simply a perfect male god." Ino looked at Kinyi Ryuyun with even more passion. "What's so good about that Uchiha Suzuki? He is cold all day long, as if someone owes him 5 million. How can I be better than Ryuyun-kun? He is strong and talented, and he can cook, and he is not cold at all." "Hinata, how are you?" Seeing Hinata eating silently without making a sound, Kinyi Ryuyun asked. "Tasty." Hinata's face turned red and she whispered, she couldn't let go like Ino. "If it tastes good, eat more." Kinyi Ryuyun smiled softly. Soon, the rice balls and beggar's chicken were taken care of by 3 people. After eating, Chiba Ryuun was embarrassed to do anything to Hinata because Ino was there. Your abilities are too poor. Do you want to practice with me? Since he can't live in the world of 2 people, Kinyi Liuyun simply proposed the idea of cultivation. Okay, Mr. Liuyun is so powerful. With your guidance, I will be able to improve my strength a lot. Hearing that Kinyi Liuyun was actually willing to teach them how to practice, Ino jumped up with joy. Please give me more advice, Mr. Liuyun. Hinata also clenched her fists tightly. She also wanted to become stronger and have a strong heart like Kinyi Liuyun. Okay, let's teach you how to climb trees first. Kinyi Liuyun checked the chakra levels of the 2 women. They were both above 0.5. Although they are not genin chakra levels, they can still practice climbing trees. If you master it first, you will have more time to practice other things in the future. Climb a tree? There is no need for Mr. Liuyun to teach you this, we all know it. Ino said that climbing trees is too easy. Really? Then let me demonstrate it and see if you can do it. Kinyi Liuyun showed a playful smile, then came to a towering tree and walked on the trunk step by step. When he reached the top, he came to the branch and hung upside down. Ino, come here and try it to see if you can do it. Liuyun-kun is really like that. He just likes to laugh at others. Ino immediately backed off. She already knew that her understanding of tree climbing was different from what Kinyi Liuyun said. Kinyi Liuyun came back to the ground and asked Hinata and Jingyi to try. As a result, both Hinata and Ino fell down after taking 2 steps. Fortunately, they didn't walk too high, so they were able to straighten their bodies when they fell, so they didn't fall to the ground. Mr. Liuyun, please stop watching the excitement and tell us your tips. Seeing Chiba Ryuun looking on with a smile, Ino clasped his hands and begged, not embarrassed at all. Hinata also looked at him with a hopeful face. Chiba Ryuun coughed, and explained the tree climbing skills and new detailed information. I told Hinata and Jingyi once that the rest was up to them to practice hard and remember this feeling. Sure enough, after Kinyi Liuyun explained, they became even more afraid. Afraid of the 3-meter-tall Hinata, she accidentally used too much force and lost her balance and fell from the top. Seeing this, Kinyi Liuyun flew over and hugged Hinata, who was about to fall to the ground. I was held in Mr. Liuyun's arms. Where did Hinata go through this battle? 3 times, then fainted. Ding, congratulations to the host for knocking Hinata unconscious. You have succeeded in committing suicide, and you are rewarded with an improvement in chakra control. This improvement made Kinyi Liuyun have the skills and experience of treading water in his mind. Of course, he didn't need to practice, he could tread water now. Although he got a reward, Kinyi Liuyun was helpless and could only pick up Hinata and put her under a tree, letting her lean against the tree. Anyway, she would wake up soon. When Ino heard Hinata's cry, she watched from the beginning to the end, and her heart suddenly moved. Then Ino fell down too. Kinyi Liuyun has a black line on his head, how could it be contagious even if it falls? Ino saw that he was about to fall to the ground, and he suddenly became scared. Mr. Liuyun would not treat him differently. Fortunately, he finally entered a warm embrace, and there were caring greetings in his ears. Fine. Thank you, Mr. Liuyun. Ino is not as shy as Hinata. She hugged Chiba Ryuun's neck very boldly and said with a smile. Looking at Ino's appearance, Chiba Ryuun always felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Ino's next action confirmed Chiba Ryuun's guess. That's right. After taking a few steps, Ino screamed and fell from the tree. At this time, Kinyi Liuyun finally understood what was wrong before. This Ino was falling from the sky on purpose. After touching Ino, Kinyi Liuyun slapped her but angrily. Practice hard. If you do this again, I won't pick you up next time, and I won't teach you how to practice in the future. Ding, congratulations to the host for patting Ino's buttocks and successfully committing suicide. The reward is to increase the physical strength by 1. A warm current appeared in the body, and Kinyi Liuyun's body became stronger again. I was discovered by Mr. Liuyun. Okay, I will practice seriously. Ino said embarrassedly. He didn't care at all about his butt being patted, but was a little happy. In the end, he didn't take 2 steps, because the joy in his heart about Kinyi Liuyun's intimate action just now fell from the top again. Kinyi Liuyun was helpless. I can only hug you again. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? Ino said awkwardly, it's so embarrassing. Guess whether I believe it or not. Kinyi Liuyun gave Ino a cold look, then let her go and let her stand. Ino took a deep breath, suppressed the information in her heart, and walked up step by step. At this time, Hinata finally woke up. Liuyun, I'm sorry. Hinata quickly got up and walked to Chiba Ryuun to apologize. It's just that Kamba Liuyun touched Hinata's mouth with his finger and shook his head with a smile. I believe Hinata will never faint again one day. Hinata was so moved after hearing this that she secretly swore in her heart that she would never faint in front of Liuyun-kun again. It was really bad and rude. Well, I will definitely get over it. Hinata nodded firmly, and then continued to climb the tree. The afternoon passed quickly. At this time, both Hinata and Ino were only a few steps away from the top of the tree. The two of them relaxed their bodies and walked towards the top of the tree step by step. Huangtian finally succeeded, but they did not come down at the same time. Thinking of walking on the branch, they asked Scholar Qinyi Liuyun to hang upside down. Fortunately, after mastering the knocking function, the two of them succeeded. Haha, this lady is a genius. She learned such a simple thing in one day. After succeeding, Ino immediately put his hands on his hips and laughed. As a result, he was extremely happy and sad. While laughing, his chakra output was unstable and he fell directly from the top. Wow, yeah. Seeing this, Qinyi Liuyun was speechless for a while. He jumped up and hugged Ino, whose hands and feet were dancing wildly in the air, into his arms again. Fortunately, Mr. Liuyun is here, otherwise I might have lost my appearance, Ino said with a scared look on his face. You'll have to be proud of it next time. The two of them have finished climbing the tree, and Chiba Liuyun is also ready to take them home. First, he will send Ino home, and then Hinata. They have made a reservation to continue practicing together tomorrow. The next day, Chiba Liuyun took Ino and Hinata to the place yesterday again. This time they came to the stream. After climbing the tree, the next step was to tread water. Unfortunately, treading water was quite difficult. At the end of the day, it was difficult for Hinata and Ino to stand firm, let alone walk on the water. Fortunately, after a day of practice, although they are still unable to stand on the water for a long time, they can still stand for a few seconds, which shows that they have made progress. After these 2 days of being alone with each other, Chiba Liuyun clearly felt that both Hinata and Ino were relying more on him, especially Ino, who always finds various reasons to rely on him from time to time. Naturally, Qinyi Liuyun would not push the little loli who came to her door, who was still young, cute, and very good-looking. Before going home, Qinyi Liuyun hugged them and kissed them on the face. Hinata didn't faint this time, which may have something to do with the secret vow she made yesterday. As for Ino, there was a look of joy on his face and he kissed Qinyi Liuyun directly back on the face. Then he rested his head on Qinyi Liuyun's shoulder, holding his arm tightly and refusing to let go. After sending the two little Lolita home, Qinyi Liuyun couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, good looks are justice, and handsomeness is great. A simple weekend date was enough to get two little Lolita friends. Kakashi, let's have the 69th duel. Currently we are tied 34-34. On the way, Chiba Liuyun sent Hinata and Ino home and returned to Yui Hong's house. A voice attracted him. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that it was Metkai and the legendary Haytake 50-50. Needless to say, the green tights and the iconic watermelon head are those of Metkai, and the white hair and the mask with only one eye exposed are Chiba Ryuun. Oh, I didn't expect that he would meet this good gay friend who he has been comparing with in his destiny. It's Kai. My mission just ended today. It's not like a duel, but rock, paper, scissors determines the outcome. Kakashi, who was reading the pornographic book, looked up lazily. When he saw it was Metkai, he was speechless. MMP, you are seeing something wonderful. Only a fool would fight you, but he knew that if he didn't accept, Metkai will keep pestering him. Let's decide the outcome with rock paper scissors. Come on Kakashi, no matter what kind of duel it is, I will accept it. Even if it is rock paper scissors, I will never back down. Metkai screamed strangely, and then looked at Kakashi seriously, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Rock paper scissors. After Metkai shouted the word cloth, Kakashi and Metkai both took action. As a result, both of them used scissors. Rock paper scissors. The two men took action again. This time was great. Both of them were stones. Rock paper scissors. The result is still the same. The two people used scissors again. A big drop of sweat was left on Kakashi's head. What the hell is this? It's just rock paper scissors. Does it need to be so difficult? It's the same 3 times. Unfortunately, next time coming down, Kakashi saw what a coincidence is. Rock paper scissors, rock paper scissors, rock paper scissors. Hey, what happened today? When I went out, I met 2 mentally retarded people. They were so old and still playing rock, paper, scissors. I'm afraid he's not a mentally retarded child who ran away from a mental hospital. He looks like he's in his 20s, but his aura is only 3 years old. After all, rock, paper, scissors, even I didn't want to play anymore, but they both got it and played with gusto. Qinyi Liuyun couldn't bear to watch how embarrassing these 2 people were. So he directly mocked them and walked between them. Ah-ho, ah-ho, ah-ho. After Qinyi Liuyun walked over, crows kept flying by, screaming and roaring as they flew away. Metkai and Kakashi glanced blankly at Kamba Liuyun's back, and then looked at themselves who were still playing with scissors and paper, and suddenly a feeling of shyness emerged from their hearts. Swish! To hell with duels or whatever, it was so embarrassing to be mocked mercilessly by a child, so the two of them stepped out of the way without hesitation. As for the duel, The two of them never mentioned it. They were really embarrassed today. Leave my after Kai and Kakashi, Kinyi Liu-yun's heart kept trembling, not scared, but excited. Besides, the characters of Metkai and Kakashi are not like children who would hold grudges after just a few words of ridicule. Why are you excited? Because when you mock them, the system determines that the death attempt is successful, and there are 2 rewards. The most important thing is that both rewards are generous. Ding, congratulations to the host for taunting Might Guy, you succeeded in committing suicide, and you are rewarded with physical strength plus 20. Ding, congratulations to the host for taunting Heite Kakashi, and succeeded in committing suicide. Rewards, Lightning Release Chidori and Lightning Release Chakra Form Change. This is a direct 20-point strength, which allows Kinyi Liu-yun to challenge Elite Chunin with just his physical speed, because now his total physical strength is 23.7, reaching the range of Elite Chunin. With his current physical strength, it is definitely stronger than Rock Lee's physical strength in the Chunin exam. The next is naturally Kakashi's Chidori and Lightning Release Chakra Form Change. No matter which of these 2 items, they are things that only Elite Chunin or even Jonin can master. Well, as for some cheating geniuses, they are no longer in this list. After all, one is an A-level ninjutsu, and the other is a complex form change. Without certain experience, it is impossible to learn it. Unfortunately, the amount of chakra is too little now. He absolutely cannot use A-level ninjutsu like Chidori now. The chakra consumed by an A-level Chidori is at least between 10 to 15. Kinyi Liu-yun, who only has 2.8 chakra now, said that even if it is tripled, he may not be able to use it. Why, is this forcing me to go further and further down the road of seeking death? Kinyi Liu-yun felt a little melancholy. I'm back. Soon Kinyi Liu-yun returned to Ui Hong's house. Kid, who are you? However, what is different from the past is that someone else came to Ui Hong's house today. Shiba Liu-yun knew who it was as soon as he saw this appearance. Ui Hong's best friend, Mitarashi Anko, had a bunch of beans in his mouth at this time. Meatballs, and they are sweet. In the past month, Ui Hong mentioned him a lot, and also said that he loved eating meatballs and other sweets. Of course, even if Ui Hong didn't introduce it, Shiba Liu-yun would know who told him to watch the whole movie. Where is Naruto? I'm asking you a question, kid. Tell me, why did you come to Hong's house? Seeing Kinyi Liu-yun not replying, Hongdu immediately became upset, pretending to be fierce, and looked at him fiercely. You are the one who washes sweet potato with your hands, right? You must be that Mitarashi sweet potato. Facing Hongdu's pressing question, Kinyi Liu-yun did not answer. Instead, he blinked and asked slightly teasingly, Ding, you taunted Mitarashi Anko, and if you succeed in committing suicide, the reward chakra will increase by +6. Yes, Kinyi Liu-yun did it on purpose. Just now, he was thinking about going further and further on the road of committing suicide. Now here is a ready-made one, and there is still no danger. I am extremely lucky. Moreover, facing Anko Mitare's attempt to die, she actually increased the amount of chakra by 6, which is really cool. Hey, my name is Mitarashi Red Bean, not Mitarashi Sweet Potato. Who told you the name? Hongdu obviously hasn't realized the connection between red beans and sweet potatoes, so he frowned and asked, It's Liu-yun who's back. Come here, my sister will introduce you to me. This is the best friend Mitarashi Anko that my sister often calls her. And Ui Hong, who was cooking, heard the noise outside and suddenly remembered that she hadn't told her best friend yet that a little boy was living in the house. So she quickly came out and introduced Kinyi Liu-yun. No need, I knew right away that he was the best friend you mentioned. Kinyi Liu-yun waved his hands and said nonchalantly, Liu-yun is so smart, he guessed it so quickly. Hongdu, this is my brother Kinyi Liu-yun, who currently lives in my house. The younger brother's identity was discussed between Liu-yun and Yuri Hong, otherwise, it would be too troublesome to explain it when asked by acquaintances. No wonder this guy knows my name. Hey, that's not right, Kurane, did you say something wrong when you told him about me? He just called me Mitarashi Sweet Potato. Hongdu still didn't realize the connection between red beans and sweet potatoes. No, what I have been telling Liu-yun is that your name is Hongdu, how could you say it is sweet potato? Not only did Anko not think of it, but even Ui Hong didn't think of it. Liu-yun, you didn't listen carefully when your sister told you. Now I even call someone by the wrong name, which is so rude. Ziyi Hong glanced at Kinyi Liu-yun angrily. First, I listened carefully, so I knew his name was Mitare Anko. Second, I didn't call her by mistake, but I was reminding her on purpose. Kinyi Liu-yun corrected Ui Hong's mistake very seriously. If it weren't for the subtle trembling of his shoulders, I would have thought that he was really serious and not serious. Why do you say that? What do you want to remind Hongdu? Ziyi Hong was stunned when she heard Kinyi Liu-yun's words. She really didn't know why Kinyi Liu-yun called Anko the wrong name as a reminder. Think about it, your name is Mitarashi Anko. Kinyi Liu-yun pointed at Hongdu, and then continued. You see, he loves sweets and these meatballs so much. If he continues to eat like this, he will grow from a small red bean to a large sweet potato. Kinyi Liuyan said while gesturing the size of red beans and the size of sweet potatoes. Hongdu, sunset red. Ding, congratulations to the host for teasing Hongdu, successfully trying to commit suicide, and being rewarded with the fire escape dragon fire technique. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. After Hongdu was silent for a moment, he immediately ran away and rushed directly to Kinyi Liuyan, wanting to teach him a lesson. Hongdu was originally a neurotic woman, and Kinyi Liuyan just made such an obvious metaphor, how could he not know why? Calling herself a sweet potato. So she immediately decided to give Chiba Ryuan a lesson. However, Anko was not a special jounin at the moment, and only had the strength of an elite Chuunin. Unfortunately, the 20 points of physical strength she had just improved made her stronger. Chiba Liuyan is very fast. Elite Chuunin who are generally not good at speed really can't catch up with him. Physical strength manifests itself in several ways. The first aspect is the strength of the body, which can also be said to be the overall defense. The second aspect is the physical attack power. The third aspect is the speed of the body. The fourth aspect is the nervous responsibility. So although Anko is now an elite Chuunin, but unfortunately, he was not good at speed, so Kinyi Liuyan easily dodged his attack. Yui Hong was stunned when she saw it, and looked at Kinyi Liuyan with a strange look, but Hongdu obviously didn't notice and continued to rush towards Kinyi Liuyan. But Kinyi Liuyan easily dodged it every time, and the people watching the Scarlet Letter of Yuri are getting more and more frightened. Bastard, if you have the guts, don't run away. Let me catch you and see if I don't smash your mouth. Anko, who couldn't catch Chiba Ryuan several times in a row, suddenly became furious. The so-called authorities are obsessed with watching. Before Anko could react, it was unbelievable that the 6-year-old Chiba Ryuan escaped from her pursuit, and Yui Hong discovered it immediately. Liuyan, you are so fast that even the elite Chuunin Hongdu can't catch up with you. Seeing the two people pause, Yui Hong hurriedly walked to Liuyan and asked in surprise, Hehe, I don't know what's going on. I'm born with a very strong body, whether it's strength or speed. Kinyi Liuyan chuckled, and then showed off his biceps. This is the best explanation. A strong body is naturally born. Most people will never doubt this. After all, the characteristic of innate divine power there are still some. Nowadays, it is not strange for multiple people to be born with strong bodies, but it is just a bit more comprehensive. In the eyes of ninjas, body and physical skills are not worth mentioning, and ninjutsu and illusion are king. Really? No wonder you eat more. This month, Kinyi Liuyan's terrifying appetite also shocked Yui Hong at first. The momentum was because after acquiring Bajiquan, Kinyi Liuyan converted all food into energy to strengthen the body according to the training method of Bajiquan. Although the progress over the past month has not been obvious, it has only improved from 3.5 to 3.7, a total increase of only 0.2, but if it accumulates over time, it is also a very scary thing. However, compared with the slow efficiency of my own cultivation, Chien, yeah, Liuyan still prefers to choose death. Didn't you notice that the original physical strength was directly increased from 3.7 to 23.7? Sure enough, seeking death is the way to go. I mean, why can't I catch you? Is your body that powerful? At this time, Hongdo realized in hindsight that he, an elite Chuunin, could not catch up with a 6-year-old kid. Hongdo quickly walked to Kamba Liuyan and wanted to pinch his skin. What are you doing? Don't use your hands or feet. Kinyi Liuyan knew that Hongdo wanted to know how powerful his body was, but he couldn't really let the other party pinch him, so he simply slapped Hongdo on the hand. Hiss, it hurts, pain. I saw that the back of Hongdo's hand quickly turned red and swollen visibly to the naked eye. You bastard kid, why did you hit me? It hurts. Hongdo blew her pig's trotters with tears in her eyes while roaring at Kinyi Liuyan. Don't you want to know how strong my body is? Isn't this the most intuitive expression? Kinyi Liuyan pointed at Hongdo's big red pig's hoof. Look, isn't my strength so great that your hands have turned into hooves? Okay, Hongdo, no matter how old Liuyan is, you still have to argue with him, just like a child. Zihe Hong came over and stopped Anko from continuing to play. That is, why are you so childish like the two idiots I met just now, who are already in their 20s and still playing rock, paper, scissors on the street? Kinyi Liuyan also looks like you are hopeless. You are still like a child at such an old age. Even worse than me. Ha! Are there still people like this in Konoha? Are you still playing rock paper scissors in your 20s? Zihe Hong asked curiously. It was too childish. Yes, I just met him on the way home, a man with white hair covering his face and one eye exposed, and a tall, silly man with thick eyebrows wearing green tights and hair like a mushroom cap. They just played rock paper scissors for a few minutes, getting more and more excited. Kinyi Liuyan described the appearance of Metkai and Kakashi. No way, aren't they Kakashi and Metkai? They are still so childish. Yui Hong naturally heard who Kamba Liuyan was describing. These two people are so iconic in Konoha. Basically speaking of their characteristics, everyone who has seen them will know who these two guys are. Who knows? Qin Liuyun spread his hands and pretended to be unaware. Okay, let's not talk about them anymore, let's eat first. Yui Hong clapped his hands and reminded everyone that it was time to eat. He cooked a lot of things, knowing that Qin Liuyun had a big appetite. Sure enough, after a period of raids, all the rice bowls made by Yui Hong were eaten by him. You are a loser, and you are still talking about me. Be careful that you become as fat as the Akimichi clan first. After seeing Qin Liuyun's appetite, Anko was stunned. It was so edible that she and Yui Hong both ate less than 1/10 of what Qin Liuyun ate. Liuyun, your appetite has increased again. I specially made some more today, but I didn't expect you to eat it all again. Xiang Hong also exclaimed. As for whether the money is obtained or not, it doesn't matter. She is also a rich woman. Not to mention the inheritance left by her father, an elite jonin. She has also made a lot of money from doing missions over the years, so she is not worried about not being able to support Qin Liuyun even though he eats so much. Because after a month of getting along, Xiang Hong's favorability has reached 70 points. But the next improvement will become more and more difficult. I can't help it. I feel that my body's strength has been increasing recently, so my appetite has naturally increased. Also, I won't become fat like the Akimichi clan. I know my body and it's the type that I can eat without getting fat. If I really want to gain weight, I have already started to gain weight from this month of eating crazily, and there won't be any trace of fatness at all like now. Getting fat? You're kidding. It's impossible to get fat. It's impossible in this life. Humph, I don't believe you won't gain weight, we'll see. Hongdu is so itchy. You little bastard, you dare to call me sweet potato. Look how I will laugh at you when you get fat. Hongdu, you really are. Seeing Anko being so childish, Yui Hong was speechless and didn't know what to say. I am only 18 this year. Hongdu said that I am only a teenager. What's wrong with my childishness? Don't be frightened when I kill people. Sister Hong, I'm going back to take a shower first. I've been tired for a long day. If Yui Kurane was alone, Chiba Ryuun might stay and develop a relationship with her. But for the future Aunt Sweet Potato, forget it, I don't have the appetite. It's a new day, the weekend has passed, and it's time for Qin Liuyun to go to school again. Early in the morning, after making breakfast, the sunset happened to be red. Over the past month, the two of them have developed a perfect understanding. Chiba Liuyun made breakfast, and after he finished it, Yui Hong also finished dressing. Naturally, Yui Hong prepared lunch and dinner and waited for Qin Liuyun to return. If Qin Liuyun doesn't come back to eat, Yui Hong will be notified in advance. After eating breakfast, Qin Liuyun told Yui Hong that he would not come back for lunch, then went out and walked towards the school. Yui Hong stayed at home to clean up the dishes. Not long after cleaning up, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Yui Kurane-senpai, Hokage-sama invites you to come. Outside the door are the umbus sent by the Hokage. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yui Kurane answered immediately, without asking why. She probably wouldn't know even if she asked. After quickly packing up, Yui Kurane went out to the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, when Yui Kurane walked in, she found that not only was there, but also Heite Kakashi was there. Thinking of what Chiba Ryuun said yesterday, Yui Kurane laughed subconsciously. Red, what's wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Yui Kurane a strange look. No, I just saw Kakashi and remembered a joke. As classmates, Yui Kurane and Kakashi are still very familiar with each other, so they have no scruples in speaking. Did I do something to make you laugh? Kakashi scratched his head strangely. He couldn't remember anything he had done recently to make Yui Kurane laugh. Ahem, yesterday my brother came back and told me that a man with white hair and a mask and one eye and a big man with green tights and a watermelon head and thick eyebrows were playing rock, paper, scissors on the street, and they were so addicted to it that they couldn't even play for a few minutes. Stop. Zihi Hong coughed, and then said seriously. If it weren't for his trembling shoulders and the laughter she heard just now when she walked in, she would have thought his smiling face was so high. Ahem. After Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he coughed, and then looked at Kakashi strangely. He didn't expect Kakashi to have such a side. Kakashi, on the other hand, was in a bad mood. He thought no one would know about such an embarrassing thing yesterday. But who would have thought that that little brat turned out to be Yui Kurane's younger brother? This time he was so embarrassed and it was all blamed on that guy Kai. He was playing a duel, etc. Younger brother. Hong, I don't remember you having a younger brother. When did you get a younger brother? Kakashi looked at Yui Kurane in surprise. Could it be that he was the illegitimate child of Uncle Zhenhong outside, and now he has found it? Kakashi, who has read too many pornographic books, was instantly overwhelmed by his imagination. He is the younger brother I recognize. His name is Qin Liuyun. Before, we hit it off right away, and I recognized him as my brother, and now he lives in my house. Ui Kurane told the story of how she met Chiba Ryuyun. She had no idea of Kakashi's out-of-this-world imagination, otherwise she would have definitely rewarded him with a tree-binding kill. I see. I didn't expect that guy to be your brother. This time I'm so embarrassed. Kakashi could even imagine that he and Metkai were addicted to playing rock-paper-scissors. The news spread throughout Konoha. Probably not, I won't tell anyone anyway, and Luyun isn't a talkative person either. Only Anko knows about it, and I don't think Anko will tell anyone else. Zihi Hong thought for a while and said, really, that's good. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Anko had already told everyone about him and Metkai on the streets of Konoha. I believe that it won't be long before all the ninjas in Konoha will know. Okay, the real purpose of calling you here this time is for this Kinyi Ryuyun. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed and got to the point. For Ryuyun, Hokage-sama, is there anything wrong with Ryuyun? Ui Kurane asked worriedly. It must not be easy for the Hokage to take her so seriously and call her and Kakashi over. Don't worry, it's a good thing. You should read this information first. After reading it, you will know why I called you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, and then handed each of the two people a piece of information. The above is naturally Kinyi Ryuyun's performance in more than a month. Now that Kinyi Ryuyun's talent has been determined, he cannot be buried. Just like the original Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, who was still an elite jonin at the time, had Jiraiya's teachings. Take the name of Sunan. And this time the person chosen for Kinyi Ryuyun was also an elite jonin. And Kakashi can be said to be very good in all aspects, and he also broke away from Umbu some time ago. Originally, he wanted Kakashi to lead the newly graduated students, but the emergence of Kinyi Ryuyun changed his mind. Kinyi Ryuyun's talent cannot be wasted. Now that he is 6 years old, it is a good time to teach him. This is also the reason why he called Kakashi and Kinyi Ryuyun over his. When they saw Kinyi Ryuyun's information, Kakashi and Ui Kurane were immediately shocked. Is this Kinyi Ryuyun such a genius? It has only been a month, but he has refined so much chakra, and can also release sea-level ninjutsu with ease. Kakashi exclaimed after reading the information. I didn't expect Ryuyun to be so powerful, even comparable to Kakashi. Ui Hanja exclaimed, no, he is more talented than me. Although I graduated as a Chuunin at the age of 5 and 6, that was the foundation of my hard training before. But this Ryuyun didn't. He could say that in this month, starting from scratch, he directly surpassed everyone and was promoted to Genin. And he not only learned Shuriken and Chakra, but also ninjutsu in a month. With his strength at that time, he had definitely reached the level of Genin, and he was still the absolute top among Genin. I can't compare to him in this regard. Kakashi shook his head. Although he broke many records when he was a child, compared to Kinyi Ryuyun, he knew that he could not compare. If this trend continues, then maybe Kinyi Ryuyun will achieve faster than him. He reached Jounin status at the age of 12. If Chiba Ryuyun was speaking, was he 11 years old? Or 10 years old? Although it was a peaceful time, it was not as fierce and cruel as the Third War, but some people could not follow common sense. To judge, that's right. I really can't believe that Lu Yun has achieved such achievements in 1 month. I want to talk about him properly when I get back, but don't tell me such a big thing. No, Lu Yun hid his strength when he was fighting Uchiha Suzuki. Ui Hong suddenly realized it at first, but when she remembered the chasing battle between Kinyi Ryuyun and Anko yesterday, she suddenly exclaimed, what? What else do you know? Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Ui Kurane at the same time. Yesterday he and Hongdu. After hearing Ui Kurane's report, Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen were stunned. Then he took a deep breath to relieve the shock in his heart, so he can now fight against Elite Chunin with just his physical skills. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and asked slowly. If it was before, it didn't matter if he was physically strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not take it seriously at all. But since that man showed the brilliance of physical skills, he has also made physical skills a key training target. Just look at Might Guy being appointed as a Jonin, Might Guy doesn't know anything except physical skills. Not only that, he is also very powerful. He can swollen Hundu's hand at will, which is absolutely terrifying. Kakashi is even more powerful when he has strong physical skills. His good friend Metkai is the best example. Kakashi, I need you to do something this afternoon. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face suddenly changed, and he became very serious. Yes, Hokage-sama, please give me your instructions after school at noon. You go pretend to attack Kinyi Ryuyun. I want to see the little guy's true strength, so that I can decide how to train him. Originally I thought it would be more than enough with your training, but now that I think about it, it may not be enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip from his pipe and said slowly, Yes, Lord Hokage. After Kakashi heard this, he immediately understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts and immediately accepted the order. Remember, don't really hurt him. Minor injuries don't matter. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. That's right Kakashi, he is my brother, you can't hurt him. Ui Hong also said from the side. His heart is now full of infinite expectations. Minato, will this be a genius as dazzling as you? If so, then there will be a successor to Konoha. Don't worry, Hokage-sama and Korone, I know what to do. Kakashi smiled bitterly, am I such an ignorant person? Time passed little by little. Neither Ui Korone nor Kakashi left the Hokage's office. They were both waiting for school to end. Hokage-sama, the time has come, it's time for me to take action. After looking at the time, Kakashi excused himself and left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen also took out the crystal ball and asked Ui Korone to come over and watch it together. After school at noon, Chiba Lyuyun took the two little girls to the school training ground. Hinata prepared a lunchbox today, so he told Ui Korone early in the morning that he would not go back to eat. Of course, not only Hinata, but also Ino brought a lunchbox, but her lunchbox was not prepared by herself, but by her mother. Of course, Ino said that she would treat her good sisters to a lunchbox today, so the portion of the lunchbox was also quite large. The three of them happily talked and laughed while eating the lunchboxes. Kakashi also came to the ninja school at this time. Really, you mocked me like this yesterday, and you are still eating a bento today. Kakashi rolled his eyes and noticed. Transfiguration boom. A burst of smoke dissipated, and Kakashi had turned into a ninja wearing a forehead protector from the Cloud Ninja village. This Kakashi really has a way with him. He turned into a Kumo ninja. His goal should be to snatch Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching in the Hokage's office, was stunned, and then said indifferently. In fact, he felt very uncomfortable. He really had no choice about what happened 3 years ago. Konoha can't bear it again. Too much trouble. On Kakashi's side, after he found the right moment, he activated a teleportation technique and came to Kinyi Lyuyun and the others. Who is it? The moment Kakashi appeared, Chiba Lyuyun's hair stood on end. Danger, extreme danger. Ah! At this time, a scream came. It was Hinata's voice. Kinyi Lyuyun looked over and saw that the other party had kidnapped Hinata. At this moment, Kinyi Lyuyun didn't think about anything and rushed over. The speed of the whole body explodes to the limit, without any reservation. He didn't know how to use the teleportation technique, so he could only rely on his strong body to catch up. Fortunately, the speed of the person who kidnapped Hinata was a bit weak and he was about to get close. Stop, put Hinata down. Seeing the other party's attire, Kinyi Lyuyun knew that this was an outsider from the village, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, MMP Uchiha clan, you grew up eating rice fields, you can let anyone in. It's getting closer, it's getting closer. Finally, the guy who kidnapped Hinata entered the range of Kinyi Lyuyun's shuriken. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without any hesitation, the shuriken came out. The entire action from putting the knife in the bag to shooting is done in one go, without any extraneous things. Ding ding ding. The 3 shurikens seemed to have worked, and they intercepted the person who abducted Hinata. Whoosh. Kinyi Lyuyun passed Kakashi and stopped in front of him. Who did I think he was? It turned out to be a ninja from Kumo Ninja. It seems your village has never forgotten the Byakugan. Kanba Lyuyun's face was solemn. Now he had to delay time. He believed that Ino had already gone to find someone to ask for help. He looked at his chakra and saw that it was only 8.8. He didn't know if it was enough to hit Chidori. But there is no way, if the blocking is really not enough, at the last moment, even if it is a risk, you have to try it in the risk of exposure. But before that, ninjutsu cannot be used, otherwise the chakra that is not enough will be even more lacking. So now I can only use shuriken and taijutsu, not even genjutsu. Thinking of this, Kinyi Lyuyun opened up the Bajikwan and let it make its debut in the world of Naruto. Kid, it seems I have to deal with you first. Although Kakashi said this, he was very happy inside, a typical boring slut. Bang! A clone appeared beside Hinata, and then used a kunao to press Hinata's neck. Since he was pretending to be a ninja from the Cloud Village, it would be best to use lightning ninjutsu, but Kakashi didn't plan to use ninjutsu at first. He took out a kunao and rushed towards Kinyi Lyuyun. He wanted to see what stage Kinyi Lyuyun's physical skills had reached, and then he could use ninjutsu. Seeing this ninja from the Cloud Village running over, Kinyi Lyuyun was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the other party would also fight with physical skills. Kinyi Lyuyun's whole body tensed up instantly, and at this moment he was like a tight bow. Ha! After Kakashi approached, Kinyi Lyuyun ejected and hit Kakashi with a hammer blow, which was the bow and arrow that collapsed. This strike of the bow and arrow was really like the bow relaxing under the full moon. General, fast, violent, hard to guard against what? Kinyi Lyuyun's blow was so sharp and fast that Kakashi didn't react at all. At the critical moment. What a risk, really what a risk. What kind of physical skill is this that can be so powerful? Regardless of the speed or power of the shot, it is too powerful. Konoha's whirlwind and these are incomparable to this physical technique. Kakashi said with lingering fear. Where to run? Kinyi Liu-yun was a little surprised that this cloud ninja could dodge. However, he was relieved when he saw the acceleration caused by the leakage of the opponent's thunder escape chakra at the critical moment. So he had no intention of stopping. He took a step and ran towards the direction again. Kakashi boom, boom, boom. The powerful force made the ground unable to bear it. Every time Kinyi Liu-yun took a step, the ground fell apart and small deep pits appeared. Kakashi took a deep breath and decided to go head-to-head to see how powerful this kid was. Although the blow just now was very powerful. But speaking of it, it is still much different from Metkai's attack. The blow just now was just because he was a little careless and had no time to block it, so he almost got hit. The 5 mountains point toward the sky. Kinyi Liu-yun roared crazily in his heart, gathering strength in his mouth and nose. As he ran step by step, he accumulated his strength to the extreme. Boom! Kakashi's fists collided with Chiba Liu-yun's fists. Powerful forces emerge at this moment. Click. The ground beneath the feet of Kakashi and Chiba Liu-yun began to fall apart in large areas. What a powerful force, worthy of those muscular guys in the Cloud Ninja village. Kinyi Liu-yun was secretly frightened. He was already a little uneasy. This guy's body is so powerful. How can his Chidori work? The other party is also a lightning ninja, so he may not be able to concentrate. Thinking of this, Kinyi Liu-yun couldn't help but use the system. Checked the opponent's information. Name: Heyday Kakashi Chakra, 99 mental power, 89 physical strength, 59 ninjutsu, Thunder Release Chidori, Thunder Release Reikari, etc. Thunder Release, Water Formation Wall, etc. Water Escape, the Fireball Technique and other Fire Escape, Earth Escape, the Heart Beheading Technique and other Earth Escape. Illusion Technique, Narakyuja no Jutsu. Physical Technique, the first of the 8 gates of armor, Shadow Dancing Leaves, Lotus Flower, Secret meaning 1,000 years. Kill. Psychic Technique, Parker and other 8 ninja dogs. Blood Succession Limit, Single-Eyed 3 Megatama Sharinan, not his own, Mangekyo cannot be opened for the time being. Chiba Liu-yun. Let me tell you, what is the situation? How can the person in front of me be Kakashi? Why did that sultry man turn into a ninja from the Cloud Ninja village and kidnap Hinata? Could it be that? Kinyi Liu-yun had a guess in his mind. Maybe that perverted old man is peeking at me in the Hokage's office. It seems like this should be a test of my strength. NMP, since you want to see it, I will let you see it clearly. Except that the Thunder Release Chidori cannot be exposed, the rest is no big deal. You are a faceless guy. You have a sausage mouth and big buck teeth. You are extremely ugly. Since we know that the other party is Kakashi, why don't Kinyi Liu-yun just give him a good fight? This is a death reward sent to his door. No matter how he tries to commit suicide, Kakashi will not do anything to him. Ding, congratulations on your success in taunting Kakashi to commit suicide. You will be rewarded with a speed of 6 seals per second. Sure enough, this death-defying rhythm is so exciting. If you were so afraid to meet people, why didn't your dad shoot you against the wall? Okay, this is vicious enough. Kakashi, I'm sorry. For my reward for committing suicide, I can only use vicious words. Please forgive me. Kinyi Liu-yun thought secretly in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for insulting Kakashi and successfully seeking death. The reward is chakra plus 15. Let me check it out. This reward is pretty good. The reward is chakra plus 15, and now you don't have to worry about chakra for the time being. Kinyi Liu-yun quickly checked his attributes. Host, Chiba Liu-yun Chakra, 23.5 mental power, 9 physical strength, 23.9 ninjutsu, fire release, go fireball jutsu, 7 release, earth walk, thunder release, chidori, fire release, dragon fire jutsu, genjutsu, narakumi no jutsu, physical skills, introductory bajiquant, 8 vidra postures. Blood succession limit, none, comprehensive strength. You can run rampant among Chuunin, but you still need to be careful when meeting elite Chuunin, especially those of the genjutsu type. Sure enough, if you choose a powerful person to die, you will get good things. Now Kinyi Liu-yun is powerful enough to run rampant among the Chuunin kid. Your words are a bit vicious. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Looking at the time when a lot of momentum passed, it only took a moment to get the reward and check his own attributes. And Kakashi has almost tested Kinyi Liu-yun's physical skills. If an ordinary Chuunin encounters it, it will basically be GG. Now it depends on how powerful Kinyi Liu-yun's ninjutsu is. Of course, for such vicious words from Kinyi Liu-yun, Kakashi comforted himself helplessly. He is not scolding me, he is not scolding me, he is not scolding me. After 3 times, Kakashi temporarily ignored the vicious words of Kinyi Liu-yun. While scolding, he had already started to make hand seals, which was a sea-level ninjutsu of thunder release. Compared to ninjutsu? I am indeed no match for you, but I can use my seal speed to blind your titanium alloy dog eyes. Kinyi Liu-yun secretly thought swish swish swish. A series of afterimages flashed by, and Kinyi Liu-yun completed the seal of the How Fireball technique. The whole process only took a second. This is the power of 6 seals in 1 second. The technique of how fireball is exactly 6 seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The refined chakra was concentrated in his mouth, and then a huge fireball was ejected from Qinyi Liuyun's mouth. After the chakra control was improved twice in a row, the power of Qinyi Liuyun's great fireball technique increased by a full 3 times compared to the time when he fought with Suzuki. What? Such a big fireball, such a fast seal formation speed. Kakashi's side was still using the thunder release earth walking seal. As a result, Chiba Liuyun's side of the fireball was released. This made Kakashi unbelievable. But this is not the time to be stunned. Immediately a teleportation technique to avoid the attack of the powerful fireball boom. Having lost his target, Kakashi's fireball hit a tree. The powerful force destroyed the tree and burned into ashes. The speed of this seal has already caught up with the current attacks. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who was watching the battle through the crystal ball, was so shocked that the pipe in his mouth fell to the ground. Itaki? Who is that? Uchiha Itaki. Yui Hong secretly thought that although she really wanted to know, since the third Hokage didn't say it clearly, she shouldn't ask. She still has the basic qualities of a ninja. The most important thing is that Lu Yun, a child, can control the fireball skill with ease. It seems that he really hid most of his strength when fighting Suzuki. This guy's current fighting prowess is already at the level of a Chuunin. Slowly suppressing the shock in his heart, the third Hokage said excitedly. The stronger Kyanba Liuyun showed, the happier he was. The 6-year-old Chuunin secretly had the same strength as Kakashi's record back then. Unfortunately, Mr. Irika, Hinata was kidnapped. While Kyanba Liuyun was fighting Kakashi, and the third Hokage was peeping, Ino finally found Irika. There was no way, the little Lolita couldn't run fast with its short legs. And in order to avoid being harassed, they specially selected it. It was a training ground far away from the teaching building. It took 2.3 minutes to find Irika in the teaching building. By then, Kakashi and Chiba Ryuun had already been fighting for several minutes. What? Hinata was kidnapped? What's going on? Irika was also a little panicked. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. She can't get into trouble in school. Just now, when we were eating there, a masked man suddenly appeared and took Hinata away. Mr. Lu Yun had already chased him. Ino gasped and said hurriedly. Lu Yun has also gone. Oops, I must inform the Hokage immediately. Irika was shocked. He knew that Lord Hokage was going to cultivate Kyanba Liuyun vigorously. If something happened, he, the teacher, would be the one to blame. Irika, Lord Hokage has ordered that Hinata was not captured. This is a test. Just when Irika was about to rush out, an Umbu suddenly appeared and told him the truth. This was because Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed his method after seeing Kakashi pretending to be a ninja from the Cloud Ninja village. So let the Umbu come over and notify you in advance to avoid any trouble. I see, I said, why did you come to school and kidnap someone in broad daylight? Irika breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Why? Ino was confused. After doing this for a long time, I almost broke my short legs and almost couldn't even breathe. But you told me this was a test. Believe it or not, you don't bully people like this by flipping the table. Wait, no, testing Lu Yun-jun? How could we miss such a wonderful thing? After knowing that there was no danger, Ino ran back with his short legs for about 10 minutes. Finally arrived at the battlefield between Kakashi and Chiba Liuyun. Chiba Liuyun and Kakashi's pursuit in less than a minute made the little girl run for a full 7 to 8 minutes, of course, teaching. Lu ran back to the contact field call, ha. At this moment, Ino felt as if her short legs no longer belonged to her. Both legs are floating fire release, dragon fire technique. As soon as he arrived here, he heard a violent shout. Then he saw Qinyi Liuyun's extremely fast seal formation speed, and then a huge flame rushed towards the enemy who kidnapped Hinata. Oh no, it's not. The enemy is the tester. Good, what a powerful fire escape. Is this the true strength of Lord Liuyun? Seeing Qinyi Liuyun's appearance, Ino was dumbfounded. He could no longer breathe, and his short legs no longer fluttered. Wow! Before the Dragon Fire Jutsu was released, Kakashi already knew what ninjutsu it was and immediately started forming seals. A wall of water rose in front of him, blocked the incoming Dragon Fire technique. This is B-level water escape defensive ninjutsu water formation wall blah blah blah. When water and fire met, a large amount of white mist was released, covering the entire battlefield. It was not until a long time later that the mist dispersed. During this period, neither Kakashi nor Chiba Liuyun moved. Little guy, it seems you have guessed that I am not an enemy. Kakashi had already retracted his posture and looked at Qinyi Liuyun with a slight smile. There is no need to test it anymore. This guy's strength is definitely above the Chunin level. Apart from his lack of combat experience, he has no other shortcomings. If he has combat experience come along too, then he can compete with the elite Chunin. Yes, You should be someone from Konoha pretending to be one. Kinyi Liuyun nodded, very calmly. When did you realize that I was not your enemy? Kakashi asked with a smile, thinking darkly in his heart, if it was before that, then your kid would. Hey. When I competed with you in ninjutsu, your strength was clearly much greater than mine, but you didn't defeat me with the power of thunder. Even in many cases, due to my lack of combat experience, I have exposed fatal flaws, but you pretended not to see them. From that moment on, I was sure that you were not an enemy, but someone from Konoha pretending to be you. Kinyi Liuyun Sishao replied slowly and rationally. Small, if you want to trick me, let alone there are no doors or windows to open for you. Really, you are really the genius that Lord Hokage likes, and you can actually analyze it during the battle. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It's better that he found it before then. Well, anyway, it wasn't me who was scolding him, it was the Cloud Ninja I pretended to be. Can you show me who you are? I want to know who was pretending to be an enemy to attack me. Kinyi Liuyun asked curiously. Although he knew it was Kakashi, the sultry guy, he still had to put on a show. No problem. Banged. Kakashi came into contact with the transformation technique, and by the way, he also lifted the shadow clone technique around Hinata. You, aren't you the retard who played rock paper scissors that day? No, I didn't say anything. Kinyi Liuyun first pointed at Kakashi and said in surprise, and then quickly waved his hands to indicate that he didn't say anything. It was necessary to be surprised when he was doing a full show. Kakashi looked at Wu Jinsen here with a black look on his face. Kinyi Liuyun of Beiliang. You said it, and you said it very loudly. And what the hell is being mentally retarded? Can playing rock paper scissors be related to being mentally retarded? Goodbye. Perhaps seeing the black lines on Kakashi's head, Chiba Ryuan smiled. Then he pulled Ino and Hinata and ran away. Kakashi was left with a helpless face. In the Hokage's office. Hong, you have gained a good brother, and Kakashi has taught him in other aspects. As for illusions, if Liuyun is also talented, as an older sister, remember to give him more guidance. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied. You can tell by the cracked corners of his mouth how happy he is at this moment. How can you not be happy when a super genius comes out of Konoha? You don't have to worry about no one to take care of Konoha after you leave. The flag was high. But how did he know that Chiba Liuyun didn't want to be Hokage at all? There was a golden fox who was targeting Hokage anyway, and he was a competent 7th generation Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama, if brother Liuyun really has the talent for illusion, I will not be stingy in giving him advice. Ui Kurane replied happily. Although she recognizes her younger brother, Chiba Ryuan can be appreciated by the 3rd Hokage and cultivated vigorously, and she also has a bright face. When others mention it, they will also say that Ui Kurane has a good eye, so she recognizes her casually. This younger brother is a super genius. Just thinking about Ui Kurane makes him smile from ear to ear. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also happy. After experiencing a thrilling fake kidnapping, Kinyi Liuyun spent a peaceful afternoon. When he walked out of the school gate, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Kakashi. Follow me. Kakashi walked forward without explaining what he said. Sorry, I can't send you two home today, Kinyi Liuyun said apologetically. It doesn't matter, Liuyunjun's matters are important. The two girls said in unison, see you tomorrow. After making an appointment to meet tomorrow, Kinyi Liuyun chased Kakashi's back. Although he didn't run, the two of them beat each other slowly. Soon, under the leadership of Kakashi, the two came to a place in the training ground. This place will be our training ground from now on. Kakashi got straight to the point and said directly. So, will you be responsible for teaching me from now on? Kinyi Liuyun has already guessed that since Kakashi is responsible for testing his strength, he will definitely become his ninjutsu teacher. You're so smart, you don't need me to explain, you know I'm your teacher. Kakashi's exposed eyes are complete with crescent moon eyes. It's good to talk to smart disciples. You don't need to explain too much. Well, he has already planned to make Kinyi Liuyun his disciple. Kinyi Liuyun thought for a while and did not refute Kakashi's tone of calling himself a teacher. His ninjutsu needs proof of origin, and Kakashi is undoubtedly the best choice. If you want to use any ninjutsu in the future, all you have to do is tell Kakashi and take out all his secrets. Come, test your chakra attributes, and let me think about what ninjutsu to teach you, Kakashi said and took out a chakra test paper and handed it to Chiba Liuyun. After Kinyi Liuyun got the result, he immediately transferred the chakra. When Kinyi Liuyun's chakra was transferred into the chakra test paper, the whole test paper was divided into two parts. Then the upper left corner became wet, the lower left corner became wrinkled, and then the upper right corner burned, and the lower right corner turned into pieces. I have a saying in MMP that I don't know whether to say, this guy is not only a genius, but also a monster. Born with 5 attributes of chakra. Kinyi Liuyun nodded with satisfaction. As the host of the system, the 5 attributes must be basic operations. If there are no 5 attributes, it is called failure. After all, we are going to fight against the sky and the earth and the air in the future. How can we start from a lower starting point than others? I saw that when you fought against me, you only used the fireball jutsu. Today I will teach you 4 ninjutsus, 2 C-level and 2 B-level ninjutsu. Water escape, water wall, fire escape, dragon fire technique, thunder escape, ground walking, earth escape, earth current wall. Kakashi released 4 ninjutsu at once: B-level water formation wall and earth flow wall, C-level dragon fire jutsu and earth walking, 2 for defense and 2 for attack. After the release, Kakashi he also told Kinyi Liuyun the order of seal formation and important matters. Kinyi Liuyun pretended to listen carefully and wrote them down one by one. Of course, he listened carefully to the 2 B-level ninjutsus of water formation wall and earth flow wall. As for fire release, dragon fire technique and thunder release, earth walk, I have already learned them. Humph, don't you understand the principle of greed for more than you can lose? First, learn these 4 ninjutsu for me. Kakashi's black hair was stimulated by Kinyi Liuyun's contemptuous eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for despising Kakashi, successfully committing suicide, and learning the water formation wall and the earth current wall. Yo ho ho. Unexpectedly, after trying to commit suicide, he actually learned 2 defensive ninjutsu. At that moment, Kinyi Liuyun rolled his eyes, ready to trick this lovely teacher. Tisk, such a simple ninjutsu, I can learn it in a week. Pretending to be very arrogant, as if these 4 ninjutsu are just rubbish. You, bragging needs to be drafted. You learned 4 ninjutsu in a week, and there are 2 B-level ones among them? Do you think I'll believe it? Kakashi showed his dead fish eyes and glanced at Kinyi Liuyun with disdain. But Kakashi's glance immediately made Kinyi Liuyun annoyed. Stupid Kakashi teacher, do you want to bet? If I learn 4 ninjutsu in a week, you will teach me a powerful ninjutsu. Kinyi Liuyun looked provoked and looked at Kakashi with a pout. Oh, just bet, if you really do it, just tell me what kind of wine you want to learn, and I will leave it to you. But if you can't learn it, then just run 500 times around Konoha without resting in the middle. Kakashi said with a sinister tone. Mommy, I learned 4 ninjutsu in 1 week, which is equivalent to less than 2 days for 1 ninjutsu. Among them, there are 2 B-level ninjutsu. I really think I am a god. Hee, and even if Metkai runs 500 laps of Konoha, he will be exhausted, let alone you. It depends on whether you will lower your head when the time comes. This is what you said, that's it. Kinyi Liuyun said quickly. Hee, after a week, Chidori can use it without fear of being exposed. It's settled. If you have any questions this week, you can come and ask me. As for whether you can learn it, that's your business. Although he made a bet, Kakashi didn't really let go directly. Hee, it's just a few C-level and B-level ninjutsu. What's the problem? Teacher Kakashi, just wait for me to ask you for advanced ninjutsu after I finish learning it. Kinyi Liuyun shrugged indifferently and walked towards home. We'll see. I really hope you can complete the promise of learning 4 ninjutsu within a week, but, is it possible? Looking at Kinyi Liuyun's back, Kakashi smiled helplessly. This idea in his mind was somewhat whimsical. Sister Hong, does teacher Kakashi have any famous ninjutsu? As soon as he got home, Kinyi Liuyun pretended to be ignorant and asked. This was all for the preparation of learning Chidori in a few days. Kakashi, he does have a very powerful famous ninjutsu. It seems to be called Reikari. It is an S-level thunder escape ninjutsu. I heard that it can cut off the thunder and lightning of nature. It was precisely because he once cut off the thunder and lightning of nature that he got the name Reikari. As Kakashi's classmate, I naturally know Kakashi's famous ninjutsu. What's wrong? After saying that, Shiarai Hong asked curiously. It's nothing, you'll know when the time comes. Kinyi Liuyun smiled mysteriously and did not explain. Really, mysteriously, is Kakashi going to hand over Reikari to Liuyun? Isn't it too early? Ui Hong guessed, but then he didn't think much about it. He believed that Kakashi would be measured. Next, during the day, she naturally spent time cultivating relationships with Hinata and Ino in school. Only when school was over in the afternoon, Shiba Ryuan said goodbye to Hinata and Ino and went alone to the training ground that Kakashi took yesterday to practice. At first, Kinyi Liuyun naturally pretended that he couldn't release it. After 2 or 3 times, the dragon fire technique was able to release a small ball of flame. Then do it 10 more times. The real dragon fire technique takes shape instantly. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A powerful fire escape ninjutsu was released from Kinyi Liuyun's mouth. It's so simple, so unchallenging, and I learned it in just a short time. Kinyi Liuyun pretended to curl his lips, and then said disdainfully. Of course, he is possessed by the movie king at the moment, because he knows that someone is observing on a tree in the training ground. If nothing else, it is Kakashi. He has practiced dragon fire. After the operation, Kinyi Liuyun learned the previous routine again, and also learned the thunder escape earth walk as C-level ninjutsu. So simple? Forget it, there is still a week left. I will stop here today. Anyway, I have learned 2 ninjutsus. I will solve the remaining 2 ninjutsu tomorrow. Kinyi Liuyun muttered to himself and then walked home slowly. When Kinyi Liuyun left for a minute, a leaf floated by, and then bang! A figure appeared where Kinyi Liuyun was just now. It's incredible that I can learn sea-level ninjutsu so easily in half an hour. The person coming is naturally Kakashi. This is his first disciple, so of course he must take good care of him. So Kakashi had already started following Chiba Liuyun after school. However, the speed at which Kinyi Liuyun learned ninjutsu was enough to make Kakashi stunned. Too fast, unbelievably fast. Let's see if this guy can learn B-level ninjutsu so quickly. Otherwise, this matter needs to be discussed carefully with the Hokage. In the end, Kakashi did not immediately report this horrifying incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but decided to wait. The next day, Chiba Liuyun came to the training ground again. Then he spent more than 10 minutes practicing acting. Needless to say, in these 10 minutes he learned the water escape, water formation wall. On the third day, after another 10 minutes of practice, he also learned the earth escape, earth flow wall. It's so simple, there's really no challenge at all. A certain idiot pretended to be very bored, and then went home. In the past 2 days, Kakashi has been paying attention to Kinyi Liuyun, and naturally he knew the progress of his ninjutsu learning. Just when he thought Kinyi Liuyun would be impatient when looking for him, he found that he did not come to him on the 4th, 5th, and 7th days. Just when Kakashi thought that Kinyi Liuyun had forgotten the bet, Kinyi Liuyun came to find him. Kakashi-sensei, our bet is complete and the 4 ninjutsu have been learned. Kinyi Liuyun stood in front of Kakashi happily. I know, I have been watching your training. Originally, I thought you would come here 4 days ago, but I didn't expect that you have delayed it until today. Kakashi had an expression that said, I've known it for a long time. No wonder I always feel like someone is peeking at me during training. It turns out to be you, Kakashi-sensei. You are not kind. Since you know that I have learned it, why don't you come to me? Kinyi Liuyun glanced at Kakashi with disdain. Kakashi-sensei, now that you know everything, does our bet count as your loss? Kinyi Liuyun chuckled and looked at Kakashi. Of course, tell me what ninjutsu you want to learn. Since Kinyi Liuyun's talent is so powerful, Kakashi doesn't intend to hide it and choke. As long as Kinyi Liuyun can learn it, he will learn it. Hehe, I heard from Sister Hong that you have a unique skill called Reikari, so I will learn this. Kinyi Liuyun immediately stated his request. Reikari, this is an S-level thunder escape ninjutsu. You probably can't master it now. So, let me teach you the weakened version of Reikari's Chidori first. Chidori is the predecessor of Reikari, which is relatively easier to master. When you become proficient in using Chidori, I will hand over Reikari to you. Kakashi did not refuse, but considering the difficulty of Reikari, he planned to hand over Chiba Ryuan Chidori first. Okay, then thank you Kakashi-sensei. Chidori is exactly what Kinyi Liuyun wants to learn. As for Reikari, we don't know when the system will reward him. Look, this is the Chidori seal method, and then there are things to pay attention to, and after using the Chidori, Kakashi said over and over again to teach Kinyi Liuyun, chi. After Kakashi's instruction, a terrifying white lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand. As he continued to inject lightning chakra, the lightning became bigger and bigger, and the screams became louder and louder. Chidori! Finally, after Kakashi roared, he flashed away like a flash of lightning. Boom! A loud noise came from not far away, and at that moment, Kakashi's Chidori had already stabbed the uncle. The powerful thrusting ability and the power of sprinting make the Chidori unparalleled, penetrating the entire tree from front to back. How about it? This move is pretty powerful, right? Kakashi said slightly proudly. Of course, he also wanted to see if Chiba Ryuan, who didn't have Sharingan, could use Chidori. There is no way. Chidori's thrusting ability is too fast, ordinary eyes cannot detect the enemy's position. Not bad, it is worthy of the power to cut off lightning. Kinyi Liuyun likes Chidori very much, whether in his past life or in this life. The beautiful birds singing and the gorgeous pictures make him yearn for it. Come on, try it. Kakashi said and asked Kinyi Liuyun to start training. He also wanted to know whether Kinyi Liuyun could learn Chidori today. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, let me open your eyes today. Kinyi Liuyun said silently in his heart. He planned to use Chidori after contacting him a dozen times. He pretended to close his eyes and slowly recalled the key points taught by Kakashi just now. Then for half a second inside the bell, there are 3 seals, which are the seals of Chidori. Chi. A trace of art began to move in Kinyi Liuyun's hand. Compared to Kakashi's flash of lightning that appeared in the blink of an eye, Kinyi Liuyun's art was nothing to mention. Of course, this is what Kinyi Liuyun did on purpose. Paji. After the arc flickered for a while, it finally went out, like a spark that was suddenly extinguished. It is indeed an A-level ninjutsu, but it is indeed a bit difficult. After the first failure, Kinyi Liuyun sighed. Kakashi twitched the corner of his mouth while listening. There is really no limit to the pretense. If it were another person, let alone the arcs and screams, it's pretty good if there's even a hint of lightning coming out. On the training ground, Kinyi Liuyun made 3 seals with a serious face. Chi 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 chi. Chidori. A lightning like thunder flashed away, and Kinyi Liuyun left the place and appeared not far away, and one of his hands was neatly buried in the trees. If you look at it from behind the tree, you can see Kinyi Liuyun's hand slowly pulling back his arm. Looking at the whole of the big tree in front of him, Kinyi Liuyun showed a smile. Teacher Kakashi, this is considered a success. It has been more than half an hour since the first attempt at Chidori. Kinyi Liuyun finally stopped pretending and used Chidori directly. The effect was naturally well received and powerful. Yes, with just this move, an elite Chuyunin or even a special Jounin would be seriously injured if caught by surprise. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Kakashi pretended as if nothing had happened. After all, he is a teacher and cannot always show a shocked expression. Well, then I'll go back to eat and see Kakashi-sensei again. The Chidori can be officially used, and Kinyi Liuyun doesn't plan to stay here anymore and goes home. After Kinyi Liuyun left, Kakashi looked at the big hole he had just made with the Chidori and couldn't recover for a long time. The first nature it's because Kinyi Liuyun learned the speed of Chidori, which is an A-level ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, it only took more than half an hour for Kinyi Liuyun to learn it. The second thing is that Kinyi Liuyun's eyes were stuck at that moment of rapid movement. Kakashi's Sharingan clearly saw that Chiba Ryuun could capture such a fast scene. At first, Kakashi thought that without the Sharingan, this move might not be available for the time being, but he didn't expect Chiba Ryuun to be able to do so. Such a genius, without the Sharingan, but his ability to capture the dynamic lake surface was not bad at all. Thinking of this, Kakashi rushed to the Hokage's office and told Sarutobi Hiruzen what he saw. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept smoking, while Kakashi stood there and waited. He had already reported everything about Kinyi Liuyun. Kakashi also knew that the news was too shocking and the third Hokage needed to take a moment. And thinking about how to cultivate Kinyi Liuyun next, Kakashi, let Liuyun grow up in peace until he graduates normally. As for combat experience, you need to pay more attention to it. When he gets older, you can try taking him out of the village to do tasks. After pondering for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Hokage-sama, does this break the rules? After all, it's a bit bad to go out of the village to do missions before graduating to become a ninja. Kakashi naturally knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant, so he asked with some worry. Rules are set by people. If you encounter special circumstances, a genius like Lu Yun will naturally find what is advantageous. Besides, at this time you just know what I know about heaven and earth, and don't tell others. The third Hokage has a firm attitude and is rarely courageous. Yes, I know about Mr. Hokage. I will never tell others. I don't know when I can take him out to do tasks. Kakashi knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. After all, there is another troublesome person in Konoha who has been coveting the position of Hokage. Let's give it another 3 years, when Liuyun grows up and his strength improves. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and gave a time. 3 years was the time planned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 years later, Kinyi Liuyun was 9 years old, which was the same age as when Kakashi graduated normally. Asuma, Ui Kurane, and the others all graduated at the age of 9. Sarutobi believed that after 3 years of careful instruction, Chiba Liuyun would be able to make rapid progress. When he is 12 years old, his true strength may be able to surpass the record set by Kakashi. Kakashi was promoted to Jonin when he was 12 years old, and he was able to advance regardless of his strength or workload. So Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to let Kakashi take Chiba Ryuun on missions from the age of 9. This will not only train Kinyi Liuyun, but also allow him to go through the baptism of the ninja career, making Kinyi Liuyun's strength even further. Time flies. A month has passed, 3 months have passed, half a year has passed, 11 months passed quickly. It has been nearly a year since Kinyi Liuyun came to the world of Naruto. This year, Kinyi Liuyun has been ranked first in the class. No matter how the second classmate Urju, the second oldest student in Wanyan, challenges him, he will always end up defeated. Of course, Kinyi Liuyun is too lazy to accept ordinary challenges. Only in actual combat duels, the first and second duels, the second pillar has the opportunity to fight against Kinyi Liuyun. Unfortunately, no matter how many times they fought, Suzuki-san was always defeated. A training ground in Konoha crackling. 2 figures, one large and one small, were constantly intertwining. Both sides are using pure physical skills, and the punches hit the flesh, fighting vividly. After the 2 people fought for another 10 minutes, finally, 2 figures, one large and one small, flew out at the same time. Yes, the people fighting are none other than Kakashi and Chiba Ryuun Liuyun. You are already on par with me in terms of taijutsu alone. Now you can use ninjutsu and taijutsu to dominate among the elite Chuyunin. Kakashi looked at Kinyi Liuyun with admiration. In the past nearly a year, he has seen the growth of Kinyi Liuyun. He has grown really fast. From the beginning, he could only compete with the elite Chuyunin, and now he is among the elites. He achieved invincibility in less than a year. I think he was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, but when he reached the level of Chiba Ryuun, he was at least 8 years old. It only took Chiba Ryuun a year. He went from being a commoner who knew nothing to being an elite Chuyunin. The most important thing is that he didn't use this A-level ninjutsu. Maybe some Jounin would hate him. Chiba Ryuun also smiled. He could feel his progress this year. Although he rarely committed suicide this year, he continued to train with Kakashi. It can be said that this year, his combat experience has grown rapidly, and now the only thing left is the life and death test in bloodshed. But this is not urgent. Sarutobi Hiruzen is determined. There are still 2 years to go, of course, otherwise my training this year would have been in vain. Kakashi's strong point is not physical skills. With physical skills alone, Kakashi can only defeat elite Chunin. If he encounters a Jounin, he will definitely be defeated. Okay, that's it for today, and I'll give you a few days off recently. Hokage-sama said that you should go home early after school recently and stop wandering outside. I always feel like something big is going to happen. Kakashi called Kinyi Ryuun over and gave serious instructions. After hearing this, Kinyi Ryuun remained calm on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. Could it be? Counting the time, it's almost time. The Uchiha genocide is about to happen. But Kinyi Ryuun has no intention of getting involved. Although he likes to commit suicide, even if he commits suicide, he must commit suicide under absolute safety. It's a pity that Kinyi Ryuun doesn't know that sometimes the more you avoid something, the more it will come. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, Chiba Ryuun walked towards Ui Kurane's home. On the way home, Kinyi Ryuun checked his attributes page and looked at his changes this year. Host, Chiba Ryuun Chakra, 64.3 mental power, 29.9 physical strength, 29.9 ninjutsu. Fire release how Fireball Jutsu, Thunder release Earth Walk, Thunder release Chidori, Fire release Dragon Fire Jutsu, Water release Water Formation Wall, Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall, Instant Body Technique, Illusion, Narakushin's Technique, Magic, Tree Binding Killing, Physical Technique, Skilled Level Bajiquan, 8 Forms of Diamond. Blood Inheritance Limit, None Comprehensive Strength. Saunian, you have become rampant among the elite Chuyunin, and you can fight even if you encounter a special Jounin. This year, Kinyi Ryuun's chakra amount and mental power have greatly increased. Of course they are all obtained by committing suicide. Anyway, the system has been going crazy lately, and the rewards for trying to die are basically chakra and mental strength. Of course, Bajiquan has also reached the proficiency level from the entry level. This is not a reward from the system, but something that Kinyi Ryuun and Kakashi learned from each other during their battles. From this, Kinyi Ryuun came to the conclusion that he could level up with his own efforts. But compared to upgrading on your own, of course the system rewards are much more comfortable. Of course, this year, Kakashi did not teach Chiba Ryuun any new ninjutsu. At present, these ninjutsu are enough for him to use. However, Kinyi Ryuun managed to learn an illusion from Ui Hong. It's Ui Kurane's signature ninjutsu, the magic tree binding kill. Naturally, Ui Hong noticed that Kinyi Ryuun's talent for illusion was also very powerful, so it goes without saying that as the older sister, she had to take on the responsibility of being her younger brother's illusion teacher. At this time, Kinyi Ryuun can be said to be fully developed in 3 aspects: physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusion. Needless to say, taijutsu and genjutsu are both existences that can surpass the elite Chunin. As for ninjutsu, if the Chidori is used unexpectedly, it is not impossible for a special Jounin to defeat him. Soon, Kinyi Ryuun returned to Ui Hong's house. After nearly a year of getting along, Chiba Ryuun has raised Ui Hong's favorability score to 79. However, this is only a little away from 80, and it cannot rise up no matter what. Kinyi Ryuun had no choice but to let nature take its course. When Kinyi Ryuun returned home, Ui Hong had already prepared a table full of food. Of course, with 2 big eaters at home, we naturally have to prepare a lot of food. Why 2 big eaters? It turns out that Kinyi Ryuun felt that holding back Hong as an illusion was too monotonous. If you meet a ninja who is not afraid of illusions, you will basically give up. Therefore, all the information on how to practice Bajiquan, hair care, and fighting techniques were given to Ui Hong to enhance her physical skills. Don't underestimate Bajiquan. Kanba Ryuun discovered that the entry-level Bajiquan can beat all genin invincibles. A proficient level of Bajiquan can lead to the strength of an elite Chuyunin. As for the mastery level of Bajiquan, it is even more powerful, directly reaching the level of elite Jounin. After a year of practice, Ui Kurane also practiced Bajiquan to the entry level. Since practicing Bajiquan, Ui Kurane's appetite has also increased day by day. The huge amount of food intake has made Ui Kurane progress very quickly. It only took 1 year to reach the entry level of Bajiquan. Of course, physical strength has also been greatly improved. Name: Ui Kurane Chakra, 34 mental strength, 38 physical strength, 16 illusion, magic tree binding, Naraku seeing technique, falling cherry Naruto seeing technique, etc. Bloodline limit, none overall strength, special Jonin current favorability, 79 in the past year. Kurane UI has improved her physical strength by 7 points. This is more than the increase in mental strength and chakra. You should know that mental strength is Kurane UI's main ability, and the strength of illusion is linked to mental strength. During this period, he practiced Bajikwan as an auxiliary practice, and his main experience was naturally practicing illusion. From this, we can see how powerful the increase of Bajikwan is. Of course, since Kurane UI practiced Bajikwan, Hinata and Ino naturally practiced it as well, and this Bajikwan is regarded as a family heirloom. Only Kinyi Liu-yun's own people can practice it, and no one else will. So even Kakashi didn't teach it. Anyway, Kakashi's main focus is ninjutsu, and when the time comes, he will develop Chidori Ryu on other people, or give it to him after the system rewards him. Tit for tat, Kakashi is really good to him. Of course, Kinyi Liu-yun can also feel the changes in Kakashi. Chiba Liu-yun could still feel that he had changed from just responding to the Hokage's orders to a sincere legend now. The smiling Kakashi in the original work seemed to have returned early, but this is also a good thing. 3 days passed quickly. In the previous 3 days, Chiba Liu-yun no longer went to the training ground, but went home as usual. But today was a little strange. It was obviously time to go home, but the school strangely did not let out school, but delayed it for a long time. Chiba Liu-yun immediately knew that today was the night of the genocide. He looked at Nijiru pitifully, who didn't know what was going on. From today on, there will only be him and the brother-obsessed Uchiha Itachi left in the Uchiha clan, and as an older brother, he has always been misunderstood by his younger brother. From then on, Nijiru embarked on the road of revenge. Finally, after a long wait, it was dark. Irika finally released all the students in the school. Suzuki also walked slowly towards home. Kinyi Liu-yun walked quickly towards home. He didn't want to have anything to do with the night of genocide. It's just that although his idea is good, when things come to him, he can't help it. When he was walking along the normal road, a gust of wind blew by, and then a figure appeared in front of him. It's Uchiha Itachi. MMP, Kinyi Liu-yun is very depressed at this moment. I am not even prepared to pay attention to you. Why did you come to your door yourself? Is it interesting? Kinyi Liu-yun, can I ask you a favor? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's mood is obviously very unstable, because he has just solved his clan and close relatives. As for the reason why he came to Kinyi Liu-yun, it was because through Zizi Maji, he found that the third Hokage seemed to value him particularly, so he wanted to add a chip. Although this chip may not be useful for Suzuki, no matter how small the help is, it is worth it. Can I say no? Ding, congratulations to the host for rejecting Uchiha Itachi, and for successfully committing suicide. I will reward you with a pair of 2 Magatama Sharinan. Kinyi Liu-yun. Well, from the system's point of view, rejecting Uchiha Itachi at this time is a very dangerous thing. It seems that you seem to have noticed something. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions in looking for you. I just hope that you can take good care of Suzuki in the future. This is your reward for taking care of Suzuki. Uchiha Itachi thought about it and thought that maybe the third Hokage had asked Kinyi Liu-yun to be careful in advance. So he didn't bother about why Kinyi Liu-yun refused when he heard his request for help. Now nothing else matters except Suzuki. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi threw a scroll to Kinyi Liu-yun. This is the use of the Sharinan written by the masters of my Uchiha clan and the fire ninjutsu that my Uchiha clan knows. I hope that you can give this scroll to Suzuki one day. You can say where you got it, except that you can't say that I gave it to you. And your reward is the fire ninjutsu of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi slowly said what was recorded in this scroll. This once important scroll of the Uchiha clan has become unimportant with the demise of the Uchiha clan. How do you want me to help Suzuki? Looking at the man in front of him who took on everything for his younger brother, Kinyi Liu-yun felt indescribably complicated. You can give the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan to Suzuki appropriately in advance, and then I hope you will continue to stimulate Suzuki in the ninja school or after graduation. When he challenges you, I hope you can agree to him and make him want to become stronger. Always stay at the top. Uchiha Itachi's request was very simple. He heard Suzuki's complaints from Suzuki's tone before, and every challenge had to wait until actual combat practice. At other times, Chiba Liu-yun ignored him at all. So for Suzuki, Uchiha Itachi to make such a simple request, it's that simple? Let me continue to stimulate Suzuki and accept his challenge. Kianba Liu-yun felt like he was telling a story. It was such a simple thing to hand over the scroll of the Uchiha clan to him. Although it was handed over to Suzuki in the end, when it came to his hands, it was not him who had the final say whether to hand it over or not. It seems that Uchiha Itachi really worked hard for Suzuki, his younger brother. Well, I don't have much time left. I believe you will know the details tomorrow. Remember, don't tell anyone about my meeting with you tonight, especially a man called Shimura Danzo. After checking the sky, Uchiha Itachi knew that he had to leave. Sasuke still had to perform a scene, and then it was time for him to leave Konoha. I understand, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else what happened today, not even the third Hokage. Kinyi Liuyan nodded, he still has the man's promise. However, I would like to ask you, is your brother's cancer already at an advanced stage and unable to be treated? Kinyi Liuyan decided to commit suicide before Uchiha Itachi took him away. Uchiha Itachi wouldn't kill him anyway. Ding, you tease Uchiha Itachi, if you succeed in committing suicide, you will be rewarded with 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. Sure enough, it feels good to commit suicide for a while, and it feels good to commit suicide for a while. I committed suicide twice today, and not only got the Sharingan, but also upgraded it to a 3 Megatama. If I continue to commit suicide a few times, will I directly ascend to the Mangekyo Sharingan? Kinyi Liuyan thought happily. Uchiha Itachi left. He pretended not to hear Kinyi Liuyan's last question, and Kinyi Liuyan also happily checked his gains. He found that the Sharingan given by the system can not only be opened and closed as the real Uchiha clan, but also can be opened and closed as the real Uchiha clan, without having to keep it open like Kakashi. The most important thing is that even if it is opened, if Kinyi Liuyan wants to hide it, the iconic red eye disease of the Sharingan will not appear. It will only be a normal black pupil, but he can fully use the consumption of chakra and all the functions of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. This is the power of the system. Sure enough, before the strength is not enough, it is still necessary to develop in a wretched way. After the strength is strong, it doesn't matter if others find out that he has red eye disease. Who can do anything to him? As for how Uchiha Itachi found that the third generation Hokage paid special attention to him, this is not what Kinyi Liuyan cares about. Kinyi Liuyan pretended that nothing had happened and returned home. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout Konoha. The Uchiha clan, once the most powerful family in Konoha, was wiped out. No, it should not be said to be a complete annihilation, at least there was still a 7-year-old Sasuke left. And what surprised others the most was that the murderer turned out to be the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, the brother who was in charge, Uchiha Itachi. Immediately, the third Hokage announced that the Uchiha was an S-class rebel ninja of Konoha village and issued a wanted order. Of course, this was just a show. As for the pursuit? Sorry, in front of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo, it is better not to pursue without the strength of the cage level. At this time in the root of Konoha, the third Hokage led his own Umbu, as well as Asuma, Kakashi, Kurane Ui, Might Guy and other ninjas above the level of the special Jonin of the Hokage faction descended on the route. Danzo, I said, don't rush to take action, you can let Itachi try to change, why don't you listen to me and take action so quickly? The third Hokage was in a very bad mood at this time. Yesterday, Uchiha Itachi suddenly ran over and asked him to take good care of Sasuke, and then not to tell him about his affairs. By the way, he threw a shocking bomb. He had already wiped out the Uchiha clan. Now the third Hokage was really confused. After some questioning, Uchiha Itachi told him about his deal with Shimura Danzo, but he didn't believe Shimura Danzo, so he naturally came to ask the third Hokage, and he also told the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo about his whereabouts. It was an Akatsuki organization where S-level rebels gathered. Of course, he joined this organization to scare the third Hokage from his existence. The answer is to guard Konoha secretly. If the Akatsuki organization has news that is detrimental to Konoha, he will inform the third Hokage as soon as possible. In the end, everything happened, and the third Hokage had no choice but to let Itachi Uchiha do what he wanted. Choice. After announcing that Uchiha Itachi became an S-class rebel, the third Hokage came to the roots with a rare strong attitude. Today, he came to talk about the disbandment of the roots. He went beyond the Hokage's orders and took action. Liu doesn't take him seriously anymore. He can ignore the assassination a few years ago, but the annihilation of the Uchiha clan this time is too shocking. Even if he wants to get rid of it, he must get rid of those who want a coup. Characters. However, Shimura Danzo obviously ignored the third Hokage. His purpose was to collect the Sharingan. Now that the goal has been achieved, it doesn't matter if the roots are temporarily disbanded. As long as I give the order, even if the roots are disbanded for several years, they will reunite in a short time. All because of his sealing technique, the tongue-eradicating seal. In the end, in order to give an explanation to the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage directly disbanded Danzo Shimura's roots. The Umbu personnel among them dispersed and joined his own Umbu. And just in case, these Umbu, he wouldn't let them take power. He knew his old friend's temperament very well. Once these Umbu take power, your own Umbu may be infiltrated by them. This is something he will never allow. And he decided that in the future, there would be no need to dispatch his own Umbu for dangerous matters, and he would directly use people from the root department. This also led to the fact that by the time Shippuden was released, there were only a few people under Shimura Danzo who could hold important responsibilities, and the most famous one was Abarame Taichin. However, Shimura Danzo, who got the Sharingan, got what he wanted. Later, he discovered that the Sharingan could suppress the erosion of Senju Hashirama's cells, and he could even use the power of wood release. Moreover, Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Sharingan clan, is also very skillful in using it. It's just that the whole image of the person has become more disgusting and terrifying. Those Sharingan eyes are embedded in the arms of Senju Hashirama, which makes people feel sick just looking at them. After a week of this, the disbandment of the Roots was over, and even the talk about the Uchiha clan being exterminated gradually faded away. Chiba Ryuyun, who was at school, also saw Suzuki again, but at this time, Suzuki's expression was colder than before. In the past, it was just facial paralysis, but now, it is no longer allowed to let strangers in, and the whole body exudes a cold aura. If there were special effects, there would have been a black cloud billowing above Suzuki's head at this time. Soon the day passed and it was time for school to end. Chiba Ryuyun was about to take Hinata and Ino home, but found that his way was blocked by someone. "It's Uchiha Suzuki, something's wrong?" Kinyi Ryuyun did not change his attitude. He was still looking at Suzuki indifferently as usual. "Give me a serious fight. I want to know the gap between you and me." Although he is cold, he is still self-aware and knows that he is not Kinyi Ryuyun's opponent. But he also wants to see clearly the gap between himself and Kinyi Ryuyun. His first goal now is to surpass Kinyi Ryuyun. Then he defeated Uchiha Itachi. As for the reason, it was because Uchiha Itachi's words touched him greatly. "My stupid brother, you can't even beat Kinyi Ryuyun now, how can you be my opponent? Hate me. When you have eyes like mine and defeat Kinyi Ryuyun, come to me again. Otherwise, I have no interest in you who are too weak." It was this sentence that made Suzuki regard Kinyi Ryuyun as his first target, and he also firmly believed that when he opened the Sharingan, he would be able to surpass Kinyi Ryuyun. The Uchiha clan is the most powerful, and obviously, Kinyi Ryuyun didn't know that Uchiha Itachi had set such a flag for him. "Come with me." Since he had collected Uchiha Itachi's things before, Kinyi Ryuyun also planned to let the miserable Urjuxia see the strength gap between the two people. Urjuzu's challenge obviously attracted the attention of others, and they immediately ran over to watch. "Get up. On the training ground. Don't say I'm bullying you, you attack first." Kinyi Ryuyun shrugged, his whole body relaxed, not looking like he was about to fight Hateful. Seeing this, Suzuki held his hands tightly and gritted his teeth. He never thought that one day he would be looked down upon like this by others. This was something he had often done before. For example, when a little yellow-furred fox challenged him, he took it so lightly. However, he also knew that his strength was definitely lower than Kinyi Ryuyun, so he gritted his teeth and stopped talking nonsense. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge fireball rushed towards Kinyi Ryuyun. "Is it another high fireball? But it's useless to me." Kinyi Ryuyun formed a seal with his hands and quickly passed through the after images. Before the high fireball came, a wall rose from the ground and blocked the high fireball. It was the B-level ninjutsu Doria walled good, amazing. Yes, whether it is Uchiha Suzuki or Chiba Ryuyun, they both use ninjutsu easily. However, Chiba Ryuyun-sen must be more relaxed. This Doryabai seems to be a B-level ninjutsu. Some uninformed civilians only feel powerful. Some family disciples, such as Shikamaru, can feel how strong Chiba Ryuyun is. That is a B-level ninjutsu, a ninjutsu that only Chunin can master. This Chiba Ryuyun has actually mastered it. Is this still on the same level as them? "We are all 7 years old. If you are so good, don't you look bad to us?" Especially Inyazuka Kiba, who is a genius himself, is simply under the influence. 10,000 critical hits. Want to see my strength? Then do as you wish. Kinyi Ryuyun smiled slightly. Danzo Shinura has collapsed and is probably busy studying the Sharingan now. Even if his talent is strong at this time, it doesn't matter if someone discovers it. He is absolutely safe in Konoha. But he doesn't have the real trump card. It will show up. Thinking this, Kinyi Ryuyun formed seals with his hands again. Thunder Escape, Earth Walk, Art Fire Escape, Ho Fireball, Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique, Magic, Tree Binding, Kill. In an extremely short time, Kinyi Ryuyun's exaggerated speed of forming seals released one ninjutsu after another to bombard Suzuki. Of course, he was also careful not to attack head-on, but whizzed past him one by one. When Zoho's illusion was launched, the sluggish Suzuki was directly helped up by the tree. Kinyi Ryuyun took out a kunao from the tree and put it on Suzuki's neck. "Have you seen the gap between us?" Kinyi Ryuyun's indifferent voice reached Suzuki's ears. He nodded subconsciously. Suzuki was still in shock. Just now, that series of ninjutsu attacks and this obviously powerful illusion, how much chakra did it cost? I have made every effort, and it would be nice to be able to release 3 C-level ninjutsu, but this Kinyi Ryuyun, B-level ninjutsu, C-level ninjutsu, and B-level genjutsu all come out so casually. Looking at his appearance, he didn't look like he was exhausted at all. Suzuki clenched his fists unwillingly, wondering about the gap between himself and Kinyi Liu-yun. Like a gutter I lost, but I will keep working hard and one day I will surpass you. Suzuki took a deep breath, and then said firmly, Sharingan, as long as he learns to use Sharingan, he will definitely become stronger. On the night of genocide, Uchiha Suzuki's Sharingan has been opened, but he doesn't know it himself, and he doesn't know how to use it. Now, all the people who can teach him how to use Sharingan are dead, and they can't teach him for the time being. I hope your strength will be greatly improved next time, otherwise, it will be meaningless for me to bully the weak. Kinyi Liu-yun glanced at Suzuki calmly. Well, he resolutely obeyed Uchiha Itaka's educational policy and stimulated him as much as possible. It was definitely not his own deliberate stimulation. Cut. Being described as a weakling, Suzuki gritted his teeth unwillingly. He was not Naruto, so naturally he couldn't yell, so he chose to accept the title of weakling silently. Compared to Kinyi Liu-yun, he really felt that he was a weakling. Yeah, Mr. Liu-yun is so handsome as expected of always being number one in grade. There is a huge gap between Suzuki-kun and Ryuan-kun. Liu Yunjun's strength is no match for other seniors, right? That's for sure. Liu Yun-kun already has the strength of a true ninja. A group of little fans started to gather together and talk about Kinyi Liu-yun. They looked at Ino and Hinata beside Kinyi Liu-yun with envy. Hey, when can we stand beside Liu Yun-kun like Ino and Hinata? This is what most of the little fans want. However, because they spoke too loudly, the senior students who finished school a little later than them happened to hear them. What nonsense, a mere commoner, showing off his power among these children, will definitely be beaten to the ground when he meets Niji, a classmate from our class. A senior year student passed by and after hearing what these little fans said, he mocked loudly. Bastard, what did you say? Don't you dare say it again. This man's voice was not quiet, so everyone present heard it, but Ino was immediately furious. He dared to insult his male idol, which is absolutely not allowed. He rolled up his sleeves and took a step that was a little longer than a year ago. He rushed in front of the senior student with his short legs and waved his fists, looking fierce. Well, super fierce. I'm talking about that bullshit Liu Yun. A mere commoner is showing off his power among these children. If he meets Niji from our class, he will definitely be beaten to the ground. What can you do to me, little sister? Boom! Before he could even utter the last word sister, the senior student was knocked over by Ino's punch. Although Ino is a girl, many boys cannot compare to her in terms of strength. Thanks to her practice of Bajiquan, her physical strength has increased significantly. Of course, from then on, the news that the eldest daughter of the Yamanaka family can eat more than the Akimichi clan spread among the clan. The problem is that it is impossible to gain weight just by eating for such a long time. The large amount of food she eats while practicing Bajiquan is all transformed into energy to strengthen her body. At this time, Ino's physical strength is already 0.8, and she is only 0.2 away from reaching the combat power of a genin through physical skills. How could this 0.2 be enough? A little kid with 0.3 intensity can compare. Wow! Yuta, how are you doing? The miserable appearance of the little kid named Yuta frightened the other students, and they quickly ran over to check it out. Blood, a lot of blood. Yuta covered his nose and said tremblingly, "Come on, you are a piece of trash. A little nosebleed scares you. Apart from being older than us, you are a useless piece of trash." Ino didn't hold back and began to taunt without hesitation. "If you dare to say bad things about my male idol, I won't be able to scold you to death." What happened? At this time, a cool voice came. Everyone looked up and saw a little boy with a bandage on his forehead and a pair of iconic white eyes walking out. "Niji, it's so good of you to come. We just said that the junior student was not as good as you in ranking first in the grade, and this girl came out and beat me like this. They are too bullying, you have to give us make the decision." The person who came was none other than Hyaga Niji. This little kid named Yuta's eyes suddenly lit up, and he confused right and wrong without mentioning any of his insulting words. "Oh, I guess you are in the second grade. Don't you know how to respect your seniors?" Hyaga Niji was very arrogant because he saw in the crowd the woman he was willing to sacrifice his life for, but now he only hates her. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyaga clan. So after knowing that these people are Hinata's classmates, he didn't hesitate to put on the airs of a senior, preparing to embarrass Hinata's classmates. Fart, that's not what he said just now, he was lying. When Ino heard that Yuta was confusing right and wrong, he was furious again. "Rather, brother Niji, that's not what your classmate said just now." Hinata also stepped forward and explained with a smile. "Ha, it turns out to be Miss Hinata. Do you think I will listen to you and not believe my own classmates? Yuta, who hit you? Let me help you teach him a lesson. He is a second grader." "The first guy?" After seeing Hinata, the hatred in Hinata Niji's heart rose layer by layer, but he couldn't move now. So he decided to beat up this so-called number one in the second grade and let him know that it was all because of Hinata. "That's why I got beaten." No, it was this girl who hit me." Yuta pointed at Ino and said embarrassedly. Hyaga Niji was stunned and looked at Yuta strangely. Are you so weak? You were knocked down by a schoolgirl, but since you just said to help and teach you a lesson, don't make a mistake and do what you say. Thinking of Hinata Niji slowly walking towards Ino, ready to teach him a lesson, Ino became wary. Although this guy is from the same race as Hinata, he is not a good person. Brother Niji, no. Hinata saw this and quickly stood in front of Ino. Hinata, what are you afraid of? Go away and let us teach this arrogant guy a lesson. If we can't beat him, we still have Liu Yun-kan. Ino hurriedly persuaded Hinata. Brother Niji, please don't hurt Ino. You can't beat Liu Yun-jun. You are no match for him. I don't want you to get hurt. Hinata shook her head at Ino, and then said to Hyaga Niji sincerely, if Ino was touched, Chiba Liu Yun would definitely take action. But he didn't know that just because of her words, Hyaga Niji's hatred. What do you mean, you look down on me? I want to see how powerful Kinyi Liu Yun is in your mouth. As for you, please repay the debt of bullying my classmates first, Hyaga Niji said, preparing to attack Ino and Hinata. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I will make you stay in bed for a month. Do you believe it? Just when Hyaga Niji was about to deal with Ino and Hinata, a cold voice came from not far away. It was Chiba Ryuun. He had heard Yuta's words from the beginning, but he had not waited for him to take action. Ino was the first to take action, so he was happy to watch the show, but he didn't expect to meet his brother-in-law at this time, so Kinyi Liu Yun didn't save him. The meaning of thoughts. Even if the brother-in-law dares to take action against Ino and Hinata, he will let them try. Not just anyone can do it. You must be Kinyi Liu Yun. I really want to know how you made me stay in bed for a month. Kanba Liu Yun's voice not only did not stop Hinata Niji, but aroused his ferocity. He grinned, then shot with his left and right hands at the same time, hitting Hinata and Ino with a soft punch. Boom, plop, plop, boom. At the moment when Hyaga Niji's attack was about to hit Ino, a voice suddenly appeared in front of them, so fast that no one could react. Then, he saw the figure kicking Hinata Niji in the chest. He directly kicked Hinata Niji out. After landing, he rolled a few times and finally landed on a big tree before stopping. The power of Kinyi Liu Yun's kick is very powerful. It can be seen from the trace of blood on the corner of Hinata Niji's mouth that he suffered internal injuries. How can it be? Without erasing the thought of blood sacrifice, Hinata Niji looked at Kinyi Liu Yun helplessly. He was unexpectedly killed by this man who was 1 year younger than him. When Chiba Ryuun asked him to lie in bed for a month, he kept Chiba Ryuun around. Even when he attacked Hinata and Ino, he did not give up observation. But it was no use. He still couldn't see clearly how the other party came, and he was kicked away. Now he knows very well how powerful the opponent is, and they are not on the same level at all. Yuta and the others were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Hyaga Niji, the powerful number 1 in the grade, was easily dealt with. Kinyi Liu Yun slowly walked up to Yuta. Then a burst of operations were as fierce as a tiger's aha. Miserable sounds came out of Yuta's mouth, and the severe pain made him miserable. Even the accomplice needs to travel for a month, and you, the principal criminal, must have to travel for 3 months. Kinyi Liu Yun clapped his hands and said coldly. In terms of understanding of the body structure, those who possess Bajikwan Ye Liu Yun can definitely be regarded as an expert. What he did to Yuta just now is no different from splitting the muscles and breaking the bones. Now Yuta's whole body was sore and he couldn't move at all. Once he moved, he would suffer severe pain, and he has to stay like this for these 3 months. This symptom will gradually disappear after 3 months. Of course you can get out of bed at that time. Kinyi Liu Yun, who is at the proficiency level, is still very confident in his control. Then, he slowly walked up to Hyaga Niji, preparing to do the same for him. But the method to deal with Hyaga Niji needs to be a little gentler. After all, it only takes a month. Mr. Liu Yun, can you let Brother Ninkai go? Just when Kinyi Liu Yun was about to take action, Hinata mustered up the courage to plead. Looking at Hinata, who was full of expectations, Chiba Liu Yun finally nodded and did not attack Hinata Niji. They all listened to Hinata. Stretched out his palm and rubbed Hinata's little head, his tone was full of endearment. Hinata's face turned red, but she didn't faint. In the past year, Hinata has become a lot more courageous. She fainted easily like before, which shows that Hinata has improved a lot. Even with such an intimate gesture, her face is only slightly red now. Let's go and take you home. Ignoring Ningji, who looked ugly, he took Hinata and Ino and left. I will definitely defeat you. Looking at Kinyi Liu Yun's back, Hyaga Niji secretly swore an oath. Kinyi Liu Yun didn't know that the person he wanted to defeat was not only Uchiha Suzuki, but also Hyaga Niji. Of course he wouldn't care if he knew it. With his growth rate, it is estimated that Suzuki can keep up. Well, in the early stage? Sorry, you can't even see my back at the speed of my progress. After leaving, the news that he defeated Hyaga Niji, the number 1 member of the 3rd-year faction, also spread from the school. Hyaga Niji is still very famous in the school. Although he is only a third-year student, his strength is even more powerful. Some people who have been studying for 6 years and are about to graduate are no match for him. At night, the streets of Konoha are brightly lit. However, there is indeed a different atmosphere in a room. Brother, you have to help me get revenge. That guy said I have to stay like this for 3 months. It hurts me so much. Yuta, who had provoked Kinyi Liuyun during the day, was crying and thinking of his brother Taiji. Yuta, my dear brother, what is going on? Tai-er looked at his brother's miserable condition with a pale face. Today. Yuta exaggerated what happened today and told Taiji. Anyway, in his statement, he was a very good person and Chiba Ryuyun was very bad. He knew that his brother had just been promoted to Chunin not long ago, so it was best for him to teach Chiba Ryuyun a lesson. The last name Chiba, you can tell it is not a big family in Konoha. Yuta is very familiar with the last names of the big families in Konoha. He would not mess with those Hyuga, Nara and other families. Don't worry, Yuta, I will catch the brat tomorrow and make him apologize to you in front of you, and by the way, make him lie in bed for 3 months like you. After listening to Yuta's narration, Taiji was furious. How could his brother be bullied by a commoner, even though they were also commoners? But it won't be the case in the future. He is already at Chunin. After a few years, when he is promoted to Jonin, he will be a high-ranking official in Konoha. Then he can create a family. Although it is a small family, it is better than a commoner. I don't know what Taiji is thinking. He was just promoted to Chunin at the age of 19. Without any adventure, he would be an elite Chunin at most in his life. He is still fantasizing about getting rid of the identity of a commoner after becoming a Jonin. It would be good if he didn't die in any mission. After hearing this, Yuta showed a morbid smile. School was over the next day, and this time Chiba Ryuun had no intention of sending Hinata and Ino home directly. The night of the Uchiha genocide is past, and Suzuki has returned to class. Naturally, it's time for Hinata and Ino to start practicing. In the future, Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, Pain's attack, and the most dangerous Fourth Ninja War. Either way, it was an extremely dangerous war. Every improvement in strength means one more chance of survival. He won't let his guard down just because the 2 girls in the original work are fine. With his arrival, who knows what will happen? After arriving at the practice ground, Kinyi Liuyun frowned. You've been following us all the way, aren't you going to come out yet? Kinyi Liuyun stared at the back of a tree. From the beginning, he felt that someone was following him, but he thought it was just along the way. But when he got here, this person was still following him, so the purpose was not so simple. You are worthy of being the #1 genius in your grade. You were able to discover that I, a Chuyunin, was following me. However, no matter how talented you are, you should never beat my brother like that. Taiji walked out and looked at Hinata next to Chiba Ryuun with a gloomy expression. As for Ino, he didn't know him yet, and he didn't know that Ino was from the Yamanaka family. But Hinata's white eyes made him easy to recognize. But that's it. He never expected that this commoner would have such a good relationship with the current wealthy Hyuga clan. Well, the Uchiha clan was already in the past. He originally wanted to wait for Hinata to leave before looking for Chiba Ryuun. Trouble. But who would have thought that his tracking, which he thought was good, would be discovered by this kid? What kind of guy are you that emerged from a deep ditch? Why are you following me? As soon as he looked at this person's eyes, Kinyi Liuyun knew that the other person had bad intentions, so he made sarcastic remarks without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for mocking the Chuyunin and successfully committing suicide. The reward is chakra +3. Kinyi Liuyun was stunned. This is considered suicide. Ding, the host's identity is still a ninja student at school. There is no difference between provoking a Chuyunin and seeking death. While Kinyi Liuyun was stunned, the system prompted him. It turns out that as long as others think that the behavior is suicidal, it can be regarded as a successful suicidal act, not necessarily what you think. Little devil, you are really as arrogant as my brother said. Come with me, I will make you lie in bed for 3 months like my brother. Kinyi Liuyun's words angered Tai-er, making him more certain that his brother was right. This was an arrogant guy. Let me go with you and explain something. Kinyi Liuyun now knows whose brother the other party is, the brother who is a trashy bitch with a bad mouth. A mere Chuyunin is worthy enough to cause trouble for him. Boy, if you don't cooperate obediently, don't blame me for making you suffer. Taiji grinned and rushed forward without taking out a kunao or anything. In his opinion, it was not easy for a Chuyunin to take down a 7-year-old brat. Boom! A figure flashed by, and Tai-er's body, which was moving forward, turned into flying backwards as if it had been hit by a car. Where did a garbage second-hand guy come from with so much nonsense? Kinyi Liuyun came to Tai-er expressionlessly and punched him again, knocking him out completely. Kakashi-sensei, I leave this guy to you. Kicking the figure under his feet, Kinyi Liuyun looked at a big tree. Kakashi was standing there. You don't know how to be gentle with people in the same village. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and said helplessly. You can't blame me, who knew they were so weak. Kinyi Liu-yun did something with his hands and said helplessly. Kakashi showed his dead eyes. I believe what you said is wrong. Forget it. A Chuyunin ran to find trouble in the ninja school. He was not good-hearted in the first place and was taught a lesson. It doesn't matter. As for the fact that his brother was beaten by Kinyi Liu-yun for 3 months, Kakashi naturally chose to ignore it. Can it be called a fight if Yuta knew Kaka's thoughts? If you can't think about it, just buy a piece of tofu and get killed. Ignore him. I have taken on an A-level mission. It can be as short as a month or as long as 2 or 3 months. You can do your best during this period. Kakashi came here to say goodbye. This year, he has not accepted any tasks to teach Kinyi Liu-yun. This time is a special situation. There have been a lot of tasks recently and there are not enough manpower, so the Hokage arranged an A-level task for Kakashi. Besides, Kinyi, no matter how steadily Liu-yun's current strength improves, these few months should be regarded as relaxation. Oh, then I wish you a good journey, Kakashi-sensei, but if you were leaving, don't you mean to leave no trace of ninjutsu behind? Kinyi Liu-yun rubbed his hands with an expression that you know what to do. Kakashi opened his half-moon eyes and glanced at Kinyi Liu-yun helplessly. Listen up, this is a B-level wind escape ninjutsu, called Fengbukuri. It creates wind blades from the air to attack the enemy. It is a relatively difficult ninjutsu. I learned this when I was in Umbu and Konoha, and I leave it to you now, Kakashi said, explaining the sealing method and precautions, and then covering it up. When Kakashi's seal released the wind release Fengbukuri, Kinyi Liu-yun had already opened his Sharingan, and this move has been completely copied. Naturally, he can now use the Fengbukuri. He just needs more practice to make it more and more powerful. Give me another shadow clone technique, I think I need to learn it. Kinyi Liu-yun scratched his head, and then said to Kakashi again. Kakashi did not refuse, and explained some details of the shadow clone technique and the seal gestures. No problem, I'm leaving. After talking about the shadow clone technique, Kakashi is leaving. Let's go, let's spar again when you come back. He opened the Sharingan throughout the whole process and copied the shadow clone technique. Hearing that Kakashi was leaving, Kinyi Liu-yun had nothing else to do. After Kakashi left, Kinyi Liu-yun began to teach the two people to practice. The practice of Bajiquin. Now Hinata has focused on Bajiquin, because Hinata found that Bajiquin is even more powerful and exquisite than the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. So in terms of soft fist, Hinata only needs to touch it a little to deal with her father Hyuga Hayashi. For the real means of attack and killing, Hinata still chose Bajiquin. Time passed slowly like this, and Kakashi came back a month later. Kakashi's return didn't bring much change. How to live or how to live. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years have passed. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi, the time originally set is almost over. How far has the strength of Liu Yun reached? Today, the third Hokage called Kakashi over, just to learn more about Kinyi Liu-yun's specific strength. In the beginning, Kakashi basically reported once a month. Later, after the situation stabilized, Kakashi is now basically it is reported once every 3 months. After more than 2 years of training, Liu Yun's strength has now reached that of a special Jounin, and among the special Jounin, there are very few people who are his opponents. Maybe it won't be long before Liu Yun can be promoted to Jounin. Kakashi's tone was full of surprise. Even he himself didn't know at what age Chiba Ryuun would be promoted to Jounin. 10 years old? 11 years old? Maybe not even 10 years old. Because Kakashi, who fought against Chiba Ryuun Kasi, knew that Kinyi Liu-yun was only one step away from being a Jounin. Maybe some aspects of his strength suddenly increased and he became a Jounin. Very well, now that Liu Yun's strength has reached this point, it's time for him to try a ninja career. Although it's okay for him to be locked up in Konoha all the time, I still hope that he can grow up as soon as possible and share the pressure for Konoha. It seems peaceful now, but no one knows whether war will suddenly break out due to something. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and said slowly, yes, I know Hokage-sama, but I wonder what Liu Yun's first mission is. Kakashi knows that in the future, his missions will be awarded by the Hokage himself until Kinyi Liu-yun can take charge of it on his own. This is an escort mission. The leader of Taki Ninja Village and his son Shibuki asked us to escort them back to the village and repel the invading Rain Ninja Village and the wandering ninja led by the traitorous ninja Jonin Shui Natsu. The third Hokage picked up a task list and handed it to Kakashi. This is an A-level mission, right? Let Liu Yun perform such a high-level mission for the first time. There is a Jounin in it, and he is also a rebellious ninja from Taki Ninja Village. After Kakashi looked at the task list, he was a little surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen chose such a high-level task for Chiba Ryuun. Because of your existence, I entrust you with such a high-level task. Moreover, Liu Yun's current strength is already that of a special Jounin, and low-level tasks will not be of much use. This mission is just right. There is only one Jounin, and with your strength, you can protect him, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Since Hokage-sama trusts me so much, let's take this mission. When will we set off? Kakashi believed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision, so he didn't say much. Let's set off early tomorrow morning. I'll inform the client by the way and let Liu Yun make mental preparations. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and arranged a time. Yes, I will tell Liu Yun right away. Kakashi turned around and prepared to leave. Remember, you must protect the safety of Liu Yun. Yes, I guarantee it in the name of Kakashi. Kakashi said firmly. He didn't want or allow the people he cared about to be injured or killed again. That's what happened, so remember to get up early tomorrow morning and arrive at the gate of Konoha at 8 o'clock. On the training ground, Kakashi said Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions to Chiba Liu Yun. I know, but I didn't expect that I was the first to take on missions without becoming a ninja. How to calculate the workload? Has it been hanging over your head or something? Kinyi Liu Yun finally reacted after the initial shock, but fortunately, as an adult, his endurance is still very strong. Of course it counts as your own resume. After you become a ninja, you can find out what tasks you have done on it, but what you need now is to keep a low profile. When you can take charge of your own business and officially graduate to become a genin, the completion quota of these tasks will be printed on your profile one by one. Kakashi said, haha, that's good. I have been enjoying the popularity of my sister for the past few years, and I can finally do tasks to earn some money to support my family. Kinyi Liu Yun felt relieved. In fact, the most important thing is whether he has the money to get it. It doesn't matter whether the task is completed or not. I don't have any money in my pocket, and I feel a lot of panic. Okay, you find an excuse to take a few days off. Remember, you can't reveal the mission of Demura to others. Of course, except for Korone Hinata and Ino, you can tell them. I believe they won't say much. Kakashi warned before leaving. Yes, I know my limits. Kinyi Liu Yun said speechlessly. Of course, such an important matter cannot be said casually. After Kakashi left, Kinyi Liu Yun walked towards Ino and Hinata. Hinata, Ino, I have to leave the village tomorrow and it may take some time before I come back. During the next period of time, you must remember to practice well. Kinyi Liu Yun didn't hide it, he bluntly said that he wanted to leave the village. Hey, leaving the village? Why would you leave the village for no reason? Ino asked in confusion. Teacher Kakashi is going to take me out of the village to practice, so I may not be able to be with you guys often for a while. I thought about it, there will be a lot of missions to do in the future, so I made arrangements in advance. So that's it. I didn't expect Mr. Liu Yun to be able to leave the village. I have never left the village even though I have grown up. I have to work hard, and then I can go out to the village to practice with Mr. Liu Yun. Ino suddenly realized it, but her tone was a little bit reluctant. After 3 years of getting along day and night, and now they are about to be separated, of course she felt a little uncomfortable. Come on Mr. Liu Yun, we are waiting for your return in the village. Hinata didn't say anything else and supported silently. After training for a while, Chiba Ryuun sent Hinata and Ino home respectively. Walking on the street, Chiba Ryuun silently checked his own strength. Host, Chiba Ryuun Chakra, 98.6 mental power, 48.5 physical strength, 49.9 ninjutsu fire release, go fireball jutsu, thunder release, earth walk, thunder release, chidori, fire release, dragon fire jutsu, water release, water formation wall, earth release, earth flow wall, instant body technique, shadow clone technique, wind escape, wind blowing cut, fire escape, phoenix fairy fire technique, fire escape, powerful fire extinction technique, fire escape, powerful fire extinction technique, magic illusion, tree bound killing. In the past 2 years, Kinyi Liu Yun rarely sought death because the people he could seek death for had become acquaintances. Sometimes trying to commit suicide is actually considered a failure, because after getting familiar with him, everyone ignored his suicide behavior, thinking that he was arrogant. This made Kinyi Liu Yun helpless. Therefore, the speed of strength improvement in the past 2 years has not been particularly fast. He was promoted from the top of the elite Jounin to the top of the special Jounin, not counting the amount of chakra, because Kinyi Liu Yun's chakra amount is almost the same as Kakashi's, and Kinyi Liu Yun also knows the strength expressed by his numerical value. 30 to 49 are special Jounin, 50 to 69 is the Jounin level, 70 to 89 is the level of elite Jounin, and 90 to 99 is a quasi-shadow level combat effectiveness. Now Kinyi Liu Yun's mental strength and physical strength are at the top of the special Jounin. As long as he has a breakthrough, he will be considered a true Jounin, and his current chakra amount has reached the limit of 99 points for advanced quasi-shadow. However, the system does not count the amount of chakra as a true assessment of strength. Otherwise, Naruto's chakra would have already exceeded 100 points. Could it still be considered a Kage-level strength? Normally, ninjas who do not have blood inheritance boundaries, their chakra does not exceed 100 after they enter the shadow level. However, the descendants of the six-paths sage Atsutsuki Hagoromo and his younger brother Atsutsuki Hamura are not included. They basically have chakra explosions. The presence Even if you are not a sage, a family with high skills such as Byakugan and Sharingan has a very large amount of chakra. Really, you are going out of the village to do a mission, so you have to be careful in everything. Although Kakashi is leading you, you also have to be more careful, you know. Hearing that Chiba Ryuyan was leaving the village to do a mission, Ui Kurane secretly said, "Time flies so fast, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye." Sarutobi Hiruzen also informed Ui Kurane of his decision. "Don't worry, Sister Hong, don't you know my strength yet? Even if I encounter a Jounin, I can still run away if I can't beat him," Kinyi Ryuyan said confidently. Of course, there is another sentence in his heart: even if the MMP can't beat him, I will consume him to death if I consume chakra. The amount of chakra of 98.6 is much more than that of a Jounin, and the speed at which I form seals is no joke. Now Kinyi Ryuyan's seal formation speed has reached 7 seals per second, one more than before. Yes, my brother Ryuyan is the strongest. Seeing Kinyi Ryuyan's confident look, Ui Hong smiled tenderly. Ryuyan's strength has already caught up with hers. I can't believe that he is only 9 years old. No, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible, otherwise I will soon. She must be surpassed by this little guy. Ui Hong reminded herself secretly. She has been practicing hard in the past 3 years since she was promoted to Special Jounin. At this time, she is at the same stage as Kamba Ryuyan. Chakra, 46 Spirit. Power, 49.3 Physical Strength, 39 Ninjutsu, Non-Illusion, Magic Tree Binding Killing, Naraka no Jutsu, Rakura Sakura Naomi no Jutsu, etc. Blood Succession Limit, None Comprehensive Strength, Special Jounin Current Favorability, 81. After nearly 3 years of practicing Beiji Quan, Ui Kurane's physical strength has also improved. And I don't know if it's because her body has become stronger, but her mental strength has improved very quickly in the past 2 years. You must know that in the original work, Kurane Ui was promoted to Jonin around the time Hinata and the others graduated. It's definitely much faster now. Yuri Hong didn't know that all of this had something to do with Beiji Quan. Because Bajiquan can significantly improve the training of energy and spirit, this is also the reason why Yuri Hong's strength has improved so quickly. The next morning, Chiba Ryuyan got up early, made breakfast, and went out on time at 7:30. He was not in a hurry along the way. When he arrived at the gate of Konoha, it was almost 8 o'clock. Kakashi had already arrived at this time. Speaking of which, when meeting Chiba Ryuyan, Kakashi's habit of being late did not show up. It may be related to the order of the third Hokage. After all, this is a genius who is being trained with emphasis. If Chiba Ryuyan is late every day, it would be strange if he doesn't get angry. Next to Kakashi stood 2 people. Judging from their appearance, this is obviously a team of father and son. Okay, everyone is here, it's time to set off. After seeing Kinyi Ryuyan, Kakashi was the first to speak. "Mr. Kakashi, this guy didn't wear a ninja forehead protector. Is he also a candidate for the mission?" The leader of Taki Ninja Village glanced at Kinyi Ryuyan strangely. "Of course not. This is my disciple. I will take him out to see the world. Anyway, this mission is not too difficult," Kakashi said nonchalantly. "This is no small task. You know, Shuian is a Jonin from our Takigakur, and he has contacted some people from the Rengakur and Wandering Ninjas this time." Takigakur's leader, Takagi, whereas Officer Sato, frowned. He thought that Konoha village was taking things too lightly. "Don't worry, I will be the one to fight when the time comes, and my disciples will naturally just hide in the village like the villagers in your village," Kakashi explained again. "Yes, Dad, Mr. Kakashi is very powerful and will definitely be able to get rid of the Huka group," Takagi's son Shimu also advised. Takagi thought for a while and knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion, so he said nothing more. After all, Kakashi is indeed very powerful. Otherwise, he would not spend a lot of money to invite him. You must know that he spent 900,000 taels for this mission, and adding another 100,000 is enough to issue an S-level mission. "Kakashi-sensei, what is the mission this time?" Kinyi Ryuyan on the side felt a familiar rush when he heard their words, so he couldn't help but ask. Well, the leader of Taki Ninja Village, Takagi, discovered that his village's Jounin, Shisha, coveted their village's treasured hero water, and wanted to kill him during this outing. And it was discovered that Shisha had contacted a group of wandering ninjas and ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village, so leader Takagi came to Konoha for help. "And my mission is to help Taki Ninja Village resist the attacks of these ninjas," Kakashi told Kinyi Ryuyan this time, so that he could be prepared. Kinyi Ryuyan felt familiar from the beginning. As Kakashi continued to tell, he finally remembered what the plot was. But there's a bit of a mismatch in time. Shouldn't the Huka attack on Taki Ninja be 3 years later? Why is it so far in advance? And if nothing else happened, Takagi should have died after drinking the hero's water. Has the butterfly effect already appeared? Takagi, who was supposed to drink the water of heroes, invited Kakashi, and Shisha, who was supposed to attack Taki Ninja 3 years later, was also brought to the village. Will those villages in the village also come? Or are those villages deliberately planned by Shisha? Forget it, Kinyi Liuyun doesn't want to think about it. Anyway, even after 3 years, our strength is not that good. The 2 genin of Leaf Village leave it to you. As for Harano Sakura? Well, he is completely redundant when watching anime. After several days of traveling, the group finally arrived near Taki Ninja Village. Looking at those spectacular waterfalls, Kinyi Liuyun had decided that the hiding place of Taki Ninja Village was really secretive enough. The first 3 ninja wars did not affect Taki Ninja Village at all. Unfortunately, the development of Takenin Village itself is not good. This is the limitation of Zionin Village. Moreover, the number and resources of ninjutsu in their ninja village are pitiful, and they are not enough to support the practice of many people. Hi, Master Gaomyu, you are finally back. Shiyan brought many ninjas to attack the village. Please go and save them. Not long after the 4 people arrived, they saw a man running out with wounds all over his body. This was a villager who had escaped at the risk of his life. Damn it, are you already late? If I had known earlier, I would have hurried on. Takagi held his hands tightly and said with some self-blame, Mr. Kakashi, the next step is up to you. Takagi said with a little hope. No problem, leave it to me. Kakashi still looks indifferent, including Kinyi Liuyun. The Jonin of Zionin Village, they didn't pay too much attention to it, because the Jonin of Xiao Ninja Village was actually very wet. In the world of Naruto, many guys who claimed to be Jounin were killed by 2 genin of Konoha Village. Of course, there are also genuine strong men. For example, when it comes to angles, Haiden can barely count as one. Just your disciple. Takagi hesitated for a moment, and finally looked at Kinyi Liuyun. It doesn't matter, even though my disciple is young, he is very powerful. Kakashi said with a smile. Well, please follow me. Time waits for no one. The village has been captured by the traitor Shisha. The top priority now is to save people. Kakashi and Chiba Ryuan, led by Takagi, soon arrived at the Taki Ninja Village hidden behind the waterfall. Takagi, where are you, you coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death? If you don't come out, I will kill all the villagers in the village. At this time, at the edge of the lake in Takenin Village, Shisha was holding a kunao and yelling at some villagers. Shisha, you traitor, I never thought you could be so heartless and not even spare your own village. Takagi heard Shisha's threat as soon as he entered the village, and immediately couldn't help but jump out and accuse. Shisha, damn it, I've been yelling here for a long time, you damn people are not even in the village. Shisha was so embarrassed. Fortunately, the people in the Rain Ninja Village didn't notice anything strange about him, otherwise it would have been a huge embarrassment. Stop talking nonsense, as long as you give me the heroic water, I will let them go. Otherwise, let alone growing up in a village, I will not show mercy even to my closest relatives. Shisha showed a cruel smile, then walked up to a villager and gestured in front of him with a kunao. He wanted to use this to increase the pressure on Takagi and make him compromise. Mr. Kakashi, are you sure you can rescue those villagers? Takagi did not answer Shisha, but carefully asked Kakashi aside. Ah, no problem. Kakashi looked around, then looked at Kinyi Liuyun, looked at him and nodded, indicating that it was okay. That's up to you, Takagi said sincerely. As for Kinyi Liuyun on the side, he didn't think a kid under 10 years old could be so powerful. Who do I think you are? It turns out that you hired foreign aid. It's just a ninja from Konoha. Do you think you can make a difference? As Takagi talked to Kakashi, Shisha also discovered Kakashi and the others. Although Kakashi was wearing Konoha's forward protector, Shisha didn't care at all. With so many of them, how could they be afraid of just one ninja? As for Kinyi Liuyun, he didn't pay much attention to what a kid who was not a ninja could do. Take action. Kakashi and Kinyi Liuyun looked at each other, and then rushed out quickly. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Kakashi and Kinyi Liuyun released sea-level fire escape ninjutsu together. But Kinyi Liuyun's seal speed was obviously much faster than Kakashi. When Kinyi Liuyun's 3 fireballs attacked the hookah, Kakashi Nishi's ninjutsu has just been released. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive fireballs hit the place where the hookah was. The hookah had already seen that the situation was not good and ran away quickly. However, Kinyi Liuyun's purpose had been achieved. His original purpose was to rescue the hostages. Aha! However, Kakashi's fire escape was not to rescue hostages. His fireballs were released at the ninjas standing next to the villagers of Taki Ninja Village. The fireball flew very fast. Those wandering ninjas were unable to react and were hit by the fireball on the spot, and then their whole bodies were set on fire. Help people quickly. When the people in the Kirigakure village nearby saw this, they immediately planned to use water escape to save people. But Kinyi Liuyun had already freed his hands. How could he watch them see people? Wind escape, the wind blows and cuts. In a short period of time, Kinyi Liuyun formed the seal successfully, and then the invisible wind blade appeared next to the ninjas of Ninja Village who wanted to save people. Aha! That sharp cutting ability cut off the arms of all the ninjas in the Rain Ninja Village who were forming seals. As for the ninjas in Rain Ninja Village who lost their arms, naturally no one could save the few wandering ninjas who were hit by the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. They lost their lives in the miserable screams and turned into charred corpses. All this happened very quickly. In just a few seconds, Kakashi and Chiba Ryuyun cooperated very well. After all, they often competed with each other when they were in Konoha, and Kakashi even handed over his combat experience to Chiba Ryuyun. Good, amazing. Shibuki, who was in the distance, stared at Kinyi Ryuyun in stunned silence. He didn't expect that such a young ninja could be so powerful. Moreover, the two sides cooperated so seamlessly that they were able to defeat nearly 10 ninjas in an instant. It seems that we have all underestimated this disciple of Kakashi. With this kind of strength, he is already an elite Chuunin. Just looking at these ninjutsu, Takagi can only infer that Chiba Ryuyun has the strength of an elite Chuunin. Moreover, that kind of ceiling speed. Thinking of Kinyi Ryuyun's afterimage like ceiling speed, Takagi's scalp went numb for a while. It was too fast. It was so fast that even he, the leader of Taki Ninja Village, couldn't see clearly how the other party formed the seal. Father, let's go down and help them quickly. The village can be saved. Seeing how powerful Kakashi and Chiba Ryuyun were, Shibuki immediately persuaded his father. Needless to say, let's go, Shimu. Takagi jumped up and soon came to Kakashi and Kinyi Ryuyun. Huka, I didn't expect that your ambition and conspiracy are destined to fail. Hateful, the strength of these two people is a bit too strong, especially that kid. Shisha looked at Kakashi and Kamba Ryuyun who were standing together with a gloomy expression. The situation that had a good chance of winning was shattered in an instant with the actions of Kakashi and Chiba Ryuyun. Go ahead and don't give them time to talk nonsense. Kinyi Ryuyun didn't bother to listen to the nonsense between them. Generally speaking, at this time, many villains and heroes will have a long talk. I think so too. Kakashi nodded in appreciation. He was very satisfied with Kinyi Ryuyun's decisive character. If he procrastinated, he would not live long in the ninja world. Feeling the movement next to him, Kinyi Ryuyun subconsciously opened his Sharingan. Of course, it was a hidden opening. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullet. What surprised Chiba Ryuyun and Kakashi was that Takagi on the side took the lead in taking action on the Huka. Another B-level ninjutsu was obtained. Kamba Ryuyun, who opened the Sharingan, naturally copied this water dragon bullet technique. Immediately, he quickly formed the seal, and within a few seconds, the complex seal of the water dragon bullet technique was completed in an instant. A line larger than Takagi Takaga, the mighty water dragon, roared out of the lake next to it. Its ferocious face and scarlet eyes were intimidating. Under the control of Kinyi Ryuyun, the water dragon roared upward and rushed towards the Huka and others next to the lake. Not to be outdone, Takagi's water dragon bullet followed Chiba Ryuyun's water dragon bullet and rushed towards Shisha and the others. Water style, water wall. After witnessing the unparalleled power of the water dragon bullet, the people of Rain Village cooperated with each other, and a series of water curtains rose from the lake, and then turned into a water barrier to block the water dragon's way. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A trace of electric arcs appeared on Kinyi Ryuyun and Kakashi's bodies, and turned into electric snakes on the left and right. But how could they know that the water dragon bullet technique was a feint, and the real attack was the lightning release coordinated by Kakashi and Kinyi Ryuyun? Lightning-like electric snakes crawled from Kakashi and Kinyi Ryuyun's bodies along the ground toward Shuiyin and the ninjas of the Rain Village. The speed was so fast that they didn't have time to react. Besides, they were attracted by the water dragon bullet at the beginning, and didn't notice the actions of Kakashi and Kinyi Ryuyun. So when they found that the electric snakes were attacking, it was too late. Aha! With the addition of water, the power of thunder escape is even better. The sour taste simply made them want to die. When the power of lay done passed, a puff of white smoke came out of their mouths, and then they slowly lay down on the ground. This was being electrocuted alive. At this time, the only people left are the rebel Mizukage of Taki Ninja Village and the leader of this group of ninjas from Rain Ninja Village. This. Shisha looked at all this in disbelief. There were so many of them, but they were easily eliminated by just 2 people from the other side. Bastard Shisha, you killed me. Is this what you said? You can 100% get the hero water? The leader of Yunin Village is about to cry. He feels that today is going to be bad. Maybe his life will be handed down here. Damn it, you come here to join in the fun, you can stay in Yunin Village. Isn't it good to come here to die? Humph, if you didn't covet the hero's water, would you have come with me? Why don't you two blame each other, and now think about how to escape? Seeing that the Rain Village was still complaining, Shuiyin said unhappily. Of course, in his heart, he would use the other party to escape later. It would be best if they could escape together. If not, then the leader of the Rain Village would have to be the scapegoat. As for whether he could escape, Shuiyin was still sure. He was a jonin, and there were people to hold him back, so escaping should not be a problem. Mr. Kakashi, the opponent is probably going to run away, so let's just use our special move. Kamba Ryuyun has always wanted to use Chidori. When he fought against Heite Kakashi, he had never used Chidori. If you get it this time, you can give it a try. That's fine, you attack the hookah, and I'll attack the people in the Rain Ninja Village. Kakashi assigned the people, and he was not worried about Kamba Ryuyun's comfort. These two people were said to be Jounin, but in fact, in Konoha Village, they only have the strength of special Jounin at most. Good. Kinyi Ryuyun grinned. Chi chi chi. A series of bird songs bloomed from the hands of Kakashi and Kinyi Ryuyun. The sound, like the chirping of thousands of birds, attracted the attention of everyone present. Good. It's so terrifying that chakra can actually form such substantial thunder escape chakra in their hands. These two people must be monsters. Shisha was secretly frightened and took a hard swallow of water. An ominous premonition arose in her heart. She felt that she would die today. Soon, his premonition was verified. Swish! Kinyi Ryuyun and Kakashi turned into two bolts of lightning and rushed towards them. That indomitable momentum, that extreme speed. Neither the hookah nor the leader of Ninja Village reacted. Phew! A flower of blood spilled out from the chests of the two people. This was the result of Chidori piercing their hearts. Kinyi Ryuyun felt nauseous. He didn't feel it just now, but this close observation made him, who had never added blood, a little unbearable for a while. He quickly took out his hand, and then ran to the edge of the lake to give away the blood on his body. Wash clean hemp, after all, there is still no blood. I thought you were so amazing just now, but now it seems that this is the behavior of a person who has seen blood for the first time. Seeing Kinyi Ryuyun's behavior, Kakashi smiled into crescent eyes. He still likes to see Kinyi Ryuyun's embarrassment. Who made this guy always have an expression of I know everything and look like a little adult? Now this embarrassing look is really rare. Kakashi, you've had enough. Your sultry and wretched smile makes me want to beat you up. Kinyi Ryuyun complained to Kakashi while washing the blood. Is my smile very obscene? I don't think so. Besides, how can you tell that I'm obscene when I'm wearing a mask? Kakashi silently put on his mask, and then said speechlessly, speaking of which, Kakashi-sensei, are you really ugly? I heard that you have been wearing a mask since you were a child. Kinyi Ryuyun said with a slight curiosity. Although in the anime, there was an episode where Kakashi revealed his true appearance, but unfortunately it was all in the flashback chapter, and Kinyi Ryuyun really hasn't found it yet. Does what your teacher looks like have anything to do with you? Kakashi looked at Chiba Ryuyun, who was full of curiosity, speechlessly. Of course, if you look too good for the audience, I won't have to worry about what you will do if you can't find a wife in the future, right? Kinyi Ryuyun said matter-of-factly. Thank you very much, but I don't need it. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Kinyi Ryuyun, and then didn't want to talk to him anymore. After walking to Takagi, he handed over the task list to him. After signing it, Kakashi was ready to go back. As for the one who could kill someone if he drank it, neither Kakashi nor Kamba Ryuyun is interested in this kind of thing, so it's better to stay away from him. At this time, Kinyi Ryuyun suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt a huge chakra. Although it only passed away in a flash, Kinyi Ryuyun still captured it. This is the Seven Tails? Thinking of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki who funded the Takigakur village, Chiba Ryuyun seemed to be thinking about something, but then he put the matter of the Seven Tails behind his mind. He was too lazy to care about it anyway, and it would all go into the pocket of the Akatsuki organization in the end. After saying goodbye to Takagi Shibuki and his son, Chiba Ryuyun followed Kakashi and walked towards Konoha with the excitement of his first mission. On the way, he was thinking about how to spend the 405,000 taels. Well, the village will take 1/10, and Kakashi and Chiba Ryuyun will split the rest. And Chiba Ryuyun's current strength is barely enough to qualify for the score reward with Kakashi. Chiba Ryuyun thought about it. Well, take out half to subsidize Ui Korone's family expenses, and put the rest in the passbook for emergencies. Besides, in the world of Naruto, strength is the foundation, and money and other things are just for enjoyment, and it's enough as long as it's enough. That, Kakashi-sensei, don't you have a higher level ninjutsu for your wind release? Walking on the way home, Kinyi Ryuyun couldn't forget a certain ninjutsu. Well, that's right, it's the Reborn. This is a super powerful ninjutsu that can be used from beginning to end and will never be outdated. Speaking of which, there really is one. Kakashi heard Kinyi Ryuyun mention it and glanced at him speechlessly. This little guy wants to learn ninjutsu again. Really? What ninjutsu is that? Teach me now. Kinyi Ryuyun said excitedly. Oh my god, I'm possessed by a drama queen. Speaking of which, this ninjutsu is still a Muji ninjutsu. It was developed by my teacher, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. His name is Reborn. As for power, it's on par with my Reikari. Speaking of the Reborn, Kakashi fell into memories. Well, fortunately Chiba Ryuyun is not Naruto, otherwise he might have turned on his kaleidoscope presbyopia again. After all, his kaleidoscope presbyopia was turned on a lot in the anime. He would turn on Naruto at every turn. The person's back looked like that of the fourth Hokage, and then he said in surprise, "Teacher? His presbyopia has reached such an extent that his Mangekyo Sheri-nan has been blinded in vain. Perhaps the Mangekyo Sheri-nan was overused? Well, this is an unsolved mystery. On par with Leiki, it's so awesome, I want to learn. Kinyi Liuyun immediately pretended to want to learn. Raise-nan is a Muji ninjutsu, so it is not easy to learn it, Kakashi said, raised his hand, and a small blue-white pill appeared in Kakashi's hand. Afterwards, Kakashi told Kinyi Liuyun about the training experience of the Raise-nan and the precautions. Kinyi Liuyun pretended to listen carefully, and kept pretending to try to practice the Raise-nan on the way back to the village. After one day, Raise-nan, the blue-white Raise-nan bloomed in Kinyi Liuyun's hand, and then he pressed it on a tree, blowing the tree to pieces on the spot. Kakashi talked helplessly, his heart was so tired. No matter what level of ninjutsu this guy is, it's really easy to learn it. Kakashi has no sense of accomplishment as a teacher. His disciple is too talented. Do you blame me? Soon, after walking for more than a day, they finally returned to Konoha. Naturally, the two of them went to the Hokage's office together to report on the mission. Well, Kinyi Liuyun is waiting to get the money. You came back so fast, I thought it would take you at least half a month to a month. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi and Chiba Liuyun in surprise. This speed is not too fast by coincidence. When we arrived at Taki Ninja Village, the rebel ninjas from their village had already invaded the village. We went and cleaned them all up. Kakashi shrugged. I didn't expect such a coincidence. This A-level mission was completed with great ease. Let's talk about Liuyun's performance. The third Hokage no longer dwells on the issue of pleasure or displeasure. What he cares about is Kinyi Liuyun's performance. We used the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique from the beginning, then the Water Dragon Bomb. Finally, he used Chidori to end the life of the rebellious ninja. Kakashi told the story of the battle one by one, especially Lu Yun's performance. Haha, you are worthy of being masters and disciples. It was the first time we collaborated on a mission, and you already had such a tacit understanding. The third Hokage was extremely satisfied after hearing this. Chiba Ryuun's performance can be described as wonderful. Then the final use of Chidori to end the opponent's life was a bit flawed, but considering that it was the first time Chiba Ryuun performed a mission and the first time he saw blood, it was normal. Performance, come, this is your reward. The third Hokage took out 810,000 taels from the safe and gave it to Kakashi and Chiba Liuyun. Chiba Liuyun was not polite and took the money. In the Hokage's office, just 3 times 5 divided by 2, and Kakashi Kasi distributed the reward. How about it, Liuyun, when do you want to do the mission again? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. After a month, relax your nervousness. Kinyi Liuyun thought for a while and decided to do the task after a month. It's okay, you are a ninja student now, so it's best to wait a month between each mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied that Chiba Ryuun has not been dazzled by an A-level mission and wants to continue the mission impatiently. Generally speaking, those genin who have just graduated can't wait to carry out C-level or B-level missions immediately. It feels like D-level missions are a waste of time, but don't think about it. An ordinary genin who doesn't even know ninjutsu wants to do high-level missions, just like Naruto, who just graduated. He clamored to do a C-level mission, but it turned out to be a fake C-level one that was no worse than an S-level one. If it weren't for Minajiki Shiro's kindness and protagonist aura, not everyone in Team 7 would have been a GG. Jiaja. After leaving the Hokage's office, Kinyi Liuyun went home. Is your mission so fast? Come and check if you are injured. Hearing Kinyi Liuyun's voice, Zirihong hurried out. Then she walked to Kinyi Liuyun and began to check his body. Oh, don't worry, Sister Hong, she was not injured this time. The solution was very easy, and the first mission was completed perfectly. Kinyi Liuyun said as he took out his pocket. Dang. He took out his reward and handed half of the lost amount to Ui Kurane. Hee, I can also contribute to this family in the future. Silly brother, my family still has a lot of money, we don't need your money. Sister Hong, take it. We are a family. Of course I will be a share of this family in the future. Kinyi Liuyun said with a pun. Well, a family. If you become your wife, then it is a real family. Now, kissing is not a real family. Well, okay, since you said so, brother, I won't refuse, sister. This time Ui Hong did not refuse. Maybe she was impressed by Kinyi Liuyun's family. Obviously, Ui Hong still doesn't know what Kinyi Liuyun's family means. Although she is now very moved by Kinyi Liuyun's family. It reached 82 points. If it were an ordinary man and woman, they would definitely regard each other as confidants. But Ui Hong obviously hasn't realized whether her feelings for Kinyi Liuyun are really about her younger brother. Maybe 82 points of favorability are still there. It's too low. When the favorability level reaches 85 or 90, Ui Hong will realize that this is not a simple brother-sister relationship. But Kinyi Liuyun is not in a hurry now. He is only 9 years old, and there is still a long time. The bearded Asuma approached Ui Korone intentionally or unintentionally, but was blocked by Chiba Ryuun. And although Chiba Ryuun was only 9 years old now, his development was definitely on par with his 12-year-old peers. It can be said that Beiji Quan brought unexpected benefits. It quickly absorbed nutrients, strengthened the body, and indirectly promoted his rapid physical growth. Kinyi Liuyun believed that when he was 12 years old, he would definitely not be weak based on his height and appearance. What Naruto and Sasuke looked like when they were 15 years old. I won't go home for dinner tonight. I used to eat Hinata and Ino, and today I want to treat them to dinner. After handing the money to Ui Korone, Chiba Liuyun smiled and waved his hand, then walked out of the house and walked towards the ninja school. It was almost time to get out of school, so Kinyi Liuyun naturally had to go quickly. Otherwise, when the two little Lolita go home, it will be difficult to find them, and they will have to wait for tomorrow. When Kinyi Liuyun came to the ninja school, he found that there was only a little time left before school was over. Simply, he did not go over, but waited at the entrance of the ninja school. About 10 minutes later, a bell sounded, indicating that the ninja school was over. Kinyi Liuyun waited patiently as he watched each student walk out of the school gate. Soon his eyes lit up, and the figures of Hinata and Ino appeared in his field of vision. Now he waved to the two people. Hinata, Ino, I'm back, Mr. Liuyun. After hearing Kinyi Liuyun's voice, the two little Lolita were overjoyed and ran over immediately. They didn't care about other people's strange opinions at all. Let's go, I'll treat you to a big dinner. You always treated me to a meal before. This time I have money and I need to treat you well. Now that you have money in your pocket, your waste is worth it. It's time to be happy. Why, you made a lot of money, Ino said in surprise. Hey, I now have a huge sum of 200,000 yuan. Kinyi Liuyun took out his 200,000 and waved it in front of Ino. Haha, how did you get so much money? I want to eat barbecue today. Seeing that Kinyi Liuyun had so much money, Ino was not polite and wanted to eat barbecue. Okay, I'll take care of myself today. Kinyi Liuyun waved his hand, no problem at all. You know, there are 3 big stomach kings here today, especially Hinata, who is the king of big stomach kings. Originally, his appetite was very large, but he has always eaten. He restrained himself. Later, under Kinyi Liuyun's persuasion, he let go of the food. The amount of food frightened Ino, but being able to eat was also a great benefit to practicing Bajiquan and the huge food intake in Hinata's body. There is a lot of energy. After practicing Bajiquan over and over again, Hinata's physical strength has increased sharply, and another advantage of increased physical strength is that her body cells are extremely active, and Hinata's chakra is also increasing sharply. You know, chakra is produced by the combination of physical energy and mental energy, and Bajiquan not only improves the body, but also tempers the mental power, so Hinata's chakra increases a lot. Plus Hinata, he is a descendant of immortals and has a lot of chakra. In terms of numerical comparison, 9-year-old Hinata already has 42 points of chakra. This is already the amount of chakra possessed by a special jounin who has no blood inheritance limit. The amount of chakra was almost the same as that of Ui Hong. The 3 of them came to a delicious barbecue restaurant. Boss, 20 plates of mutton and 20 plates of beef first. As soon as he sat down, Ino couldn't wait to start ordering. Well, 20 plates of each are just appetizers, and there won't be enough for more. In Ino's estimation, 50 plates of mutton and 50 plates of beef each will definitely not fill their stomachs. Okay, how many of you guys are there? The boss was very enthusiastic when he saw that there was a big business coming. How many? Didn't you see? Just the 3 of us. Ino looked like you're blind. Boss, Mom, where did these 3 little guys come from? They asked for 40 plates of meat as soon as they entered the door. I'm afraid they weren't playing tricks on me. But one look at Hinata's eyes that were the trademark of the Hyaga clan, and she kept her smile on her face. The wealthy Hyaga clan is a wealthy family that cannot be messed with. The boss took them into a larger place and started preparation work. There were 3 ovens here. Period. Kinyi Liuyun asked the boss to serve 10 more plates of ingredients, including potatoes, lettuce, etc. A good combination of meat and vegetables. Soon, plates of meat and vegetables all arrived. Seeing the plates of meat, other diners were stunned. 3 people ordered so much. Are children today so unrestrained? This is simply a waste of food. Then I was stunned. I saw 3 little guys roasting meat quickly on the 3 ovens, and whenever the meat was cooked, the 3 little guys stuffed it into their mouths without hesitation. Boss, here are 20 more plates each, and the remaining materials will be presented again as before. Ino's voice echoed in this barbecue restaurant again, but this time the boss didn't say anything. After being stunned for a while, he quickly started to prepare. He was already stunned by the appetite of the 3 little guys. Soon, it was again 50 plates of meat and ingredients came up. The boss thought that you should eat these 50 plates more slowly. However, the 3 of them continued to eat at a slow pace, which made the boss speechless. I can't afford to feed even one child, let alone 3. After finishing the 50 plates, Shiba Ryuan, Hinata, and Ino all ate 8 points and finally ordered 15 plates. After eating the meat and 5 plates of ingredients, I finally finished the meal. During this period, the boss looked frightened, fearing that these little guys would eat the overlord meal, and the diners on the side had already stopped their actions. They watched the 3 little guys eating intently. Some of them even made bets on how much they could eat. In the end, no one could guess the hundreds of plates of meat and more than 20 plates of ingredients, which surprised everyone. It's so shameful. Especially after eating so much, the stomachs of these 3 little guys are not bulging at all. It feels like a bottomless pit. Boss, check out. After eating and drinking, Kinyi Liu Yun is about to pay the bill. Hey, here it comes. At this moment, the boss finally let go of all the worries in his heart. As long as these ancestors are willing to pay the bill, it will be fine. Hello, Shinjui is 13,000 taels, and I will charge you 10,000 taels. The boss gave me a good discount. He naturally hopes that these 3 little ancestors can come here more often in the future. Just one visit with this amount of food is enough for his day's turnover. Fortunately, he had called the butcher before they gave away some beef and mutton, otherwise there would be nothing to entertain the customers in the evening. Kinyi Liu Yun didn't take it for a moment, even though it cost him nearly half of the money. The 3 of them had a great meal today while everyone looked at them in awe. Walked out of the barbecue restaurant, haha, looking at their eyes, I feel very funny. As soon as she walked out of the barbecue restaurant, Ino smiled. The expressions in the store just now were so interesting. That's because we eat too much, especially me, almost half of it went into my stomach. Hinata touched her stomach embarrassedly. Haha, now go home and practice Bajikwan to digest the energy you eat. I ate so much meat today, it needs to be transformed properly. And they were indeed a little full. Originally, they were already 80% full after finishing the second dish, but they finally ordered it for the 3rd time. Just enough to fill up their empty stomachs. Well, for the first time, I discovered that having a full meal is so good. Ino sighed. After hearing this, Hinata and Shiba Ryuan not only smiled politely. Hinata and Ino were restrained at home, but they were not like being used as cooking buckets by others, and they didn't care so much outside. Shiba Ryuan decided, I will make more money in the future, otherwise I will be really unhappy if I can't eat as much as I want. If I make it myself, how long will it take to eat such a large amount of food? It's too tiring. I have decided to work hard to make money, and then I will just eat, take out, or simply go out to eat. Well, maybe go out to find Tsunade and gamble with her. After a delicious meal, Kinyi Liu Yun sent Hinata and Ino home. Then he became a good student again. At school, all the classmates didn't know that this seemingly harmless top student had completed an A-level mission. After a month, Kinyi Liu Yun planned to take on a new mission. Liu Yun and Hong, come with me to the Hokage's office. While having breakfast with Ui Hong at home, Kakashi suddenly came to visit. Why does Sister Hong need to go too? Kinyi Liu Yun was grateful and stood up immediately after eating. Yes, it was the 3rd Hokage's call. Hearing that it was the 3rd Hokage's call, Ui Korone and Shiba Liu Yun moved quickly and solved the problem quickly. The 3 of them soon came to the Hokage's office. I summoned you this time because I have an urgent mission. After the 3 people arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't talk nonsense and handed a task list to the 3 people. This is not a task for other countries. It is the mission of Konoha village. The owner of the ninja tool shop needs to purchase a batch of ninja tools from the land of craftsmen, but the amount is huge and he is worried about being targeted, so he wants to ask for ninja protection. When such a large number of ninja tools leave the country of craftsmen, people with ulterior motives will definitely be watching, so it is natural to find 3 ninjas to protect them, and it must be a high-level ninja. When the 3rd Hokage received this task order, he immediately thought of Kakashi and Shiba Ryuan, but just in case, he also called Ui Hong. 2 top special jounin and a quasi-cage level master also made the 3rd Hokage feel more at ease. Moreover, the rewards for this task are quite generous, with each jounin being given a reward of 1 million. This is equivalent to the reward for the 3 lowest S-level missions. But who told the owner of the ninja shop to play such a big game this time? If this batch of ninja tools reaches Konoha, it will be enough for Konoha to consume for a year. The reason is also that he negotiated a discount with the country of craftsmen, buying as much as he wants at one time and then getting a smaller discount. In the end, these discounts were enough to pay the 3 million remuneration. But this also shows that the number this time is huge. After all, it is enough to meet the needs of Konoha village for a year. I'm afraid this batch of transactions won't exceed hundreds of millions. You should pack up and go to the entrance of Konoha village. After all, it is not safe for the owner of the ninja shop to bring such a large amount of money. After the 3 people read the task list, the 3rd Hokage urged, yes, we will set off as soon as we are ready. The 3 of them nodded, then went home to prepare, and appeared at the gate of Konoha village half an hour later. I didn't expect it to be you, Kakashi. I feel a lot more relieved when you are here. When Kakashi appeared, the owner of the ninja shop was obviously very happy. Ah, thank you for your attention. This is Ui Hong. I think you should recognize it. As for this, he is my disciple. I am going to take him out to see the world. Kakashi replied humbly, and then introduced Kinyi Liu-yun. Well, no problem. I feel at ease with you in terms of safety. We can solve some simple characters by ourselves, but I'm afraid that if there is an attack by Jonin, then it will be up to you. He has no problem with Kakashi taking his disciples out. After exchanging pleasantries, a group of dozens of people set out on the road to the land of craftsmen. Looking at this group of people, there are probably more than 60 people. There are 30 cart drivers, and the remaining 30 are naturally the guards of the owner of the ninja tool shop, including many of the Konoha Chuyunin and elite Chuyunin he hired. Then there are Kakashi and the three of them. Since there were many ordinary people in the team, the process was very slow. After walking for a whole week, they reached the land of craftsmen. Fortunately, everything in this area is very peaceful, and there are no unblinking bandits or wandering ninjas. However, the real highlight is yet to come. Once so many people from the ninja tool shop owner are transported out of the land of craftsmen, I don't know how much attention they will attract. Mr. Kakashi, it will take about 2 days here, please wait for me. After arriving at the land of craftsmen, the owner of the ninja tool shop rented a courtyard as a temporary place to stay, while he was going to discuss business with the leader of the land of craftsmen. With such a large amount of goods, loading the truck alone is not a small project. Okay, I'll send my shadow clone to follow you. If you need anything, you can always ask my shadow clone to be removed and bring you news. Then everyone separated, and Kakashi took out his pornographic book and began to read it with relish, not caring about other people's eyes at all. Mr. Kakashi, you are just a boring guy. What's the use of just reading books, if you have the ability to practice it? Kinyi Liu-yun said speechlessly. You are still young and you don't understand, this is a state. Kakashi said with a smile, but his eyes were always focused on the little yellow book and he had no intention of raising his head. You can't save you. I don't understand? I know much more than a simple white man like you, Kinyi Liu-yun muttered to himself. Forget it, I'll ignore you, Sister Hong. Let's go and see what delicious food there is in this country of craftsmen. Although there are game and tooth festivals along the way, it's not enough at all. Kinyi Liu-yun has given up on treating Kakashi and is too lazy to pay attention to him. Okay, speaking of which, I have never been to the land of craftsmen. Zihe Hong touched her belly. Well, she also wanted to pay homage to her 5 internal organs temple. She didn't think so before, but since her appetite increased, she felt that she had become a foodie. Well, a foodie like Anko. Good. Since he has Bajiquin, he can convert the food he eats into energy that strengthens his body, so he doesn't have to worry about getting out of shape. After the two of them walked around and asked most people for their opinions, they chose a restaurant that looked good. Nice restaurant. At night, when Chiba Liu-yun and Ui Hong came back, they found that Kakashi was still staring at his little porn book, which made them speechless. Kakashi-sensei, I brought you dinner. Kinyi Liu-yun said and threw a takeaway to Kakashi. Oh no, before I knew it, it was already so late. I happen to be hungry. Thank you, Liu-yun. Kakashi, who was addicted to the paradise of intimacy, realized that it was already late, and he didn't seem to have eaten yet. Kanba Liu-yun came too timely. In a dark courtyard, a figure flashed into the courtyard from time to time. At this time, 7 or 8 people had gathered in a room in the courtyard. Mr. Taihao, I have inquired clearly. Konoha will import a batch of cutting tools worth hundreds of millions of taels. They will leave in 2 days. At that time, you can. One of them reported to the people present, and finally made a gesture of wiping his neck. 100 million taels of ninja tools. If this was transported back to our IWA ninja village, it would be such a great achievement, and if such a batch of cutting tools were obtained for nothing, the village would be able to save a lot of money. The man named Taihao touched his chin and said excitedly. Speaking of it, it was quite a coincidence. People from the IWA ninja village also came to the country of craftsmen to buy ninja tools, and the person in charge of the negotiation unexpectedly discovered the people of Konoha immediately began to investigate. After some intelligence collection, they knew that Konoha's volume was very large this time, and naturally they were moved. Among these 8 people, the leader was naturally Taihao, the strength of the elite Jounin. Then there are the 2 special Jounin deputy captains, and then the 2 elite Chunin and the 3 Chunin. Naturally, these 8 people are the ninjas who escorted the IWA ninja village to buy blades. They are not as wealthy as the ninja shop owners in Konoha village, who directly make orders worth hundreds of millions. They only make orders worth tens of millions. Have you found out their escort force? Taihao thought for a moment and finally asked, if they have the upper hand, then no more nonsense, just start fighting. I don't know about this yet, but please give me a day and I will definitely find out. I will definitely find out before they leave. The person in charge of intelligence said be sure to check. Taihao looked serious. This involves a fortune of 100 million, so we can't be careless. Yes. The intelligence officer knelt down on one knee, knowing that this matter is very important. When investigating the Konoha guards in the IWA Ninja Village, Kakashi and Chiba Ryuun were completely unaware. Those who should read little yellow books should read little yellow books, and those who should cultivate feelings should cultivate feelings. Well, at least Chiba Ryuun thinks that he and Ui Hong are cultivating their relationship. 82 points is so touching that it cannot be wasted and must continue to deepen. 2 days passed in a flash. Mr. Kakashi, we will prepare to officially set off in the afternoon, so I will trouble you then. This morning, the owner of the ninja shop said to Kakashi's shadow clone. The shadow clone has been following him for the past 2 days. Okay, I understand. I will tell the main body. If nothing happens, I will contact the shadow clone. Well, no problem, I just happen to have to check again how the goods are being loaded. The owner of the ninja shop said goodbye to Kakashi's shadow clone and walked out. Boom! Kakashi's shadow clone also disappeared. We set off in the afternoon. The moment the shadow clone disappeared, Kakashi was suddenly stunned, and then put the little yellow book away. Ryuun, Hong, are you there? Kakashi shouted into the courtyard, but no one responded. He had no choice but to go out to search, but it would be embarrassing if everyone hadn't arrived when he set off. Fortunately, the country of Takamai is a ninja village. Not too big. Kakashi quickly found Chiba Ryuun and Ui Kurane who were eating. After eating and drinking, Kakashi took Chiba Ryuun and Ui Hong to find the owner of the ninja shop. At this point all the cutting tools have been packed and it's time to hit the road. After the owner of the ninja tool shop and the leader of the craftsman country exchanged warm greetings, the large army began to move forward thinking about Konoha. After a group of people from Konoha left, 8 figures also set off behind them. They were people from the IWA Ninja Village. After more than a day of investigation, they had found out that the person following the ninja shop owner was Heite Kakashi. There are also some Chuyunin and elite Chuyunin. Teihao had some impressions of Heite Kakashi, the kid on the Kanabi Bridge. In line with the fact that everyone is an elite Jonin, Teihao is no longer afraid of Kakashi. Instead, he thought that he had 2 more special Jonins on his side, so he had an advantage. Kinyi Ryuun and Ui Hong were not included in their calculations at all. Because she disliked the trouble, Ui Hong did not go out with Hufu and Kinyi Ryuun, so although the intelligence personnel saw the 2 of them coming in and out, they thought they were ordinary people. Therefore, the information obtained by IWA Ninja Village this time can be said to have revealed 2 crucial figures. In a cautious state, Teihao and the others followed the caravan from a distance. They are not planning to take action here, but decide to take action after leaving the country of craftsmen. Because they were hanging too far away, Kakashi and the others didn't notice anyone following them. 1 day later, the caravan left the country of craftsmen. The people in IWA Ninja Village were also well prepared and took a long way to ambush the caravan on its only path. Kakashi, who was walking, suddenly noticed something unusual. Based on his years of experience, he knew that there was an ambush ahead. Parking. Now that he knows there is an ambush, Kakashi is naturally not prepared to let the caravan continue to move forward. What's wrong, Mr. Kakashi? The owner of the ninja shop came over. There's an ambush, be careful. Kakashi put away his laziness and looked serious. Yes, I see. The owner of the ninja tool shop acted very quickly. It's not like he has never been ambushed before. In an arms business like ninja tools, he is naturally prepared to be ambushed at any time. He immediately arranged for guards to protect the ordinary people. In case these people, if he is dead, who will pull the cart? Should he ask these guards? As expected of the copy ninja Heite Kakashi, we did it so secretly that you still discovered it. Teihao led several people from the IWA Ninja Village and slowly rose up from the ground in front of them. Originally, they were planning to stay underground and wait for the caravan to pass by them, but their plan obviously failed. Was discovered by Kakashi ninja from the Uegakur. Seeing the Uegakur's forward protector, Kakashi's heart was stirred, and he subconsciously covered his left eye. There was the Sharinan that Uchiha Obito gave him. Yes, it is our IWA ninja, Heite Kakashi. How about we discuss something with you and give us your ninja tools? Teihao grinned, and then shook his hand slightly behind his back, gesturing for everyone to take action. But someone moved faster than them, Kinyi Ryuun. At the beginning, he launched a huge fireball and attacked those rock ninjas. Ui on the side Hong was stunned. She didn't expect Kinyi Ryuun to be so decisive and rushed forward without hesitation. The moment he saw the ninjas from IWA Ninja Village, he clearly detected the strength of the other side. Then he started directing without hesitation. Ui Kurane and Kakashi were stunned. They didn't expect Kinyi Ryuun to detect the opponent's strength so clearly. There was no reason at the moment, and he followed Kinyi Ryuun's words and attacked his designated target. As for the others, Kakashi knew that they were all below the level of special jounin, and it was enough to leave them to the owner of the ninja tool shop. And what they want to solve is the 3 strongest people. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully challenging a special jounin in a one-on-one challenge and being rewarded with a one-handed seal. After Qinyi Liuyun assigned his opponents, the long-awaited attempt to commit suicide finally succeeded. In the eyes of the special jounin, it was a big joke that this little brat with no hair on his face wanted to deal with him. Little boy, ninja is not a game you can play, go to hell obediently, and remember that you can't be messed with by anyone in your next life. The rock ninja felt that he was underestimated, so he wanted Qinyi Liuyun to die with regret. As the earth escape chakra was injected into his hand, his fist turned into a rock fist. It was the rock fist technique. Die. IWA Ninja showed a ferocious smile, and used the technique of rock fist to hit Qinyi Liuyun. Chi chi chi. Lightning flashed across Qinyi Liuyun's body. He used the characteristics of his lightning chakra to stimulate the cells in his body, making him faster. Swish. An afterimage flashed by, and Qinyi Liuyun dodged the attack of the rock fist technique. At the same time, his ninjutsu, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, was also ready. What? Qinyi Liuyun's ghostly speed immediately shocked IWA Ninja, and he quickly searched for his whereabouts. Oops, before he came to look for it, he felt a hot temperature coming from behind, which made him secretly frightened. However, he did not sit still and waited for death. He used the hardening technique with the Earth Escape Chakra to strengthen his defense. The strength was greatly increased and he rushed to the side at the same time. Hiss. Although he dodged very quickly and even dodged 2 of the 3 fireballs, his arm was still inevitably hit by a roaring fireball. The hot touch on his arm stimulated IWA Ninja's nerves. At this moment, he wished he could master the water release ninjutsu. Although he only scratched a little, the burning pain was really unbearable. Holding back the burns on his arms, IWA Ninja turned and looked at Qinyi Basin. At this moment, he no longer regarded the other party as a child. With his ninjutsu and reflexes, ordinary elite Chuyunin may not have them. In this way, the harmless brat in front of him is probably at the same level as him, especially a jounin. After reacting, IWA Ninja also secretly blamed himself. What a careless person. Who would dare to go to Liangshan without Sanzanzan? Since this little kid dares to charge over, it means that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. Really, I was deceived by the superficial image. Especially after seeing the performance of this brat, IWA Ninja did not dare to be careless. At this time, he was concentrating on Qinyi Liuyun not far away, and at the same time, 3 shurikens appeared in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 shurikens flew towards Qianba Liuyun in the shape of pin shuriken? Those are all leftovers from my play. Shuriken, in these 3 years, Qinyi Liuyun has already reached the master level, and is now at the same level as Uchiha Itaki. Playing with shuriken in front of him is simply courting death. From the shuriken suddenly appearing in Qinyi Liuyun's hand just now, to the time it was shot out, this process was less than a second, which shows how fast Qinyi Liuyun is in taking out the shuriken. Let you see how powerful shuriken is. Qianba Liuyun didn't see any movement. 3 shurikens suddenly appeared in his hand again. Then he threw them at IWA Ninja. Ding ding ding. The 3 shurikens in the air suddenly collided with each other and flew in different directions. Ha ha, a brat is a brat. He wants me to see how good he is at throwing shuriken. IWA Ninja laughed hard at first, but soon stopped laughing, because he found that after the collision of the 3 shurikens, although the flight path changed, the target did not change, it was still him. He didn't know that after the collision, these 3 shurikens flew faster and their power was naturally greater. Moreover, although they were divided into 3 different directions, the ultimate target of the 3 shurikens was still him. If the IWA Ninja's ninja had started to dodge from the beginning, they might still be able to dodge. But the taunt he just made had already lost the opportunity. No matter where he tried to dodge, he would be hit by the 3 shurikens, and his escape route had been blocked. At this moment, IWA Ninja could only take out his kunao and fight hard. However, Qinyi Liuyun's shuriken was too fast. 1 shuriken flew away, and the other 2 were inserted into his back. Ah, the severe pain made him scream. This scream also attracted the attention of another special jonin and elite jonin Taihao. How could it be possible that a special jonin would be injured by a little kid? Taihao looked at the scene not far away in disbelief. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You have a big heart. Kakashi took advantage of Teihao's distraction and came to Taihao with a flash of lightning in his hand. Not good. Feeling the terrifying power of the thunder release ninjutsu in Kakashi's hand, Taihao was shocked and made a prompt decision, biting and using his shoulders to withstand the blow. Puffed. A stream of blood burst out from Teihao's shoulder, but it also allowed him to avoid this terrifying blow. Holding his injured shoulder, Taihao looked ugly. The intelligence was wrong. Unexpectedly, there were 2 more special ones. Jonin. And this Kakashi is stronger than him, so he must retreat, otherwise he may have to stay here today. Retreat! Taihao shouted and planned to run away. I can't just let you run away like this. Psychic technique. Kakashi quickly formed a seal and slapped the ground with one hand, and 8 ninja dogs immediately ran out. Then at Kakashi's order, 7 of the fighting ninja dogs rushed forward, and one with a long face followed him. The little dog with the same name stood there. He was Parker, the best tracker, the complaining dog who loved to complain. "Let's see how you can run this time," Kakashi said as his hands turned into tiger claws, and then lightning began to condense and finally turned into rakery. The thunder cutter moving at high speed made a long tail sound, and finally penetrated Teihao's heart. "If I want to covet our Konoha's things, wouldn't it make me look useless if I don't leave something behind? And your life should be the most valuable thing." Kakashi looked at the stiff-faced Teihao expressionlessly. The death of an elite jounin can be said to have a big impact on the village. It takes a lot of resources to train an elite jounin, and it's not always certain. If you have the resources, you can succeed. You can imagine how angry Onoki would be as the third Tsuchikage of IWA Ninja Village. After all, Kakashi was the first to end the battle. His strength was still superior against the elite jounin. At this time, he turned his attention to Kinyi Liu-yun. This guy is pretty good. After seeing that Chiba Liu-yun had the absolute upper hand, Kakashi looked elsewhere, especially Ui Korone. Because at this time, the IWA ninja had decided to retreat. After Teihao's death, they did not dare to stay. But those Chuyunin and elite Chuyunin were surrounded by ninjas twice their size and couldn't run away. Chiba Liu-yun was very fast, and the ninjas facing him couldn't run away. The only one left is Ui Korone, who was mainly watching. Because Ui Korone is a genjutsu ninja, Kakashi is afraid that he won't be able to keep people. However, he underestimated Ui Korone's physical strength. She was very fast based on speed alone. Therefore, that special jounin wanted to escape, but was tightly entangled by Ui Korone, and there was no chance of escape. So it was only a matter of time before Ui Korone won. Wind escape, the wind blows and cuts. A loud shout came from Kinyi Liu-yun's mouth. 4 wind blades surrounded him from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. Earth release, earth flow wall. 4 earth walls immediately rose from the ground, surrounding the special jounin. Damn it, how come this kid has so much chakra? He has released 7 to 8 ninjutsu from the beginning to now, and why does he still look relaxed? At this moment, the special jounin who was facing Kianba Liu-yun was very confused. His chakra was about to be exhausted, but the kid opposite him still looked lively and energetic. He was simply poisonous. Puff 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 puff. The 4 wind blades were intercepted by 4 earth walls, but Kinyi Liu-yun didn't pay attention. Now he just wants to play a war of attrition, exhausting himself to death for the special jounin opposite him. "Kid, don't push yourself too far, too long gun." Seeing Kinyi Liu-yun looking like he was about to release his ninjutsu again, the special jounin shouted in anger, and then spent a lot of chakra rumble. The bottom where Kinyi Liu-yun was suddenly pierced by earth thorns. Fortunately, he saw that the situation was not good and left this area early, otherwise he might have been stabbed to the core by these soil thorns. After releasing this ninjutsu, how much chakra do you have left? Looking at the special jounin who was gasping for air, Kianba Liu-yun showed a playful smile. "Ha, ha, so what if you don't have much chakra? If you want to kill me, it's still too early for you." The special jounin gasped and said not to be outdone. Deep down, he was very anxious and didn't know what to do. Do I really have to explain it here today? Thinking about it, I couldn't help showing a look of despair. You're just being tough, right? Then let's see how you're going to respond to this move. Kinyi Liu-yun sneered, and then he formed seals with both hands. Yes, after getting the reward for forming seals with one hand, Kinyi Liu-yun now wanted to try a combination of ninjutsu. His left hand formed the seal of the water dragon bullet, and his right hand formed the seal of the Chidori. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique, lightning release, Chidori thunder water dragon technique. After the water dragon popped out, Kinyi Liu-yun instantly integrated the visible thunder chakra of Chidori in his hand into the water dragon. Suddenly, the original water dragon bullet turned into lightning flashes, and powerful electric arcs were mobilized throughout the water dragon. Then and under the control of Kinyi Liu-yun, the thunder water dragon rushed towards the special jounin at an extremely fast speed. Damn it, I can't stop it, I can only hide. The extremely powerful look of the thunder water dragon immediately made his scalp numb, and he hid away without thinking. However, the thunder water dragon was controlled by Kinyi Liu-yun, so how could it be so easy to avoid? The thunder water dragon roared after that. He made a U-turn and continued to rush towards the special jounin. What? The special jounin who thought he had dodged it turned his head subconsciously when he heard the noise behind him, and then saw that the water dragon that he had obviously dodged was already close at hand. No. The jounin in particular was so frightened that he only had time to let out a roar of despair before he was devoured by the mighty and huge thunder water dragon. The powerful impact of the thunder water dragon severely damaged the special jounin's internal organs at the moment of impact. Coupled with the power of the thunder chakra attached to the water dragon bullet jutsu, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The special jounin who had been severely injured suddenly lost his life at that time. The Thunder Water Dragon flew dozens of meters with the special Jounen's body before finally disintegrating and disappearing between heaven and earth. Only the traces of water in that pool can prove the traces of his existence. Good boy, you actually hid it from me. You learned the one-hand seals and combined ninjutsu when you were alive, and you didn't even tell me. After Kinyi Liuyun eliminated his opponent, Kakashi ran over instantly and hit him on the shoulder angrily. In fact, the combination of ninjutsu just now was so amazing. Whether it was an incredible single the hand seal and the power of the combination of two ninjutsu impressed Kakashi. Generally speaking, combined ninjutsu can only be used by two people who have a good understanding of each other, but Kakashi did not expect that Chiba Ryuan himself. One person can do it with one ninjutsu, which is really wonderful. Hehe, what I learned not long ago is that there are no opponents worthy of my action. I happened to try this guy today, and the effect was pretty good. My hard work was not in vain. Kinyi Liuyun smiled, looking very proud. Kakashi, teacher, you said that these people followed us here, are they also buying weapons? After dealing with the enemy, Kinyi Liuyun said thoughtfully, regardless of whether it is or not, it is impossible for us to leave the caravan and pursue it. Our main task is protection. Once we leave, what if someone comes to attack? Kakashi saw Kinyi Liuyun's thoughts. He didn't know this truth, but he couldn't pursue it. The ones on Konoha's side are the ones with the biggest head. If something happens here, the losses will be huge. Haha, I almost forgot, I got a little carried away. After hearing what Kakashi said, Kinyi Liuyun scratched his head awkwardly. He almost forgot this. If it wasn't for the need to protect the caravan, Kakashi would have rushed over first. After all, being able to come here to buy ninja tools must be a considerable sum of money. Now, it's just a thought. Kinyi Liuyun sighed regretfully. This batch of extra income is no longer possible. Kakashi ignored Kinyi Liuyun, but took out the storage scroll and sealed up the two bodies of the rock village. In the ninja world, the bodies of ninjas can be used to collect a lot of intelligence. Especially the heads, even if they are dead, they can get a lot of information. So the value of the bodies is still very high. Kakashi will naturally take them back to the village and hand them over to the intelligence department, such as a scarred Marino Akibi. When Kakashi was collecting the bodies, the special Jonin who was fighting against Ui Kurane panicked due to the death of Teihao and another person, and made mistakes in the battle. After Ui Kurane seized one of his mistakes, a magic tree binding kill killed the special Jonin. With this, the three main attackers of the Uegakur village, a captain and two vice-captains, all died. Only 5 Chinins and elite Chinins were left to support. Liu Yun, that's right. You actually defeated the enemy before me. Your strength is already stronger than mine. After solving the special Jounin, Ui Hong walked over with a smile. She looked at Kinyi Liu Yun with a look of relief. Nothing is more gratifying than the growth of her younger brother. Ah ha ha, who makes me a genius? Kinyi Liu Yun laughed with her hands on her hips. The laughter was simply poisonous and very narcissistic. Hearing Kinyi Liu Yun's devilish laughter, Ui blushed so much that it didn't matter, and Kakashi felt a little helpless. He is a disciple who is good at everything. But this narcissistic problem cannot be changed. Although he is indeed very talented, Kakashi believes that it will not take long for him to reach the level of Jounin. Wouldn't he already be an elite Jounin, or go one step further and reach the Quasi-Cage level? Thinking of that scene, Kakashi couldn't help but look forward to it. His disciple would become famous, and his face would be as bright as the Konoha Sunin. After they became famous, everyone would mention the Sunin like Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, they were the 3 disciples he taught. Under the magical laughter of Kinyi Liu Yun, the remaining 5 ninjas of IWA Ninja also gradually became more powerful. After collecting all the corpses, the caravan continued to move forward. The owner of the ninja shop looked at Kinyi Liu Yun a little. It's different. He originally thought he was a bronze, but he didn't expect to be a king. This strength really surprised him. This guy looks like he is only 12.3 years old. If he knew that Kinyi Liu Yun was only 9 years old, he would not be more surprised. Land of Earth, Uegakur building boom. What did you say? Teihao is missing. A sound of slapping the table came from the IWA Ninja office. At this moment, Onoki's face, as the 3rd Tsuchikage, was extremely ugly. To describe it as livid was very appropriate. The reason? Naturally, the elite Jounin carefully cultivated by their village disappeared. It would be fine if it was only for a day or two, but now I have been missing for half a month, a full half month. What happened and why did Hao disappear? Onoki roared crazily at the intelligence officers below. Earth, Lord Tsuchikage, if nothing else happens, this matter should be related to Konoha. The intelligence officer's head was dripping with cold sweat, and he was very uneasy in his heart. Yes, he was the intelligence officer who provided it to Teihao at the beginning. Originally, he thought that the person who could solve Konoha, Mr. Teihao, would only need 3 days at most to come back. But 4 days passed, 5 days passed, and until 12 days passed, Teihao had not returned. The intelligence officer immediately knew that something had happened, so he rushed back to IWA Ninja Village without even buying any ninja tools. Under Teihao's protection, these ninja tools might be swallowed by others without knowing it. The ninja world is not very safe, so the group of IWA ninjas hurried back to IWA Ninja Village and reported this to Onoki. Matter, Konoha, why is it related to Konoha? Onoki was stunned. He just bought a ninja tool. Why does it have something to do with Konoha? Yes, is such that. The intelligence personnel told Konoha that they were also coming to buy ninja tools, and that the order was worth 100 million. Then Teihao and the others went to intercept, but in the end there was no news of their return. Who are the people from Konoha coming here? Onoki stared at the intelligence officer closely. What we found was Heite Kakashi, but we didn't find other powerful people, the intelligence officer said anxiously. In fact, he knew that if it was Kakashi, it would be impossible to keep Master Teihao, but they did only find Kakashi Heitake. As for Yui Hong and Chiba Ryuan, then it was too deceptive. No one would have thought that this young kid without a forehead protector could have the strength of a top special jounin. In addition, Yui Kurane also took off the forehead protector in those few days, so it caused intelligence personnel mistakes. White Fang's son. When mentioning Kakashi, Onoki's expression changed, and he thought of the ninja who once made the ninja world tremble with fear. Of course, the treatment that he could voluntarily give up the mission when he met White Fang, and it would not be considered a mission failure, was only given to two people in the ninja world. One is White Fang, and the other is the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash. Konoha, I will write down this account and I will pay it back to you one day. Onoki has no choice now. He can't attack Konoha without evidence. Otherwise, it will start a ninja war. And with the current power of IWA Ninja Village, it is not enough to start a war. It is really the third time. The losses in the Ninja World War were too serious. Even after 10 years, we have not fully recovered yet. You go down. Onoki waved his hand and said to the intelligence officer. The anxious mood of the intelligence officer finally calmed down. Fortunately, Lord Tsuchikage did not blame me for my poor intelligence collection. As the intelligence personnel retreated, the Tsuchikage office fell into silence again. It has been more than 20 days and almost a month since the ambush in IWA Ninja Village. And the gate of Konoha is already in sight. Finally back to the village. Kinyi Liuyan not only sighed, he almost died of boredom as he accompanied the entire caravan slowly advancing this month. But thinking about the reward of this task, Kinyi Liuyan endured it again. After all, it was related to a reward of 1 million. Woolen cloth, back, finally back. After walking for a while, the caravan finally arrived at the gate of Konoha, and the owner of the ninja shop finally felt relieved. Boss, regarding my disciple's performance, I hope you won't publicize it and treat it as if it never happened. At this time, Kakashi came over and gave special instructions. He only told the owner of the ninja shop, and he didn't care about other people. He could hide it if he could, and forget it if he couldn't. Anyway, Chiba Liuyan, he is already very powerful now and is the top among the special jounin. After a while, when he has the strength of a jounin, Kinyi Liuyan will not have to be afraid. He knows his disciples, but ninjutsu, fully developed in illusion and physical skills. Once promoted to Jonin, ordinary Jonin is really no match for him, especially Kinyi Liuyan's speed, his powerful body, and his own thunder chakra cells, he thought. If he wanted to run, not even the elite Jonin could stop him. At that time, Kakashi felt truly relieved. Don't worry, I know that such a genius must be protected, but other people. The owner of the ninja shop looked at the others are all ninjas. I think Hokage-sama will issue a gag order, so you don't need to worry. Kakashi pointed in the direction of the Hokage building. The owner of the ninja shop understood instantly and stopped asking. Immediately, he walked to his home in front of the motorcade. It was a mansion. But this was nothing like Chiba Ryuan and the others. Relationship, the three people came to the Hokage's office to hand over the task. After all, it was a reward of 3 million. As soon as they arrived at the Hokage's office, Kakashi took the lead in reporting to the third Hokage about the ninjas of IWA Ninja Village. He gave the corpse to the third Hokage, and then ignored his affairs. He believed that the third Hokage would take care of it. After that, the third Hokage gave the reward to Kakashi, a total of 2.7 million taels, and 300,000 times the amount was taken away by the village. After discussion, Kakashi took the big shot, 1 million. After all, he was the one to deal with the elite jounin. The remaining 1.7 million was divided equally between Yui Hong and Chiba Ryuan, and Chiba Ryuan naturally got 850,000. Originally, he wanted to give Yui Hong a little more, but this time Yui Hong refused. It didn't matter whoever gave it was all for this family, so Kinyi Liuyan thought about it, so he took it. Kinyi Liuyan was stunned when he received the 850,000 Yui Hong handed over. Then he quickly realized and put away the 850,000 without any trace, because he was a little excited. When I took over 850,000 ding, congratulations to the host whose assets have exceeded 1 million and the suicide mall has been opened. Yes, after taking over the 850,000, the death system directly opened a shopping mall. This made Qinyi Liuyun extremely excited. This is a shopping mall. You can buy whatever you want. Qinyi Liuyun couldn't wait to think about it. I need to take a closer look. After making an agreement with Kakashi to take over the mission a month later, Chiba Liuyun took Yui Hong and couldn't wait to go home. For those who don't know, you might think what Qinyi Liuyun wants to do. Sister Hong, I'm so sleepy and want to sleep. As soon as he entered the room, Qinyi Liuyun ran into his bedroom and closed the door. What he didn't know at this moment was that Ziri Hong's face was actually a little red. Obviously, Ziri Hong saw Qinyi Liuyun's eagerness to go home and had some wrong thoughts. Although he only regarded Qinyi Liuyun as a younger brother, don't underestimate the power of these 82 points of favorability. When Ziri Hong saw Qinyi Liuyun's look just now, he subconsciously thought of some shameful and bad pictures. This is the effect of 82 points of favorability. If it was below 80 points, Ziri Hong would never think of those shameful pictures. But it was precisely these 82 points that made Ziri Hong have this idea. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. How could you have such thoughts? If Luyan found out, he would probably be laughed to death. Thinking of the thoughts and images that subconsciously flashed through my mind just now, Yui Hong's shy face turned red. Fortunately, Qinyi Liuyun didn't see it, otherwise Yui Hong felt that she must not be able to explain it clearly. She patted her face, and Yui Hong, after taking a deep breath, Yui Hong, don't think too much, Liuyun is your brother. After saying a few words silently in her heart, Yui Hong finally calmed down her inner shyness secretly. She glanced at Qinyi Liuyun's room, and then fled back to her room. Go to sleep, don't think about it, Yui Hong comforted herself again, but it was hard for her to feel like this anymore. I treat Qinyi Liuyun the same way as before, because it's okay not to have some thoughts, but once they arise, I can't get rid of them. At this time, Qinyi Liuyun was in his room, lying on the bed, rubbing his hands excitedly, and then opened the newly opened system mall. However, when Qinyi Liuyun saw the things in the system mall, he felt bad, because he found that the things in the system mall had nothing to do with ability, and it was full of props for suicide. These props naturally increased the success rate of Qinyi Liuyun's suicide, especially those horrible props, which made Qinyi Liuyun sweat coldly. For example, super chili powder, 10 times more spicy. Even people who can eat spicy food can't stand that kind of spiciness. For example, a prank recorder. After recording a person's voice, you can use this person's voice to talk about all kinds of shameful topics, and the voice can spread within a kilometer. It's chilling to think about it. This is simply a sharp weapon for damaging other people's reputation. Of course, it can also be said that the person is completely offended. There is more in the system. There are only things that you dare not think of. There is no prank prop that the system can't make. It simply broke through Qinyi Liuyun's imagination. Sure enough, it is indeed a death-seeking system. Even opening a shopping mall is inextricably related to seeking death. Ding, a task is now issued. Please use the system's suicide props to commit suicide once within 3 days. Successful suicide rewards chakra, mental strength, and physical strength increase by 10 points respectively. Failed suicide, no punishment. When Qinyi Liuyun was sighing at the awesome props in the system directly issued a task. My god, the system can actually actively issue tasks. I always thought that I could only get rewards by committing suicide on my own initiative, but it turns out that I can also issue tasks. I accept the assignment. Why not accept the free mission? There is no punishment anyway. But now we need to determine who the target is. We have to find someone unfamiliar. After all, the props inside are really too powerful. Generally people really can't stand it. When Qinyi Liuyun was checking out the suicide mall, a dark place. Have any talented people emerged recently? The cold voice of an old man sitting on the upper hand echoed in the room. The entire right eye was wrapped in a bandage. Not only that, one arm and the eye were also wrapped in a bandage. This man was the former fundamental leader, Shinura Danzo. After the route was disbanded, he had been studying the Sharingan. After 2 years of research, he finally created an arm composed of Senju Hashirama cells. At this time, 10 writings were pressed on his arm. Wheel I. But although he has retreated behind the scenes, his minions are still working secretly, and the man kneeling in front of him is the guy responsible for detecting talent information. Reporting to Danzo-sama, speaking of talents, there has been a very strange thing recently. Kakashi has accepted a new disciple and has taken him out on 2 missions. Then this person told Danzo some basic information about Qinyi Liuyun. Oh, he has always been the number 1 in age, and he suppressed Uchiha Suzuki, the remnant of the Uchiha clan, so he seems to have pretty good talent. And the most important thing is that this guy Kakashi actually accepted him as his disciple in advance. Isn't all this a bit of a coincidence? Could it be that this is a genius who is not inferior to Namikaze Minato? Danzo touched his chin, thinking about all these strange actions. Pass Kinyi Liu Yun's information to me. After thinking about it, Danzo wanted to know more about Kinyi Liu Yun in more detail. Yes. The Umbo had already prepared the information and handed it to Shinura Danzo. He flipped through the information about Chiba Liu Yun page by page and read it very carefully, especially the task issued by the owner of the ninja tool shop. He read it carefully. It's interesting, it's really interesting. It seems that Kanba Liu Yun is very powerful, and he can actually follow Ui Kurane and Kakashi on a mission. Although you haven't registered as a ninja, which is against the rules, you do extraordinary things in extraordinary times. I'm a little bit underestimating you, Sarutobi. It is indeed the biggest stumbling block on my road to becoming a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen still underestimated Shinura Danzo's thoughtfulness. Through this piece of information, he could roughly deduce the strength of Chiba Ryuun. The 9-year-old elite Chuyunin, or more, is indeed a rare genius, comparable to Kakashi back then. After closing the document, Danzo began to mutter to himself. Danzo-sama, do you need me to invite him here? After hearing what Danzo said, the Umbu quickly asked for instructions. No, I'll go there in person to show my sincerity, and you'd better not act rashly, otherwise Sarutobi will catch you, and it will be inconvenient to do things in the future. Danzo directly refused the Umbu's request. That guy Sarutobi Hiruzen has been staring at him for a long time. He has finally relaxed his vigilance a little recently. He doesn't want to go back to doing what he did before. The fate of everyone being stared at. Yes, I understand, Master Danzo. Go down and I'll let you know if necessary. Danzo waved his hand and signaled the Umbu to go down. Yes. After the Umbu left, Danzo was the only one left in the room. Kinyi Liu Yun, I'm looking forward to our meeting. Danzo's soliloquy echoed in the empty dark room. Hey, it's so difficult, who should I seek to kill? One day has passed, Kinyi Liu Yun still hasn't found the target person. He had just sent Hinata and Ino home and was walking on the street home. Sure enough, my heart is still too kind. A certain shameless guy started to be narcissistic again. When Chiba Liu Yun walked around a corner, a figure blocked his way. It was Shinura Danzo. Hello Kinyi Liu Yun, first time meeting you. Duanzo showed a smile, but his originally gloomy face, the smile made people feel creepy after seeing it. At least, this is how Kinyi Liu Yun felt when he saw this smile. It was so scary. Who are you, looking so ugly and still laughing, making a horror movie? Even if it doesn't scare me, it's not good to scare those children. Those are the flowers of Konoha in the future. I'm scared. Can you afford to accompany me? Kinyi Liu Yun knew that this was Shinura Danzo. It was precisely because he knew that he was furious. Anyway, he would never do anything good for him. For this, Kinyi Liu Yun deeply believed Ding. Congratulations to the host for beating Danzo Shinura and successfully committing suicide. The reward is chakra plus 25. Tisk tisk tisk. He is worthy of being a cage-level character. Although he may only be the weakest cage-level character, the reward given is still good. 25. The amount of chakra possessed by an elite Chuyunin, and Kanba Liu Yun's words immediately made Danzo Shinura's face darken. Kid, please be respectful, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. A murderous aura burst out from Danzo's body. How could he, who has always been in a high position, allow someone to speak to him like this? You're welcome, MMP, that's why I want to be rude to you. Danzo's words made Kinyi Liu Yun poke his nose, and he secretly made a decision in his heart. He was worried that there was no one to choose to commit suicide, but unexpectedly a fool came to his door. If I don't punish you, I will feel sorry for this God-given opportunity. Damn it, even if I have a love for you, you can't act arbitrarily. Before that, I'd better teach you what the difference between superiority and inferiority is. Kinyi Liu Yun's taunt again angered Danzo. Although he didn't know what MMP meant, it was definitely not a good word. You can tell by looking at Kinyi Liu Yun's attitude. Teach me a lesson and try the feast I prepared for you first. System, I want to buy a trick recorder. Kinyi Liu Yun said quickly deep in his heart. Ding, the purchase is successful, 100,000 taels will be deducted. Kinyi Liu Yun sighed helplessly. Everything else was fine, except for the purchase of death-making props, which actually cost money. This made Kinyi Liu Yun know that half of the money in the future would probably go into this system. As for the other half, of course, it was eaten. Kinyi Liu Yun, come with me, you can't resist. On Danzo's side, he felt that his attitude was better at the beginning, so he let Kinyi Liu Yun slap him on the nose. So this time he had no patience and threatened him directly. Kinyi Liu Yun wouldn't hang him, and when after his voice came in, he showed a strange smile to Danzo. Seeing this smile, Danzo had a bad premonition. This made him stunned. The other person was just a 9-year-old child. How could he have a bad premonition? You must be right. Read it. Glancing at the Hokage building not far away, Kinyi Liu Yun slowly took out the recording pen. Sarutobi, I love you, let's be together. I find that I can't live without you. It just so happens that Lake Biwa is dead. There is no obstacle between us. Let us give up the worldly prejudices and be brave together. Kianba Liuyun thought about what the recorder said, and then tuned it into Danzo's voice. At first, Danzo glanced at Kianba Liuyun speechlessly, not knowing what this kid wanted to do. This sentence was simply heartbreaking, but the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Sarutobi, I love you, let's be together. I find that I can't live without you. It just so happens that Lake Biwa is dead. There is no obstacle between us. Let us give up the worldly prejudices and be brave together. Sarutobi, I love you, let's be together. I find that I can't live without you. It just so happens that Lake Biwa is dead. There is no obstacle between us. Let us give up the worldly prejudices and be brave together. Sarutobi, I love you, let's be together. I find that I can't live without you. It just so happens that Lake Biwa is dead. There is no obstacle between us. Let us give up the worldly prejudices and be brave together. Once, twice, 3 times. Danzo's voice came out of the recorder over and over again, and the area within a kilometer was completely filled with this sound. Danzo looked as if he had seen a ghost. Little brat, you are looking for death, you want to use this to threaten me, I am afraid you are wrong. Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy and frightening, he was furious at this moment. But he didn't know that this sentence had spread within a kilometer. And everyone could sense where the source of this speech was. This is the power of this recorder. It is worthy of being a prank prop for death. The person involved didn't know, but everyone else knew. Believe Shimura Danzo, his expression will be very interesting in a while. Sure enough, as Kinyi Liuyun expected, this sentence spoken in Danzo's voice has attracted the attention of many people, including the other protagonist of this incident, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is Danzo's voice. What is this guy doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen. He had no idea what Danzo Shimura was doing. But that's not important. What's important is that he can't let this matter expand, otherwise his reputation as Hokage will be damaged. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think much and ran straight to the source. It wasn't very far, and the distance of a few hundred meters was only a short time for the ninja. At this time, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen passed by, his son Asuma, as well as Kakashi, Metkai and several other elite Jonins and Jonins all heard it, so they rushed over to see what was going on. It turned out that it was Shimura Danzo. Of course, he was being pestered by a child at this moment. It turned out that Shimura Danzo wanted to leave just now, but how could Chiba Ryan allow this wonderful show? The protagonist was about to leave early before the clip was released. How could he be worthy of the props he spent 100,000 taels on? So when Shimura Danzo was about to leave, Chiba Ryan stopped him for a while because he had already felt it. A group of people were approaching here. Danzo felt that a group of people were approaching, and had an ominous premonition in his heart, so he left early and had no intention of recruiting Kinyi Liuyun. He decided to kill him directly in the future. He will destroy the geniuses who are not used by him, just like Heitake Sakumo, or Akimaru and others, Tsunade. But what he didn't expect was that this kid actually wanted to stop him from leaving. At this moment, he could guess that he was definitely not the only one who heard the sound just now, but everyone around him heard it. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people rushing here. But it was too late to understand. Because he didn't leave immediately at first, but only discovered it when he felt a large number of people coming from all directions. If there was no obstruction from Kinyi Liuyun, he might be able to leave directly. With his junior shadow level strength, he was confident that others would not find out. But just because Kinyi Liuyun blocked it for a short moment, everything was already too late. Mr. Kakashi, Hokage-sama, you are here just in time. I just heard someone nearby saying something unfavorable to Hokage-sama, so I rushed over to organize it. Then I saw this wretched one-eyed old man performing a show on Lord Hokage. Let me tell you what a villain is first, and this is it. Chiba Liuyun gave full play to his ability to confuse right and wrong and frame the blame. But the most incredible thing is that except for the person involved, Shimura Danzo, everyone else who came over believed it, including the story. The other protagonist, the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo's face turned dark. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be unable to explain, and he was really speechless now. No, wait, he was speechless. You can also force this kid to hand over the thing just now, and then he can clear his grievances and prove that these words were not said by him. Sarutobi, these words are not what I said, they are all caused by this kid. He has a thing on his body that can imitate other people's voices. Shimura Danzo's originally dark face showed a hint of sarcasm. A child is a child, and such important evidence is placed on him. Now it's your turn to be in trouble. Hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously looked at Chiba Ryuun. He also felt that Danzo would not do such a thing. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. You must have wanted to search me when you picked me up at the airport, and then you wanted to stuff the thing you mentioned on me. I don't believe you, Hokage-sama. please do the search. Kinyi Liu-yun jumped 3 feet high. He pointed at Danzo angrily, saying that he was slandering, and walked up to the third Hokage and asked him to search. In fact, after the recording pen was used up, Kinyi Liu-yun had the system destroyed, and in the future if it is not necessary, it will never be used again. Otherwise, everyone will know that Danzo was wrong today. It would be boring for the third generation to bear the term gay for the rest of his life. When Naruto saw Chiba Ryuun being so frank, the balance in his heart couldn't help but tilt towards him. After all, even though Chiba Ryuun was powerful, if he did anything small, Danzo would definitely find him. Then Sarutobi searched Chiba Ryuun's body in public. I searched again and found nothing. Danzo, what other explanation do you have? Now Sarutobi completely believes Kamba Liu-yun's words. Naturally, he has nothing but money. How so? It's impossible. Danzo was dumbfounded. He had clearly seen the other party put the thing into his pocket. How could it disappear? He had been keeping an eye on it, and it was absolutely impossible for him to throw it away. Even if he threw it away, he would have noticed the movement. This was the confidence of a cage-level strongman. Danzo, I think you need to exercise restraint on some things. After all, even though Lake Biwa is gone, I will not accept men. And what you did today has caused reputational damage to me as Hokage. For the sake of being an old friend for many years, I will punish you with 1 year's funding this time, but if there is a next time, then don't blame me for being rude. Whether Danzo said it or not, it doesn't matter now. Because everyone believes that Danzo said it, Sarutobi Hiruzen must show his own attitude, otherwise he will really think that he is covering up his friend. This is terrible. It's not what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants. After all, he is the third Hokage. Besides, he is very happy to stop Shinura Danzo's funding. No matter what method it is, Sarutobi Hiruzen will use it. It was this old friend who was so good at troubles recently, which made him feel deeply uneasy. Today, Chiba Liu-yun just happened to bring this opportunity to him. There was no way he would not use it. Yes, based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding of Chiba Liu-yun, this was not the case. This incident was definitely his fault. Of course, Shinura Danzo himself was stupid, and he must have caused the trouble in the first place. He firmly believed that Shinura Danzo's face changed drastically. How much money is that? You should know that his current research institute consumes a huge amount of money every day. If his funding is stopped for a year, all their research will stop in this year, which is equivalent to the progress of his own strength. Once the research institute stops, his progress will definitely slow down. This is something Danzo cannot bear. But Sarutobi Hiruzen has already said it in front of so many people, naturally, he will not regret it. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at Kinyi Liu-yun gloomily. He now wished he could cut this hateful brat into pieces to vent his hatred. Kinyi Liu-yun, right? I will remember you. After taking a deep look at Chiba Liu-yun, Shinura Danzo showed a sinister smile, and then walked away slowly. Looking at the strange eyes around him, Danzo's heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. But he knew that he couldn't explode now, absolutely not, so now he could only use his remaining reason to suppress the anger that was about to burst out. He dismissed Danzo's threats as long as he didn't take action himself. There is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Danzo Shinura cannot leave the village for the time being. After all, the third Hokage is observing his every move. When his strength increases in the future, he will be less afraid of this and will like to engage in conspiracy everywhere. The guy Liu-yun, come with me. After Danzo left, the third Hokage glanced at Chiba Ryuun and then returned to the office. Chiba Ryuun shrugged and followed. He knew that the third Hokage would not believe his words, but he had no choice. At that time, in full view of the crowd, Danzo could not be searched. The things that were hidden were not from the Yanita community at that time, they must be from the Yanita community. Tell me what's going on, the third Hokage asked after coming to the office. He wasn't the same old pervert who wanted me to follow him. When I refused, he threatened me and wanted to take action, so I fought back. Kinyi Liu-yun spread his hands and said helplessly, I think so. After all, we have no intention of covering up these two missions. It is not difficult for Danzo to know your situation. The third Hokage had an expression that said, I've known it for a long time. He knows this old friend too well. Okay, you have offended him enough today, you have to be more careful next time. The third Hokage waved his hand to indicate that Kinyi Liu-yun could leave and gave some instructions. Yes, I understand. Kinyi Liu-yun smiled playfully for a while and walked out of the Hokage's office. Danzo, it seems that you have not given up your ambition. From now on when Liu-yun goes out on missions, it seems that I need to be wary of you. The third Hokage looked in the direction of the Shinura clan and murmured to himself in a low voice. With Kakashi following him, he was not afraid of Danzo shooting the others and hunting them down. He was just afraid that Danzo would do it himself. So next time, every time he flows when Yun went out to do the task, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to watch Danzo to death. By the way, he would personally distribute the tasks that Chiba Ryu-yun accepted, and keep the confidentiality to the highest extent. But he knew that only Kiani could do it. Thieves, there is no way to guard against thieves. But it only takes a few years. When Kiani Ryu-yun's strength increases, Kiani Ryu-yun will definitely be able to escape the next day even if Danzo takes action himself. The fact that the original leader had a secret crush on the third Hokage spread among all the ninjas. Boom! In the Shimura clan's territory, Danzo has already broken into pieces 7 vases, 6 teacups and other things. Kiani Ryu-yun, I will never let you go, I want you to die. Danzo's eyes were red with a terrifying look. He no longer planned to recruit Chiba Ryu-yun. He wanted to destroy Chiba Ryu-yun just like he destroyed Heitake Sakumo. By the way, let him go to hell to repent. A sneeze. Kiani Ryu-yun, who was shopping with too little Alita, suddenly sneezed loudly. Who is thinking about me? Could it be that old man Danzo is still holding a grudge against me? Kiani Ryu-yun muttered to himself. It must be said that his subconscious thoughts were very accurate. Danzo had no idea how many times he had been talking about him, and he had smashed so many things in the house. Mr. Ryu-yun, what's wrong? It's not a cold. Hinata, who was standing aside, saw Kiani Ryu-yun sneezing and asked worriedly, haha, no, I have such a strong body and can catch a cold so easily. Someone must be cursing me. Kiani Ryu-yun laughed and indicated that he was not sick. Mr. Ryu-yun is so good, so the person who would curse you must be a supervillain, Ino said angrily from the side. He really believed Kiani Ryu-yun's words. Well, he's a big bad guy. Naruto, you bastard, you actually painted the past Hokage on the Hokage rock, it's simply outrageous. 2 genin wearing forehead protectors pointed at Naruto on the Hokage rock and shouted angrily, haha, look at how good my painting is. You can't do it, only I can do it. Naruto was not ashamed at all, but proud of it. This made the 2 genin furious on the spot, and then they rushed towards him, ready to catch Naruto and hand him over to the Hokage. Unfortunately, Naruto dodged it in 2 or 3 moves. A bunch of idiots still want to catch me, Uncle Naruto, so let's just dream. After escaping the pursuit of 2 genin, Naruto said with a smile. But he had no idea that a dark cloud was gathering behind him, and under the dark cloud, where was Irika standing with a pale face. Ming, people. Irika roared, frightening Naruto to the ground. Teacher Irika. Naruto was crying. Why was he caught by Mr. Irika? After that, Irika took Naruto back to the classroom. You will have your graduation exam tomorrow, and today is the last class. Let's review the transformation technique, one by one. After Irika finished speaking, he started to call the names. Harano Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Inyazuka Kiba. Looking at the classmates walking over to practice the transformation technique one by one, Kiani Ryu-yun not only sighed, time passed so fast. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 years have passed. It's time for the plot to begin. The wonderful ninja world is about to begin. A series of characters will also appear one after another, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and finally the Akatsuki organization. And Kiani Ryu-yun can also start his own journey of seeking death. Because none of the characters who appear are below movie level. Nearly 3 years have passed, and my attributes have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Host, Chiba Ryu-yun Chakra, 424.3 mental power, 98.6 physical strength, 99.9 ninjutsu, fire release how fireball jutsu, thunder release earth walk, thunder release chidori, fire release dragon fire jutsu, water release water formation wall, earth release earth flow wall, instant body jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, wind release, wind blowing cut, raise non, fire release, dragon flame singing jutsu, fire release, great fire extinguishing illusion, fire release, great fire extinguishing illusion. The art of Narakujian, the magic tree binding killing, the art of darkness. Physical skills, mastery level Bajiquinate Vajra styles. Blood succession limit 3 Megatama Sharinon comprehensive strength Sayanian, you are already running rampant below the shadow level, and you are invincible among the quasi shadows. Yes, today's Kiani Ryu-yun is already an invincible existence. Even if he encounters weaker shadows, Kiani Ryu-yun is not afraid and can confront them head on. 100 to 199 belongs to the junior shadow level, and the representative character is Shimura Danzo. 200 to 299 belongs to the intermediate shadow level, and the representative character is the 4th Kaze Kage, Tsunade. 300 to 399 belongs to the advanced shadow level. The representative figures are Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the 3rd generation Hokage, and the 4th generation Raikage. 400 to 499 belongs to the quasi-super shadow level. The representative characters are Jiraiya in Sage Mode and Uchiha Itaki. Now Kiani Ryu-yun's mental power and physical strength attributes are only very close to 100, but as a super genius who is good at ninjutsu, illusion, and taijutsu, fighting over the next level is not a problem for him. Danzo Shimura, for example, could no longer pose any danger to him. Moreover, Kiani Ryu-yun's chakra amount is also at the quasi-shadow level. What's more, physical skills in Bajiquan have also been promoted to the proficiency level. There are only a handful of ordinary ninjas whose physical strength exceeds 100, and it can even be said that there are almost none. Even Metkai did not exceed 100 until 3 years later and officially entered the film level. Then he opened the 8-gate Dungia formation with the help of the 8-gate Dungia's Death Gate, and finally blasted Lu Deo Madara. Although he almost kicked out the finale, in the end it was short-lived. Next, Qinyi Liuyun. While Qinyi Liuyun was thinking secretly, Irika's voice came over yes. Qinyi Liuyun responded, and then performed a perfunctory transformation technique. But even in a perfunctory state, his score was much higher than others. After all, a strong man who was almost invincible ran to take the graduation exam. This it's a bully in itself. Very good. Next is Hyaga Hinata. Soon, the test was over, and although Naruto used a seduction technique to shock Irika and the whole class, he still couldn't escape the fate of washing the Hokage rock. There was no way, because Irika had been staring at him. However, after saying that he would treat Naruto to a Chiraku ramen after washing, Naruto ran to clean it happily. Chiba Ryuun, Hinata, and Ino were walking aimlessly on the streets of Konoha. Liuyun, after graduation we will be divided into different classes. Can the three of us be grouped together? Jingyi asked nervously. In fact, she had an answer in her mind, but she hoped that Qinyi Liuyun could give a different answer. You already know in your heart that pigs, deer, and butterflies are inseparable. Even if I forcefully intervene, your parents will not be happy. Qinyi Liuyun rubbed Ino's little head. Also, Zuladi is the best partner, but I can't bear the thought of being separated from you, Liuyun, Ino said in despair. But Hinata should be grouped with me. Qinyi Liuyun is still very confident about this. He doesn't believe that the third Hokage is so short-sighted as to separate Hinata from him. As for what to do with the original Team 8, Qinyi Liuyun said that it is none of his business, let the third Hokage worry about it. I really envy Hinata for being able to be assigned to Liuyun, Ino said and hugged Hinata. This is still not certain. Hinata didn't know how to comfort Ino. She could only say that it wasn't necessarily true. I know Hinata wants to comfort me. It's okay even if I can't be with Liuyun. It's not like we can't see each other often. After Ino figured it out, it didn't matter anymore. Okay, Ino is at your house. Remember to go to bed early. Don't be too excited to sleep. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After sending Ino home, it was Hinata's turn. After sending both girlfriends home, Chiba Liuyun walked towards Ui Hong's house. Yes, in the past 3 years, Hinata and Ino have officially become Chiba Liuyun's girlfriend, so Ino's title also changed directly from Liuyun-kun to Liuyun. I'm back. After dragging the shoes to the entrance, Qinyi Liuyun walked in. Liuyun is back. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. What do you think? Ziyi Hong happened to be at home and was not on a mission. What do you think? Anyway, I have done a lot of ninja work in the past few years, and I am used to it. Qinyi Liuyun shrugged indifferently. He has completed no less than 50 missions in the past few years. 2 S-level missions, 29 A-level missions, and 19 B-level missions. As for C-level missions, sorry, there are none. Qinyi Liuyun expressed disdain. That's right. Graduation is nothing more than child's play for you, Liuyun. Ziyi Hong knows everything about Qinyi Liuyun's situation, because Liuyun usually doesn't hide anything from Ui Hong. Speaking of which, Sister Hong, are you going to be the team leader? Qinyi Liuyun suddenly asked inexplicably. Yes, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. I was just about to tell you that I just received the notice this morning. I will lead a class and be responsible for guiding them in the practice of ninjutsu. Ui Korone didn't expect that Qinyi Liuyun already knew the news that she would lead the team, but thinking that it might be Kakashi who told Qinyi Liuyun, Ui Korone didn't ask much. After all, Kakashi and Asuma were there in the morning. They will also lead a class. Looking at Zairehong's delicate face, Qinyi Liuyun's heart beat uncontrollably. And looking at Zairehong's affection again, after 3 years, it has reached 88 points. There is only a window left to break the relationship between them, but in the past few years, neither of them has taken any step forward. Zairehong felt that she was too old, and she couldn't accept falling in love with someone who was more than a dozen years younger than her. Yes, since the day when Qinyi Liuyun's system mall was opened, Zairehong had that shameful thought, which has appeared in her mind from time to time over the years. This made Zairehong know that her feelings for Qinyi Liuyun were no longer just sibling feelings. It was a real love between a man and a woman. At first she was panicked and didn't know what to do, but after a long time, she got used to it. But she didn't dare to show it, and had been paying attention to Qinyi Liuyun silently, paying attention to him as a secret admirer. Of course, she didn't know that Qinyi Liuyun had noticed her attention a long time ago. The feeling of good feeling grows inexplicably. Because Qianma Liuyun was often outside these years, he was even more moved when he heard Ui Korone. So from then on Qinyi Liuyun had an idea of Ui Korone's every move. and he was not an emotional idiot, so he naturally noticed Yui Hong's strange behavior. It's just that it wasn't made clear. But maybe he should make it clear today, because he has grown up. Although he is only 12 years old, he has already developed everything that should be developed. He is about the same height as Yui Hong, already 170 centimeters tall. This is something that stands out in the entire school. Even the tallest one is only 1.6 meters, which is still 10 centimeters short of Qinyi Liuyun. As for Naruto, just ignore him, there is no one shorter than him in the whole class or school. Qinyi Liuyun walked towards Yui Hong step by step. Liuyun, you want, what to do? Ziyi Hong noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere. Liuyun was a bit strange today, so he couldn't help but slowly backed away. But Kanba Liuyun did not stop, but continued to walk slowly towards her. Soon Yui Hong couldn't retreat and leaned against the wall. Realizing that there was no way to retreat, Yui Hong panicked and prepared to leave, but Qinyi Liuyun blocked her way first. He was leaning against the wall, blocking Yui Hong's path to the left and right. Well, Yui Hong was hit by the wall. Flowing clouds, what are you going to do? Ziyi blushed and said intermittently. At this time, his heartbeat was very fast. Qinyi Liuyun could clearly hear the sound of dong dong dong. Sister Hong looks very nervous, her heart is beating so fast. Qinyi Liuyun showed an evil smile and stared closely at Yuri Hong's delicate face. Talent? No, I haven't. Yuri Hong quickly refuted, but the force was not very strong. Really? Did I hear it wrong? It seems I need to get closer and listen carefully. Qinyi Liuyun said, without giving Yui Hong a chance to react. He put his ear to it. Feeling the heat and touch from his chest, Yui Hong suddenly panicked. Flowing clouds, no, don't do this. As she said that, she quickly pushed Qinyi Liuyun's head away. However, her face was even redder at this time, but she was not angry. Since this is not the case, then should it be this way? Qinyi Liuyun looked at Yui Hong's face as red as a tomato, and smiled evilly again. Then he slowly leaned his head over. Looking at the face getting closer and closer, Yui Hong closed his eyes nervously. His eyes were filled with anticipation, nervousness, and a hint of panic. But he couldn't help but open his eyes after waiting for Qinyi Liuyun's move. Sister Hong, are you expecting something? However, Qinyi Liuyun had no intention of letting Yuri Hong go, and asked again. Didn't expect anything. As Yuri Hong said this, she lowered her head, squatted down, and prepared to escape from here. It was too embarrassing, too shy. How could she be like this? New book uploaded, please collect it. Please give me flowers. Ask for a rating vote. Please help me build a building in the comment area. Asking for all kinds of support. It has been 11 days since the release of the new book, and this book is about to be put on the shelves. It will probably be available at midnight on Saturday. The author is currently coding non-stop. Also, let me tell you some good news. New books are on the shelves. 3 days guarantee of 30 updates and 6W words. In other words, an average of 10 updates per day, 2,000 words, is still guaranteed. This can be regarded as the author's own motivation. Of course it would not be possible without everyone's support, but his escape was unsuccessful. Because Qinyi Liuyun directly grabbed his hands and pressed them against the wall. Sister Hong, what are you trying to escape from? At this time, the distance between the heads of Chiba Liuyun and Yui Hong was less than 5 centimeters. My sister didn't run away. Ziyi Hong was very flustered. She didn't know what to say. Since my sister doesn't want to escape, there are some things between us that need to be made clear. It's not a problem to keep avoiding it, right? Qinyi Liuyun's evil smile appeared on his face again. Make a point. Ziyi Hong didn't understand it at first, and then Qinyi Liuyun's next action suddenly shocked him, and his mind went blank. All he could say in his mouth was woo woo woo, the sound of. It turned out that Qinyi Liuyun sealed Yui Hong's mouth with lightning speed. The two finally had their first kiss. It's just that one is passive and the other is active. But whether it is passive or active, they are willing. And this kiss also means that the previous relationship between Yui Hong and Qinyi Liuyun has been made clear. I'm not happy, you bad guy. Ziyi Hong tilted her head arrogantly and ignored Qinyi Liuyun. Seeing this, Qinyi Liuyun straightened her head and then blocked Yui Hong's mouth again. A woman who talks nonsense is obviously very happy, but he said this irony. After a kiss, his true colors were revealed. The two of them talked about sweet words and their experiences over the years. Soon, a few hours passed. Alas, it's all your fault, I didn't even have time to prepare dinner. When Yui Hong looked up again, she found that it was already very late. It doesn't matter, let's go out to eat. Qinyi Liuyun said as he took Yuri Hong's hand and prepared to go out. Isn't this good? Yui Hong was a little embarrassed when Qinyi Liuyun took her hand and went out. What's wrong with it, whether they are siblings or a couple? Is it weird to hold hands? Qinyi Liuyun doesn't care at all. What are we going to eat then? Seeing that her objection was ineffective, Shirai Hong let Xian Ya Luyun hold her hand, and she was still very happy. Ichiraku ramen bar. Kinyi Liuyun thought for a while and suggested. To be honest, after coming to the world of Naruto for so many years, he has never seen the Itsutsuki Ichiraku who runs through Naruto. Okay, the two held hands and walked towards Ichiraku ramen together. But what made Ui blush was that Kamba Liuyun's arm was very dishonest, and he always rubbed himself intentionally or unintentionally. But this guy still pretended to be nonchalant. Yu Hong was helpless and didn't want to pay attention to this little gangster. Anyway, the two of them had already been kissing for an hour, so it didn't matter what little he did. Where the ramen was. To his surprise, Naruto and Irika were there too. Boss, here are 60 bowls of ramen. The flavors are evenly distributed. 2 bowls will be served every 5 minutes. Kinyi Liuyun pretended not to see it, walked over with Yuri Hong and sat on the stool, then said to his hands, "Puff, cough cough cough." Naruto, who was eating ramen, heard such heroic words and immediately spat out the ramen in his mouth. Then he choked tragically and kept coughing. "Ha, Naruto, you are too disgusting." This time Kinyi Liuyun couldn't pretend not to know, and immediately glanced at Naruto with disgust. "Liuyun, it's you, why did you order 60 bowls of ramen? Did you finish them?" Naruto looked at Kinyi Liuyun in surprise. "Nonsense, why would I order so much if I can't finish it?" Kinyi Liuyun glanced at Naruto speechlessly. "Your ramen is here." Soon, the ramen came. Then Naruto and Irika saw what it means to be a big eater. That 5-minute bowl of ramen directly refreshed their 3 views. Just Chiba Liuyun. But that's it. The female ninja next to Chiba Ryuun also had such a big appetite, which was a bit surprising. It was really better than Koji. In no time, 60 bowls of ramen were digested by Ui Hong and Chiba Ryuun. After paying attention to the stunned Naruto and Irika, he took Ui Korone home. "Ha! Teacher Irika, who is that beautiful elder sister? She is actually holding hands with Liuyun-san. Are they a couple?" Naruto asked Irika as if he had discovered a new world. "That woman is a jounin in our village, named Ui Korone. I don't know what their relationship is, but it shouldn't be a couple." After all, Irika has not integrated into Ui Korone's circle. He does not know that Ui Korone and Chiba Ryuun were siblings at first. Then they slowly developed into the relationship they are today. It's amazing that Liuyun-san actually knows the Jonin and has such a good relationship with him. Naruto looked at the backs of Chiba Ryuun and the others with bright eyes. After eating, Chiba Ryuun took Ui Korone and wandered around Konoha. What made Ui Korone sigh was that she was very lucky not to meet anyone she knew this night. Even if they met, they wouldn't notice anything, but Yuhihong felt guilty. After the time was up, the two went home. Then Yuhihong took a shower and returned to the room. Not long after, when Ui Hong was getting ready to go to bed, her room door was opened. "Who?" Zihi Hong subconsciously exclaimed. "Hey, Sister Hong, it's me." Kinyi Liuyun said, and got directly into Yuri Hong's bed. "Liuyun, why are you coming here if you don't go to bed?" Zihi asked with a blushing face. "What? Of course I will sleep with you. I have decided that we will sleep together from now on," Kinyi Liuyun said, not giving Yuri Hong a chance to refuse. She directly pulled him into her arms and hugged her from behind. Yuri Hong wanted to struggle, but she felt the heat coming from behind and felt all over her body. She couldn't use any strength. Slowly, Ui Hong stopped resisting. Kinyi Liuyun didn't do anything. He just held Ui Hong quietly and made no further moves. Kinyi Liuyun didn't think too anxiously just after confirming the relationship. They wanted to have sex immediately. "Take your time, don't rush." Soon the two of them fell into a dream. That night, Zihai Hong slept very comfortably. The feeling of being surrounded by happiness was what Liuyun, her sister, loved. In the early morning, Kinyi Liuyun woke up slowly and moved his hands unconsciously. He found that Ui Hong was in his arms. "I couldn't help but feel a touch of tenderness in my heart. Suddenly, Ui Hong and Kinyi Liuyun's arms moved, but obviously did not mean to open her eyes. Kinyi Liuyun immediately knew that Ui Hong had probably woken up a long time ago, but maybe she was shy and did not open her eyes. Thinking of Ui Hong pretended to be sleeping, and Kinyi Liuyun immediately tickled her. In fact, Ui Hong woke up a little earlier than Kinyi Liuyun. As soon as she woke up, she felt herself being held by Kinyi Liuyun, and then she found that Kinyi Liuyun was also showing signs of waking up. Hurriedly pretended to be asleep, but now that Kinyi Liuyun was doing this, she couldn't pretend anymore. "Okay, Liuyun, stop making trouble," Zihi said with a red face. "Haha, the shy Hong sister is really cute." Then Kinyi Liuyun ignored Ui Hong's objection, pulled his head over, leaned up, and gave him a good morning kiss. The two of them were playing around until 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, don't be late for your graduation exam today. Looking at the time, Yui Hong urged Qinyi Liuyun helplessly. Hee, that's it for today, we'll continue tomorrow. After Qinyi Liuyun kissed Zihi Kurane again, he got up. He took off his pajamas and started to change clothes without caring about Zihi Kurane being beside him. He brought his clothes yesterday. So after taking off his pajamas, he put on his clothes directly. Zihi Kurane blushed and covered her face with her hands, watching Qinyi Liuyun changing clothes through her fingers. She thought to herself, Liuyun has grown up, even though he is only 12 years old. After tidying up, Qinyi Liuyun went out. Zihi Kurane also had to report to the Hokage's office to discuss the issue of leading the team. After arriving at school, Qinyi Liuyun passed the graduation exam easily. Test. Only Naruto was present because he was unable to create a clone due to the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra. So naturally he was the only one who failed. As for Mizuki who came after him, he didn't plan to pay attention to it. This was a minor role and also the most precious experience for Naruto. That Irika who fully recognized him. So he didn't plan to intervene. That night, when Qinyi Liuyun was holding Yui Kurane, the whole Konoha suddenly became lively. Qinyi Liuyun knew without thinking that it was Naruto who stole the so-called Book of Seals. After 12 years, the second external plug-in after the first plug-in Nine-Tails, the multiple shadow clone technique, was also obtained. What's going on? The village is so noisy. It's nothing. Don't worry about them. If something happens, the third Hokage will come to us. Little pervert, you haven't played for so long, there will be many opportunities in the future, now go out and see what's going on. Ziri Hong slapped the hand that was playing tricks on her chest, and then put on her combat uniform. Qinyi Liuyun had no choice but to follow Ziri Hong out. Ziri Hong casually asked a ninja about the original situation, and was immediately shocked. The seal book was stolen, this is a big deal. Liuyun, hurry. The Book of Seals was stolen by Naruto, let's go find it. Alright, the Book of Sealing is such a precious thing, how can a brat like Naruto, who is not even a genin, steal it? This is definitely a scene caused by the third Hokage. Looking at the positive Yui Hong, Qinyi Liuyun reluctantly pulled her back and held her in his arms, analyzing calmly. Naturally, Mizuki's conspiracy was completely exposed. The old man is really good at playing. In order to give Naruto a ninjutsu, he directly arranged such a big show. Not far away, Qinyi Liuyun was amazed when he saw Naruto returning safely. Even if he were beaten to death, he would not believe that the third Hokage would not know anything about Mizuki. After all, the child is Minato-senpai's child, maybe Hokage-sama wants to compensate. Naturally, Yui Kurane will not be as ignorant as civilians in Chuyunin. Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. This cannot be hidden from some high-level officials. No, maybe a certain humanoid beast will completely believe it and say no, okay, it's okay now, we can go back to sleep. Qinyi Liuyun urged Yuri Hong to go back quickly. Little pervert. Zihi Hong rolled her eyes. She didn't know how dirty Qinyi Liuyun was, but she didn't refuse. The two had just confirmed their relationship, which was the time for Nuai. Although the last step had not been taken, the daily flirting was still going on. Necessary. The next day, under Yui Hong's shy gaze, Qinyi Liuyun asked about the scent in his hand, then casually walked out of the city and headed to the ninja school. Today is the day for class assignment, and I don't know which class the old man, the third Hokage, will be assigned to. Qinyi Liuyun himself also had some guesses. In fact, there are two types. The first type is naturally a class, and then there is no need for a teacher to lead the group, and you can directly take over the tasks yourself. The second is to be in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke. An orphan of the Uchiha clan, a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, relying solely on Kakashi is no problem, but it is still good to have an extra layer of insurance. Besides, this is what Uchiha Itachi asked the third Hokage to do. The second pillar must naturally be taken care of. However, no matter how it is distributed, Qinyi Liuyun doesn't care. Soon Chiba Liuyun walked to the ninja school. Ino and Hinata had already put on their forehead protectors and were waiting for him at the school gate. Flowing clouds. After the two people saw Qinyi Liuyun, they waved their hands, then jumped over, holding Qinyi Liuyun's arms, one on the left and the other on the right, not caring about the surprised looks of others. Let's go. When Qinyi Liuyun walked into the classroom, he immediately discovered a wonderful scene. The kiss of the century between Naruto and Urjo's classmate. This kiss established the life of two people's friendship. No matter how Urjo's classmate started to fall into chaos and eventually gave up, but Naruto never leaves, life and death. Qinyi Liuyun coughed awkwardly, his thoughts just now were a bit dangerous. Ignoring Naruto being chased and beaten by Harano Sakura, he took two big Lolita to choose an empty seat and waited for Irika to come over and divide the classes. Well, Irika came at the right time, and finally arrived when Naruto was beaten black and blue. Okay, stop making trouble, the next step is to divide the classes. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Iruka finally discovered Naruto's miserable state. Teacher, I threw it myself, not Sakura and the others. Naruto was suddenly excited, but what he said made people speechless. Are you being cute? Iruka also looked at Naruto speechlessly. He and Haruno Sakura were in love and killed each other, and he didn't bother to care about it. These years Naruto was courteous to Haruno Sakura in every possible way, but Haruno Sakura didn't care and just made money around Sasuke. However, after this class division, I believe that Haruno Sakura and Naruto have also drifted apart. Okay, let's divide the classes next. Ignoring Naruto's funny behavior, Iruka took a piece of paper and started reading. First shift. Second class. The third shift. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Kage Hinata and Chiba Ryoun. Team 8, Haruno Sakura, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abarame Shino. Class 9. Class 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji. Soon, Iruka finished reading the class divisions. Teacher Iruka, how can someone as outstanding as me be in the same class with a cocky guy like Sasuke? But someone was dissatisfied and jumped out and said you said that your score was the last, so in order to balance the strength, you were arranged together with the first-ranked Ryoun and the second-ranked Sasuke. We were afraid that you would fall behind, and we needed someone to protect you, so your group was divided into 4 people. Well, this is the original words of the third Hokage, and Iruka also thought it was right. Judging from Naruto's personality, he is really a fool who loves to make trouble. He might fall behind at any time. So the 4-person group is also for safety. Especially in the 7th team, there are Ryoun ranked 1st and Sasuke ranked 2nd. Of course, Hinata's ranking is also very strong, at 3rd. As for Ino, she is 4th. Of course, this is just the test results. If it is based on real strength, then Sasuke's ranking is inflated, and he will definitely not be able to beat Hinata and Ino. Chiba Ryoun is 100% sure of this. Sometimes test results are not necessarily true strength. Well, the division is over, and it's time for me to leave. Your teacher will take you away soon. Classmates, congratulations on becoming a ninja. I hope to see you again in the future. Iruka said and left. The profession of a ninja is cruel. How many people will be able to stand in front of him intact in the future? No one knows. While waiting slowly, the classes were picked up one by one. Class 8, follow me. Ui Hong walked in and said. It seems that she still leads the 8th class. Come with me from class 10. Not long after Ui Hong left, Asuma also came over. This let Chiba Ryoun know that the newly graduated ninja student teacher has not changed. Now everyone left, only Chiba Ryoun and the 4 were left. After waiting for 10 minutes and still not seeing Kakashi, Chiba Ryoun decisively took Hinata out of the classroom. Why? Ryoun, our teacher hasn't come yet. What are you and Hinata going to do? Seeing Kyanba Ryoun and Hinata leaving, Naruto asked hurriedly, go and eat when you are hungry. Kyanyi Ryoun said without looking back. But what if you are not here when the teacher comes? The American kindly advised. The big deal is that Hinata and I will study for another year and graduate next year. Kyanyi Ryoun thought for a while, then said seriously, and then he took Hinata and left regardless of whether Naruto believed it or not. How could this be possible? Everyone had graduated so hard. How could they return to the ninja school? Naruto couldn't understand Kyanyi Ryoun's thoughts at all. Well, he believed Kyanyi Ryoun's words and didn't know that this was his ridicule. Ryoun, you already know who our teacher is. After walking out of school, Hinata asked with a smile. Well, I know, who else could it be besides that boring guy Kakashi-sensei? Kyanyi Ryoun shrugged and said bad things about Kakashi. Oops, I seem to hear someone talking bad about me. At this time, Kakashi's voice came from behind Kyanyi Ryoun. Kakashi-sensei. After knowing that the leader of the team was Kakashi, Hinata quickly said hello. Well, he is very polite, a good kid, not as bad as someone else. He glanced at Kyanyi Ryoun at the end. I'm hungry. Do you want to go eat? Kyanyi Ryoun ignored it and asked Kakashi instead. Well, since my dear disciple is treating me, I will not refuse. Kakashi had no objection. The two of them completely forgot about Sasuke and Naruto. Then, why don't you call Naruto and Sasuke? Hinata suggested I think they have just become ninjas and should learn to tolerate everything. It is better not to wait until we finish eating to see them. Kyanyi Ryoun thought for a while and said very seriously, as if I was doing everything for their good. Well, you are indeed my disciple, I think so too. The unscrupulous Kakashi also supported Chiba Ryoun. Hinata opened her mouth, then glanced at the ninja school with pity-filled eyes, and decisively followed Chiba Ryoun. Poor Sasuke and Naruto were just like this. The 3 of them were abandoned and were still waiting stupidly in the school 2 hours later. Today is really a waste of money, but I feel so full. Kakashi burped happily and walked out of the restaurant. How about we go exercise after dinner and go shopping? Kinyi Liu-yun continued. Well, that's a good idea, so let's go. Kakashi's eyes lit up, and he agreed with his disciple's point of view. Hinata once again glanced at the direction of the ninja school with pity, and then continued to follow Kamba Liu-yun. 2 hours later, a group of 3 people appeared at the school doorway. I'll go in first, Kakashi-sensei, do you want to go in later? Kinyi Liu-yun said and glanced at Kakashi. Well, a black cat suddenly appeared in front of me, making me lose my way in life. I need to think about my future here for about 10 minutes. Kakashi stared at the ground very seriously, as if thinking about the meaning of life. But there was nothing but a pile of air. Where was the black cat? Kakashi-sensei, think about it slowly, 10 minutes should be enough. However, Kinyi Liu-yun was very cooperative, nodded seriously, and walked into the ninja school. When they came to the classroom, they found Naruto and Sasuke half dead lying on the table. Liu-yun, Hinata, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? Naruto jumped up immediately when he saw the two of them. Isn't the leading teacher not here yet? It means we are not late. Kinyi Liu-yun waved his hand indifferently, and Hinata, who was suppressing a smile, did it. Sasuke and Naruto had no idea that they were being fooled by Kinyi Liu-yun and Kakashi together. Damn it, this damn teacher, I must give him a punishment. Naruto immediately became angry after hearing this, and then started messing around in the classroom. But he was messing around, and the most he could do was put a blackboard on the crack of the door. After all, the conditions were limited, and there were not enough props in the classroom. Naruto was playing tricks on Kakashi, so he had to make do with it. Although Kinyi Liu-yun had a suicide maul, he wouldn't buy it after all. Besides, he was also one of the participants. It was no time to trick Kakashi. 10 minutes later, a sound of footsteps came over. Naruto was so frightened that he quickly prepared the trap and returned to his seat, staring closely at the door, where there was a blackboard scratched on the crack of the door, showing the door opened and the blackboard eraser fell from above. But Kakashi didn't hide away, he was too lazy to hide. Well, my first impression of you guys sounds annoying. Class 7, come with me. The 4 of them saw this and followed them. What, is this a jounen? It's not good enough. It's so simple and it's too much. Naruto began to mutter indifferently along the way. Sasuke also frowned. If this jounen is not strong, then he will not learn anything good. How can he become stronger? How can he defeat Kinyi Liu-yun? How can he kill Lucky Wave Weasel? Come and introduce yourself. After arriving at a rooftop, Kakashi said listlessly. While talking, he took out the little erotic book Intimate Paradise and read it with relish. Kinyi Liu-yun, I'm really defeated by you, this sultry slut. After the final introduction, Sasuke and Naruto finally got to know Kakashi. Well, I only know one name, okay? Come to the number 5 training ground at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember not to eat breakfast or you will vomit. Kakashi talked about the survival drill with a 66% elimination rate, and after scaring people, he started to fool people again. Yes, Naruto and Sasuke have been completely frightened by the elimination rate of this climax. Only Chiba Ryuon and Hinata looked at Kakashi speechlessly, who was obviously deceiving others. It's really funny. Others may have such a high elimination rate, but Naruto and Sasuke are absolutely convinced that they will be disbanded and go back to their respective families, so now they only need to send Hinata. Go home. After going home, I had a good time with Ui Kurane and fell asleep. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Naruto and Sasuke had arrived at the scene, and Hinata was stuck. Cassie and Chiba Ryuon were still sleeping soundly. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Kakashi and Hinata got up and had a delicious breakfast. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Hinata started practicing daily. Kakashi ran to pay homage to Uchiha Obito, and Chiba Ryuon and Ui Kure were playing adult games on the bed. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Hinata, Chiba Ryuon and Kakashi came to the number 5 training ground. He and Chiba Ryuon arrived earlier than Kakashi, although they were only 5 minutes earlier. On the other side, Team 8 encountered the same situation as Team 7, but they were better, at least they didn't come at 5 o'clock in the morning. Hong was also very embarrassed and said the reason why he was late. Sorry, when I first woke up, I felt that my life had been taken into the hands of others and I had lost myself. Well, this is the reason Ui Hong explained. Such tall and philosophical words made the ninjas of Class 8 very confused. These little guys didn't know that their teacher was indeed in the hands of others, especially the soft part. I always feel that the reason given by the teacher is ridiculous. We must have met an unreliable jounen. The 3 members of the 8th edition were trembling, always feeling that their lives were dull. Sorry, when I was crossing the road, a black cat suddenly appeared and I lost my way in life. Yeah, the same excuse as yesterday, too bad, even the reasons for being late are exactly the same. How can you still be lazy? Naruto exposed Kakashi's mask without hesitation. These are not important, what is important is what happens next. Kakashi said and took out a clock and 2 bells before 12 o'clock, you need to grab the bell in my hand, because there are only 2 bells. Then the person who didn't grab it will be tied to a tree stump and watch us eat lunch, and will be sent back to the ninja school to continue the class. Finally, I would like to remind you that if you do not have the goal of killing me, you will not succeed." As he said this, Kakashi put the bell on his waist. "Ha! No, Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells? There are 4 of us. In the end, 2 of us should be tied to the tree." Naruto reacted immediately and corrected Kakashi's mistake. "There are 3 people, Lu Yun is not included. The only ones doing the test are you, Sasuke and Hinata." Kakashi looked right. "Why, that's not fair." Naruto jumped up immediately. "Don't think it's unfair, because Liu Yun will have to conduct a separate test later, so I won't be with you." Kakashi glanced at the jumping little yellow hair with disdain. The teacher's children are far behind him. What? Naruto was dumbfounded. It turned out to be a separate test. "I didn't want to shock you before you take the test, but since you insist on knowing, I'll tell you in advance. Yes, Lu Yun is very strong, so I want to test it alone without having to deal with you as easily," Kakashi said to Naruto in a very contemptuous tone. "Damn it, a guy who can't even hide from a blackboard eraser has any right to look down on us. Take the bait." Naruto ran over to take action after being ridiculed. Kakashi dodged Naruto's attack with a flicker and tripped him to the ground. Tisk tisk tisk, so weak. This merciless ridicule fully demonstrated Kakashi's bad taste. "Okay, now the survival exercise has officially begun. You should use all your strength and have the mentality to kill me." Naruto was speechless. "The writing hadn't officially started just now, so why did you trip me?" Whizzing. After Kakashi announced the start, both Hinata and Sasuke hid. Only Naruto stood up and patted his butt, then stood in the middle and didn't know how to hide at all. Instead, he said boldly, "Come on, Kakashi-sensei, I wasn't paying attention just now, now let me see how powerful you are." Naruto, ninjas are divided into 3 types: illusion, physical and ninjutsu. Today I will show you physical skills for an afternoon, especially Konoha's ultimate physical skills, Kakashi said seriously, and then hung the little yellow book in his mouth and made a tiger seal. "Really, ha, as expected, Kakashi-sensei, you agree with me, and you actually used the ultimate secret taijutsu to deal with me. Come on, I, Uzumaki Naruto, have nothing to be afraid of." After hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto immediately looked up to the sky and roared, looking very proud. Konohagakure's secret body technique, 1,000 years of killing. It's a pity that he smiled very proudly, but tragedy came quickly. Kakashi ducked and came behind Naruto, and then aimed at Naruto who was sticking out his butt. Ouch! A miserable cry resounded through the heavens and earth, accompanied by the figure of Naruto covering his buttocks and soaring into the sky. "Idiot! Art fire escape ho fireball." Sasuke jumped out instantly, and attacked Kakashi with a huge fireball. Boom! When the fireball hit Kakashi, a burning log appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Substitution? When? I didn't notice it at all. Sasuke was shocked and quickly checked around, but there was no trace of Kakashi at all. Suddenly, he felt that his feet could not move, and he was pulled by a pair of hands. It was Kakashi. Earth escape, the art of beheading in the heart. This is another way of attack by ninjas, ninjutsu. Kakashi squatted in front of Sasuke, who had only one head exposed, and rubbed her head. Cut! Sasuke turned his head away in anger. He was instantly killed by one move. He felt extremely embarrassed. At the same time, he also realized the gap between himself and the Jonin. But what he couldn't accept the most was that Kinyi Liu Yun needed Kakashi to test alone. You can imagine how powerful this guy is. At the same age, a member of the Uchiha clan was left behind so much by others. Sasuke hated himself very much at this moment. Why are you so weak? When will you be able to kill that man if you continue like this? When Sasuke fell into inferiority complex, Hinata attacks. In the past 3 years, when Chiba Liuyun was no longer around, both Hinata and Ino knew Shiyu very well. He was very powerful at this time. Name: Hinata chakra, 45 mental power, 28.3 physical strength, 29.7 taijutsu, Bagua 64 palms, Guardian 64 palms, Kaishin, Bagua Kong palm, skilled level Bajikwan Vidra 8 postures. Blood inheritance limit, Byakugan comprehensive strength, elite Chuyunin current favorability 90. This is Hinata's current strength. The top level of elite Chuyunin is almost ready to become a special Jounin. Bagua empty palm. A surge of chakra surged out from Hinata's hand, turning into powerful energy and attacking Kakashi from a few meters away. Well, this strength. Feeling the power of Bagua Kong palm, Kakashi was shocked. He didn't expect Hinata to be so powerful, so he didn't dare to neglect him anymore and quickly left with the teleportation technique. Then he put the little yellow book away. He could tell from the blow just now that Hinata definitely had the strength of an elite Chuyunin. When dealing with elite Chunin, Kakashi didn't dare to be as casual as he was against Chuyunin. Yes, Sasuke's current strength is as strong as the sky and he has just entered the Chunin level. After all, he can cast several ninjutsus. Genin couldn't do that. The only thing he lacked was combat experience. Hinata is not lacking in combat experience. Chiba Ryuon often gives him and Ino tricks, so naturally she is not lacking in combat experience. What is lacking is blood. There is no need to worry about this. When the time comes to go out to perform ninja missions, seeing blood is inevitable, unless you never leave the village and stay in the village, doing D-level missions for the rest of your life. But it's obviously impossible. Neither Hinata nor the Hyuga clan would let Hinata be regarded as a genin who only knows how to perform D-level tasks. Because Hinata is the eldest lady of the clan, if something like that really happens, it will bring shame to the entire Hyuga clan. For a young lady who only knows how to do D-level missions, members of the Hyuga clan probably don't have the shame to go out and meet people. Kakashi also started to form seals, and then the fireball, which was a generation older than Sasuke, attacked Hinata. Back to the days. Naruto, who limped back with his hands on his butt, stared at Hinata who was fighting fiercely with Kakashi. Yes, that's what he thought. After all, whether it was Kaiten or Kakashi's huge fireball technique, it frightened him. He had never seen the world, and the sea-level ninjutsu of Chiba Ryuon and Sasuke surprised him, not to mention the sea-level ninjutsu used by Kakashi now. In terms of power, it is almost the same as the B-level fire escape of ordinary Chunin or elite Chunin, and Hinata's Kaiten is even more powerful. Damn it, I want to become stronger, I must become stronger, and stop being a jerk. Seeing that Hinata is so powerful as a girl, Naruto secretly swore in his heart. Of course, apart from Naruto, the one with the most explosive mentality is Sasuke. He, the second-ranked guy in the graduation exam, is the most uncomfortable. It turns out that this second-ranked guy is the one who suffers the most. There is so much water in ER. There is an obvious gap between him and Hinata. One has just entered the Chunin and the other is about to become a special Jounin. There is an unknown distance between them. Damn it, what have I been doing all these years? Why are everyone better than me? After seeing Hinata's strength, Sasuke clenched his fists even more unwillingly. He roared crazily in his heart. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, you are already within my domain, the soft fist technique, Bagua 64 palms. When Naruto and Sasuke were secretly feeling sad, a voice brought their thoughts back. At this moment, their leading Jounin was not very far away from Hinata, and Hinata opened her hands in a very imposing manner. Postured no, I didn't expect Hinata to master all 64 facial palms. After noticing Hinata's next attack, Kakashi's expression changed, he was a little careless. He quickly made a seal of the substitute technique towards 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. A set of 64 Bagua palms completely hit Kakashi's body. Boom! Kakashi was knocked away and turned into a piece of wood substitution? When? Hinata was shocked. He never thought that this Kakashi was just a substitute. The third attack method of ninjas is illusion. When Hinata lost consciousness, Kakashi used the Naraku-seeing technique to cover Hinata. Ryuon. Hinata screamed and then fainted. He saw Ryuon lying on the ground covered in blood, and couldn't bear the stimulation and fainted from fear. Kakashi, did I go too far? Kakashi-sensei, you've gone too far. After Hinata fainted, Chiba Ryuon immediately rushed over from the side and gave Kakashi an angry look. This mistake was a mistake, I just cast a sea-level illusion, but I didn't expect Hinata to be so unafraid. Kakashi also knew his mistake and quickly scratched his head in embarrassment. Fortunately, Hinata woke up after a while. Then Kakashi grabbed Naruto and tied him to a tree. Then he took out 2 bento was given to Hinata and Sasuke. You guys don't know how to cooperate at all, and you are all fighting alone. Originally, you were all going to go back to the ninja school directly, but for the sake of Ryuon's pleading, I will give you another chance. Now I will give you half an hour to eat. Remember not to give it to Naruto, otherwise you will all be eliminated. The trickster Kakashi came online again. After some threats, he looked at each other and left together. Kinyi Ryuon naturally knew Kakashi's trick and did not expose it. In the end, Hinata gave it to Naruto. Anyway, this amount of food is not necessary for Hinata. Besides, she finished breakfast quite late. Seeing this, Sasuke on the side also handed over the lunchbox. At the end of the crane, eat your fill and don't hold back later. Although they are words of concern, the tone of concern will never come from the arrogant Sasuke. Long-winded, I won't hold you back, Naruto said over and over again while eating the food fed by Sasuke. Hinata looked on with a smile. Well, I suddenly thought to myself, is this what Ryuon often said about good gay friends for a lifetime? Hey, simple and cute Hinata seems to have had some bad thoughts. It's all Kyanba Ryuon's fault. Hinata is being led astray even if she has no good friends. You didn't listen to me. Kakashi suddenly stood on the tree stump with a murderous look on his face. Kakashi-sensei, it's not their fault, it's all my fault. I asked them to give me food. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Naruto's expression changed and he immediately took the responsibility on himself. Cut, hang tail, you don't have to fight alone. If I don't feed you, can you eat it? Sasuke didn't accept Naruto's kindness at all. The pride of the Uchiha clan didn't allow him to push the fault to others. Alas, it seems that I can no longer carry out missions with Liu Yun, Hinata said with regret. Now, I declare. Kakashi's murderous aura became more and more intense, and he was about to explode. Then he changed to a crescent moon eye. You are qualified, why? The three people were shocked and looked at Kakashi in confusion. This survival exercise is a test of teamwork. If breaking the iron rule and abandoning the mission is a waste, then abandoning your companions is worse than a human face. When Kakashi said this, he thought of his good friend, Uchiha Obito. I see. The three people suddenly realized that they couldn't help but feel a little lucky that they had passed the test. Next, it's time to test your strength, Liu Yun, Kakashi said, recalling the instructions of the third Hokage. After assigning Naruto, the three of them, and Chiba Ryuan to him, the third Hokage asked him to go all out to test Ryuan's specific strength. Since 2 years ago, Chiba Ryuan, after officially entering the Jonin stage, his strength seemed to have stood still, without any improvement. All tasks only showed the strength of the newly entered Jonin, but Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew that. This is impossible. This kid is hiding his strength. So Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see what level Chiba Ryuan is really at. As for Kage level, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not. He hadn't thought about it, because it was unrealistic. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, he would be thankful that Chiba Ryuan could reach the shadow level before he turned 15, but he didn't know that as the plot began, Chiba Ryuan would progress at a faster rate, moving forward at a flying speed. Half an hour ago, after Asuma announced that the new generation of Ino, Deer, and Butterfly Trio had passed the examination, Ino couldn't wait to come over to find Chiba Ryuan. Out of curiosity, Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji, as well as her leading teacher Asuma, all followed. They also want to see how other classes are testing. We are all classmates, so it is inevitable that we will have the desire to compare. So I followed Ino here. Needless to say, Yui Hong said that her boyfriend was testing, so she naturally came over to take a look. Yui Hong knew that Kinyi Liu Yun left very late in the morning, so why did the two of them go out together? He thought that the four people on Kakashi's side would be very slow to test, so after finishing the test on his students, he brought his students over. I happened to see Chiba Ryuan facing Kakashi from a distance. Well, it seems that the test of Liu Yun has not started yet, my little man, let me see how strong you are. Suri Hong naturally knew that Kinyi Liu Yun had not used his full strength to do the task. In its words, why should it use its full strength for something that can be easily solved? As for the lion fighting the rabbit, it still needs to use its full strength, which does not work for Kinyi Liu Yun, because before the enemy, Kinyi Liu Yun has already checked the enemy's background clearly. Naturally, there is no need to use real strength, the level of a senior ninja is enough to beat everything. Flowing clouds. Ino didn't know what shame was at all, and when he saw Kinyi Liu Yun, he didn't care whether others were present or not. He ran over and jumped on Kinyi Liu Yun's back and hugged him. Feeling the yurt behind him, Kinyi Liu Yun couldn't help but sigh. Naruto girls in this world are really precocious, and they even develop earlier than the average person. Suddenly Kinyi Liu Yun felt a special look, and when he looked back, he found that it was Yui Hong looking at him with a playful look. Hey hey. Kinyi Liu Yun smiled awkwardly. Ziyi Hong naturally knew about the things between her, Hinata and Ino. However, she did not mention Hinata and Ino when they confirmed their relationship. Naturally, she did not want to object from the beginning. At this time, her eyes were more teasing. Okay, just watch my test from the sidelines. Patted Ino's little butt and asked her to come down. Hee, come on Liu Yun, new. After Ino kissed him, he jumped down. Kakashi was speechless for a while. Why don't you abuse me as a single guy? As a teacher, I don't even have a girlfriend, but my disciple has two. What if he knew Yui Kurane was the same? He didn't know if he would be shocked and throw away the little yellow book. Ino jumped to Hinata's side. After all, she had a deeper relationship with Hinata than Shikamaru and Koji. Good sisters who have been almost inseparable for so many years. Women, what a trouble. Shikamaru, who was lazy on the side, looked relieved after seeing Ino's performance. Ino was chirping on the side, and his ears couldn't stand it. But who made Ino their teammate? It's fine now. I'm finally no longer around. I can be quiet for a while. Teacher Hong, what are we here to see? As for Yui Kurane, Inyazuka Kiba saw that Naruto's test was over and didn't know what to wait for. He didn't know yet that Chiba Ryuan and Kakashi were preparing to fight. There were probably only a few people present. Team 7, Ino and Yui Kurane know the next battle. There is a wonderful battle next, just watch it. Ziyi Hong didn't give too much explanation. Liu Yun, use all your strength and let the teacher see how high your achievements are now. Before the battle, Kakashi said to Kinyi Liuyun, "As you wish, I also want to know if I can defeat Kakashi-sensei." Kinyi Liuyun is also ready to make a move. Although he is a little weaker than Kakashi now, he is not without hope of winning. He can still do the leapfrog challenge. And Kakashi has just entered the shadow level at this time. But this is also thanks to Kinyi Liuyun's encouragement. Otherwise, Kakashi in the original work is probably still wandering. It is precisely because of Kinyi Liuyun's stimulation that Kakashi is no longer decadent, but is practicing seriously. After several years of practice, he finally entered the shadow level more than a year ago. Name: Hade Kakashi Chakra, 139.6 mental power, 109.8 physical strength, 66 ninjutsu, thunder release Chidori, thunder release, Reikari, etc. Water release, water formation wall, etc. Fire release, earth release, heart beheading technique, etc. Earth escape. The first gate of Dungia, shadow dance leaf, mystery millennium killing. Psychic technique, Parker and other 8 ninja dogs. Shiba Liuyun compared Shi's attributes. He has a greater advantage in terms of physical strength and chakra, but his understanding of ninjutsu and the power of illusions are even lower than Kakashi's. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharinan can also be used reluctantly. You attack first. As a teacher, you naturally have to keep some disciples behind. Although he gave up the opportunity to Kinyi Liuyun, Kakashi's vigilance has not diminished at all. On the contrary, he has become more cautious because he gave up the opportunity. He doesn't know how strong this evil disciple of his is. Then Kakashi-sensei, be careful, here I come. As soon as Kinyi Liuyun finished speaking, he disappeared from the place with a whoosh sound. Good, so fast. Kinyi Liuyun's speed immediately shocked everyone present, including Asuma. Even Asuma, an elite jounin, could not resist this speed. Even faster than Kai. How could this Kinyi Liuyun be so strong? Asuma muttered in shock. Even Asuma, an elite ninja, could barely see clearly, let alone the little guys who had just graduated. At this time, they were already stunned. A speed that puts them beyond their reach. Even Kakashi, who is a kage, needs to open his Sharingan to fully see the speed of Kinyi Liuyun. But now Kakashi did not open his Sharingan immediately. It's the strength of the body that reaches 99.9. Even the current Metkai has not reached this level, it is only around 95. Of course, if he activates the 8-gate Dungia, his strength will soar directly from Quasi-Shadow. At the cage level, if the 7 gates were opened, even the 3rd Hokage might not be able to stop him. However, after approaching Kakashi, his right hand formed a palm and struck Kakashi in front with one of the 8 official Vajra moves. The mountain splitting palm is also called the mountain splitting axe plus steel. This palm is very fast and makes a crackling sonic boom sound as it is struck by Kinyi Liuyun. With the modification of the system, the power of Bajikwan has been greatly enhanced. It would be great if a Bajikwan master could defeat an ordinary Chunin just by relying on the memory of his previous life. When Kinyi Liuyun sent out the mountain splitting palm, Kakashi knew that he couldn't catch it. This move was too powerful. If it was hit hard, it would be normal to break 1 or 2 bones. Instantly stimulating all the cells in his body, he dodged the splitting palm as quickly as possible. Boom! The powerful palm force fired an air cannon. A deep pit of about 1 meter appeared not far from Pishinzang. The proficient Bajikwan can already fire air cannons, which can be considered as an additional long-range attack capability, and the power is also very powerful. Liuyun, your physical skills are getting stronger and stronger. Even Kai can't reach your current power without opening the 8 gates. He really admired Kinyi Liuyun's self-created Bajikwan physical skills. Not only can it convert the food it eats into energy to strengthen the body, but it also has super strong attack power. This is incomparable to the 8 gates. Who let the 8 gates have too many side effects, and it doesn't enhance the body's functions. It goes without saying who I am, a super genius. Kinyi Liuyun shamelessly claimed that Bajikwan was his own, and no one knew about it anyway. Be careful next time, I won't compete with you in physical skills, Kakashi said, and began to form seals with his hands. He wanted to test Kinyi Liuyun's all-round strength, not just physical skills. As a few seconds passed, more than 40 complex seals were completed in Kakashi's hands. As the seal was completed, a huge water dragon suddenly rose from the lake next to Kakashi. It was said that his water dragon bullet technique was also copied from Taki Ninja's body. The white water dragon, with a pair of ferocious scarlet eyes, rushed towards Kinyi Liuyun under the control of Kakashi. Kinyi Liuyun took a deep breath and decided not to use ninjutsu or dodge. Try to see if you can defeat this water dragon bullet technique with 1 punch. If you succeed, you will naturally not be afraid of most ninjutsu in the future. When the ninjutsu comes, just punch him away. Even if he failed and suffered some injuries at most, with his physical strength, it would not be a problem to withstand such a water dragon bullet technique. Of course, this is because his opponent is Kakashi and today is just a test. Only then would he choose to fight hard in other places. He would not choose to fight so stupidly when he was not sure. What does Liu Yun want to do? Why doesn't he hide or form a seal? Isn't he trying to use taijutsu to catch Kakashi's water dragon bullet technique? How is this possible? Even that Gaikai can't do it. Asuma and Yui Hong said after seeing Kinyi Liu Yun's movements. Youth is allowed to be late, but it is not allowed to be late. I finally caught up with Kakashi's test on his disciples. While Yui Kurane and Asuma were watching the battle attentively, a rare beast appeared on the stage with his 3 disciples. It was Metkai Kai. Why are you here? Asuma looked at Might Guy speechlessly. It was really unexpected. He just mentioned him and he appeared. Kakashi became a teacher for the first time, and he had 4 teachers at once, so of course I had to come and take a look. As lifelong rivals, even the competition between disciples cannot stop. Metka held out his thumb, showed his white teeth, and said passionately, if this is the case, then there is no need to compete between your disciples. Your 3 disciples together are not enough to beat Liu Yun. Seeing that Metkai wanted to compare the strength of his disciples with Kakashi, Yui Kurane announced the result without hesitation. No way! My disciple Niji was the first in the last session, and he has already practiced his soft fist to a very high level. How could Kakashi's disciple be his opponent? Might Guy said, pushing Hyagan Niji out and giving him a thumbs up. Kai, maybe you don't know yet, but Liu Yun's strength is no worse than ours. No matter how powerful the soft fist practiced by your disciple Hinata Niji is, he is no match for Liu Yun. When Yui Hong saw the confident Metkai, she told Kinyi Liu Yun's strength without hesitation. How is that possible? He is only 12 years old. Medi stammered, obviously a little unbelievable about this matter. Today's test was specially arranged by the 3rd Hokage to test Liu Yun's true strength. Liu Yun already had the strength of a Jonin 2 years ago. That is to say, Liu Yun already had the strength of a Jonin when he was 10 years old. If we count by strength, he has broken Kakashi's record of becoming a Jonin at the age of 12. Yui Kurane said proudly, this is her little man. No way. Mate Kai was even more stunned. What Yui Hong said was too fantastic, but he knew that the other party had no need to deceive him. In this way, Yui Hong's words became true. You don't know, Liu Yun has been following Kakashi on missions since he was 9 years old. Now he has completed many A-level, B-level and S-level missions. This matter has been kept secret, but as Liu Yun graduates, these file data will now appear in his personal information, and you will know when the time comes. Yui Kurane is not afraid to tell the truth about Kinyi Liu Yun, because with the graduation of Kinyi Liu Yun, all the secrecy has been lifted, and the next step is to build momentum. Let the ninja world know that a super genius has appeared in Konoha, better than 4 besides, there are only 3 of them around now, and the other little guys are already crowded together in the distance, and everyone is a die-hard Hokage faction, so there is no need to hide these things. Bear squats hard and squeezes. When Yui Hong told Metkai and Asuma the glorious deeds of Chiba Ryuwon's roar attracted everyone's attention. As their eyes shifted, they saw Kinyi Liu Yun squatting down and then rising into the sky. As he approached the water dragon, his back collided with the ferocious water dragon in the sky. He really used physical skills to resist ninjutsu. This is unbelievable. After seeing Kinyi Liu Yun's actions, the newly graduated Genin and Yui Kurane all covered their mouths in shock. Boom! The powerful power of the water dragon bullet technique directly knocked Kinyi Liu Yun's upward body back to the ground. But at the same time, Kinyi Liu Yun's Xiongquan also completely defeated the water dragon bullet technique. Click. Kinyi Liu Yun fell from the sky and plunged his legs into the ground. The surrounding ground started to crack inch by inch like a spider web. Kinyi Liu Yun also felt uncomfortable. At this time, his blood was boiling and he could not calm down. This is the sequelae caused by head-on ninjutsu. However, after 3 seconds of calm, the roiling blood energy slowly slowed down. But it is undeniable that he was injured, although not seriously. After forcing the congestion out of his body and squirting it out, Kinyi Liu Yun felt much more comfortable. Liu Yun. Seeing Liu Yun vomiting blood, Ino, Hinata and Yui Hong were shocked and started to run over. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Kinyi Liu Yun waved his hand, and then with a force, he jumped up and pulled his legs out of the ground. Are you really okay? Kakashi asked worriedly. Haha, Kakashi-sensei, it's just a small injury. Although it was vomiting blood, it was just that I forced the injury directly out of my body. After such a while of rest, the small injury was almost healed. Kinyi Liu Yun finished. Kakashi, Hinata, Ino and Yui Kurane breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They naturally knew the magic of Bajiquan. When Kinyi Liu Yun said this, they knew that everything was fine. I never thought that your self-created taijutsu could take on my B-level ninjutsu, and it was performed with 80% of my strength. Kakashi looked at Kinyi Liu Yun in amazement. His 8 points of strength is equivalent to 12 points of the full strength of a Quasi-Kage level master. However, he was only slightly injured, which shows that Kinyi Liu Yun's physical strength has reached to what extent. At this point, Metkai was obviously far behind. Ding, congratulations to the host for using his body to master ninjutsu and successfully committing suicide. He will be rewarded with 8 gate dunjia. At this time, the system prompts, Kinyi Liu Yun was stunned. This is a successful attempt to commit suicide, and the reward is the 8-door dunjia. Although the 8-door dunjia is very powerful, it is a bit useless for him. He doesn't want to open the 6th or 7th door and get himself injured, and then open the 8th door and get himself killed. Ding, issue a suicide mission to defeat the shadow level with quasi-shadow level strength. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with a chance to fuse Bajiquan and Bayman dunjia. There is no penalty for failure. Perhaps feeling Kinyi Liu Yun's resentment, the system directly issued a suicide mission. Kinyi Liu Yun has a headache. It is really difficult to defeat the shadow level with the quasi-shadow level. If it is just to compete with the tied opponent Kinyi Liu Yun, he can still do it. Yes, but it will be a bit difficult to defeat it, but I have to try anyway, and there is a ready-made shadow level now, which is the best, and it is not life-threatening. Mr. Kakashi, I will go all out next, and I also hope you will go all out. Let us fight like a life and death duel. I want to see where my limit is. After wiping the blood from his mouth, Kinyi Liu Yun reminded him that he didn't want to fight for a long time and fail in his attempt to die because of Kakashi's release. Moreover, the fusion of Bajiquan and 8-gate dunjia, Kinyi Liu Yun also looking forward to it. That's okay, I also want to see where your current limit is. Seeing Kinyi Liu Yun's serious expression, Kakashi was slightly startled, then put away his laziness and looked at him seriously. At this moment, neither of them made a move, but the murderous aura in their bodies was released involuntarily. Hey, is it necessary? It's just a test. How come you're even releasing murderous intent? It looked like he was going to take the fight seriously, but Kakashi's expression didn't look like he was joking. As the aura and murderous intent exploded all over their bodies, Asuma and Metkai suddenly froze, wondering what they were going to do. But the 12 little strongmen were different. They were not far away from Kakashi and the others at this time. Therefore, they were not overwhelmed by the aura and murderous intent of the two people. Ino and Hinata were okay, but their bodies were a little trembling. The others were very unbearable and fell to the ground, looking at the scene with fearful eyes. The two people who were so powerful were looking at Kinyi Liu Yun. They were really classmates in the same class as them. Could it be that the gap was so big that they couldn't even bear his momentum? Swish! No matter what others thought, Chiba Liu Yun and Kakashi moved at the same time at this moment. Kinyi Liu Yun's extremely fast seal formation speed once again aroused everyone's amazement. Wind escape, the wind blows and cuts. For sharp wind blades appeared around Kakashi out of thin air, and then slashed at him. Kakashi's reaction was not slow either. Although he was not as fast as Kinyi Liu Yun in forming seals, he won. It takes a little time to activate the ninjutsu, and this little time allowed Kakashi to gain time. The 4 earth walls rose up the moment Kakashi slapped his hands on the ground. Boom! The powerful force of the wind cut a 10 centimeters deep mark on the earth wall, which was only less than 15 centimeters thick. If it had hit a person, it would have definitely been cut in half. Such powerful power, is this really a newly graduated genin? Asuma said subconsciously before her thoughts could be reflected, and the cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground. It has been said that Liu Yun's strength is no less than ours, and even above us. Zihe Hong said proudly. While the two people were talking, Kinyi Liu Yun made another new move. His hands turned into afterimages, and the 44 seals were completed in just 6 seconds. 7 seals in 1 second. This time Kinyi Liu Yun formed the seal for a longer time, so Asuma and Metkai saw it clearly, and their scalps suddenly became numb. This guy must be a monster. No matter how shocked Asuma and Metkai were, Kinyi Liu Yun's ninjutsu was released as usual. Crash! 4 water dragons rose from the small lake next to them with ferocious expressions. Fortunately, there was another small lake next to the number 5 training ground, otherwise it would consume more chakra to practice water escape in a place without water. Especially summoning 4 water dragons at once, the chakra consumption was even greater. Liu Yun, this kid, really has so much chakra that it's unimaginable, and he actually created 4 water dragons. Kakashi was a little sad. Chakra has always been his flaw. The 4 water dragons, under the control of Kinyi Liu Yun, completely blocked Kakashi's retreat from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. Roar! After a roar, 4 water dragons descended from the sky and rushed towards Kakashi on the ground. It's really shameless. When fighting against his own disciples, he can only passively defend himself. Kakashi complained helplessly, but what can be done? Who makes his disciples' seal formation speed so scary? Think about the other party's 7 seals per second, and his own 4 seals per second. Kakashi felt sad again. Water escape, water formation wall. Although it is very helpless, there is still a proper defense. When the water dragon attacks, a water curtain rises from around Kakashi, blocking the water dragon's attack. At the same time, Kakashi uses a teleportation technique. After leaving the place, he could no longer remain so passive. As he left, Kakashi lifted up his forehead protector, revealing his red eye. Ahem, it was the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Kakashi also used all his strength and opened his Sharingan. Asuma and Metkai watched the battle attentively. Sharingan, how come Kakashi-sensei has Sharingan? When Kakashi showed his Sharingan, the most shocked person was Uchiha Sasuke. He couldn't believe that King Kakashi had a 3 Magatama Sharingan in his left eye. He was not from the Uchiha clan, so why did he have a Sharingan and a 3 Magatama Sharingan? Although Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, which surprised several others, he himself was unmoved. He already knew that without opening the Sharingan, there was no way he could fight Kinyi Liu-yun. Kinyi Liu-yun's speed is really too fast. No matter it is the speed of receiving or the speed of itself. Seeing Kakashi opening his Sharingan and staring closely at him, Kinyi Liu-yun showed a smile. Start making seals casually. This is not good. It is an A-level illusion technique called darkness. Kakashi also knows about the art of darkness. This is the illusion that Chiba Liu-yun has been asking Sarutobi Hiruzen for the past few years. Although Kakashi reacted quickly, it was still too late. The next moment he fell into. Although the card disappeared, Kakashi would not be passive. While activating his Sharingan to contact the Genjutsu, the Thunder Chakra rioted all over his body and he disappeared in an instant. Boom! Less than 2 seconds after Kakashi left, a huge fireball hit the place he originally occupied. As expected of Mr. Kakashi, he can even let you dodge like this. Kinyi Liu-yun was helpless. Kakashi had too much combat experience, and he was a very analytical ninja. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a master of combat. Unless it was an absolute power suppression like Pain in the original work, it would be really difficult to fight. Even for Pain, after just a few moves, Kakashi got all the information about Tendo Pain, which showed how terrifying his combat instinct was. Yo, it was really dangerous. I was almost hit by the fireball. Kakashi wiped the non-existent sweat, and his vision had recovered. Mr. Kakashi, it seems that the only way to deal with you is to use a unique trick. Kinyi Liu-yun took a deep breath, and then formed 3 seals. Suddenly, the terrifying thunder escape chakra in his right hand began to condense. Chi chi chi. Thousands of birdsong bloomed in his hands. Chidori, then I will also show you the power of the advanced version of Chidori. Kakashi said and quickly formed a few seals, then he held his right hand into a tiger claw, and the same terrifying lightning as Kinyi Liu-yun was condensing. But Kakashi's was Reikari, which was an S-level ninjutsu. My Reikari is even more powerful than Chidori. What are you going to do, Liu-yun? Kakashi looked at his disciple with a smile, wanting to see his sad face. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, Kinyi Liu-yun was not depressed at all. Although the power of ninjutsu has a certain relationship with the level, it also has a lot to do with the chakra injected into it. Even though I am an A-level ninjutsu, I believe that no matter how good my chakra control is and the constant infusion of chakra, I will not be weaker than your Reikari. The purpose of releasing the Buddha is to prove what Chiba Liu-yun said. The Chidori on his right hand has grown in size and looks more dazzling than Reikari. Kakashi. MMP, he is such an unlovable disciple. He knew that his teacher had little chakra and deliberately used chakra to bully him. Chidori. Kinyi Liu-yun shouted and then started sprinting. Kinyi Liu-yun was originally very fast, but now after being stimulated by the thunder chakra, his cells are even more active. So naturally, his speed also improved to the next level. In the eyes of Naruto, Sasuke, and the other 12 little masters, Kinyi Liu-yun disappeared from the place as if it had turned into lightning. When they blinked and found Kinyi Liu-yun's figure again, he had already arrived not far from Kakashi. The moment Kakashi called out Chidori, Kakashi also stared at him with his Sharingan. In the end, the two of them raised the terrifying lightning in their hands and attacked each other at the same time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The collision of thunder and thunder made a harsh sound, which made all the genin couldn't help but cover their ears. Looking at the two people who are evenly matched, whether they are jounin like Asuma, elite jounin or Kage, or the 12 strong ones who have just graduated. At this moment, they were all stunned as they looked at the two people who seemed to depend on each other for life and death. The gorgeous thunder release ninjutsu made them secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Not only is it gorgeous, but one can tell from its power that if they fall victim to this move, they will definitely die miserably. Seeing the stalemate Chidori, Kinyi Liu-yun was speechless. Even though he has injected so much chakra, he can still only be tied with Kakashi, which is really a disgrace to the husky. As expected, shadow-level experts are not just easy to fight. However, Kinyi Liu-yun did not give up, and his left hand was still idle. He slowly raised his left hand, and when Kakashi's face turned green, a small blue-white Raiznan was formed instantly. Looking at the Raiznan that was injured and spinning in Kamba Liu-yun like a small typhoon, Kakashi felt as if 10,000 alpacas were roaring past in his heart. I almost forgot that this guy Kinyi Liu-yun can form seals with one hand and even release ninjutsu with both hands. Too bad, because Chiba Ryuun is not an enemy, Kakashi forgot to write down all his information in detail. Although the one-hand seal surprised him at first, after all, it had been so long that he had forgotten it. Boom! The Raiznan sent by Kinyi Liu-yun was so fast that Kakashi couldn't avoid it. He was hit directly in the abdomen, and his whole body was spinning like a helicopter propeller until he flew out. Wow! After hitting a spot, Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood. He received serious internal injuries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the shadow-level suicide attempt with Quasi Shadow, and the reward will be the fusion of 8-door Dungia and Bajiquin. Ding! The fusion is successful. Please check the new ability and give it a name. After Kakashi was seriously injured and flew out, the voice of the death-seeking system also came. Without checking what the new ability was for the time being, Kinyi Liu-yun quickly walked to Kakashi's side. Although he was complaining, Kakashi was shocked in his heart. He himself knew that he had entered the shadow level, but he also knew that the power Kinyi Liu-yun had just shown was only at the Quasi Shadow level. But it was this Quasi Shadow level disciple who defeated his own shadow level self. Kakashi has a new understanding of how evil he is. Unexpectedly, Kakashi actually lost. The cigarette Asma just lit fell to the ground again, and the expression on her entire face was full of shock. Oh no, this is definitely a joke. How can this guy Kakashi be placed in the hands of his disciple? How can I win? Matekai collapsed and squatted on the ground, with tears streaming down his face. It can be said that the competition between the disciples was over before it even started. As expected of my little man, you were able to win even when Kakashi fought with all his strength. Your strength has surpassed mine by a lot. Ui Hong's heart was filled with relief, pride, and excitement. Compared to the 3 leading teachers, the 9 newly graduated genin and the 3 genin who graduated last year were silent, especially Suzuki and Niji. Suzuki is because as a classmate, there is such a huge gap, which makes it difficult for him who has always been proud of Uchiha. Hyuga Niji was even more bitter when he was instantly killed by Chiba Ryuun. It didn't shrink, but got bigger. This made him lose the courage to catch up in the Hokage's office. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up excitedly, staring at the crystal ball. He had no idea that Kinyi Liu-yun was so powerful and could defeat Kakashi, who was already at the cage level. In this way, it can be considered that the shadow level is better than the shadow level. Kinyi Liu-yun can be regarded as a shadow level master. You know, Kinyi Liu-yun is only 12 years old now. There is no one in the entire ninja world who is better than a cage level master at the age of 12. Even Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, was not so strong when he was 12 years old. Liu-yun, you really didn't disappoint me, haha. The clear laughter of the 3rd Hokage came from the Hokage's office. This made the Umbu hiding in the dark very puzzled as to why the Hokage was so happy today. When Kakashi entered the medical department with serious injuries, there was a lot of excitement. After all, Kakashi was still very famous in Konoha. Especially after hearing that Kakashi was injured while sparring with his disciples, everyone looked at Kinyi Liu-yun strangely. It is conceivable that as these ninjas spread the word, Chiba Liu-yun will definitely become famous in Konoha. Kinyi Liu-yun, Lord Hokage invites you over. At this time, an Umbu came to Kinyi Liu-yun. Okay, I know. Kanba Liu-yun then handed over Kakashi to Hinata and Naruto to take care of them. As for Ui Kurane and the others, they naturally left long ago. Grandpa Hokage, what do you want to talk to me about? As soon as he entered the Hokage's office, Kinyi Liu-yun couldn't wait to ask. Of course it's a good thing. Due to your excellent performance now, I'm going to let you choose a ninjutsu from the Book of Ceilings. Kinyi Liu-yun has the strength of the shadow level, so he naturally needs to accelerate his training, and Kinyi Liu-yun's contribution is enough to exchange for an S-level ninjutsu. And an S-level ninjutsu can play a key role in a shadow-level battle. In fact, it may even turn the tide of the battle. Although Chiba Liu-yun can learn Kakashi's S-level ninjutsu, it is better to have an additional S-level ninjutsu. The book was handed to Kinyi Liu-yun. All the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals are in a sealed state. This is a double seal. Even if someone gets the Book of Seals, they need a specific solution to see the true content inside. On the Book of Time Seals, there is only an introduction to the name and function. The real practice methods and sealing methods are in the double seal. Kinyi Liu-yun slowly opened the Book of Seals and looked at the ninjutsu one by one. Art, pass, already learned. The corpses are sealed, pass, it's useless to him, he's not looking for death. Water escape hard vortex water blade, to be determined. Flying thunder god technique, to be determined. Kinyi Liu-yun looked at the ninjutsu one by one, and finally selected only 3 pending ninjutsus. They are the hard vortex water blade, the flying thunder god technique and the reincarnation of the dirty earth. After much deliberation, Chiba Liu-yun chose the flying thunder god jutsu, the time and space ninjutsu made famous by the 4th Hokage. The earth reincarnation and the hard vortex water blade finally gave up. The time and space ninjutsu is much more useful than these 2 ninjutsus. I choose the flying thunder god technique. Finally Kinyi Liuyun handed the sealed book to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I never thought that you would choose this ninjutsu. This is the special skill of sleep. I hope you can learn it. At present, the entire Konoha, that is, the second generation Hokage and Minato can learn it. I hope you are the third one. After Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while, he decided to hand over the Flying Thunder God technique to Chiba Ryuun. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is very difficult, maybe Chiba Ryuun can learn it. After all, his genius is Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he has always seen it. He also hopes that this time and space ninjutsu that once made the enemy fearful will reappear in the world. After forming a complex seal, the training methods of the Flying Thunder God's technique and some new ones are revealed. Liuyun took it back and read it, and found that it contained not only the training methods and experiences of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, but also the training experience of the fourth-generation Flying Thunder God. This made Kinyi Liuyun happy. He memorized all the information quickly. It was too easy for him. An hour later, Kinyi Liuyun had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. To learn by himself, Kinyi Liuyun wanted to rely on the death-defying system. After all, he didn't have to put in all the effort to learn. Kinyi Liuyun said to the system as he walked towards the medical department. Ding, ask the host to do something crazy in the second examination room of the Chunin exam, provoke Orochimaru, and anger him. He will be rewarded with learning the Flying Thunder God technique and the second level of Flying Thunder God. There is no penalty for failure. The system is still very powerful. Kinyi Liuyun wanted a mission and immediately gave it to him, but it was a bit difficult. The Chunin exam is only a few months away. During this period, he must work hard to die. Enter the cage level, otherwise if you encounter Orochimaru, the quasi-cage level strength may really turn into a real death in front of him. Well, fortunately, there is still a mission to the country of Wave before the Chunin exam. When the time comes to fight Mamakai Zabuza, he might be able to enter the shadow level. With this thought, Chiba Liuyun came to the medical department again, and then Kakashi gave him the always difficult task of leading. While Team 7 was performing the mission, he needed to recuperate for a week, and Kinyi Liuyun took over the mission this week. There was no problem with this request, and Kinyi Liuyun agreed immediately and made an agreement with Suzuki and Naruto. Went to the Hokage's office at 8 o'clock in the morning to pick up the mission. Both Suzuki and Naruto were convinced by Kyanba Liuyun's order. After all, they were convinced by his strength, which was so powerful. With his strength, even the leading teacher was sent to the hospital. Is there anything to be dissatisfied with? Not to mention Hinata, as Chiba Ryuun's little girlfriend, she naturally supports him 100% after saying goodbye to Kakashi. The four people left the hospital. Those who should practice were stupid, and those who should go home went home. And Kinyi Liuyun's strength was also promoted by Metkai and Asma. All the ninjas in Yeb basically knew it, and they had many social circles, such as the older generation Inoshikadai, and then Shiranui Genma, etc. So when Kinyi Liuyun was walking on the road the next day, a group of people pointed at him. Point, look, he is the newly graduated genin who defeated Kakashi-senpai. Yes, it seems to be called Kyanba Liuyun. I can't believe that he can beat Kakashi at such a young age. This guy is a monster. Ignoring the discussions of those people, Kinyi Liuyun went directly to the Hokage building. He found that Hinata, Naruto, and Suzuki were already waiting there. He led the three people to the Hokage's office. Well, Team Kakashi 7th class, let me see, is it helping the next village to soak their legs, helping the elderly take care of their children, or helping the fruit farmer pick fruits from 3 fruit trees? Sarutobi Hiruzen took the task list and started looking at it one by one. Help the fruit farmers pick fruits. Kinyi Liuyun did not let Sarutobi Hiruzen continue to read, and decisively chose the task of picking fruits. Well, that's fine. After all, they are not you, so they cannot perform A-level missions for the first time. D-level missions are suitable for them. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Chiba Liuyun would be proud to choose high-level tasks, so he always applied for D-level tasks, which was an indirect reminder to him. Unexpectedly, this kid was not only smart but also so calm, and directly chose D-level tasks. Mission, and judging from his appearance, he had to make this choice himself, instead of being reminded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why, didn't Liuyun graduate with us? He started doing A-level tasks when he did. The focus of Naruto's attention is not his own mission, but the A-level mission mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, when Liuyun was 9 years old, he followed Kakashi out of the village to take on missions. You also know that Liuyun often takes leave, so he and Kakashi go on missions. When he was 9 years old, Liuyun's first mission was an A-level mission, and he killed many ninjas, one of whom was a jounin. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and told Luyun's glorious achievements, which also stimulated Naruto and Suzuki. He hoped to stimulate their motivation to chase Luyun separately. Nanny, Naruto and Suzuki were really dumbfounded. It turned out that Liuyun was different from them when he was 9 years old and started to do real tasks. And at 9 years old, they were still playing survival exercises. In this comparison, the two of them were different. He was a little frustrated, but soon Naruto regained his fighting spirit. As expected of Liu, I will definitely practice hard to catch up with you. Doing what I say is my way of forbearance. After receiving Naruto's infection, Sasuke also regained his fighting spirit. His eyes burst out with burning gaze, and he looked at Chiba Liu with embarrassment. This guy is more genius than Uchiha Itachi. That guy Itachi is here. He was not as strong as he was when he was 9 years old. If you follow him and learn, you will definitely be able to defeat Itachi. Never before has Sasuke felt so determined. Okay, stop talking about me, let's go, it's time to do the task. This task may be enough for you to do for a few days, maybe it won't be completed in a week. Kinyi Liu said and shook the task list. Bastard Liu, don't look down on people. It's just picking fruits from 3 fruit trees. How much time can it take? Naruto said angrily. 3 fruits, 1 for each person. I believe Hinata will finish it in 1 day, but you and Sasuke? I hope you can keep your word by then. Kinyi Liu smiled mysteriously, and then led the 3 of them out of the Hokage's office. This kid Liu is much more reliable than Kakashi. Are you going to teach Naruto and Sasuke chakra control so soon? Looking at the backs of the 4 people going out, the 3rd Hokage showed a happy smile. Kinyi Liu's words just now made him guess his purpose. However, this is not enough. Liu, grow up quickly. Although you are better than the junior cage level now, you are still a little weak. I really hope you can reach the senior cage level as soon as possible, so that I can be completely relieved. It is said that people's goals will become bigger and bigger. Originally, the 3rd Hokage hoped that Kinyi Liu would reach the cage level before the age of 15. After seeing Kinyi Liu's combat power yesterday, the goal changed instantly. Time passed slowly, and 5 days passed. Sasuke finally finished picking the fruit trees with his own efforts. Naruto was obviously a step slower, but not much slower, half a day behind Sasuke. After last night's D-level mission, Kinyi Liu found another mission to clean up garbage in the river. Needless to say, nature is treading water. This cleanup only took half a month, and Kakashi has been discharged from the hospital long ago. But after seeing Kinyi Liu teaching Sasuke and the others how to practice, he ignored it. He didn't show up until the task of cleaning up the river was completed. Kakashi-sensei, are you having a good time these days? Kinyi Liu looked at this irresponsible white-haired lazy guy angrily. Don't worry about it, you have also passed the leader's secret. Kakashi smiled and didn't care. You take them to do the mission today, I also need a day off. After Kinyi Liu finished speaking, he took Hinata away directly. Well, yes, Hinata naturally belongs to him. Kakashi looked at him helplessly. If he took Hinata away, how could he let the 3 people cooperate? But this was a small matter, and Kakashi didn't care about it afterwards. Besides, Kinyi Liu only took Hinata for 1 day. The next day, Hinata returned to the team and followed Kakashi to do the mission. And Kinyi Liu, the 4th member, ignored the rules of the team and didn't do the mission every day, but no one said anything. This is the privilege brought by strength. After a month, Kakashi suddenly came to the door. We took on a sea-level escort mission, shall we go together? Kinyi Liu was stunned when he heard this. Is it a sea-level mission? What task? Protect a bridge-building expert to the Kingdom of Waves. Sure enough, it is this mission. It is said to be sea level. In fact, the level of this mission is already top-notch, even A level, because there is an elite Jonin Mamakai Zabuza there. Originally, Chiba Ryuun wanted to commit suicide in front of Zabuza. Let's see if we can reach the shadow level. As a result, the first gate of the 8-gate Dungeon is opened and we can directly enter the shadow level. Let's go together. It's been a while since I've done any missions, so I might as well go out for a walk. Okay, an hour later, we will gather at the gate of Konoha. Kakashi disappeared after saying that. Chiba Ryuun did not do anything this month, and was familiar with his soaring physical strength at home. As for Ui Kurane, except for some time at night, he basically took care of students during the day. He packed up hastily after a while. Kinyi Liu came to the gate of Konoha when the time was about to arrive, and by this time, all the 7th team had arrived. Everyone has arrived and set off. Kakashi ignored Dana's strange look and declared directly. Kinyi Liu playfully glanced at a place not far away. There, he felt 2 ninjas. If nothing unexpected, it should be the Ghost Brothers of Mist Ninja Village, but he didn't care, they were just too trash. Along the way, Naruto was very excited and kept asking Kakashi some questions. I also take the trouble to introduce, by the way, some knowledge about the ninja world, such as the 5 major ninja villages, 5 shadows and the like. It's just that Naruto thought of the 3rd Hokage who was put in by his seduction technique, and he was full of doubts about his strength. The group of people talked about stopping and soon came across a pile of puddles. Sizzling. Kinyi Liu's body was flashing with traces of thunder and lightning. This was the ground walking. Liu Yun is getting stronger and stronger, and I didn't even notice when he received the seal. The difference in the thunder escape chakra on Liu Yun's body made Kakashi shocked. The sound of thunder and lightning that sounded on Kinyi Liu Yun's body also attracted the attention of others. Sasuke and Naruto saw that the current on Kinyi Liu Yun's body was flowing along the ground rushed towards the water. With Kinyi Liu Yun's current strength, even a sea-level lightning escape is not something that the two Chunins of the Ghost Brothers can withstand. Two groans came out of the water, and they lay on the ground and began to tremble. Old man, you are dishonest. These two people have been following us since they left Konoha, and they are obviously looking at you with murderous intent. But you only said that this was just a sea-level mission, and you were lying about the mission level. Kinyi Liu Yun looked at Danaz playfully. In fact, the reward of this mission does not matter, the main thing is to let Hinata see blood, and there is a good opponent waiting for Hinata there. But Kinyi Liu Yun cannot be cheap. In the original novel, it was this guy who morally kidnapped Class 7. Fortunately, Class 7 took the mission. If it was Class 8 or Class 10, the danger would be greater, especially Class 8. Ben, after all, Ui Korone's strength is only that of a Jounin. Even a top Jounin is far inferior to an elite Jounin, not to mention there are 3 burdens. That's right, Mr. Danaz, you are making things difficult for us. Missions with ninjas appearing are no longer sea-level missions. Moreover, the two Chuyunin were the first ones to attack, and Jounin might appear later. This was at least an A-level mission, Kakashi also said with a slight headache. Although Kakashi was not afraid even if the elite Jounin came, Kamba Liuyun obviously had his own purpose, so Kakashi naturally helped him and told him about the dangers of the mission. Put it out, how could this be? This is my first mission, and I will never allow myself to back down. No matter how difficult it is, I must complete it. Seeing that Kinyi Liuyun and Kakashi seemed to want to back down, Naruto immediately quit and stood up and shouted. Kinyi Liuyun was speechless. This kid, he was planning some benefits in Konoha, but all of them were ruined by this kid. Kakashi was also speechless. He almost forgot that there was a very restless leader in their team. Forget it, let's go straight on the road. No matter who the other party is, we will kill them. Kakashi saw that it was like this, clapped his hands indifferently, and continued to move forward with Danaz and Naruto. Although it was a lie about the mission level, an A-level mission might help Naruto and Sasuke grow faster. A group of people got a boat, and the boatman was naturally Danaz. On the boat, Danaz told about a super scary person, Cardo. But this Cardo was just a mobile vault in Kinyi Liuyun's eyes. If you come to trouble him, it's just right to take all the other party's assets. There are several big eaters at home, and no amount of money is too much. As for the true 8 gates, Kinyi Liuyun also plans to teach the practice method of the first gate to the 3 girls first. After all, this is a way to live forever. Once the 5th gate is opened, you can have a lifespan of 1,000 years. And you can stay young forever, which is a trivial ability. But this ability can make all women crazy. Soon, several of them arrived at the port of the Land of Waves. After they landed, Kinyi Liuyun felt that there were 2 people following them in the dark. Directly checked their information. Name: Mamakai Zabuza Chakra, 89 mental strength, 86 physical strength, 54 ninjutsu, mist hidden technique, water style, great waterfall technique, water style, water dragon, various water escape techniques and so on. Physical technique, silent killing technique. Weapon: beheading sword. Comprehensive strength, elite Jonin. Name: Minajiki Shiro Chakra, 39 mental power, 26 physical strength, 12 ninjutsu, 1000 killer Shui Xiang, magic mirror ice crystal and other ice escape ninjutsu. Comprehensive strength, elite Chuyunin is pretty good. Mamakai Zabuza is actually a top elite Jonin. No wonder Kakashi is so tired from fighting in the original work. However, if it were now, Kakashi could easily deal with this guy. Whether it's his kaleidoscopic presbyopia that often sees flowers, or his cage-level strength alone, he can defeat Mamakai Zabuza. While a group of people were walking and chatting, Naruto shouted, threw a kunao and shot it to a place. A snow rabbit was shivering there. This is Snow Bunny. Except for Sasuke, who looked at the nervous Naruto a little speechlessly, Kakashi and Hinata's expressions changed. They recognized it. This was a snow rabbit specially kept indoors by ninjas without exposure to sunlight and used as a substitute. Whoosh! After Kakashi and Hinata recognized each other, a sound of breaking wind came from not far away. I saw a huge weapon spinning towards them. Get down quickly, Kakashi reminded him immediately. He didn't care. His strength was there, but he was afraid that Danaz and Sasuke would be injured. No need for that. Kinyi Liuyun shook his head, and his figure flashed, turning into a shadow and disappearing on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the spinning beheading sword, and then with a flying kick, he kicked the beheading sword into the sky. Mamakai Zabuza. Nmp, you kicked my weapon away, how can I still stand on the knife and pretend to be cool? Mamakai Zabuza had no choice but to wait until the decapitating sword fell on the ground, then he stood beside the sword in a flash. Hey, isn't this Mamakai Zabuza, the escaped ninja from Kiri Ninja Village? What's the point of running over here? Kakashi said casually. He was really relieved in his heart. It's just Mamakai Zabuza, whether it's him or Kinyi Liu-yun, he can handle it. No wonder the ONI Brotherhood failed. If it were you, Kakashi Hatake, Konoha's clone ninja, I would understand what happened to them. Mamakai Zabuza stood next to the decapitating sword and said expressionlessly. Chiba Liu-yun was speechless. Just those two garbage sidekicks. Any Chuyunin from our village can solve them. He said that he would fail when he meets Kakashi. It doesn't matter how strong the opponent is. In the original novel, he was a piece of trash who could be restrained by Zuzu in just 2 hits. Kakashi, how about leaving the old man behind you to me? Mamakai Zabuza shook the beheading sword in his hand and said casually. Anyway, he knew it was impossible. It's not impossible, but you have to agree to one condition, and I will give this old man to you with both hands. Before Kakashi could speak, Kinyi Liu-yun said jokingly, how can this be? I don't agree. As for Chiba Liu-yun's words, before Mamakai Zabuza said anything, Naruto was the first to jump out and object. At the same time, Danaz's legs were trembling, and he was scared to death. Shut up. Kinyi Liu-yun saw Naruto jumping up and down again, and looked at him with a murderous look. This is the bad thing about brainless guys. They take everything seriously. Let Liu-yun handle it, and you should watch carefully. As a genin, you must have the consciousness to obey orders. Kakashi pressed Naruto's head and said with a smile. But Liu-yun is just a genin. Naruto muttered dissatisfied. Kakashi helplessly opened his half-moon eyes and looked at Naruto with an idiot look. He's the teacher's child. Whose IQ did you inherit? Oh, tell me, I want to know what conditions you want. Zabuza Mamakai became interested. If the conditions were not too excessive and he could easily deal with Danaz, he would naturally choose to take it easy. After all, he had heard a little about how difficult Hatake Kakashi was. In his ninja roster, there was a man who had copied thousands of ninjutsu, but he had never seen this kid before. He looked about the same age as Bai, so he should be around 14 or 15 years old. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Kinyi Liu-yun was only 12 years old now. It was just because he had practiced Bajikwan before that his body was strong and he developed very fast. My conditions are also very simple. I heard that the 5th Mizukage, the new jounin of your Miss Ninja Village, is very beautiful. Go and tie him up and make him my wife, and I will hand this old man over to you. Kinyi Liu-yun had a squinting expression. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, bastard, you are playing tricks on me. Mamakai Zabuza looked at Kinyi Liu-yun with murderous intent. He was determined to kill this brat. In all his years in the ninja world, no one dared to play tricks on him like this. Playing tricks on you? Do you deserve it? I'm just making a request for you. Kinyi Liu-yun glanced disdainfully at Mamakai Zabuza who was covered in bandages. Ding, you tricked Mamakai Zabuza and succeeded in committing suicide. As a reward, you will get a Qingfeng sword. After teasing Mamakai Zabuza, Chiba Liu-yun unexpectedly discovered that he was actually rewarded with a sword. And after checking the sword, it was a 3-foot blue blade with the same quality as the decapitation sword. It seems that it was because of the trick. Because of his absence, it was at the same level as the decapitating sword. This made Kinyi Liu-yun, who had never been able to use the weapon, feel confused. Decent swordsmanship, now I can only use the sword to slash randomly, just like those ninjas, otherwise it would be perfect kid. Although I am not interested in the ninjas on my tolerance list, you succeeded in irritating me. Ninjas are not your house game. Today I will let you know who can and cannot be provoked. Provoke. Mamakai Zabuza's face was livid, and the murderous aura all over his body swept towards Chiba Ryuun and the others overwhelmingly. Sasuke and Naruto were overwhelmed and froze, with expressions on their faces full of fear. Hinata was a little better, but a little uncomfortable. Adapt, after all, the strength is there. Mamakai Zabuza was very satisfied when he saw Sasuke and Naruto. This was a sign of strength. However, when he saw Chiba Ryuun and Kakashi, his expression changed. It was even more ugly. Kakashi could understand it. After all, in his mind, the other person was at the same level as him, but it was incredible to him that this kid who was playing tricks on him could survive such a huge murderous aura. This kid is not simple. Mamakai Zabuza stopped looking down on him. Kid, I recognize you. You are qualified to be on my ninja roster. Sign up. Mamakai Zabuza pointed at Kinyi Liu-yun with his beheading sword, looking like he was showing great compassion and recognition to you. Sorry, I don't think it's necessary to tell you my name for trash like you. You don't deserve it and you're not qualified. Mamakai Zabuza's words made Kinyi Liu-yun unhappy. Since he was unhappy, of course he had to deal with him. Swish! The newly obtained Qingfeng sword instantly appeared in Kinyi Liu-yun's right hand. Those wisps of green light make this 3-foot green front particularly charming. Well, the sword this kid pulled out felt like it appeared out of thin air, and the sword was of a high level. Mamakai Zabuza was startled when he saw the sudden appearance of the Qingfeng sword. Not only him, but even Kakashi was surprised. This was the first time he saw Qianba Liuyun holding a sword. And the style of the sword was actually like this weird. It turned out to be a two-sided attack swish. Qinyi Liuyun moved, and disappeared with a single step. Qinyi Liuyun disappeared after a second, which was a residual image caused by the speed. Mamakai Zabuza was shocked. He looked around in panic, and he was shocked by the strength of this young man. The speed was too fast, and he didn't even notice how he disappeared. Where are you looking? When Mamakai Zabuza selected the figure of Chiba Ryuun, a voice came from behind Mamakai Zabuza. It was Chiba Ryuun. Poof! A sword shadow flashed past, bringing up a trace of blood. While watching Zabuza Mamakai, a 20 centimeters long scar appeared on his back. It was caused by Qingfeng's sword. How is it possible, with this guy's speed? Mamakai Zabuza was stunned. He endured the pain in his back and looked at Qianba Liuyun, who was standing there after using the sword in horror. Surprised? Desperate? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Qinyi Liuyun showed a sneer, and then moved again. Still the same as before, he disappeared in an instant. Good, what a fast speed. As soon as Liuyun moved, his shadow was completely invisible. Sasuke and Naruto looked around in surprise, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find him. At this time, Kakashi also felt that it was a bit difficult to detect Qinyi Liuyun's speed, so he simply lit up his Sharingan. In this way, he was finally able to keep up with Qinyi Liuyun's speed. Lu Yun, this guy, became stronger after fighting with me. Could it be that in more than a month, he has entered film level? Kakashi was shocked by his own thoughts. This is a 12-year-old cage level. A 12-year-old Quasi cage is already considered unprecedented, and a 12-year-old cage level is considered to be unprecedented. Kirigakure no Jutsu. After Qinyi Liuyun disappeared, Mamakai Zabuza immediately used the Kirigakure Jutsu. He was going to rely on the Kirigakure Jutsu filled with his own chakra to find Chiba Liuyun and confuse his sight. Call. A sound of breaking wind came from behind, which made Mamakai Zabuza's expression change, and he quietly formed a seal. Poof! The Qingfeng sword swept across and immediately cut Machi Zabuza in half. This made Qinyi Liuyun frown, and he instantly sensed the movement behind him. Mamakai Zabuza, who was cut in half, suddenly turned into a pile of water. The one he formed the seal just now was the water body. After the seal was completed, he immediately left the place. Little devil, your experience is too poor, prepare to die. Mamakai Zabuza's voice sounded behind Qinyi Liuyun. Water body? Sneak attack? Sorry, your release speed is too slow. Qinyi Liuyun played a sword flower with an expressionless face, and then swiped behind him again. The speed of the shot was so fast that Mamakai Zabuza didn't even have time to react. Unfortunately, after the Qingfeng sword swept across, he appeared on the spot. It's still a puddle of water, but it's actually water itself. Mamakai Zabuza, I have to say that you were very cautious. Even if it is a sneak attack, the water will be in front of you. With your timid fighting style, it's no wonder that you can survive the pursuit of Mist Ninja Village for so many years. After the system prompts, Qinyi Liuyun suddenly found that his Qingfeng sword had changed. The green light attached to the sword became more intense, and even after the chakra was injected into it, the green light actually left the gym and floated around the Qingfeng sword out of thin air. This surprised Qinyi Liuyun. He didn't expect that the Qingfeng sword would change like this after the level was upgraded. Found it. At the same time, Qinyi Liuyun also found the hiding place of Mamakai Zabuza. He injected chakra, then waved the Qingfeng sword and slashed not far away. A green sword light instantly left the Qingfeng sword. He came out of his body and attacked where Mamakai Zabuza was. This cyan sword light was just like those 50 slashing waves in the Kingdom of Iron, and it could actually attack from a distance. Yes, although this Machi Zabuza itself is not very good, but it can bring me a good weapon, which is worth the money. Qinyi Liuyun happily stroked the blade of the Qingfeng sword. He could feel that the level of the Qingfeng sword was probably on the same level as Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. It was a level of artifact in the Naruto world. But in the Naruto world, Kusanagi the sword is not the most powerful weapon. The most powerful one is the noble phantasm used by Atsutsuki Higoromo. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from not far away. That was the movement caused by Qinyi Liuyun's sword light. However, the sword light did not hit Mamakai Zabuza. The moment Chiba Liuyun took action, Mamakai Zabuza sensed it through chakra. So I left one step ahead of time. What happened? What happened? What happened? The violent explosion made Naruto scream and asked curiously. It's nothing, it was caused by Lu Yun's attack. Hineda's forehead had veins popping out. She opened her eyes and was observing the battle between Chiba Ryuun and Mamakai Zabuza. Hineda, what's wrong with your eyes? It's not a disease, is it? Suddenly Naruto looked into Hineda's eyes as if he had discovered a new world. Hineda, sorry, I don't want to bother with this idiot. Idiot, that's Hinata's bloody eye roll. You're not sick. What are you doing in class? Sasuke said to Naruto in a tone that said he hated iron but could not become steel. Bloodline limit? What is that? Can it be eaten? However, Naruto asked an even more stupid question. Sasuke was speechless and didn't want to tell Naruto. There was no other way, and in the end Kakashi had to explain to Naruto what bloodline limit was. Teacher, Naruto is not as smart as you. Whose IQ did this guy inherit? Well, if Kushina knew, she would definitely climb out of the coffin and beat Kakashi up. Before Zabuza Mamakai could catch his breath after escaping the sword, Kinyi Liuyan approached him at lightning speed. Swish swish swish. Without any skills, he directly used brute force to activate the blue light sword. Every time the sword passed by, Mamakai Zabuza would face a sword mark on his body. This time it's his real body, not the water body anymore. Hateful, damn it. Zabuza Mamakai kept slashing around with his beheading sword like a madman, but Shiba Ryu-yun was too fast, and he couldn't hit him at all. Instead, Shiba Ryu-yun kept adding new scars on his body. Not only that, such violent movements also affected his wounds, causing more blood to flow out of his wounds. What made Zabuza Mamakai most frustrated was that when he wanted to use ninjutsu, Shiba Ryu-yun slashed at him with a sword, forcing him to give up on continuing to make hand seals. So he has been passively taking the beating, and in a short while, he has been hit by more than 30 swords all over his body. Those sword marks made Zabuza Mamakai feel as if it was piercing his heart, but he couldn't stop. Once he stopped, he might die. Even if he knew that Shiba Ryu-yun was playing tricks on him, he would not relax. What if he gave up resistance and Shiba Ryu-yun killed him with a sword? Zabuza Mamakai has never been as desperate as he is now. Swish swish. Just when Mamakai Zabuza was desperate, several senbon shot from a distance. His target was not Mamakai Zabuza, but Shiba Ryu-yun. The water is as white as the moon. He did not let Machi Zabuza fake his death like in the original work. Because there was obviously a Kakashi next to him, he gave up the plan of using suspended animation. Kinyi Liuyan escaped Qianben's attack with a flicker of his eye. Good chance. While Shiba Liuyan was avoiding, Mamakai Zabuza finally caught the opportunity. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Then he shouted angrily, "Water escape, the art of waterfall." This sound was like venting out all the humiliation I had just suffered. The tsunami-like water swept out from the lake next to it, skipping Machi Zabuza and Minajiki Shiro, and headed towards Kinyi Liuyan and the third person behind him. The members of Team 7 rushed over trivial skills. Although the rushing momentum of the waterfall was very spectacular, Kinyi Liuyan didn't take it seriously. He sheathed the Qingfeng sword. Then a powerful momentum burst out from his body. The ground could not bear the momentum and cracked. Some small stones even floated from the ground because of this momentum. Although Kinyi Liuyan only opened one of them, he could already use the first one. Sonic boom punch, crackling. Kinyi Liuyan shouted loudly and punched. A crisp sound sounded after he punched. It was a boom sound that exceeded the speed of sound. At the same time, as Kinyi Liuyan punched, an air cannon-like punch shot out of his body, rushing towards the great waterfall technique that came like a tsunami. Puff. When the powerful fist hit the turbulent waterfall, it went directly upstream and opened a channel out of the waterfall. And this passage just happened to prevent the great waterfall technique from affecting Kinyi Liuyan, leaving it on both sides of the ground where he was standing. Rumble. The powerful current rushed past, and all the stones, trees, and other obstacles in front of him were carried away by the current. However, the only person in the field who cannot be taken away is Kinyi Liuyan and the others. Because in front of them, Sonic Boom Fist had created a passage that was large enough to accommodate several people standing side by side. How so? When did Taijutsu ninjas become so powerful? Mamakai Zabuza, who continued to release the great waterfall technique, stared blankly at the easily constructed passage. Hinata, the masked boy, is left to the three of you. He is a good training opponent. Qianba Liuyan didn't pay attention to the sluggish Mamakai Zabuza. Instead, he turned around and said to Hinata, completely ignoring Mamakai Zabuza and Minajiki Haku. Mamakai Zabuza missed it very much. Angry, but he had no choice but to find that the opponent was too powerful and had no room for resistance. Maybe today is the last day we survive. Are you afraid? Perhaps because he felt that he was bound to die, Mamakai Zabuza said bitterly to Minajiki Haku next to him. Don't be afraid, as long as you stay with Zabuza-sama, it doesn't matter if you die. Mizuki Shiro shook his head, feeling calm inside. For him, as long as Mamakai Zabuza is by his side, he can face life and death calmly. So, let's have a good fight today. Mamakai Zabuza said, no longer maintaining the posture of the great waterfall jutsu, and rushed towards Kinyi Liuyan with the decapitating sword. He knew that he was about to die, but he did not flinch. I'm here, Zabuza-sama. Mizuki Shiro said and rushed over, and what greeted him was the siege of Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Mizuki Haku released his special move as soon as he came up. He didn't use Sensa Shuixiang to test it. Mirrors made of ice crystals surrounded Hinata and the three of them. Minajiki Haku shuttled through the mirrors, looking for at the right moment. Thousands of books flew out from his hand. Bagua empty palm. A ball of chakra condensed in Hinata's hand, and then she patted it out. Ding ding ding. Kanbinaya's Bagua empty palms met in the air, producing a continuous sound. It was the sound of Kanben being knocked down by the Bagua Kong palm. Although Bagua Kong Zhang shot down many thousand books, but there was still a small group of Senbon who were not hit by the 8 trigrams and continued to come towards Hinata and the others. Just as Hinata was about to take action, she stopped. I'll do it. Suzuki took a step forward and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A huge flame protruded from his mouth, leaving out the Bagua Kong palm and surrounding all the Kanben flying over. The hot temperature caused all the Kanben made with white water to melt. Look at me, I'm also very powerful, Naruto said, and punched the mirror where Bai was. Unfortunately, although the mirror was broken, Bai had already left early, and it was only the reflection in the mirror that was hit. How could this happen? I had obviously hit him. Naruto looked at his fist stupidly. It's useless. I am in the magic mirror ice crystal and can move at will instantly. No matter how fast you are, you can't focus on me. Shui Wuiba's voice came from all the mirrors in the magic mirror ice crystal. This is not necessarily the case, Hinata said as she instantly shot out a Bagua empty palm. Although the mirror was broken, it did not hit Minajiki Bai. As I said, it's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Showa Uebai's voice came from a mirror again. Really? I hope you can still say this after a while. Hinata smiled mysteriously, then came to Suzuki and Naruto, grabbing their shoulders one by one. Don't resist. Suzuki and Naruto were about to ask why when they heard Hinata's voice and subconsciously did what she said. Whizzing. Wow wow wow. Then I saw Suzuki and Naruto being thrown directly into the sky by Hinata, and Naruto screamed. What are you doing, rescuing them? Showa Uebai asked puzzledly while standing in the mirror. No, I am thinking that instead of destroying the mirrors one by one, it is better to destroy all your mirrors at once. In this way, I want to see how you continue to evade, Hinata said confidently. After the past few years of Kinyi Liuyun's painstaking teachings, she has gotten rid of her cowardly self and become more confident. Return to heaven, Hinata said calmly without waiting for Mizuno Haku's question. Then a surge of chakra burst out from her body. Finally, it turned into a huge chakra hemisphere that rotated in place. Blah 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 blah. The rotation area of Kaishin is very large. All of a sudden, all the ice crystals surrounding the magic mirror were shattered. Boom! Mizuno Haku was also unable to avoid it and was blown away by the powerful spinning force of chitin. You should know that chitin can not only be used for defense, but when the chakra hits the enemy, it can also be considered an attack. With the end of chitin, Naruto and Suzuki fell to the ground again. Good, it's so powerful. This power is even more powerful than when he defended Kakashi-sensei's fire release. Naruto looked at Hinata in surprise. He didn't expect such a difficult problem to be solved directly in her return to the world. This time I increased the output of chakra, so the power of chitin is even greater. Hinata turned around and explained, and then continued to rush towards Minajiki Shiro, Bagua and 64 palms. Just after Minajiki Haku stood up, Hinata used a set of 64 Bagua palms to seal all his chakra. At the same time, he was severely injured. Explained. Hinata stood in front of Minajiki Shiro and took a deep breath. Although she didn't take a few moves, Hinata tried her best every time. So winning this battle was not easy. And Suzuki and Naruto fell silent. The battle was over before the two of them showed up, and from the beginning of the battle to now, they felt like they were a burden, especially Suzuki. It seems that the battle over there has ended before us. Kinyi Liuyun walked leisurely towards Machi Zabuza. With your strength, if you really wanted to take action, I would have died long ago. Mamakai Zabuza laughed at himself first. I want to know how old you are now. Are you as old as Bai? Mamakai Zabuza still can't accept being beaten up like this by a boy, so he hopes that this boy is just as young as him, but is actually already 20 or above. He is 12 years old and has just graduated from ninja school. It's a pity that the reality is cruel. Kinyi Liuyun grinned and told Mamakai Zabuza the extremely shocked answer. 12 years old. Mamakai Zabuza stared at Kinyi Liuyun in stunned silence. At first he thought that the other party was lying to him, but then he gave up this belief because there was no need. Yes, have you seen those two brats? They are the same age as me. We are classmates and graduated together. Kanba Liuyun took the Qingfeng sword and pointed at Suzuki and Naruto. Mamakai Zabuza was silent. The people in Konoha are really weird. There is a huge height difference between people of the same age. Look at Naruto, look at Suzuki, and then look at Chiba Liuyun. This height is really like a ladder, rising step by step. I've given you so much time to say your last words, so there's nothing else I want to say. Seeing the silent Machi Zabuza, Chiba Liuyun asked again. He was still very kind, at least not giving others a chance to confess his last words. Let's do it. I'm tired of running away for so many years. Mamakai Zabuza threw away the beheading sword and waited for death to come. I heard that you defected because you tried to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. To respect you, I decided to snatch the 5th Mizukage from your village to be my wife, which can be regarded as revenge for you. Before taking action, Kinyi Liuyun said so. Thank you, bastard. Mamakai Zabuza's mouth twitched. Why did this bastard keep thinking about his wife? But the girl was really beautiful. I didn't expect that she would become the Mizukage in the end. This was Zabuza Mamakai's last thought. Because the next moment, Kinyi Liuyun had swung a swordlight to destroy Zabuza Mamakai's heart. Zabuza-sama. Mizunazuki Shiro looked at the fallen figure of Mamakai Zabuza bitterly. He hurriedly struggled and ran over. Looking at Mamakai Zabuza, who was already dead and could no longer die, he couldn't help but show a smile, and then lifted Mamakai Zabuza. He directly committed suicide with his decapitating sword. He said that no matter life or death, he would always be with Machi Zabuza, because when everyone abandoned him, only Machi Zabuza needed him. Bury them. Looking at Machi Zabuza and Minajiki Shiro, who died together, Kakashi was silent for a long time and finally said The others nodded. Of course, the one who was most touched was Naruto. At this moment, he thought a lot. He was touched by the life and death dependence of Mamakai Zabuza and Minajiki Haku, and also felt sad for the fate of ninjas. Well, Cardo's biggest enemy has been dealt with. Now we should be able to relax, and Denaz can build the bridge without having to worry about others coming to harass us. After burying Mamakai Zabuza and Minajiki in vain, Kakashi clapped his hands and said relaxedly, "It's great to have such a disciple to follow. You don't even need to do an A-level mission yourself." The country of waves, Cardo Corporation headquarters. One day after Mamakai Zabuza died, this idiot Mamakai Zabuza still said how powerful he was, and the Kirigakur demons, but they still died. Those ninjas are really useless. I have decided that I will go to accept the bridge the day before Denaz finishes building it. A wretched middle-aged man with brown hair, small sunglasses, and 2 mustaches under his nose laughed a little neurotically. He is Cardo, a self-righteous person. Hey, boss, by capturing that bridge, not only will we not waste any of our efforts, but we will also be able to earn countless wealth from that bridge in the future. Kato's bitch complimented from the side. Yes, that's why I have to kill those people tonight before the bridge is completed, otherwise what will happen if they escape? As for the rest of the project, we can do it ourselves, just think of it as making some contribution to our own future bridge, Jijija. Kato laughed darkly. He had no idea what a terrifying person he was facing. In his eyes, those wandering ninjas were not worth mentioning. Even Mamakai Zabuza was not taken seriously by him. When the time comes, a group of them will come together and rely on their numerical advantage to directly kill each other. All ninjas are nothing in his eyes. Hey, when the time comes, we will follow the boss and enjoy the spicy food, which will make us happy. Kato's licking dogs licked Kato crazily. This made Kato lose himself and felt that he could dominate everything. Not only did Kato burst into arrogant laughter again, he had no idea that he was not close to his own death. Far away, because a storm is coming. In the water country, a coast away from the country of waves, in the Mizukage office. Report to Master Mizukage that traces of Zabuza Mamakai have been found. There is also a boy from the Minajiki family following him, and he has awakened the blood inheritance boundary of ice release. In front of a charming woman with green eyes, long brown curly hair that resembled a tree, and her right eye was covered by her hair. An Umbu from the Mist Ninja village knelt down on one knee to report. Really? That's great. There is an orphan of the Minajiki clan. I must bring that boy back. The 4th Mizukage's blood mist policy has ended. I want to bring back all my companions who have run away, the enchanting woman said excitedly. She is Terumi Mei, the 5th generation Mizukage of Kiri Ninja village. Mizukage-sama, do you need to go in person? As Mizukage's assistant, Ching asked from the side. Yes, only if I go there in person can I show my sincerity. Terumi Mei nodded and expressed my own thoughts. However, Mamakai Zabuza was not a simple character. He killed all the classmates in the same class during the exam, and even assassinated the 4th Mizukage. This. Ao hesitated for a moment, then explained the dangers of Mamakai Zabuza. Needless to say, I have made up my mind. That's it. If Mamakai Zabuza is wise, it's fine. If not, then just kill him and bring back the boy who has awakened the ice escape. Terumi Mei waved her hand and said nonchalantly. Compared to Mamakai Zabuza, Terumi Mei was more concerned about the blood inheritance limit of ice release. That Mizukage-sama, I don't know whether I should say something or not. After hearing Terumi Mei's words, The umbu who reported the report cautiously said, if you have anything to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating? Terumi May waved her hand and said impatiently. The ice escape boy from the Minajiki clan had a deep relationship with Mamakai Zabuza. If Mamakai Zabuza died, it is estimated that the boy from the Minajiki clan would not be able to live alone. Umbu said to Terumi May cautiously. After finishing speaking, he immediately lowered his head, preparing to meet the murderous gaze of Mizukage. Terumi May, did I just say something? Didn't you say anything? Mamakai Zabuza or something like that, did I just say that I wanted to kill him? Terumi May started to act rogue, and finally looked at Ching with a threatening look. Ahem, Mizukage-sama, you didn't say you wanted to kill Mamakai Zabuza, but you said you wanted to influence him. Ching was forced by Terumi May's murderous eyes and said something against her will. Well, let me just say, I don't bother killing Mamakai Zabuza or anything like that. Ao's answer made Terumi May very satisfied. She patted Ao's shoulder with an expression of I'm very satisfied. The umbu, who was kneeling below with his head down, twitched the corner of his mouth. Mizukage-sama, let's order some. How's his face? It's a pity that he never dared to tell anyone, for fear that he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Let's arrange everything today, and we'll leave tomorrow, early in the morning and early out. May Terumi made the decision with a wave of her hand. So how many people will we go this time? Ching raised the question. Just 3 of us can go, you, me, and Kojuro. It's time for Kojuro to see the world, otherwise this child will always look shy. Terumi May made a decision immediately. This won't work, Mizukage-sama, your safety is above all else, let the umbu chief follow you. When Ao heard this, he immediately refused. For Terumi May's safety, he insisted on asking the umbu minister to follow him. Well, I'll just listen to you. Terumi May knew that Ao might listen to him in other aspects, but he would never listen in this regard. After all, Kojuro is not yet mature enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility, otherwise there would be no problem for the 3 of them to go out. It will take a few more years for Kojuro to grow up. Moreover, both Ao and the umbu chief are quasi-cage level masters, and with the Mizukage being a cage level, it would be no problem for the people in the Mist Ninja village. Machi Zabuza was shocked and died one day before they received the news, and Kakashi, who was far away in the land of waves, did not know that the Mizukage of the Mist Ninja village was about to stage a storm. In the land of waves, the day after Mamakai Zabuza died, Sasuke, Naruto, and a group of people stood on the bridge boldly, protecting Danaz and a group of people who were constructing the bridge. Kakashi was reading his little porn book, not knowing what it contained, which made him red with gusto. Chiba Ryu-yun, on the other hand, was talking sweet words to Hinata and kissing each other from time to time. Ahem, of course it's just the face, this is already Hinata's limit. Kissing in public is really a bit of a challenge to Hinata's limit. Sasuke glanced at Chiba Ryu-yun from time to time. After Chiba Ryu-yun finally stopped interacting closely with Hinata, he mustered up the courage to go to Chiba Ryu-yun. Is there something wrong? Looking at Urjuzi, who was hesitant to speak, Kinyi Ryu-yun raised his eyebrows. I want to ask you to guide me in my practice, please. Sasuke said sincerely. At this moment, he put down the dignity of the Uchiha clan, just for revenge. Well, the attitude is not bad, but I don't have much time to guide you. Kinyi Ryu-yun is still very satisfied with Urju's attitude, but he really doesn't have much time to guide him. After hearing this, Sasuke felt disappointed and felt very unwilling. Then, Kinyi Ryu-yun thought for a while, took out the scroll given by Uchiha Itachi that he carried with him from the storage scroll, and threw it to Sasuke. This is, Sasuke asked without answering after catching it. This is the scroll of the Uchiha clan that I got accidentally. Take a look for yourself. If you don't understand anything, come back to me. Remember, you only have 1 chance a week. Kinyi Ryu-yun didn't tell Sasuke that this was the scroll given to him by Uchiha Itachi, because once he told it, it would require a lot of explanations, so he didn't bother to say it. It was better to wait for Uchiha Itachi to tell him himself. And Sasuke was there after hearing Kinyi Ryu-yun's words. He opened the scroll with excitement. One by one, the secret techniques and ninjutsu appeared in front of him. The experience of using Sharingan's special magic technique, Fire Release. The Fire Release, Dragon Flame Singing Jutsu and other ninjutsu and new ones. Sasuke felt like a treasure after reading them. Thanks. Sasuke excitedly bowed to Kinyi Ryu-yun to express his gratitude. It's nothing. It was originally something of your Uchiha clan. I'll just return it to you. Chiba Ryu waved his hand carelessly. Sasuke heard it and just secretly remembered this favor. Then he couldn't wait to start reading the scroll. The first thing he read was naturally the experience of using the Sharingan. After all, he had opened the Sharingan a long time ago, on the night of the extermination of the clan. Oh, 2 Megatama eyes? I don't know when this guy opened it. Kinyi Ryu-yun looked at Sasuke in surprise. How could he know that Sasuke had been suppressed by him for these years and how unwilling he was in his heart? Frequent stimulation naturally opened the double Megatama Sharingan. That, Liu Yun, can you teach me how to practice too? After seeing Sasuke being taught, Naruto couldn't sit still and hurried over to say. Kinyi Liu Yun looked at Kakashi speechlessly. Hey, who is the teacher? Can you take some responsibility? However, Kakashi seemed to have noticed something, turned around, and faced Kinyi Liu Yun with his back, completely sinking into the world of pornographic books. I have a bad temper, I can flip the table, believe it or not, go ahead and buy 1,000 balloons yourself. Adhering to the principle of herding one sheep and herding two sheep, Kinyi Liu Yun planned to teach Naruto the Rasengan in advance. Buy balloons? Naruto asked in confusion. Go quickly, where did all this nonsense come from? Kinyi Liu Yun said angrily. Isn't it too early to hand him A-level ninjutsu so early? Kakashi thought for a while, walked over and said worriedly. It's okay, this guy has an unimaginable amount of chakra in his body, and although he is a little stupid, his perseverance is unimaginable. Kinyi Liu Yun waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to worry. Kakashi stopped asking after hearing this. In terms of understanding, he was naturally not as good as Chiba Liu Yun, who had been Naruto's classmate for 6 years. Half an hour later, Naruto held a bunch of balloons. Coming Liu Yun, I bought the balloon, what next? Naruto said enthusiastically. Kinyi Liu Yun did not speak, but summoned a pile of water and filled the balloon. Then he stretched out his hand, and the chakra continued to be released and rotated. Finally, the water balloon exploded. Why, Naruto was shocked after seeing it. This is the project you want to practice. You have already practiced climbing trees and treading water. Now you have to practice the flow of chakra to make it flow completely. Kinyi Liu Yun told Naruto in detail about the concentration and maintenance of climbing trees, the continuous output of chakra by treading water, and the chakra flow that needs to be practiced now. Yaxi, I understand, I will start practicing now. After Naruto heard this, he suddenly burst into joy. Don't be anxious, come here first and create a shadow clone technique. Kinyi Liu Yun said, and he also created a shadow clone technique. Although he didn't know why, Naruto still created a shadow clone very honestly. Then Naruto's shadow clone was taken away by Kinyi Liu Yun's shadow clone. After that, after playing rock paper scissors and disbanding the shadow clones, Kinyi Liu Yun also told Naruto the role of the shadow clones. Then he saw hundreds of shadow clones joining the training army, half filling the balloons with water, and the other half trying to pop the water balloons. And such a large-scale practice directly stunned Kakashi and Sasuke. Are you sure there's no problem with this? Kakashi glanced at Naruto with some worry. Don't worry, I know this guy very well and nothing will happen to him. Kinyi Liu Yun made an okay gesture. Liu Yun, I also want to practice like this. Sasuke came over and asked. Yes, if you're not afraid of becoming an idiot. The first 3 words made Sasuke happy, but the next words made Sasuke speechless. Don't think about it, Naruto has a special constitution, that's why he can practice like this, others should forget it. Perhaps seeing Sasuke's doubts, Kinyi Liu Yun said angrily. Okay. Sasuke said dejectedly. After you have finished practicing your family's ninjutsu, you can go to Kakashi to learn an A-level ninjutsu. In order to cause trouble for Kakashi, Kinyi Liu Yun beguiled and said really, that would be great. Sasuke immediately became excited when he heard that there was A-level ninjutsu to learn. Hey, you can't do it yourself, why do you need me to teach you? I said, there must be a limit to your laziness, okay? I'm not their teacher. Kinyi Liu Yun snarled at Kakashi angrily. Kakashi scratched his head in embarrassment. He was feeling a little restless these days. Soon, 3 days passed. And on the shore of the land of waves, 4 figures landed quietly. They were the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei who came to look for Mamakai Zabuza. After 1 day of handling matters and 2 days of traveling, they finally arrived at the country of waves. Soon, their faces turned gloomy. Terumi Mei stood on the tombstone in front of Mamakai Zabuza and Minajiki Shiro, with a murderous aura emerging from her body. It was too late. It was too late. I came here full of joy, but in the end, what I saw was a tombstone. This made Terumi Mei swallow her anger. Check, I want to know what happened in the past 2 days. A cold voice came out of Terumi Mei's final words. Yes, Mizukage-sama, I remember that Mamakai Zabuza was employed by the local Cardo, that famous rich man. I believe he should be able to give us the answer we want. The Umbu chief naturally knows the information about Mamakai Zabuza. Let's go find that Kato. Without the slightest hesitation, Terumi Mei motioned to the Umbu minister to lead the way. As for the graves of Mamakai Zabuza and Minajiki Haku, he did not leave them behind in the end. Since they have been buried, let's put the dead first. Although the most appropriate thing to do is he took them back to Mist Ninja Village to prevent someone from stealing the secret, but Terumi Mei didn't do it in the end. First, there were no ninjas in this country, and there weren't many ninjas coming here. So what, Mamakai Zabuza has left Kiri Ninja Village for so many years, and the village has undergone earth-shaking changes. As for some ninjutsu, Terumi Mei doesn't care about some secret techniques, and the people from the Ninja Association are not here either. A few, not necessary. The only thing she had to bring back was the decapitation sword, because it was the identification of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Then the Umbu chief took the lead and walked towards Kato's place. Boom! Kato corporate headquarters. Terumi Mei didn't mean to be polite at all, she just violently destroyed the door and broke in. How bold, what reckless guy dares to come to Lord Kato's company to act wild? After Terumi Mei broke in, a bunch of gangsters came out. After seeing that there were only 4 people, they became even more angry. 4 people also came to Kato company to disrupt, and they didn't want to live anymore. Well, the woman stayed. I'll offer it to Lord Kato, and beat all the men to death. Where is the Kato? I have something to ask him, Terumi Mei said to a group of people with murderous intent. Looking for Mr. Kaduo. Who do you think you are? But if you become the wife of Mr. Kaduo in the 12th room, maybe we will listen to you. A wretched man chuckled. I'm numb, this woman is really the best, but it's a pity that she can only be enjoyed by Lord Kato. Then this wretched man didn't know what he said, and directly exploded the angry Terumi. Deep water escape technique, waterfall technique. Terumi Mei didn't care if she could kill Kato or not, she just summoned a powerful waterfall and destroyed Kato company in all directions. Rumble, crash. Help, the tsunami is coming. I don't want to die, who can help me? In an instant, the Kato company collapsed, and a group of gangsters were desperately shouting for help. However, whether it was Mei Terumi, Ching, or the head of the Umbu, they all watched coldly. The 5th Mizukage who dared to tease them was really lighting a lamp in the toilet. Find Unita-kyo. Only Kojuro had some sympathy. However, seeing the 5th Mizukage with a murderous look on his face, he could only silently pretend to be an ostrich. The waterfall technique lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped. Go and find that card for me, the 5th Mizukage ordered the Umbu chief. Yes, Lord Mizukage. The Umbu chief directly told Ayakato's general appearance. He kept all the information about Mamakai Zabuza, including his employer Kato. Not long after, with the help of Aobian, he successfully found the half-dead Kato. Many talk about how Mamakai Zabuza died. Terumi Mei said to Kato word for word, while speaking, he released boundless murderous intent to envelope him. I said, do not kill me. It was Denatsu, he was the one who found someone to kill Mamakai Zabuza. Kato didn't dare to tell the truth at all. He couldn't say that he had asked Mamakai Zabuza to find trouble for the other party first. Looking at the appearance of this group of people, he knew they were not easy to mess with. Especially this woman, who could control the natural disasters. An ordinary tsunami would scare the shit out of him. I don't believe him. I want all the information within 10 minutes. Terumi Mei glanced at the Umbu minister, and then walked out of the ruined Cardo company. Aha! I say, please don't do it again. After Terumi Mei walked out, miserable screams came from inside. It came to an abrupt end before the 5 minutes were up, because the Umbu chief had obtained the information he wanted and killed Kato. By the way, Mizukichi-sama, the one who killed Mamakai Zabuza, was from Konoha, and they are now building a bridge. Kato wanted to occupy the bridge, and that Denaz entrusted Konoha's people to protect it, and this Kato sent Mamakai Zabuza to attack. In addition, this Kato has 500 million taels of liquid funds and property rights to many real estates. The head of the Umbu said as he handed a passbook to Mei Terumi, which was exactly 500 million in liquid funds. Those real estate rights are handed over to you, and they should be settled under the name of our Mist Ninja Village as soon as possible. After taking away the working capital, Terumi Mei handed over the real estate rights to the Minister of Finance. But Chiba Liu-yun didn't know yet that the money he had originally reserved was taken by someone else. Yes, Mizukichi-sama, let's go. Let's meet the people of Konoha for a while. It's not that easy to leave after killing the people in our Mist Ninja Village. After arranging things, Terumi Mei licked her lips and said playfully. Only Ao and the Umbu minister knew that if Terumi Mei made this move, someone would be in trouble. Ha, I finally popped the ball. When Terumi Mei came to the bridge, a voice sounded on the bridge. This was Naruto's voice. After 3 days of hard practice day and night, he finally completed the explosion of the rubber ball. It only took him 1 day to explode the water ball, and it only took him 2 days. In the Shadow Clone training mode, his progress was many times faster than following Jiraiya. After all, there were hundreds of Shadow Clones practicing at all times. 1 day is equivalent to 100 days of practice for others. After accumulating such terrifying experience, he finally completed the blasting of the ball. However, he still used tricks to blast the ball, and naturally followed the original method. However, it was commendable. Be alert, someone is coming. After Naruto shouted out, Kinyi Liu-yun's heart moved and he immediately started to put everyone on guard. It's her, why is she here? When Kyanba Liu-yun saw Terumi Mei appear, she was immediately shocked. She didn't expect that the butterfly effect was so serious. Terumi Mei appeared so early, and she was still in the country of waves. Could it be that she was doing it for Mamakai Zabuza and Mizumi? Wuyuiba came? Kinyi Liu-yun had a vague guess in his mind. It seemed that there was no other reason besides this reason. Someone from Kirigakure? Did you come here for Mamakai Zabuza? Kakashi also saw the 4 people coming. 3 of them were wearing forehead protectors, and he immediately recognized their origins. Naruto, Suzuki, protect Danaz, the other party is not kind. Kakashi immediately arranged a battle plan. He, Shiba Ryuun and Hinata will fight against the other 3. The remaining brat is not important. Naruto and Suzuki should be able to handle it and intercept him. It's you, copy Ninja Hate Kakashi. The moment after Kakashi finished his instructions, Ching finally spoke. As Ching spoke, everyone present felt that a storm was coming. Yo, my wife Yazai is here. Kinyi Liu-yun ignored Ching's words and instead stared at Terumi Mei. No matter how you look at her, she looks like a goddess. It's a pity that she is so keen on getting married. Well, since I'm here, then let me save your marriage ding. You teased Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage, and you succeeded in committing suicide. You will be rewarded with plus 30 mental power. Press, Mrs. Yazai. Whether it was Terumi Mei's group or Kakashi's group, they immediately looked at Kamba Liu-yun speechlessly. Couldn't this be the 5th Mizukage? Suddenly Kakashi turned his head and looked at Terumi Mei with a changed expression, because he remembered what Kamba Liu-yun once said to Mamakai Zabuza. And Kakashi's words caught Terumi Mei's attention. Could it be that the guy opposite had seen him a long time ago? Yes, that's right, it's her, the only woman from the 5 major ninja villages to become the Kage of a village. Kinyi Liu-yun nodded. Tsunade has not yet succeeded as Hokage, so naturally the only one who can become the Kage of a village is Mei Terumi. This handsome guy seems to know me very well. I really want to give you a passionate kiss, but I don't know if you will be melted by me. Hearing Kamba Liu-yun's evaluation of herself, Terumi Mei smiled charmingly, but the word she said made Hinata and others blush immediately. How can anyone ask for a kiss so blatantly? This is too much for Naruto, who is still a child. He was shy. Only the people of Kirigakure and Shiba Ryuun knew that the kiss that Terumi Mei mentioned was not about anything else, but whether he could catch the melting and boiling spells spit out from his mouth. Oh, I also want to try the taste of the Gode Mizukage's mouth. Kinyi Liu-yun stared at Terumi Mei's lips playfully, and smacked his lips while looking back, looking impatient. Ding, congratulations on teasing Mei Terumi and successfully committing suicide. The reward is chakra plus 35. Kid, I hope your skills are as good as your mouth, otherwise I will just melt you. Terumi Mei smiled charmingly at first, and then her expression turned cold. You won't know if my ability is great or not once you try it, especially when doing something as sacred as human reproduction. Kinyi Liu-yun tasted the sweetness and continued to seek death. Ding, congratulations to the host for teasing Terumi Mei and successfully committing suicide, and will be rewarded with the great swordsmanship. With Kinyi Liu-yun's teasing, he succeeded in trying to die again, and a sword technique was passed into his mind. This was a sword shot with an absolutely powerful momentum that shocked the opponent and made the opponent unable to move. Well, isn't this Zoro's move? In the true sense, counting swordsmanship is not considered swordsmanship. After visualizing the entire move of Dechen Shake, Kinyi Liu-yun was stunned. Ding, isn't it redundant for the host to discuss the difference between knife skills and sword skills in the world of Japanese comics? The system's complaints came quickly. This made Kinyi Liu-yun stunned. Yes. Although his sword is a real sword, why should there be so many distinctions in the world of Japanese comics? Moreover, even the Qingfeng sword can fully exert the full power of Dachenhan. Even as Kinyi Liu-yun's strength continues to grow, the power of this move will continue to increase. As for the realms of swordsman and great swordsman, they are useless to Kinyi Liu-yun. As long as Kinyi Liu-yun's own strength is improved, the power of swordsmanship will increase. Who let me be a person with a system? I am so willful. Kid, let me meet you. Mizukage who dares to insult us, today is the day you die. Of course the head of the press department knew what Kamba Liu-yun meant by human reproduction. He immediately became angry. How could the shadow of their village be humiliated by the people of Konoha village without fighting back? He immediately drew his sword and charged. Come up, sorry, your opponent is me. After Minister Umbu rushed over, Kakashi took the attack from Minister Umbu. Teacher Kakashi, I'll leave the one-eyed dragon and the head of the department to you. Both of them have the strength of a Quasi-Kage, so you should be careful when dealing with them. As for the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi, of course I personally took Mrs. Yazai back. After Kinyi Liu-yun told Kakashi about the strength of King Umbu minister, he began to check Terumi Mei's information. Name, Terumi Mei Chakra, 306 mental power, 243 physical strength, 67 ninjutsu, Kirigakure no jutsu, water release various ninjutsu, melt release series, boil release series, blood succession boundary, melt release, boil release. Comprehensive strength, intermediate shadow level. Maybe it is because of the two blood succession boundaries. Let Terumi Mei's chakra compare. The average intermediate shadow level has a lot more chakra, over 300, but his strength has not reached the level of the advanced shadow level. In fact, Chiba Liuyun also discovered that chakra and physical strength are basically the same. Physical strength cannot represent a person's strength, but mental strength can represent the true strength of 99.9% of the people in the ninja world. Although Terumi Mei is an intermediate kage level, Chiba Ryuun is not afraid of the challenge. He can still do it. Handsome guy, I hope you won't be melted by me later, Terumi Mei said and poked her lips gently with her finger. Then her face straightened and she quickly formed seals with her hands. Finally, 6 huge water dragons rose up from behind him. Water dragon bullet technique? As expected of being the shadow of a village, both in terms of numbers and power, they are astonishingly powerful. Kinyi Liuyun glanced at Terumi Mei's ninjutsu in admiration. Then the surging chakra condensed into his right fist. Sonic boom punch. Kinyi Liuyun shouted, and he attacked with both hands very quickly. A series of air cannon-like fist marks came from Kinyi Liuyun. The head came out of the body and rushed towards the 6 water dragons summoned by Terumi Mei. Physical skills? If you want to compete with me with your physical skills, you are a bit naive. After seeing Kamba Liuyun's fighting style, Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, and then showed a disdainful smile. The 6 water dragons broke out of the water and attacked the air cannon wielded by Kinyi Liuyun. Although Terumi Mei disdains taijutsu, she will not look down on him just because he uses taijutsu. Even though he knew his identity, he dared to challenge himself alone, and even directly revealed the strength of Ao and the Umbu minister. Based on these 2 points alone, Terumi Mei will not have the heart to look down upon him. Terumi Mei's caution was not wrong. Under the attack of Sonic Boom Fist, the water dragon bullet technique he used was as fragile as a piece of porcelain crash. The 6 water dragons were easily destroyed by Sonic Boom punches. Water splashes all over the sky fell from the sky. When the water dragon was blown up, Terumi Mei's expression changed and she immediately used the teleportation technique to dodge the Sonic Boom Fist's attack. Boom boom boom. The air cannon of the Sonic Boom Fist continued to bombard the place where Terumi Mei had been standing. Deep pits appeared in Terumi Mei's eyes under the bombardment of the air cannon. Your physical skills. Terumi Mei was filled with joy deep in her heart. Fortunately, I didn't underestimate this kid from the beginning. This kid definitely has shadow level strength, and is on par with him. The next battle will be a good one. It's rude to come back without reciprocating. Try my water dragon bomb. After the sonic boom punch, Kinyi Liuyun did not continue to use physical skills, but used ninjutsu. The same 6 water dragons rose into the sky from behind him. What a fast seal-making speed. After seeing Kinyi Liuyun's seal-making speed of 7 seals in 1 second, Terumi Mei was immediately shocked. But his reaction was not satisfied. Melting escape, the art of melting monsters. A large amount of red magma spit out from Terumi Mei's mouth, forming a defensive wall of magma in front of her. Squeak! When the water dragon bullet technique encountered high-temperature magma, it immediately turned into water vapor and dissipated little by little. The magma wall formed by melting also turned into black charcoal under the attack of a large number of water dragons. Is this the melting release? Sure enough, the temperature is higher than expected. Speaking of which, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Murasaki is also a melting release user. A large amount of water vapor was spreading, and soon it enveloped Terumi Mei and Chiba Ryuun. Chiba Ryuun felt the temperature coming from the front and couldn't help but sigh. Boiling escape, the art of clever mist. Under Kinyi Liuyun's sensitive ears, he heard Terumi Mei launch another attack. Suddenly a boiling acid mist spat out from Terumi Mei's mouth. This is something more corrosive than melting. Uchiha Madara's incomplete Susanoo was melted by this high-heat acid mist, which shows how shocking its power is. I don't dare to take on this thing forcefully. God knows if it will corrode my body, unless one day my true 8-gate Dunjia can reach the 5th gate. At that time, with its super recovery and defense, maybe you can try it. Kinyi Liuyun said. A Raisnon appeared in his right hand. Then he quickly formed a seal with one hand again. A few seconds later, when Kiao's art was about to touch Kinyi Liuyun, Feng Shui tornado technique. The A-level Raisnon and B-level water dragon bullets combined into a combined ninjutsu. Suddenly, a powerful waterspout centered on Kinyi Liuyun and spread around. The powerful tearing power of the waterspout, the art of clever mist, was swept in instantly. When Terumi Mei, who was not far away, saw this, he immediately gave up the attack and kept jumping back, leaving the range of the waterspout. After the waterspout dissipated, no matter, it was dissolved. The mist generated by the waterspout and the acid mist exhaled by Terumi Mei all disappeared under the strong wind and tearing force of the waterspout. You kid, you are not simple. Tell me your name. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and looked at Kinyi Liuyun seriously. Hey, remember your future husband's name. My name is Kinyi Liuyun and I am 12 years old. Kinyi Liu-yun chuckled and introduced to Terumi Mei. Ding, congratulations to the host for teasing Terumi Mei and successfully committing suicide, and will be rewarded with the sword skill Black Rope Big Tornado. Ha! When he heard the system's reward, Kinyi Liu-yun was stunned. It turned out to be another Soron sword move, and it was also a range attack move. If there was this move just now, there would be no need to combine ninjutsu. Just a Black One Rope Big Tornado can blow away all the acid mist. However, under the change of the system, this move, which was originally a three-sword style, can be used even with a Qingfeng sword. As expected, the system is Kinyi Liu-yun, the considerate little cotton-padded jacket. Even if it is a move that is not suitable, it will be changed to a method that is suitable for Kinyi Liu-yun. What, 12 years old? While Kinyi Liu-yun was silent in his new reward, Terumi Mei surrendered in horror. A 12-year-old film master. And he is still a shadow-level master who can compete with her. How can this be? But seeing Chiba Ryuun's sincere eyes, Terumi Mei knew for some reason that the other party was not lying. Yes, a 12-year-old shadow master, such an excellent stock. Would you like to consider me as your future husband? Kinyi Liu-yun laughed. Then he began to wait, but after waiting for a long time, the system prompt did not appear. Is this a failed attempt to commit suicide? And if Chiba Liu-yun pays attention to Terumi Mei's favorability, he will know that the favorability from the beginning was only 10, but it has already risen to 30. You know, in the beginning, it was 10 lower than the 20 stranger, which is basically hostile. But now he is a stranger. With familiarity, it can be seen that Terumi Mei no longer has any hostility towards Chiba Ryuun. Ching, please stop fighting. Sure enough, the effect of favorability is very direct and obvious. Now that there is no hostility, Terumi Mei is naturally not ready to continue fighting Chiba Ryuun. Mizukage-sama, what's wrong? Ching asked in confusion after returning to Terumi Mei. It's nothing, I just don't want to fight. Terumi Mei smiled charmingly and replied very willfully. Obviously he was not prepared to tell Ching the real situation. What happened? Kakashi came to Kinyi Liu-yun and asked, maybe she was attracted by my handsome appearance and strong strength, so she fell in love with me and cried and shouted that she wanted to marry me. Kinyi Liu-yun said thoughtfully. Kakashi didn't listen to Kinyi Liu-yun's nonsense at all, but looked towards the opposite side. You Konoha killed our ninjas, do you need to give me an explanation? Terumi Mei looked at Kinyi Liu-yun with a deserted expression. Your ninjas are traitorous ninjas, and they are also causing trouble for us. We Konoha helped you kill him, so you should thank me. Before Kakashi opened his mouth, Chiba Ryuun spoke first. Terumi Mei was speechless. She knew what Chiba Ryuun said was right, but she was unwilling to let him give up. Terumi Mei didn't get anything out of the village this time. If it's done, it's really a failure. Why, I have nothing to say. Do you feel that what I said is very right? You don't need to thank me in particular for your aura. Kanba Liu-yun continued to tease Terumi Mei, but this time he still failed to commit suicide. Maybe after many times, Terumi Mei was immune to the shock. Lord Mizukage, let's retreat. We are not at an advantage in terms of strength. After the previous round of confrontation, this Heite Kakashi has already reached the level of Kage. AO, and I can only defend at best. It is unrealistic to expect to win. When Mei Terumi was in a dilemma, the head of the Umbu may have seen that Mei Terumi was unwilling to give up, so he gave her a way out. Humph, kid, that's all for today. I look forward to our next meeting. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Terumi Mei also came down the steps given by the head of the Umbu, greeted the three people and prepared to leave. Fifth Mizukage, the property you took away from Kato should be regarded as my betrothal gift to you. Seeing that Terumi Mei was about to leave, Kinyi Liu-yun continued to tease. Terumi Mei was able to find this place so quickly. Needless to say, he must have seen Kato. Then Kato's money must have been taken by people from the Mist Ninja Village. Let's go. This makes Kinyi Liu-yun very regretful. He would have made the move earlier. How do you know Kaduo's money is with me? Terumi Mei stopped for a moment, very surprised that Kinyi Liu-yun could actually know that the money was with him. Believe it or not, I said I guessed it. Kinyi Liu-yun blinked and smiled. I believe it. Terumi Mei's answer was beyond Kinyi Liu-yun's expectations. Then you admit that this is my betrothal gift to you. No, I got this 500 million by myself, not counting the betrothal gift. If you really want to marry me, then I can consider it if you come up with a betrothal gift that satisfies me. Terumi chuckled, leaving Kakashi and the others messy in the wind. This is what you said, I hope you won't turn me away when the time comes. Ki Liu-yun shouted at Terumi Mei's back. He didn't expect that Kato actually had 500 million in money. It was a big loss. Terumi Mei didn't reply, just waved her hand and went back to the village. Do you really want to take him home? After Terumi Mei left, Kakashi said speechlessly. He really admired Chiba Ryuun's courage to the extreme. Let's not talk about Terumi Mei, a 5th-generation Mizukage, let's talk about where are Hinata around Chiba Ryuun. When he hooked up with another woman in front of his girlfriend, and this woman was more than 10 years older than him. Fortunately, Kakashi didn't know that his outlook on life had been subverted. It doesn't matter. Otherwise, I would probably be even more stunned. Mizukichi-sama, the other party is from Konoha, how can you marry her? On Terumi Mei's side, after leaving a group of people in Konoha for a while, Ao finally couldn't help but speak. Ching, you don't know how talented that guy is, and if nothing else happens, this guy will be a figure cultivated by Konoha with all his strength, and he may be the 5th or even 6th generation Hokage in the future. If we really marry him, then our Mist Ninja Village and Konoha Village will be able to achieve the strongest alliance. Terumi Mei was blinking her eyes and telling lies. God knows how much she wants to get married. Before, she had always been for the village where she was born and raised, so she had to put her personal feelings aside. Now that the Kiri Ninja Village has stabilized, she can consider it's a personal matter. Otherwise, all gifts that are very close to the wedding date will be regarded as marriage. During the 4th Ninja War, it was said that marriage can be postponed, but war cannot be postponed. And in Infinite Tsukuyomi, here, her dream is to get married. It shows how dedicated Terumi Mei is to marriage, and Chiba Ryuun is the best choice in terms of appearance and strength. If you really want to choose a candidate for marriage, it is not impossible to consider Chiba Ryuun. Just thinking that the other party is only 12 years old, Terumi Mei feels like she is eating young grass. What, the 5th Hokage or even the 6th Hokage? Ao was shocked when he heard Mei Terumi's expression. He didn't expect Master Mizukage to have such a high opinion of this Chiba Ryuun. Well, if nothing else happens, that should be it. Terumi Mei nodded. Chiba Ryuun is so powerful that she doesn't even believe it if she becomes Hokage. This is a 12-year-old Kage level. It's a pity that Terumi Mei doesn't know that Chiba Ryuun is not like being Hokage at all. He is so young, but he is already Kage level. His talent is comparable to that amazing Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze. Ching still doesn't know Kinyi Ryuun's real age. Otherwise, it's not comparable, but far beyond. Ao, I remember that Konoha holds the Chunin exam every 6 months, and there won't be much time until the next Chunin exam. Terumi Mei suddenly thought of something and immediately asked Ching, well, that should be the case. Mizukichi-sama, do you want to? Ao knows Terumi Mei's thoughts. Yes, we will send people from our village to take the Chunin exam. I will go there in person during the finals. I also want to see the strength of Konoha's younger generation. Moreover, Suna Ninja Village has always been in alliance with Konoha and will also join the Chunin teachers. I don't think Konoha will refuse the kindness we send up. Taimi Mei is very confident. One more friend is better than one more enemy. The next day, Danaz's bridge was finally built, and Kakashi's mission was completed. Although this is an A-level mission disguised as a C-level mission, and most of the enemies were solved by Chiba Ryuun and Kakashi, but it also allowed Class 7 to grow to varying degrees. After a group of 5 people tidied up, they headed towards Konoha. A week later, the gate of Konoha was already in sight. After handing over the mission report to Kakashi, Chiba Ryuun took Hinata away. Hokage's office. Puff. What are you talking about? That guy Ryuun wants to marry the 5th Mizukage of Kiri Ninja Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen spurted out a mouthful of tea, soaking all the materials on the desk. Yes, at first. Kakashi told the story exactly as it was, especially the 5th Mizukage's lack of reputation and the fact that he could consider the final betrothal gift if it was suitable, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. This guy really has a good way of dealing with women. It wasn't enough that Hinata and Ino were already in the village, so he went so far as to provoke the 5th Mizukage. Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked, his tone full of envy. For a perverted monkey, he is really envious of Kamba Ryuun's unrestrained life. Okay, I understand. Fortunately, your 7th class took over this mission, otherwise, it would be really dangerous. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. This mission can be said to be A-level, but the degree of danger is S-level, because in the end even the 5th Mizukage was involved. If it were not for the 2 Kage-level Kakashi and Chiba Ryuun combat strength, if others go, they will probably be wiped out. Also, Hokage-sama, Lu Yun should have officially entered the Kage level, and his combat power is very powerful. He is on par with the 5th Mizukage and his strength is already much higher than mine. This is the most important thing really? That's really cool, haha. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen became excited again. Before this, apart from Jiraiya and Tsunade who had fled, Konoha had only 2 Kage levels, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Now Kakashi has entered the Kage level. And the Kinyi Ryuun who has been training has finally entered the Shadow level, and his combat power is not as simple as entering the Shadow level for the first time. Speaking of which, the Chuyunin exams are coming soon. How will the Hokage plan to arrange this guy Lu Yun? After reporting on this mission, Kakashi mentioned the Chunin exam. This guy's strength is already at the kage level. Wouldn't it be too bullying to take the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and started smoking it slowly. Even so, if he is not allowed to take the exam, will he be directly promoted to Jounin? After all, with Liu Yun's workload, he could have been promoted to Jounin long ago. Kakashi thought for a while and felt that Kamba Liu Yun was indeed too bullying to take part in the Chunin exam. How about this? Immediately promote Liu Yun to a Jounin, and he will be responsible for all the assessments of this Chunin exam. Then invite a few experienced Jounin to be his assistants. This can be considered a test for him, so that he can get in touch with the operation of various departments of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally decided on the arrangement for Chiba Liu Yun. Well, that's not bad. I wonder who Hokage-sama is planning to arrange. Kakashi also thinks this arrangement is very good. Let's arrange for 2 special Jounins, Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi, to assist Liu Yun. Although there has been a slight change, Chiba Liu Yun has become the chief examiner this time, but Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi have not changed, they just became assistants to Chiba Liu Yun. This is Chiba Liu Yun's letter of appointment as a Jounin, as well as the vest representing the Jounin. After confirming the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made Chiba Liu Yun's Jounin appointment letter, and his file was also modified. After Liu Yun became a Jounin, wouldn't our 7th class have 2 leading teachers? Kakashi said jokingly after taking the vest and Jounin appointment letter handed over by the Hokage. There is no way, who makes class 7 so special, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, the only orphan of the Uchiha clan, Minato's child, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Without strong strength, if something goes wrong, it will be over. The 7th class is too important. Even if Chiba Liu Yun is promoted to Jounin, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no intention of pulling him out alone. Well, I know Lord Hokage. I will inform Liu Yun now, hand him his letter of appointment and vest, and tell him about being the chief examiner of the Chunin exam. After Kakashi finished speaking, he left the Hokage's office with a teleportation technique. Liu Yun, I never thought your strength would improve so quickly. I wonder if you will become the next ninja god. After Kakashi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to the window, and stared at the portrait of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Although Chiba Ryuun's talent is very powerful, and he took more time to become a shadow than the first Hokage, it's still early. But it's still unknown whether he can surpass the kage level and become the same powerful man as Senju Hashirama who suppressed an era. So, from now on I am a Jounin. He looked at his Jounin appointment letter, and then looked at the green vest. Well, he kept the appointment letter and threw the vest away casually. There was no way, this vest did not meet his aesthetic standards, so he refused to accept it. This represents the vest of a Jounin, so you don't plan to wear it. Seeing Kinyi Liu Yun's actions, Kakashi's mouth twitched. That is a symbol of status. It's so ugly, it's worse than the clothes I have now. Kinyi Liu Yun glanced at it with disgust and threw it away casually. Vest, and then said seriously, Mom. Kakashi was speechless. To others, the vest represented glory, but in the end, it was not passed down just because the style was not good looking. Also, Hokage-sama has arranged a mission for you this time. Although I can't help Chiba Liu Yun's willfulness, Kakashi doesn't care. Some people like to pass on vests, and some people don't like to pass on vests. Of course they don't like to pass on vests. In fact, there are more female ninjas. For example, Kurane Ui, Mitere, none of them wore Anko. What task? The Chuyunin exam is coming soon, and you will be the chief examiner this time. But don't worry, the exam process has been arranged, and you are here to experience it. Marino Iaki and Mitarashi Anko are the examiners for the first and second games respectively. Your mission is actually to have fun and let you get in touch with other ninjas in Konoha. Kakashi said about the chief examiner matter arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why? Isn't this the same as parachuting on top of Mitarashi Anko and becoming his immediate boss? However, Kinyi Liu Yun's focus is different. So to speak. Although Kinyi Liu Yun's focus is different, his words are not wrong. Tisk tisk tisk, this big sweet potato finally fell into my hands. Kinyi Liu Yun showed a sneer, well, a very sinister sneer. Over the years, he has been noisy with this big sweet potato. This time he became her immediate boss. Let's see how this big sweet potato can still make fun of him. Now it's true that the tides are turning. Come to my house this year. Well, I accepted this task. How could I refuse such a good thing? Kinyi Liu Yun chuckled, already thinking about how to play tricks on this big sweet potato. Well, since you have taken the position of chief examiner and you are already a Jounin, then please accept your first S-level mission after being promoted to Jounin. Kakashi's face straightened and he looked very serious. Thinking of the mission that Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly gave him before he walked out of the Hokage's office, he couldn't help but feel a twitch in his heart. S-level mission. This time it was Chiba Liu Yun's turn to be surprised. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi, a perverted old man, actually arranged an S-level mission for him. Well, you are asked to lead your 2 deputies, Mitere Anko and Marino Iki, to Kirigakure village and invite the 5th Mizukage to participate in this Chunin exam. Kakashi said the instructions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then looked at Chiba Ryuyun with a very strange look. When you reported the task, did you talk a little too much? Then Kinyi Ryuyun looked at Kakashi with a speechless expression. Needless to say, it must be Kakashi, a boring guy, who told Sarutobi Hiruzen about his interaction with Terumi Mei. Otherwise, this pervert the old man would not grant this mission. However, considering that Terumi Mei's favorability has reached 40, there is no danger in this mission. Yes, after leaving, Terumi Mei's favorability increased by 10 points inexplicably, reaching the level of a friend, so Chiba Ryuyun did not refuse, but was prepared to see this enchanting and beautiful 5th Mizukage again. Okay, I understand. When do we leave? We have to take action tomorrow. The Chuyunin exams are not far away, only less than a month, so we have to hurry up. Kakashi gave a specific time. Okay, I get it. You ask Big Sweet Potato and that Marino Kibi to meet at the main gate of Konoha at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Big Sweet Potato. Kakashi looked at Kinyi Ryuyun in confusion. Then Kinyi Ryuyun suppressed a smile and told Kakashi the origin of the Big Sweet Potato. Kakashi, does this guy have such a rich imagination? Then what do you call me in private? Kakashi asked anxiously. Foolish man, Kinyi Ryuyun said without looking back, leaving Kakashi messy in the wind. Really, people are so mean, knowing clearly that it doesn't sound good, but they still have to ask. That night, Kinyi Ryuyun sent Hinata to we called Ino and Ui Kurane and had a family dinner. This time, it was the first real meeting between the 3 women. Compared to Ui Kurane, they had known about Hinata and Ino's existence for a long time. Little Loli was a little surprised, but she felt relieved when she thought that Kinyi Ryuyun and Ui Hong had lived together for so many years. Then the 2 of them changed their names from Teacher Hong to Sister Hong. Really, Luyun just finished the task, and he didn't expect to go out again tomorrow. Ino glanced at Kinyi Ryuyun resentfully. Kinyi Ryuyun had no choice but to shrug, and then gave him a kiss, which finally resolved Ino's little resentment. Come, let's all congratulate Luyun on his promotion to Jonin. As the eldest sister, Ui Hong was naturally not like Ino. The 4 of them laughed and played until late at night. Early in the morning, Chiba Ryuyun arrived at the gate of Konoha on time. Marino Ibiki and Mitarashi Anko were already waiting. At this time, Anko was still very confused and unhappy. When she remembered that Kakashi Sr. came to inform her yesterday and told her to follow Chiba Ryuyun to carry out the mission, especially when Chiba Ryuyun was still the captain of this mission, it was like a bolt from the blue. How could that abominable kid suddenly become a Jonin and her captain? This made Anko, who had always been against Chiba Ryuyun, very unhappy. She suddenly felt shorter and it was strange that she could feel comfortable. After Chiba Ryuyun came over, Anko stared at him closely, wanting to see what kind of ability this guy had to be the captain. But no matter how you look at it, this guy looks harmless. Of course, that mouth is extremely poisonous. When she thought about having to carry out the mission under this kid, she felt dark. If Anko knew that not only this mission, but also the Chunin exam, she would be in trouble. She would be in trouble. If it was Kinyi Ryuyun's subordinate, I wouldn't know what to think. Obviously, Kinyi Ryuyun's appointment as the chief examiner has not been notified yet. Currently, only the parties involved, Chiba Ryuyun, Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen know about it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kinyi Ryuyun. I am good at ninjutsu, illusion, taijutsu, and swordsmanship. I am currently 12 years old. Running in the woods, Kinyi Ryuyun jumped over and over while introducing himself. Lord Ryuyun, my name is Marino Iaki, captain of the torture department, good at searching for information. Although Chiba Ryuyun is only 12 years old. But in terms of rank, he is a jounin, while Marino Akiai is only a special jounin, not to mention the captain of this operation. So, no matter what, the due respect should still be. This is especially true for Marino Iki, who is a very serious person. I don't need to be introduced, you know me too. Honda pouted and said unhappily, yeah, I know, your name is Mitarashi Sweet Potato, and you like to eat all kinds of things. Kinyi Ryuyun said with seriousness, bastard, you damn brat, my name is Mitarashi Anko, not Mitarashi Sweet Potato. However, as soon as Kinyi Ryuyun's words came out, Hongdu went crazy. What's your attitude? I'm the captain, you are a brat. I am your captain, it's a joke. How old are you? You don't know what Hokage-sama thinks. I am your captain. I am your captain, asshole. I am your captain. Hongdu was instantly defeated. No matter what he said, Kinyi Ryuyun could only say, I am your captain. This made him helpless to the extreme. The official level would crush people to death. But Marino Akiai ignored the 2 people's bickering throughout the whole process. But he also knew that Anko and this young and outrageous captain should know each other. The 12-year-old Jonin also became the captain of this S-class mission. Involuntarily, Marino Akibi thought of the equally dazzling Kakashi. He also became a jounin at the age of 12. However, when I look at Qinyi Liuyun, with his height of 170 centimeters, no matter how you look at it, he feels like he is about 15 years old. But there was no mistaking the village. I can only say that others are gifted. The group of 3 people hurried on with Hengdu in a displeased mood. If it weren't for the fact that he had to take care of 2 people, Qinyi Liuyun would have already started racing. With his speed, he could throw the 2 people out of sight in just a few seconds. Soon, the 2 people came to the seaside, and then boarded a big boat to go to the Kingdom of Water. This is a ship full of cargo, just heading to the land of water to do business. Seeing the forward protectors Qinyi Liuyun and the other 3 were wearing, the owner of the boat warmly invited them, and it was free of charge. It's like a turtle egg if they don't take advantage of it. What's more, there is no other ship except this cargo ship, and they are too lazy to find another ship. Naturally, I agreed to the boss's invitation. After half a day, the boat has traveled half the distance. Why don't you just walk on the water instead of taking a boat? It's too slow. After uploading, looking at the slow-moving boat, Hengdu complained helplessly. In fact, it's not that the boat is slow, but compared to the speed of their ninjas running, the speed of this boat is indeed much slower. We have been on the road since we came out of Konoha, so we naturally need to rest. Although I am fine, you and Iki Marino are already a little tired. It's best to stay in good condition when you go out, otherwise you won't be at a loss if something happens. Qinyi Liuyun glanced at Hengdu speechlessly. He is still a special jounin. If you keep running like this, if you encounter an enemy on the way, you will be half dead from exhaustion. How can you fight? I want to reach the Kingdom of Water as quickly as possible? Hengdu was immediately embarrassed, and she almost forgot. It was all Qinyi Liuyun's fault. If he hadn't been criticizing her all the time, Hengdu would not have forgotten it. He had subconsciously wanted to find trouble just now, but in the end he was taught a lesson by the other party. This bastard, he is my nemesis, Anko thought angrily. No, pirates are coming. Just when Hengdu was fuming, a panicked voice sounded on the ship. Don't be afraid, we have invited ninjas, just some pirates, so don't panic. The owner of the ship immediately made a voice and calmed everyone's panic. Of course, he would often encounter robberies when he was running a ship all year round. Whether it was robbers or pirates, he had encountered many of them, so he hired some homeless people. While the ninja protects himself, he also protects the ship. After all his cargo is on this ship. It seems that this time we have made quite a harvest. Such a large amount of cargo is enough for us to eat for several months. A voice came from the water. Then, the ship owner's heart sank to the bottom. He found that the other party could actually stand on the water, and there were 6 of them. This means that the 6 people on the other side are all ninjas, and there are only 3 ninjas on his side. The most important thing is that he has 1 Chunin and 2 Genin. Even if the other side has 6 Genin, he can probably only tie. But even the ship owner himself does not believe this expectation. The one who spoke just now was obviously the leader, and you can tell by the respect of the other 5 people. Can a Genin make the other 5 people respectful? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't show. Soon, the ship owner's eyes lit up. He remembered that the 3 Konoha ninjas he had warmly invited, the 3 ninja masters. The ship is in danger, and they don't know whether they can accept the next commission. The ship owner directly made the entrustment. This is where he knows how to be a good person. He did not mention that the other party would ride on the ship for free. Instead, the entrustment was carried out in the form of a task. Forget it, the money is no longer needed, just treat it as shipping fare for you. Qianba Liuyun is very satisfied with the attitude of the shipowner. He is not greedy and judges the situation. Therefore, Qianba Liuyun does not plan to ask for any money. Anyway, he is just an elite Chuyunin, 2 Chunin and 3 Genin. I guess it is water. A pirate composed of wandering ninjas from the country. As he spoke, Chiba Ryan slowly pulled out the Qingfeng sword from his waist. Marino, Iaki and Anko stared at Chiba Ryan closely. They also wanted to see this. What is the captain's strength? Black rope tornado. A low and inaudible voice came out of Qinyi Liuyun's mouth. Then he disappeared in an instant. Both Anko and Marino's expressions changed drastically, and their pupils shrank. Quickly, extremely fast. The 2 of them didn't even realize how Qinyi Liuyun disappeared. Boom! A huge tornado rose from the sea. In the tornado, the 6 pirates were spinning with it. Next to the tornado, Qinyi Liuyun slowly sheathed the Qingfeng sword. Then he stepped on the water and returned to Hengdu and Marino Ibiki. Hengdu and Marino Ibiki looked at the huge tornado not far from the ship in shock. Was this really caused by this guy at that moment? Especially since this is the sea surface. Such a huge tornado did not cause changes in the sea surface. What a powerful control this is. At the same time, Anko and Marino Iaki finally knew why this guy became a Jonin. In their opinion, such a terrifying attack can only be caused by S-level ninjutsu. Those who possess S-level ninjutsu are at least elite Jounin level. At this moment, whether it was Anko or Marino Iaki, they all recognized Kamba Liuyun's strength. Soon, the huge tornado disappeared from the sky. The sea surface did not change because of the disappearance of the tornado, it was still as calm as before. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. There was a tornado here just now, many. Thank you, sir. Regardless of whether you accept it or not, this is your reward. The ship owner respectfully handed 200,000 taels to Qinyi Liuyun. Although Qinyi Liuyun said no before, the ship owner still insisted on sending it. His cargo on this ship was more than 10 pieces of 200,000 taels. Although the 200,000 taels under normal circumstances, there is no way to hire a master of Qinyi Liuyun's level, but this is all the cash the ship owner has. Qinyi Liuyun thought for a while, and then took it. If he didn't take it, the ship owner would probably do it. Persistence. Even if you want to get rid of the other party earlier, it's better to accept it. If this lets those who are trying to make money know that they only want to get rid of the other party, then they won't know what to say. Soon they arrived at the port of the Kingdom of Water. After bidding farewell to the ship owner, Chiba Liuyun and the others immediately headed to the Kingdom of Water. On the way, he took out 100,000 taels and gave each of Anko and Marino Ieki 5. 1. Although it was said that he was the only one to do it, after all, they were on a mission together and Qinyi Liuyun didn't have any pretense, so he accepted the money carelessly. Of course, he didn't say much. After thanking him, he took the money. After another day of traveling, the three of them finally arrived at the Mist Ninja village. He is a man of great strength, and his speed on the road cannot be much slower. When Qinyi Liuyun and the three of them approached Kirigakure, several ninjas immediately jumped out and asked, "It turns out you are from Konoha. I wonder why you came to our village." One of the fog ninjas said, "This is the invitation letter from our third Hokage to your Mizukage." Qinyi Liuyun said as he handed the invitation letter for the Chunin exam to the ninja in front. Hold on. Seeing that it was a letter from the third Hokage of Konoha, the Mist Ninja's face suddenly became serious. This was a matter involving a village of shadows, so he couldn't help but be cautious. Water Shadow Office O, the third Hokage of Konoha actually sent us a Chuyunin invitation letter to the Mist Ninja village. It seems that it must be because of that boy. It just so happens that I originally planned to attend, but now with this invitation letter, it becomes more justified. After looking at the invitation, Terumi Mei smiled slightly. By the way, where is the person who sent the letter? Terumi Mei suddenly showed a charming smile and asked about the person. She couldn't help but think, could it be him? It should be him. Apart from him, there was no more suitable person to send the invitation. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. Qinyi Liuyun report to Mizukage-sama, the messenger is still at the village gate. Do you need me to pick them up? The fog ninja who delivered the letter replied, "No need, I will go and greet them personally." After all, the other party may be the most talented person in Konoha in history. No, it is the most genius mission in the entire ninja world, and he is also the future Hokage. Terumi Mei said, stood up, and put Mizukage's bamboo hat on his head. The Kiri ninja who delivered the letter looked at Terumi Mei in shock. Did my Mizukage-sama think so highly of that person? Even the people in his own village didn't think so highly of him. "Ching, come with me to greet our friends." Terumi Mei gave instructions to Ching next to her and walked out first. "Yes, Mizukage-sama. What kind of person is Mizukage-sama?" While waiting, Hongdu, who was bored, said to herself, "Well, she is a beautiful young lady, much prettier." Qinyi Liuyun took over Hongdu's topic. "What? Mizukage is actually a woman? No way. Also, how do you know Mizukage is a woman? Have you seen her before?" Hongdu asked in surprise. "Yes, I have seen her. How could I not have seen my unmarried daughter-in-law?" Qinyi Liuyun said with seriousness. "You bastard, you're bragging and you don't even draft a draft, even if Mizukage is a woman. It's okay with you. Also, although you are the captain, we are on someone else's territory now, so be careful that trouble comes from your mouth." Anko was startled at first, and then said cautiously, looking around to see if Qinyi Liuyun's words had been heard by other Mist Ninjas. "Qinyi Liuyun, it's really you. How about it? Are you ready to give me the dowry for marrying me?" While Anko was nervous, a teasing voice came from a distance. "Qinyi Liuyun, it's really you. How about it? Are you ready to give me the dowry for marrying me?" The moment he saw Kamba Liuyun, Terumi Mei didn't know why, but he said this by accident. This was great. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Whether it was Anko, Marino Ieki, or following Terumi Mei, the group of Mist Ninjas who came were all turned into stone statues in the wind. The amount of information in this sentence was too much, and they needed to slow down. "My Mizukage, you are too willful. How can you say such things in this situation?" Ching, who was following behind Mei Terumi, was devastated. "Shut up or I'll kill you. I'm already 27, if I don't get married, no one will want me." "What? Do you want me to be unloved until I'm old?" Ching's words immediately made Mei Terumi's face turn black. Ching was so scared by the threat that she dared not say a word. Haha, the betrothal gifts are being prepared. After all, you are the fifth Mizukage to marry. If you don't prepare something generous, how can you live up to your status? Besides, the first betrothal gift has already been given to you, which is 500 million taels. Qinyi Liuyun looked at the people around him and suddenly smiled, and then said mischievously, "What, 500 million taels, and this is the first payment?" So speaking of front-end time, the 500 million taels Mizukage brought back was a betrothal gift from Konoha? Lord Mizukage is so great that he gave the betrothal gift to the village unconditionally. I have no regrets about being born in the Mist Village in this life, and I will still be a member of the Mist Village in the next life, just because we have such a beautiful and generous Mizukage. Qinyi Liuyun's words immediately stirred up a wave. After hearing this, all the Mist Ninjas immediately began to talk about it. Because at the beginning, Terumi Mei didn't want to say how the 500 million taels were obtained. She just casually said that it was given by others. Well, in her mind, the money was all sent by Kato. So there is nothing wrong with this. But unexpectedly, after Qinyi Liuyun said this today, everyone suddenly realized that the 500 million taels were actually the betrothal gift of the Mizukage. All the Mist Ninjas looked at Qinyi Liuyun with kindness. This man is so generous. He prepared 500 million taels for the first betrothal gift alone. If it were him, it would not be impossible for the Mizukage to marry him. Mei Terumi obviously did not expect that her previous casual remark, coupled with Chiba Liuyun's words just now, would lead to such a result. She is now in tears. Moreover, it is not easy to refute now, because everyone has already determined that the 500 million is a betrothal gift from Chiba Liuyun. As for Ching, who was present at the time, as well as the Umbu minister and Kojuro, it would be useless even if they stood up to refute, because the people of the Mist Village have already formed a preconceived idea. After all, their Mizukage asked as soon as they met whether the betrothal gift was ready. Isn't this obvious enough? So at this moment, they firmly believe that the 500 million is the first payment of the betrothal gift. Mei Terumi walked to Chiba Liuyun in a rage. You did it on purpose. The expression is fierce, but Qinyi Liuyun is not anxious at all. Because the system just prompted that Terumi Mei's favorability has increased by 2 points. It means that although Terumi Mei is happy on the surface, she is still very happy in her heart. This expression now is at best she looked arrogant, or wanted to hide her shyness. Looking at Terumi Mei, who was close by, pretending to be embarrassed, she showed a wicked smile, and then put a hand on her waist. With a little effort, Mei Terumi was hugged in her arms. Don't you want to marry me? He looked at Mei Terumi with a gentle and affectionate gaze. Ding, Terumi Mei's favorability +2. Ding, Terumi Mei's favorability +5. Ding, Mei Terumi's favorability +8. Ding, Terumi Mei's favorability +6. At this moment, Qinyi Liuyun heard it, and Terumi Mei's favorability increased crazily. As expected, Terumi Mei had no ability to resist the fatal weakness of marriage. However, also it depends on who. One must be handsome, and the other must be strong. Otherwise, Terumi Mei doesn't like her at all. This is why she is still not married in the ninja world. There are really not many tall and handsome people. Urcha Qianba Ryuun has both of them. After a while, Terumi Mei's favorability level rose from 40 to 75, and she could reach the level of a confidant. At first, the ninjas of Kirigakure thought that Chiba Ryuun was going to attack Mizukage at such a close distance. However, their expressions became strange after that, because Mizukage, who was being held by Chiba Ryuun, seemed to be. She was not angry, but showed a hint of shyness that only a young woman could have. This further confirmed their suspicions. Only Ching was still messy in the wind. My Mizukage-sama, you have only met twice in total, and in the combined time of the 2 meetings, have any of you disappeared? You've just lost yourself in it, and you're not in such a rush to get married. Seeing Terumi Mei's shy face, Ching was speechless. Quick, let me go, I am the Mizukage, where can I put my face if you do this to me? Terumi Mei pushed Chiba Liuyun away with her hands. Chiba Liuyun did not continue and let go of Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei looked around and found a group of mist ninjas looking up at the sky. They looked as if they saw nothing. This made her angry and amused. Ahem, I accepted Konoha's invitation. Can you give me 3 days? Once I have chosen the candidate, I will go to Konoha with you. Terumi Mei coughed awkwardly, and then said. As for her own safety, Terumi Mei was not worried at all. This man could come to the Mist Village alone, which showed his sincerity. As for Hongdu and Marino Ibiki, she naturally ignored them. They were just 2 special jonin, and it was good enough that they were not a burden. Okay, no problem, I'll wait for you. Chiba Liuyun didn't have the slightest excuse and completely obeyed Terumi Mei's words. The favorability cannot be faked, so Chiba Liuyun was very assured about his own safety. And it was precisely because Chiba Liuyun agreed so straightforwardly without any hesitation that Terumi Ming looked at Qinyi Liuyun with a softer look. This was the feeling of being believed. Ding, Terumi Mei's favorability level +3. With a simple sentence, Terumi Mei's favorability level increased by 3 points again, reaching 78 points. Please, I'll prepare a good place for you. Mei Terumi stretched out her hand and made a gesture of invitation. Thank you for your hospitality. I will trouble you for the next 3 days. Qinyi Liuyun thanked him very gentlemanly. Terumi Mei smiled slightly and said nothing, but that sweet smile said everything. Come on, what are you two doing standing there? After Qianba Liuyun walked a few steps, he found that Anko and Marino Iaki were still there and didn't understand. He couldn't help but be speechless and could only remind him aloud. Oh. The two people who reacted hurriedly followed. They were already shocked beyond words. They could never have imagined that the fifth Mizukage was actually a woman. Of course, this was not the point. The real point was that what Chiba Liuyun said was true, and this woman was his wife-to-be. This amount of information was too much, and with only 1G of brain capacity, the two of them couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until Chiba Liuyun reminded them that they came to their senses. Then they followed Chiba Liuyun with confused expressions all the way. After arranging the best accommodation for Chiba Liuyun and the others, Mei Terumi went to get busy. In the next 3 days, she had to arrange everything. Originally, she was going to go to Konoha during the finals, but now she has changed her mind and decided to go with the test members of her own ninja village. And it was naturally Chiba Liuyun who made him make this change. Hey, what's going on? This thing is too exaggerated. After Terumi Mei and others left, Anko finally came back to her senses and looked at Qinyi Liuyun with a crazy expression. The strong gossip on her face was clearly visible. It's just what you see, there's nothing exaggerated about it. Qinyi Liuyun shrugged indifferently. Isn't this an exaggeration? That's the fifth Mizukage, a person of the same level as Hokage-sama. How come she has become your unmarried daughter-in-law? When Hongdu saw Qinyi Liuyun's careless expression, he immediately went crazy again. Marino Iaki on the side also nodded in agreement. Qinyi Liuyun was helpless for two subordinates who were so curious. Then he and himself Terumi Mei met, and then told the other party that he wanted to marry her, etc. What happened in the country of waves was told again, but this made Anko even more crazy. What is this? He gave the fifth Mizukage so easily. Captured? Are you lying to us? Kakashi was present at the time and he saw everything. If you don't believe it, you can ask him when you return to the village. Facing the two people who didn't believe it, Chiba Ryuun shrugged and threw the blame to Kakashi. Seeing Chiba Ryuun carrying Kakashi out, and not looking like he was telling lies, Marino Iaki and Anko I finally believed what he said. It was because of this that the two of them felt so damn sad that they had kidnapped a village of shadows so easily. Who would believe it? Water Shadow Office. What? Mizukage-sama wants me to sit in charge of the Mist Ninja Village while you lead the team to Konoha by yourself. This won't work. When Ching heard Terumi Mei's decision, he immediately refuted it. He couldn't agree. This was too dangerous. Who knows if Konoha is really sincere? Tisk, I'm not alone, aren't there 4 other jonins leading the team? Terumi Mei was refuted and immediately said unhappily, that's not okay. Although there are jonins who lead the team, I am not slandering them. For jonins and special jonins are not as good as one elite jounin. I will not agree to it without the company of someone who is at the winning level. Ching continued to retort. Tisk, other people in Konoha are not afraid of their geniuses, do we need to be so afraid? Ching, you are too timid. Seeing Ching still refutating, Terumi Mei was speechless. It's not that I'm timid, but I'm cautious. The village has finally stabilized, and I don't want any accidents to happen because of your safety. Besides, no matter how talented Chiba Ryuun is, he is still not Hokage. Although he is important to Konoha, he still seems a bit insignificant compared to a Kage. Kingsley said slowly, he was always thinking about Terumi Mei's safety. You don't understand this. In Konoha, Chiba Liuyun is treated as a treasure. Here is his information. Take a look. Terumi Mei said, and handed a piece of information to Ching. This was what he had asked someone to check after he returned to the village in Wave Country. The information is indeed correct. What? He is only 12 years old. At first Ching didn't take it seriously, but when he saw Qinyi Liuyun's age, Ching was completely uneasy. He always thought Qinyi Liuyun was very old. He just looked young. But who would have thought that the result was just the opposite? He just thought that Qinyi Liuyun was very old. It looks big, but actually it's still small. So Chiba Liuyun is no worse than the current Hokage, because he is the pillar of Konoha's future. To put it bluntly, the third Hokage is old, and his importance cannot catch up with Chiba Liuyun, because Chiba Liuyun represents Konoha's future for decades, and Konoha can send him here, which is enough to show its sincerity. If they are not afraid, what should we be afraid of? Terumi Mei persuaded again this. Ching hesitated, not knowing what to say. No need to talk about this or that, I have already decided on this matter, that's it. I will lead the team to set off in 3 days, and you will sit in charge of the Kiri ninja and help me perform the duties of the Mizukage. Terumi May made the final decision with a wave of her hand, and her tone was strong and unquestionable. 3 days later, a group of people stood at the gate of the Mist Village. They were all there to say goodbye to Mei Terumi. Inu, you have to work hard. You must perform well and shine in the Chuyunin exams. You must not let the reputation of the Mist Ninja Village weaken. Watanabe, as the leading jonin, not only must you protect the students, but remember to also protect Mizukage-sama. Lord Liuyun, Lord Mizukage, I'm begging you. That's right, although Mizukage-sama is not your wife yet, it will happen sooner or later. You must treat your wife well. A group of people were chattering over there, and you said something to me, especially some of the comments that made fun of Chiba Ryuun and Terumi May, which made most people enthusiastic. Chiba Ryuun was very happy when he heard it. Afterwards, the 3 people of Konoha and Kiri, a total of 17 people from the ninja village, set foot on the road to Konoha. Melancholy as a ninja, even if it is a genin, it took more than twice the time to reach Konoha. Yeah. And Anko had already returned to Konoha and informed the 3rd Hokage that the 5th Mizukage of the Mist Ninja Village was coming in person. So when Terumi May came to Konoha, Sarutobi led the top management of Konoha to give him a warm welcome. As for Anko, of course she ran to Kakashi to verify the gossip in her heart. She still couldn't believe that Kinyi Liuyun could easily defeat Terumi May. People from there are also arriving one after another. There are only 7 days left before the Chunin exam. Konoha's alliance, Suna Ninja Village, has also arrived, and Gaara and the others are naturally the first team. Perhaps it is because of the arrival of Chiba Ryuun. The scene where Maru bumped into Kankuro didn't happen. As time passed, more and more ninjas came to Konoha, including those from Taki Ninja Village, Uemi Ninja Village, Kusanagi Ninja Village, and Oto Ninja Village. The ninjas of the village. In the Hokage's office, all the genin teachers were gathered here, of course Kakashi was not included. Do you have any recommendations for this year's Chuyunin exams? Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a small pipe and glanced at the people present one by one. In the name of Heite Kakashi, I recommend Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Suzuki, and Uzumaki Naruto to participate in this Chunin exam. Kakashi stepped forward and recommended his students. In the name of Ui Kurane, I recommend Harano Sakura, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abarame Shino to participate in this Chunin exam. As soon as Kaka finished speaking, Ui Kurane also stood up to recommend. Although Harano Sakura's strength is not enough, whether it is Inyazuka Kiba or Abarame Shino, there should be no problem. With the protection of the 2 of them, it should be possible. In the name of Asuma Sarutobi, I recommend Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Koji Akimichi to participate in this Chunin exam. Having learned from the past, Asuma stepped forward not to be outdone. These are all genin who just graduated this year, right? That's right. Is it too fast to take the Chunin exam right after graduation? It can't be said that many of these people are from big families and they should be strong enough. After Kakashi, Ui Kurane and Asuma recommended their students, a group of leading teachers were talking about it. Hey, Kakashi, you don't want to compete with my disciples, so you recommend me forcefully. You just graduated, don't you think it's too dangerous? Mate Kai stood up and complained. Do I need to compete with you? Liuyun alone can beat all your disciples. Kakashi squinted at Might Guy with his dead fish eyes, and then said in a tone that was so infuriating that Might Guy was choked. He did not refute this, nor was he able to refute it. Oh no, you are indeed my lifelong rival, this is youth. Metkai roared, which immediately made everyone present have black lines on their heads. It was so embarrassing. I also disagree. They are all newly graduated genin, especially Naruto. He barely passed the exam and does not have the ability to take the Chunin exam. Irika, who was most worried about Naruto, also stood up. It's hard to say for others, but Naruto, he really felt that the other party couldn't pass. How did he know that under the double-layer cheat of the 9 Tails and Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and even the Rasengan has been mastered, although it still requires 2 people to work together. Irika, you have to remember that when they graduate, they are no longer your students, but my subordinates and disciples. And how much do you know about Naruto? You haven't seen Naruto for a long time. He is now strong enough to take part in the Chunin exam. In response to Irika's dissuasion, Kakashi looked at him indifferently and then corrected his thoughts. But what else does Irika want to say? No, but from the moment I became the teacher of Class 7, the 3 of them have nothing to do with you, and you have no right to block my orders. Kakashi waved his hand, not wanting to argue with Irika anymore, and said very domineeringly. As an elite jounin in the village, he would not tolerate being questioned by a Chuyunin. Although he knew that Irika was for Naruto is fine, but the situation is wrong. With a bunch of people watching, how could he just not recommend it just because of Irika's words? In the end, Irika looked at Kakashi helplessly. Take away the application form, Irika. You have been teaching new students recently, so you don't know much about Naruto. This kid has made rapid progress recently, and in terms of strength, he is already better than you, so you can rest assured that nothing will happen." After everyone left, Sarutobi Hiruzen told Irika the actual situation of Naruto. As the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen was paying attention to everything about Naruto all the time. Naturally, he knew how much he had. How many pounds really? I feel relieved about this. After hearing the third Hokage's explanation, Irika finally felt relieved. At the same time, Naruto was silently proud. This kid has made such great progress quietly.